All right, well, listen to this. What's the story? So we're talking about a guy. Chaim messes up with his money. He's saying to himself, it's not a oimer. Oh, I'm bringing you now a minchas my precious. Nothing to do with God. Throw it out in the garden. Oh, you must not have to go into it because it's funny. What is the oimer coming to? It's coming to allow you to eat food. And you didn't accomplish that. So what's the point of continuing in your garden? Throw it out. You'll come out replication. The mission is only two things that throw out of the garden. You really have a third. The thing that's only the Shabbat is an off God, God of the day. Sorry, it's much for the smart. So the same thing would apply to the carbon of the Nazir. The Nazir, we don't really have it. We have Nazir, but it's different ones. We're not talking about this. We're talking about this in a second. A Nazir is a person who insists upon himself not to drink wine, not to be metallic by mace, and he messes up. So let's say he says, I'm going to do it for a year. And the year of the year, he goes to the funeral and touches up and so he starts everything. But he doesn't drink a card. Very good. There's only three those that really strings about that global speculation to the national payments, for healthcare, because the first thing we live in public surroundings is from providers or not. And then the folks coming Haimo, doing the top, maybe again, no one. But so this novel has been partly also Rakami Torah. So the person who's Torah was Saras, and he's done with this whole thing. So one of the things he has to bring is an asham. This asham that he did for his mom, something to his mom. Not only the kata and the conventional evidence, there's nothing more asham in Torah. Well, actually, they come to allow a person to go to this amigdash. They allow a person to drink wine. They're makir, right? Most of the korbanos fall into two categories. According to 90% of the time, food. Let's call it 10% of the time, I'm just throwing out a number, is a makir. A makir means it allows you to do something. If you're not, it allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman who gives birth, it allows you to be touching. And then this korbanos for kapara. So you give another. So, I'm really sure we can take a big complicated setup. Now we have the same question twice. Oh, but I'm going to do this one case. We have an hour Mishnah that a mitzvah that you didn't do is properly. And it's costly. I was like, well, not really good place. What are the two exceptions? We learned today. First, we look at spiking, we look at smoke. We look at the saita and the sin. We look at the Perez, we can understand the saita. I don't know if we got the third one, we look at the argument. So you want to become the trophy off the bluff. Yeah, you're right. The argument is part of it, but it's not an issue because we need to talk about a private movement. What's the relationship? Another thing. Coming from Lorat, and then it's on. Well, we have the economics. Diamond comes together with the partner, with the animal. So it's not like movie. Another thing. Coming out of the woman's mind. When does all come? 7 days later. Every year, same day. So that's not interesting. That's not an element. We're talking about something that can come on any day. Oh, the world's not making time to do a special day. Oh, no. The head of the back, the ball from Nazir, the Asham and Sosh, the second first 1, 2. If by Asham of the Nazir, the Asham of the Torah, then you cut it without the light. In fact, it's possible to desire the Torah by the Asham of the Shield because it comes to allow you to do something. Else, whatever it does, it's kind of wrong. I'm sorry, it's good. Nah, the same is that person with this act. But from the first mission, it's like this about which says the same thing again. It says the list of the Sobat if you mess up in the shop. You have to throw out. What are the Rabbi side? What are the people body if you mess up in the shop? You have to throw out. A chatos and a pesa. If you want to explain it, that's more. We just said the author of the Torah, the author of the Nazir, nah, but I'm going to show you this man, sharing us well, now you can post this, you might post with pesa, it happened. Listen, you're right, you can put more than over. The whole after it, they come to allow somebody to do something, they know you can do wine. They didn't accomplish that. This is more king of the eco, also Baylor. I'm English. Within the category of awesome, within the diet of awesome, he's also Baylor. I'm saying something like that he didn't steal. I'm Eli. kapara, if you use something from the base of Migdal, you have to bring a carbon. You also have to pay. Do you guys know how much you have to pay? The base of Migdal? You have to pay a 25% fine. Oh, you're looking at it. I love it. Why? Because you think it is? Well, what's the time is? 20%. Very good. It's 25% the way we calculate. And now we're in England, it's 25%. 100%, you're right. I love saying 25%, and they're like, really? Well, that's my type. It's 20%. I just 20%, you're right. But in a practical term, it's 25%. So, the Shamiloids, the argument that comes together with the 25%, the kapara also is for a kapara not to be maksha. Therefore, it stipulates that I can't just toss out one word and say Lashon, because there's some Hashamas that come for a kapara, some come for a maksha, and therefore, no one halacha for all of them. Thank you, Hashem Nazir, Hashem Nazir, the whole La'at issue. And then Nami, this Hashem Zebra Nihila, Nami goes to point of the Egyptian. Oh. So, then there's Ray, what's the difference? If it's funny to forgive somebody for a fact that he did it, he didn't accomplish that because the guy is just pretty good. The right is you have to bring another carbon. This could be the carbon on his debt, doesn't mean that the owner is right. He wasn't right. You have to bring another carbon. If you wasn't right, why don't you just watch it? Marba, or really, this is the carbon in the carbon really much. Is enough for me? The carbon is going to also happen, so much less to go to I have an example in Gemara where the person dies, you bring the carbon if it came as a master, not if it came as a carbon. For instance, a woman reading for time, we usually do a habas of Israel. All of these words read different. Chata scenario. Now, she's sitting in a way, everybody knows she swore she's going to have children. Well, that's for sure, that's the reason. Okay, let's say that's the same. Which one of the two points for the pet? Which one of the two points for the pet that you touch? The Chata scenario, which one is for what? Before you said Chata is for the pet. No, the other is for the pet. The Chata is for allow it to touch. So this is really Chata scenario, so for Chata, when she dies, the Yosh to the Oila. Why? Because the Oila is for Kapara. They love to mention. What if the Yosh is about? But if they brought the Oila, if she brought out and she died, then you don't bring the Kapara. Funny to see that you bring a Kapara after you die. Now, after they have to explain, no one should get a Kapara after you die. It's very important. People are, they're living in a lot of land. I met a guy on Shabbos, I couldn't believe it. Oh, he's not watching the show now. He's not watching the show. He told me he only learns 10 minutes a day. I'm like, what do you learn 10 minutes a day? 63 years old, learns 10 minutes a day. He said, how much time do you spend on the news? He said, half hour. Did he hear? He's spending a half hour on the news and 10 minutes of prayer. Something doesn't add up. And I asked him, I said, how long do you think you're going to live? This guy got a good 40 years to me. The guy's heavy, he's out of shape. Where did he get 40 years? Man, he's going to live to 100. Listen, but let's say he lives 40 years, nothing. People, they live in this color. But they're not going to die. That guy that died when he was 48, his name is not him. He's not, that's a different, he's part of a different group of, the dying people. He dies. Yeah. That guy had cancer. How did you do that? No, it happens to everybody at any time. They had a guy a week and a half ago, his wife, he's on Zoom every single day. He works at the Rabbi in the factory with silver and Kurdish and all those fancy benches and all the shuls. He's one of the workers there. He's walking and the machine just fell down and starts to do that. It took 2 hours to take him out. You don't know when you come. So you got to hop around. My point is that Tshuva is only when you're alive. You can leave as much money as you want for your Yoshi to bring components and build a really Kodesh and donate Svarim. It's not going to be a kapara. You might have a schos or whatever. You get some, I don't know how it works. Kapara now. But what it says over here is you continue bringing the kapara of carbon, not because she's going to get a kapara. She's dead. She can't get a kapara. Oh, the Snan who said this. What? You can't find an example of somebody who you bring a carbon that allows you to do something after the person dies. Matri also bring after death. What's not? I'm not we'll just finish with this. Oh, there's a Gishmak video also. Another one. It's 3 videos to Gishmak. Mavish Muslim Jews. Somebody's a Nazir. So I did this whole interview right the day before we learned Nazir. I interviewed his name is Rabbi for German, he wrote a bunch of Sparm. He's a Nazir. Him and his wife are Nazir. So throughout Nazir, we used him as our prototype for Nazir. Our video today is also Islamish's face. The eye is beautiful. So he's a Nazir. He knows that he's going to have to bring 3 components. So I bought a carbon once. I don't have a I bought a sheet for the show. We did a sheet and then the eyes. It cost me $500. They're not cheap, these sheep, right? So you have 3 sheep. I don't know. I started, I'm not joking. Somebody wrote, he's saving money from this. Putting away money now. It's $1,000 a person. It's from now. People start saying, up. Not everybody has $1,500. Just throw out on the carpet. Just you put some money aside. But in the head of the way, you're not allowed to benefit from this money. But guess what? If you do, you're not over a meal. You don't have to pay the 25% in the cart. Why? Because there's another halach. How many halachas did we learn today? You saw it. Meila is only on kachi, not on kachim kalim. Yeah, you knew that halacha? Probably not. It sounds familiar. Okay. If a person sets aside the shlamim and you benefit from the shlamim, you don't have to pay. Well, that's already, yeah. So you don't pay. So Meila, these 3 components, what are the 3 components of the nun? Here we go. Check this out. 2 of them are kachi. Chatzis and oil are kachi. They're from the severe category. Then you have one called the shlamim. The one all the way on the left is shlamim. I can say I put all my money designated for that shlamim. Which are really lovely, cool shlamim. And on the shlamim, there's no Meila. So really, you don't get the penalty. Means, what if you die by your money stealing and he has a bunch of money that I don't know what to do with? You put in Dava. So the Rosh Nation Sinai, the money goes to the Dava. For Rosh, what if he specifies what the money goes for, what the reservation is? The main fact goes the other thing I don't know. But how this money is, how does it make you allow? We go over Timna, we're not going to go into it because we have to finish this year. It's 5 chatois, the middle one. How does it make you allow? How does the owner die? Nothing to do. So we have money for how the owner died. There's also nothing to do. What do you do? Toss it into the ocean. Some say it's the ocean, the Rambam, this, that. It could be it's Yamamel, that. It's Mamish. You can never get it out of there. But the enemy money. But if you benefit from the money, you don't have to pay it now. So why? Because it's designated to be destroyed. Since it's designated to be destroyed, you're not over me. You may, what about the money that was set aside for it? It's not a power. It's not a chatas. It's an island. So island, you could buy another island. Well, my island then, therefore, you're island. The shlamim, and if you set aside money for shlamim, you buy a shlamim. Your nechel is a big fish. How many days can you eat a shlamim? When it's often, you know this it's now 2 days. But over here, only 1 day, you can left and you don't bring bread. As the Gemara buys the shlamim, the Nazir what's the point of the shlamim? Allow the Nazir to drink wine. Because lachamisa. Check this out. I just want to show you this. This video. There's a halacha of a Nazir. You take a razor blade, even though this is typically also to use a razor blade on your head. But this is a Rabbi Turjuman. This is a big pile. Anyway, so if it's everything. Yeah, the ganze body. Is it the whole body? One of them. Mitzvah, Dr. Nozer, he's oh. So it says in Gemara, Omar Baba, Avi Omar Review Mitzvah, Hachipua, the Polan Misa. You're right. There is a matcher that you bring after the death, but not something that's of what. The Nozer actually sharing a book, the Omar Mar. Gila Kalaka from Shlosh Lemilotze. This video that I'm showing you over here, if you shave on one of the three buttons in the Chafis Oil or Shlomim, Yotza. You are Yotza. We'll finish right over here. And Mamela Gemara is just saying that what he meant to say is that if it's a kavua, something that's whatever the religion kavua is, that is something that doesn't come after Misa, but a regular Rizah actually comes after Misa. Rabbi side have a wonderful
America's Scots is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
good morning, Rabbi side. Who's last in the Rossi, who's Mordechai, Hawaii, from Park City, Utah. She was available for anybody in the Utah Park City area skiing Shiva Week. I saw a few videos of people doing skiing, the arches on the slopes. So just know that we are here at the Jewish Collective Center, look it up. And tomorrow's shir is going to be at 8:30 p.m. local time. So that is Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. That's the English shir. Yesterday, I was in Toronto with the Chevra. I didn't go alone. A Rabbi co-influence special part Ashkenazi, Yossi Klein, Benny Rodnik. Who else? I know I'm missing somebody. Oh, Molandi. Just three Chazi, just to come along. Benny Rodnik, who goes there, should be going to work full time for NDY. Extended his ticket, the whole thing, just to be able to make it. Why did we choose Toronto? A beautiful crowd showed up there. We have a very long standing relationship with Toronto, starting 7 years ago with Mayor Planka, Ari Blau. I did some sort of scene there. I think it was a scene, yeah. I remember the Sefta, I think it was 4 years ago at AJ's house. And it was beautiful, beautiful. I got to see the Rosh Hashanah, the tremendous from the top on the stage for the whole year, which was very humbling because, you become Kohen and has other things to do throughout the year. In Toronto, there are powerhouses over there. You have Tzvi Pinzel now and Jimmy Azulai pushing the satellite location idea, but you have to get it in Kutzlaritz. Anyway, Kutzlaritz and Rothschild, we have different locations, but we need to get stronger, larger, and push them. The boys, I don't forget, we just started the second school office. It's not too late to bring your friends. It's not too late to get on your statuses. Shalom Rand brought, I think, 90 people, 90 new people to the dock to your status. Tzvi Pinzel brought 70 plus people to the dock to your status. Shimmy J, what's the name of the status? Also, we start doing people in. Anybody has a status. You don't have to have 50 to 100,000 people in your status. You have 1,000 people in your status, 200 people in your status. People will join. Just post your own message and post your status. It's not a lot of work, and it's Kedai, this person are everlasting. So we have a few thousand people that join us from Settlement Office, and I hope they don't mind the fact that I'm taking a tour of the United States. We're in Toronto, now I'm in Park C. We're here for 2 days. Back to the New York, Siberia, maybe even Miami. We have to see about Miami because it's a Shiva weekend. It's up in the air. Tom's River, look at this right side. The amount of people here, beautiful, beautiful. They have a very, very strong satellite location going. We deposit them. Williamsburg Seal, look at this. I love this.
So we're having here a little get together slash scene. And one of our participants, he has like a promotional item company. Let's see what he did. A nice notebook. And it's not about what you learn. Yeah, but keep going. Beautiful notebook and catalog as well.
Do I love it? Dollar.
Do I say?
Hollywood, Florida, Seal. That's the place I was going to go to see. Oh! You're not from culture. That looks like Toby Stella, actually. Baltimore, Seal. Very nice.
Israel.
It's in the Chicago, also Chicago, Seal. Los Angeles, Nacho, and the Back of England, Beaver Valley is currently 2:25 a.m. and I'm on my way to Tel Aviv. From Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, listening to Shooting Up to base. You mentioned that someone's up in Aveira. One thing to you right away, King Shabbos, how the true itself is true. I just stand next to nice that currently to see if we're in stroke. Told me that he waits till every day, I'll be Shabbos. However, to keep Shabbos, he said that's too much. I know so I felt bad about it. I told him that I believe the Chaim. Looks like I received an email, not that it's Chaim, some Rebbe. Okay, the Hasidim will take credit for Rebbe, the Lukash says it's Chaim. But the point is that the same. Also, that used to smoke on Shabbos, that if you cut down just on one cigarette per Shabbos, it's itself keeping a part of Shabbos. Somebody has the cash up, you see that if you're fasting, you break the fast, it's not considered at all. As Hasheni, I was saying that there's something called the kindness of writer, that you just leave over one piece of food on your plate. You say, I'm not going to eat the entire plate, that itself is considered some sort of kindness, the kindness of the writer. So if you keep one part of Shabbos, I'm not saying that it's a Shmir Shabbos. I mean, I'm not promoting breaking Shabbos, not being Shem Shabbos. I'm saying if a person has that struggle, doesn't mean that you should continue breaking Shabbos and continue struggling. That's all I say. As much as you keep, you get tired, whatever tired that is. If it's both of you is tired, you got another. And then I began listening to Shir and said the exact same thing. Wow, keeping Ma'ir cholesterol, I feel it's good. So zero. Thank you, Yaakov. Larry Jaffe. There's your belly. I'm home from the Shabbat home for a few days now, and I'm still riding the high. It was the most amazing experience. I was listening to all the stories, and I realized that if it were not for NDY, I would probably never have opened up the Gemara. Now here I am, 2,200 Daphne. I'm looking forward to continuing shots with you. What a spuss. So this individual, Larry Jaffe, only has 511 back left. NDY has enriched my life in so many ways. He's never stopped being, I guess, is that what everybody has left? I guess that's family shots. Yeah, makes sense. 500 days is more than a year. Yeah. NDY has enriched my life in so many ways. Please never stop being Almighty cheering me. Hashem bless you all you do with that fine Jaffe. Wasn't cats. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be with the Shabbat here, but I've seen all the pictures and videos, and that's on Russia. I'm already planning to do the next resolution. I was thinking about the two pillars of NDY, marking us. Mark Ashkenazi is on the computer right now, behind the scenes, always when I'm on the road, and Yossi Klein, our CEO. And how their partnership represents something so real and beautiful. You don't even have to attend the show. I actually saw a picture today with them, and I was thinking the same thing. Mark with his type of yarmulke and Yossi Klein with his yarmulke and his pays and beard. You don't even have to attend the shir before the hours. When was the last time you saw a Sephardi? I don't know. I hope he's not talking about Mark Ashkenazi because he's not Sephardi. He's Yeti. And a part of it, you're working side by side with such harmony. It's really unbelievable and inspiring. If I may add one more request, your cousin starts sending out the share by email as well. I think you do send it out email. I don't hear a lot about it, but I know we used to. Not everyone has WhatsApp, and this could help even more people connect and join the show. Think of everything you do. You're changing lives, saving lives, building lives. Don't know where I would be without you. Thank you, nothing cats. But I love this picture because it's a candid picture. זה מה שקורה כשמבטאים בשיעורים בבית ומגיע הסיפורים המזרחים. The father is watching one of the AI videos and all the kids are clamoring around them to watch.
Except sluts.
And finally,
No one really knows for sure. Elevate, king.
How can I help
But
you?
this is the mission we live.
He's got the tools and asked if he does that.
Sunday,
He said he
was
does.
the first of
Other
Sunday,
learners were
2006.
Sunday makes I also do, and yet
Really?
I still find time. Reach out. So that's great because a lot of people.
All right, here we go.
Tell me, did you use
3761, creation of the world, first Vladimir 3631, 136, son of Adam, 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born, 3436, 325, Keelan, son of Enosh was born, 3366, 395, Mahalo, son of Keelan was born, 3301, 460, Jared, son of Mahalo was born, 3139, 622, son of Jared was born.
Send the link and call them. I'll follow up with you in a week. One of the here with other thoughts, I'm following up with your new recruits. 100%, 1,000%. I actually reached out to a few people today that told me that they, Shomran got 90 people. They told Sholem, I gave them a whole long choose how.
Crooked how did I hear him up on the shirt of Shadow much
get them in a what's it called? Make them accountable.
Sephrat,
and then
Listen to Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the founding of the Omer. Today is 46 days, which is 6 weeks and 4 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash speedily in our days. Amen.
90 days. Once they're in a habit, you can lose.
No, speedily.
In the beginning, you don't want to be.
May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen.
So looking forward to the
Okay, cool, sir.
Okay, first time in life. Keep the AI videos coming down.
How many days have you been doing this, bitch?
Stay tuned for a new stand to be put up in the restaurant.
142.
Free fries.
We'll think about calling coffee. I'm gonna rate this motherfucker until I think about it.
I'm not telling you what to do with your money, but my feeling is just a gut feeling that
just how those ideas develop
over
time. It's
you want to get a guy to learn Torah, you want to look at something that's being difficult, you want to eat French fries or food green, you're going to have to up your game a little bit. Now, again, it's not my money, so I can't really talk to you. My gut tells me that somebody's not going to come in that lifelong documentary for a couple of French fries.
This class is going to serve as an
$1.50
introduction
now,
to Jewish
you want to get a
mysticism
free
and
meal,
Kabbalah.
you want free, I don't know what you serve over there.
Incredibly
Now we're finding
complex
something else.
development
We're
from
$30
the
off.
convents of
Okay.
ancient Israel
Yep.
and to the
French
rise of
fries.
modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of
So
course,
lots
this
of the
series
Hava,
isn't
Dikkur
to
was
be
this is the
exhaustive
looks look
by
up
any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and
from New York.
reflection.
But listen, I don't know, maybe it's fries in New York.
To situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context,
New Jersey,
and
Catholic, Yuma,
hopefully enlighten you to dive into the
Being 7,
primary texts
but I
which
do
are
appreciate the
admittedly
thought.
as sublime
Just
as they are
maybe look at it,
sincere.
yeah?
Let me express my
A website in
gratitude
Hollywood,
to
we're
Tia
doing
for allowing
a
me
huge
to
share
use these lectures to reach a
live
larger
at
audience here
2
on
p.m.
Esoterica.
New York time. anytime. Shabbos together at 8 o'clock at night. Wow. And then Shabbos at 1 o'clock, what's the Shabbos, 9 o'clock? You're relevant, okay? Please share watching Kings New York.
If you find this series
Very
on
good.
Kabbalah interesting,
Like
I hope you check out my other content.
Oh, I wrote to myself 2 notes.
And perhaps consider
I
supporting
wasn't really clear what was on the screen.
free
Speaking of Lord, I forgot.
in
I was interviewed by the famous, world famous Dr. Langer, who has, I think, 2 million subscribers. Something crazy. Over a million subscribers. Which is too much to say. So I was interviewed by him for a long time. This is the interview. I liked it. I actually was good. I was very, very tired. Yeah, I just off the plane. So I'm a little bit more subdued, a little bit more serious than usual. But I think it was a good interview. People are starting to join the show because you are interviewing. So it's good. Go to please be prepared. Go check it out. I'm living the time. It's on YouTube. I don't know where else. Living the time.
So as we went through last time, the Sacred
All right.
Radio
Well,
is
that
the
part,
mystical
sponsors,
and midrashic literature is
a lot of new sponsors,
sometimes it's
the sponsors.
Jewish
Wait a
jazz.
minute.
Not that there aren't Jewish jazz musicians, but it's sort of like medieval
We're
Jewish jazz at
missing
the literary level. It's where a person will take a piece of
our
scripture and then
business
riff
team.
on it, and then
It's
some more
already
riff on that riff,
got
some more
moved.
riff on that riff.
Rabbi, that's one problem I have. Yaakov,
But the idea is actually, if you know the guy that knew the riff and he ripped off this riff and that riff,
I didn't tell him that, whatever.
you can do the
Call him out.
genealogies
I'm
of
like,
jazz musicians.
where's David Talman? Mark, you got to go and get Talman. You got lost on it. Then set the sponsor by Joe Vidal's meeting. That's my side job. Yeah, and I was told you what these guys so these are all $5,000 for one of these. We spread for all of them. I started with these guys from Sunday Boys and the Island, UK, in honor of the berries and trees. My meaning of life. Thank you. Elias Shearer, the fourth hammer of Nation Ben and Zia. Anonymous, for three, the fourth hammer, Ericson, Correa Pass, Esther May, Shaw Marcus. Thirdly, Perez P from Alfred Zog, the Pesas, who said Friday that was like Friday. Plenty of money. Yossi, Hart, and Benny, and all the Ice Cream Circle, people, Ice Cream Circle in DY, which was the Bulletproof, Challenge, plenty of money, spent $9,000. I love plenty of money. He's the plenty, I'm the money. We're very similar in a lot of different ways. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Ice Cream Circle in DY, oh, the second sponsor gave it time to the memory of a moment of small spark was the there's a beautiful David Solomon who said he's not coming to California. I mean, again, it's not coming. It wasn't the last minute to do his piece. And he says next week coming to his Spanish club on Hawaii. He's going to stay even to the Malta. I decided to put him every way back on Europe. Jimmy Azulay is the famous Esteban. Thank you, Jamie. He posted us about a caterer to Century's house. Phenomenal caterer. We went through in Toronto last night. But that's the walking street. Magic was in very common kind of walking in his 40 birthday. And I was talking to the guy that was in band. Shana Leah, who was never been part of Anonymous. He's teaching up for us. And Kenya Leah, who's living inside of my generation. Anonymous and memory of Mazel Pat Leah, Sonata. And this Anonymous is a word that is good and open in a good way. There's more type of Pastor Leah on name. These responses were tested on the federal menu of the little Moses answer. Driving zero elements, they take step and rough upon the fifth website. Anonymous has a successful fertility treatment among other things. A bunch of people came to me and asked me, and I feel very comfortable every single time they ask me for bracha, because I tell you for fertility. And it's a thing that a lot of people struggle, and it's a very, very difficult struggle. The struggle from getting a breath on my birthday to Mori Rabbi, H.D.B. Kaya, and the Moya, being with the Abu Hashem, I'm still emotional with up. It means the emotions that we went through, the emotions that we went through in Shabbos, are so overwhelming that it literally causes pain for the brain. It's like it drains your whole brain. That itself makes you weak. Yeah, just seeing the struggle with this camera. There's a picture and also the camera just wrapped and he's flying, falling from emotion. Anyway, and I'm just spend time at high sorry, let's go up and the only time you remember should have dropped over this really more than say it's just as music and your best. But we say, here we go. Second grade in office, story, yeah, the easy path. Yeah, most of the staff is going to be discussing this idea that we learned yesterday, that according to a tune by the heart, and Rabbi explains the tune by the heart, that the tune by the heart goes with time of the crop, let me look into the reasoning behind what the prayer says. And when you can tell that what a person is doing is false, listen, and we ignore what he's saying and do. When a person is saying that he's bringing a flat loop, but in fact he's doing a very big, soft one, so you just ignore that. You say, okay, he said it, but he didn't need it. And therefore it doesn't move. Whereas when you do the carbon, you can't tell. Because every shkita looks the same, and every kabbalah saddam looks the same, every zika looks the same. When a person tells you that I had a mind to bring in the Allah instead of Islam, that ruins the faith in a way, but by mistake. So basically, what we do today is go into a lot of different cases. Let me throw an example. A carbon basically knows a little shit, less than a year old. So the person shows up to his amigos with a cow, and he brings a carbon face up from with a cow. The guy is crazy. The guy really needs to be something. So it's a joke. Ignore it. And I was going to say, when it's very clear what the person is saying and doing are so different, the opposite, and his actions speak louder than words, and therefore his actions are what count, not the words. Is that whole truth to everything? That's what we're going to do from different places. What if we bring an animal, another example? What if I'm supposed to bring a 1-year-old animal and bring a 3-year-old animal? Are those actions that speak louder than words? But there are really no difference between them. What if I was supposed to bring a male because all the others are male and you brought a female? What if I brought
And then the bridge that merges out the main soak that reaches down
to a female? Both habits are female, most. And brought a male. Is that an action that speaks louder than words? That's today's thing. Like I said, easier stuff today. And here's
as much as I can possibly feel like line 10 and not 50. Because it's the same for you. Throughout sets 10, not 11, 10, not 9. That's fine.
all I can see is wet.
So perhaps it's a trigger.
Emotional shocks from all levels.
Also, EIN.
Great pictures. Zottingmark. We're only 10 lines from the bottom of that stage on the base. Simon, great, nice and trading runs. Simon, Ola, Mola, Rita, these are all the different questions that we're going to bring on this idea of action speaking out. It's kind of sorry for the question. I only have the essays in here. Alright, so the Mocha, the Mala. Okay, so this we need to explain a little bit.
do is you can, and we'll see this in a minute with your Keter.
The two types of birds that we bring to this English. The pigeon and the dog.
In English, well, I don't think there's no way of figuring out what to do with the diation, those letters
We bring
in the word
a
Hanukkah.
oilas
But there is a
oil
complex
and
line.
compass oil. That's it. There's no shlomim oil.
You can
There's no
sound like
oiva oil.
nothingness,
There's only two.
but also it
A
can sound
compass
like
and oil.
without it. There's a
There's
lot
no
of ideas
shkita
about the idea of
on a
God.
bird. Although today we chef chickens for the night, not in the
Jewish
baking.
Buddhists out there, the Jews,
For that we do melita.
Kabbalah.
This is what melita is it like.
We can say a follow-up question that
It's the next tail.
so I just
Oh, goes from the back of the neck, and that's how we kill the bird. It's not a sheep, it's called a meat. Now what do we do? There's something called hazah and something called mitu. Hazah is when you take the bird and you shake it. You don't touch him in his back, you throw the bird sort of, a throwing motion, right hand toward his back, and the blood from his neck goes flying up on his back. That's hazah. Mitu is when you take the
In
bird
terms of historical linguistics, I really have no idea.
fetch it on the wall in
Sense
the
of it
back.
is it's far
Squeeze it onto the wall.
at least now.
Let's see how that looks.
Now, I don't know when that distinction was lost. I mean, even in the Talmud, they talk about people who are making a distinction back then.
That's
They're
mitu.
pronouncing I and Aleph as the same.
Now notice,
And that's
the kohen is standing above the red line. There's a red line on the
guess
map.
is that Sephardi
He's standing above the red
Jews
line.
whom Moshe did
That
not
indicates to us
wasn't making a
that this
distinction.
is
But
an oil bird.
and it's interesting, right?
Because an
Because
oil
the Talmud
bird
work
is
you
above
don't
the
make
red
a
line.
distinction.
There's only one other carbon that is above the red line, and that's a chatos animal. Everything else is below the red line. So if it's a chatos bird, it will go below the red line. An oil bird, all you do is mitu. A chatos bird, you do both. You do hazah, and then you do mitu. You sprinkle it, and then you do this, see? And then notice here, he's standing below the red line. And he's throwing sauces that bird towards the back. The blood comes flying down. It's called hazah. And what we'll do now is say, look, and the fact that he's doing it above the red line indicates to me that he's doing an oil. Or, and the fact that he's doing mitu, or let's say hazah is only for a chatos. So that would indicate that he's doing a chatos. So if you say actions speak louder than words, so his action is showing us whether it's a or a chatos, depending on where he's standing or what he's doing. Is it hazah or mitu? I'll know whether it's a oil or a chatos.
Dozens of times. This is
Again,
the classic image, meaning
only mitu. A chatos has hazah, which is the sprinkle, and then mitu, which is the squeeze.
The reason why I put up putting it up
So it's inside.
because I
And
don't
when I
want
thought,
to fix it.
so now,
Because this
Elas
is the image that
multi
is the
on the
architectural
street,
design
not
that
this
all
close
Kabbalah
now.
is this.
You take an
Ten
oil
sphere
bird,
and the tree of life
and you
is
say it's a chatos bird, but you're above the red line. But the fact that you stand in a place that only is reserved or an oil, so that tells you that it's an oil. The fact that you said it's a being a chatos means nothing.
this alignment
You
will
never
never
understand.
happen
You
in our
misspoke.
lifetime.
Your
Listen,
actions of being above the red line
in this
is louder
we are
than
very
the
clear,
words
the
that you
writers
spoke.
text are very clear that this alignment is a perfectly balanced
Throughout the
vision alignment of what the sphere is.
Orange, we
It
give
is
her
very clear.
nice
The writers
space
are
to arm, and the
That's not the
people
case.
in red, those says,
So
well,
it's perfect.
that you're standing above your
So
line,
what you're
which
seeing
means
is a
that you're
ideal
being
representation
mastered or over bird, not a chatos bird.
of the sphere.
You have this way for you,
Not
because
as
it's
they
a
are.
world,
Not as they
after the
ever
map
have
out all
been,
the
ever
line,
in all
to
of
be standing like in this picture
As they
below
will
the red
be
line.
in the Messianic era. Right, well, you don't want to ruin Hashem's name. You
So
don't
the
want
Gemara, that's not a raya. But the chatos will not only lessons, but you can
but not until
perform the avoid the
So
belief
one
of
thing
the
that just won't
red line.
scrub in people's minds is that this is what the sphere looks
Omar
like.
Mai,
They don't
he
know
learns,
this.
the law
In the Kabbalah,
of the form of
in the
the
Zohar,
structure, if you perform the
Because
belief
if
of
they
the
did it,
thumb,
our
you
world
pull
would look very different. Because doesn't
There,
happen
with your
unless
tongue
carnal world
above
enters
the
a
red
far
line,
near
you
nature.
know it's
Okay,
kosher.
our world's out of whack.
So just the fact that it's standing above the red line doesn't tell me that it's murder for the hypothesis.
Anything's bad to happen to anything at all. That means this carnal world's also out
But
of whack.
that's all. You
Which
should
means
meet
these relationships are not in relationship. So the thing that I just want to again keep on the pound this drum.
Government members should have the choice to answer. So now when I saw the question, kind of preface. If you're doing an article, but you didn't need to, which is easy,
polyamorously in a relationship with God
above the
itself,
red line.
and all the various
And you said to
those
yourself, when
things
you're doing
within
it,
God itself are always out of whack. So what is it that's out of whack?
what should you do? Why am I saying what you're doing? You're actually proving what you're doing. Brother, sorry for you. If I'm proving it, you're doing it right. You have to sorry for you. Because you're doing with the podcast, so where do you do the YouTube of the podcast? You below the red line. You're not God over there. That's all. So first of all, two problems. First of all, be below the red line. Second of all, you do the forcing, the throwing, not the squeezing, but you do the throwing.
It's the first moment of God's divine
So
will.
the more I'm going to say, you're doing the YouTube, the best time is already.
There must be
Maybe you just noticed
and
the
that
squeezing
intentionality
of
of
the
God,
neck
the
of the
first
bird
stirring.
after you already performed.
This is
Guys,
yeah,
look,
folks,
remember,
before
people
their alarm,
from your action is
goes
not
off, the thing
conclusive.
that makes you get up before your alarm.
Yes, you squeeze the bird, but that's how it's supposed to squeeze. After you toss it, first you do a zop, and you need to. So now I caught you doing need to, but the red line, it doesn't mean it's tonight, but you have to conscious, and I'm doing the need to after it's a zop.
Imagine this is a thing that gets up
I'm
before
a man,
God's
I'm
alarm.
really going to do one without a count.
Right? Keter is that thing. It's not conscious. It's not a thing.
Each of them is another
You
one.
can never know the thing that stirred you. You get up 1 second before your alarm. If something stirred inside
But
you,
the red line as well,
real
it's
consciousness.
also
And that first thing is Keter.
why?
When we can
Because the main
except for
part
it must have happened. We can logically deduce it
of the
because
context is the hazah, the speaking,
Keter is
not
completely unknowable.
love.
And as you can see here, right, at the top, it says I.
So asking my first question, how does it he's a government
Because
not
it's kind of
oh
knowable.
the shame is or that's what
Right,
about
so
you?
Ein Sof is an
You take a
unknowable
context
nothingness.
bird
Keter is
and you say that it's an oil
Now, in order to
and you do hazah. The hazah is reserved only for the conscious, not for life.
But if you've ever had a sort of surprise wake up,
You're not saying it's I'm allowed to time to say food because it's good for you, that's a good fact that you have hazah.
time sheet shows up on
That
your calendar,
it's a context and not an oil. The oil so it is an oil, but you're not allowed to do a bubble line.
is Chokhmah.
That's number one. And number two, you need to have
Unlimited
you
consciousness.
wouldn't do
That's completely
hazah.
just a
You
flash
don't
of
do
everything
hazah,
that you know
you
all
only
at
do
once.
need to, only do squeeze.
Now, obviously,
So
you
the
can't
more
do
now
all
the
of
more
it
gives it.
because
On
it's like
this
everything that you know
okay,
coming
now
at you all at once is a good
you're
shot.
right. And
You have to parse things out. You have to analyze things. You have to get
You
up,
said
you
it's
wake
an
the kids
early
up, write this
you
email,
didn't need to.
do this, and do this, and do this, and this. Your consciousness has to be compartmentalized in the analytical
Sorry,
structure.
good hazah. Good hazah, good hazah. It's obvious that it's a context bird.
That analytification of God's consciousness
If you
is
show
what
them another thing, it's looking for
it's God's intelligence. At some
what
level,
we were
that's
saying
God's
is that
understanding,
in
right? As
Mincha,
opposed to God's wisdom.
you could see the actions
Flash,
the ones by
and then the
Mincha, but
analyticalization
not
of
by
that flash.
animals.
You can see how these happen.
But by birds, yes. You could tell you actually would.
Brief moment. They're not like
It's
long,
not really
very
like
drawn out. It's like the logical reductions from it.
the dog was drinking the bottle.
We'll come back to God in a minute. God's the mirror, Sphira, Sphira. Immediately flowing from Bina,
Or
we have Chesed. Chesed is the immediate moment where
he's looking
you're
like
doing things right. You're happy. Now
Cut
you
your
know
good option. Now another question.
what is the first thing you should do? Take care of yourself.
Cut your good option. Shut down the top on the chain. Cut your power and get out to.
Make some breakfast. Get some coffee. Take care of yourself. This is chesed. This is a part of you that's loving kindness, pure
So
loving
here's
kindness.
that. There's a picture of
But
him
if you stay
there.
in loving kindness, you're never going to get anything done. You can't just love yourself all day.
Let's see if we can zoom in on definitely this guy right away. This is definitely.
I can write this email.
Now
photos
where
email
is
from
the
that.
staff finishing?
This guy's bothering me on email.
You can see the ramp on the back. That's the southern part of the market. Yeah.
You have to move
And
out
then you have
of
this
the
square
world of
on
chesed
top.
to the world of judgment. And
You see,
judgment is
I
a
don't
part
know
of
if
you
this is gonna work.
that judges. It says, this is worth doing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
This is the email I'm not responding
This area right
I don't
over
like this guy.
and above. This whole
Here's what he says.
area is the northern part
Judgment
of the Valley. In other words, this line right over here,
That's
which is the end of the Mizbeach,
if you're just
and upward
pure judgment,
is north.
pure
From this area down
pure
over here,
judgment, unchecked by any loving kindness.
all touchy touchy.
Violent
Now let's go to the list of touchy touchy.
And in fact, in the Kabbalah, we'll see tonight, this is where evil comes from.
Touchy
Imagine a
touchy.
bowl
Is it chatos and ashram? Shall we see it? What else? Oh, contemplation of oil. Touchy touchy. They must be shafted above the red line, but in the northern part of the Valley. Not in the south. All touchy talent can be shafted even in the south. It's hard to understand the Gemara's question. The Gemara is saying, well, in the south, is it in the south, the Haraya, that's touchy talent. But no, touchy talent is leaving the north as well. It could also be in the south. That's the Gemara's answer. Touchy talent is shafting himself in.
Between the divine nothingness, that is
Touchy talent, you're actually, if you pay,
everything that can be made.
and chatos and ashram, oil, and shafted.
Is the boom of creation. Everything becomes balanced.
So we can see he shafted in the green bag. So you have in mind that it should be a shlama nifikin oila, which belongs only in the green bag. So you say it's a shlama. It's obvious when you answer that you're shafting an oila and not a shlama. That's an interesting element. Because why? Because it's not because it's common. It doesn't have all this. We checked it in the south. So it's easy to Taisos that, typically speaking, they always chef these korbanos in the south. Yes, they had an emergency, not enough room, but they also checked it in the north. So that doesn't mean that you can see from his action that it's a culture, not a culture town. You think they checked it in the north. Now, someone even don't know I want to have to go. He does what it's all about. Very sad that you can check the touching town also in the south, not only in the south. So you can check them in the green box as well. In fact, you can check in the green box and you find it's such a touching and not touching down. Love is on you. Yes, now I'll take it. Love will come up in my eyes. Have you checked it anywhere in my eyes? So the mind is coming and going from touching stuff. Now another question. What if I pay? Touching town. My voice is still shot from sound. What if you take a shlum in the program that was very nice? And shafted in the south. Now it's possible to say that you shafted as touching is the shore. You cannot take an oil or a compass and shaft in the south. Those are reserved only to the north. But instead, you're shafting your shame oil. So he takes a shlum and says, but I'm shafting it for an oil. Now we have a situation where that's nice in the future. His actions prove that it's not an oil because he wouldn't shaft an oil in the south. There's not just one version because the doctor knew not to why. Later, you can prove in his actions because of how it must be that he's really shutting the shaman and he just misspells him. She said that it's Oila because the culture was something out of the move. If it was Oila who only shut them in the north, I mean, no, now there's more of this is being planned.
So
here,
this is
but you're touching me.
perception and
It's
expansion
in
of
fact,
God's
what
power.
you call
This is the
it.
woman
After we go over the top of the day, and it's over. Yes, we took an over, and it's over. So now this opens up a box everywhere to why. Once we go that route and say, oh, this is the over. So actions don't speak louder. So you take an action and you're being over in this. So then the same thing would apply to the mitzvah that we spoke about yesterday. If he's trying to do a fake soft mitzvah. So what if he said that it's a thin hard mitzvah? Actions because it would work. But maybe no, maybe it's being over. Yeah, it's not practicing that also. So the person makes a matas over here. Let's see what a matas is. Very importantly, project
processing back up, recessing
This
back
is
up.
mouthpass my pressure. It's the top one of my pressure. It's the bottom one is mouthpass. It's spinner. So here, it's just a little bit better.
This is the Kabbalistic solution to the problem
Our
which
pressure's
is
on the right, thicker,
how do you bridge the
and left softer.
start from the infinite recess of
Send
itself
over the green
way up
for
here above
the
that
larger
there,
top.
where these dynamic moments flow down all
Because
the way
it's a thinner frying pan, so to speak, so it comes
and that
thicker
recession and recession
and
continues
harder.
as long as it must continue until
Mouthpass
everything's
is my precious mommy.
and that balance, achieving that
And you
balance,
can see
is
the
the
same
goal
thing
of
in height, but coming from my precious.
That's
The
it.
fact that he
It's
said
not
in
your
his mind that
denial of your
it's
ego.
on
Desires
on my higher precious
original
brother,
desire.
or the might say in my house, you're in
Serene
precious
being,
in the hammer of the
Because
other.
it's not thought about it. It's not
He's
about
being
you.
over it. That's in my house, and he put it in
Israel
he wants to bring it in the fire.
So
So
the
the mother
thing here that's
also,
at work is the rebalancing of the structure of reality.
remember, because his mother,
To the Zohar
you rap since he said his mother was going to bring him up. I said, he might say the mafas have once, but once he changes it and brings it in a mafas, it turns into mafas. This time we learn, why not really in his mafas, they even like that. He said, I want to bring him mafas, but he brought it in the mafas. So my question is, he said, I want to bring him mafas, but the fact is that he brought it in offline, and actually,
This is never balanced.
they
It's never
literally
balanced. Because if it were balanced, right,
it changes it physically,
you would not
and
live
it
in a
may
world
well,
which there was
he
some
has to
brand of violence.
retrieve it.
Not to say that
As
it's
the
the
moral
perfect
of
world,
the mercy.
some kind of violence. There
Once
must be
he
all
says
kinds
the
of
word
violence.
Zoom,
It just might be
change
that
it
the balance
to
is
by
matched
another
by
Rabbi, and
excessive.
the Rabbi means he says
Because
Zoom,
again,
and
the writer of
saying
the
this
book doesn't
valley
imagine the
specifically.
perfect world. The
So
perfect
now,
world
doesn't check.
just imagines
So
a
then
law
what makes it,
executed properly. Because in Jewish
we talk
law,
about these words,
which is
the
the
Rabbi was not
perfect example of law,
it's
according
not
to the Zohar,
Zoom.
there
The
are
Rabbi
no
was not
cases.
the Rabbi
There's
was
4 modes to the
He
death
says, I want this flower
beheaded,
to be a mafas.
burned, stoned,
But at the end of the day, he brought it
straight
in.
lit.
The
So
Rabbi
the
is
Zohar
the
imagines that
Rabbi.
people will be
I
executed
raise it
even in a
to
perfect world. But their
So the
executions will be
Rabbi, he
just.
said,
It will be part of the Gevurah,
Jesus says,
being
mother,
punished
upon and up and out.
correctly.
You write it for the Rabbi.
So,
However, the Shimon,
again, don't put
the
your
Rabbi, the Shimon,
liberal
after
progressive
you use
woke
what?
ideas on the Zohar. Just don't do
The
it.
Shimon
Because that's not the way that
says,
matches the
this
world.
is
What's
how
important
much
is the magical way
the
that
mother
it
of
matches the world.
would be saying to you now
The Torah,
and
the
saying,
laws
oh,
of Moses, revealed by God, or how this gets balanced out.
a lot of could be something else. The fact that
Let's
you're
talk
doing,
about the Shekinah.
you're
So our
doing
text
A,
makes
but
us
you
fall
want
on
it to
the
be B.
side.
His mouth doesn't lie. But look, let's not assume, it doesn't matter what he says, what word he uses. He uses the
The
word
word for Shekinah is actually coming from the word for to dwell or to settle. The Shekinah is the thing about God, the part of God, the aspect of God that settles among
No,
us.
man, I thought,
It's a part of God that exists at our register of reality. And this idea has a couple of different historically important
says
precursors
tomorrow,
that I
oh,
want to
so what you
mention.
do, we're
First
still
is
probing,
that
still
you
pushing.
may know this,
At the
but
end
you
of the
may
day,
not
when we
know
see
that
that
here at least
our
instances
certain
of discussion
like
of
action
life.
speak
They're
louder
really
than
even
even
religions
the
of
one.
Yahweh. Actually
Tell
have
me
some
after
sort of
oil,
life.
shut up the
And
same
this
context.
being a Shirah,
If
the
you
earliest
take
depiction
an
we have of Yahweh
oil
is
is supposed to be
this
made.
being is having had a
And you
wife.
say
Is
there's a
early
context,
on in Israelite literature, there's always a very
which is
difficult
always
relationship
not
with the
always
idea
it's
that
supposed
God
to be.
could
But
have
that's
a feminine
one.
consort.
That's all right in favor.
And
Oil
one
is
way of
always
dealing with that was to
and
condemn
context
everything
supposed to
dealing
be
with femininity, everything dealing with
says
the
you
feminine
want to
aspect of God, especially
sorry,
Asherah, the conscious worship of Asherah.
since the
The
context
other thing you can do
that
with that
the
is sublimate
Nazi
that.
brings, but that
Classic
particular
Freudian
context
terms.
is
What that means is that there are all
so
kinds of
it's
aspects
not
of God that
100%
get
that what you're bringing here, the Zachar is
particularly
already,
God's wisdom.
it is a
If you've ever
context that
read
is
the
a
book
Zachar.
Proverbs,
Maybe
there's a long section where
whether or
wisdom
not the
becomes
message
almost a
even
kind
not
of
to
feminine
the
God, where she's
seems like
described as
comes
perfect,
to the
beautiful,
fact
and she's
that
contrasted
there
with
is a possibility that somebody's standing to the side.
Shazarah.
You would
But
be
there's an idea
confused,
that wisdom can be
but it's
personified
not
and
an
maybe
action
even
that speaks
deified.
louder.
And that idea is going to come to
All of some concepts that now the more said keep on going,
also,
keep on
the
pushing.
idea that
But the
God
original
has a kind of
context
presence in
that's
the world that's
guaranteed to
distinct
be
and
similar,
from
and you
God.
can say
That God
not
can
say that
appear
it's
as the
why?
angel of the Lord,
Because
or
all of some
God can
context
appear
we
as
offer
a
individual context, not
as
the
a
masses,
fire coming down the
might
mountain,
remain.
dwelling in
You're
the
gonna say that.
Mishkan,
The
or
Sue
in the
is
pillar
not
of fire during the day. There is an idea that God's manifestation of the world can be different than God somehow.
just is a
that
female.
there are two
He said it should be
possibilities
Noah.
of
A
the
Noah
reality
is
of
always
God.
a male.
And what's
So it
happening
can't
behind
be
this
Noah.
article about
But
living the Talmud is that this term for the presence of
must
God
be a
is sometimes
prophecy
referred
as
to
it is
as
to be out in the
Shekhinah.
word. So you're
This
going to
is
tell
the
me that, hey,
presence of God,
it's
that
a
the
good
word means
stuff.
presence or indwelling. And
But
while
I just give her the
the
look.
noun here is
More
feminine,
than
the
talks
feminine
about
gender in Hebrew,
build up sheep.
it's never the case in the
And
Talmud
sheep,
that they think
traditionally,
of
unless
the
they
Shekhinah
change it,
as a
because in other
woman,
generations,
as a
they cut it
feminine
off.
gender,
And it's like a
woman
golden
gender
picture.
entity.
But
Because it just thinks of
a
it as a
true,
grammatically feminine noun, not as a woman.
an original
So
sheep is
as you
something
might
like this.
imagine, when the Zohar,
They're very,
what
very
the
large.
Zohar is going to do is the Zohar and the Sefer
You have to show
Vayikra
whether
are
it's a
going to
male or
be
female.
mystical, not in that they agree things in very elaborate, very obtuse ways, but to
And that's considered like
how
the
they read things
fattiest
very
part of
literally.
the
And if the
sheep,
says
very,
Shekhinah,
very
and
cautious
the
to eat.
Shekhinah is in the feminine gender, it must be feminine. Full stop.
Okay,
It
now
just is.
thanks for that. Keeps
It's
that's
not just a
great. If you're
grammatical
breeding sheep,
reality,
you have this
it's
kind
an
of
ontological
excuse
reality.
or reason for it.
And
And that
we'll
will do this
see
to
in
get
the
from the
Talmud
table.
that it is the case
I
that there
just see what like when
is
they are
right
what
off
you
with
draw.
Jews. So, for instance,
So
one of the things
I would
that
do
you may know is that there are a couple of books
you
that
should
were
make this.
always
That
very,
will be
very
it's not like a title.
about.
But to
One of
me,
those was
it's
Kohelet
French.
Ecclesiastes. Another one of
When
those
you see
books
a
that the
dog
Bible
in
is
a
very
pack,
concerned about was Esther. Never
and somebody
mentions
asks you
God.
2 minutes later, was it
Another one
a
of those
male
books
or
the Bible was
female?
very concerned about was the
Usually you
Song of
don't really
Songs,
pay
because
attention
it was
to it.
about teenagers
It's
having
not
sex.
something that's on your
That
mind.
seems weird. So the rabbi said, look, it's not about teenagers having sex,
If you
it's
want,
about the
there's a
relationship
show
between God
about
and
this.
Israel. Well, if God is the masculine
You
partner
say,
in that relationship, well,
he
what does
wants a
that leave
guy
Israel?
that wanted a
Israel,
brain.
Israel's the
He went to
feminine
the
part.
doctor.
Well, some
And
further
the doctor said,
speculation
look,
said, well, no, it's not Israel being
I
feminine,
have,
it's another part
I
of
have 2
God.
brains here.
And so we
One
have
is
this
a male,
idea
one
developed
is a
over
female brain.
time that you may desire
So what's his, what's the
element of the Shekhinah.
So the
We
female
see that
brain
over the course
is
of about
$2,000.
1,000 years, this
The
concept
male
goes
brain
from
is $100,000.
being
So when you say that,
grammatical
not
construct
everybody
with
sort of
an element of God living in the world to being an ontological
and then
metaphysical
you just
construct
say
with actually
because
God
the
being
female brain is
so
very
there's
you.
a lot of
The male brain
complicated
is
going
on
on
you.
in that. Also, what's worth pointing out here, and I don't want to go this too
So
long,
give me more.
is that in the old Gnostic mythology, this is the mythology that developed
That's what she's about though.
texts like the Apocrypha
Machine
of John
motion,
and
relax.
some other texts as well, the Nagamani library, and the larger Gnostic world.
Carbon based
The Gnostics, as you may remember, were a group of Jews and Christians and pagans who believed that knowledge as opposed to faith liberated you from this world. That if you knew certain kinds of things about this world, you could escape from it. And that's it's knowledge saving you as opposed to faith saving you or belief saving you. In the Gnostic worldview, there was a divine divination scheme, just somewhat similar to what we find in Kabbalah later, similar to the Platonic stuff, Middle Platonic stuff, where God flows out of God Himself. And at the very last rung of that process, there's a disaster. And that very last rung is an entity called Sophia, wisdom.
So
Very
you're
similar to
something
what
like
we
that.
find in Proverbs.
I had a
And
little
Sophia
follow up
wants to
on
create
that.
something without reference to the divine world,
Okay,
and she ends up creating an abomination.
Look at Mark. That's a shot from the shame.
Chaos child. And this the text described it as a living
flip that was the first thing stuff is wrong.
but it is alive and not alive, it's ignorant, blind, chaotic, and it creates an entire worldview itself. It's insanity. And that world is our world is the world of that evil.
Has to bring another part of
Entity
it's not
creating
possible.
it.
But
And the world
it's
is just a
prison
prison for us. It's a giant
so
trap.
as you said,
So what ends up happening without there rehearses
also
too much is that there
why
seems
throw
to be
that?
some good evidence to say that elements of that kind of mythology survive Judaism or that survive Christianity. We see similar elements to that in the Sefer Vayikra, that describes wisdom, Chokhmah, as a maiden from a far-off land,
and it also has to
from
be
a foreign
in the
land,
second year,
past a foreign world.
starting
So
from
we
the
think
second
there may
year
be
on.
connections all the way back to the late classical world and this Gnostic worldview, which again, that term is a bit problematic in a lot of ways. But we think that maybe the term encouraged that
If a person says when a refrain from drinking wine, will is here, not to become an amazed.
One is we're living in 13th
And
century
during
Spain.
those 30 days,
If
it's
you know
much
the
more
occultic culture,
so we have to bring
idolizing
in Asham and
remote women is all the rage.
Nazim?
Introvert
Sorry,
literature.
that's
It's all about
Nazim.
the ideal woman.
Sham Mitzvah is a person who has Torah, is a really pleasant Mitzvah.
We never have her.
Not
This court literature is a huge part of Spanish literature.
now these are younger. These are
And so there's an enormous
these are
outpouring
real.
of infinite longing for the unapproachable woman. And so we have that happening at the literary level, and at the musical level, popular level.
So it's hard to tell.
Also, the other thing I should point out here that's also very important is at the same time as the Jewish world,
That
the
is
Marian
real.
cult in the Catholic world in Spain is also
What about I'm sure
the adoration of the Virgin Mary was a big deal in the same way it is now. That really began in Spain. And the adoration of the Virgin Mary
and somebody's
is very,
loyal,
very popular.
meaning
And so
take something
there's
to
some
something
reason to believe that
hey,
the adoration of the Virgin Mary, that the
plus
Shekhinah element of that may have been a Jewish response to a
a
larger patriarchal
carbon.
culture where the Jewish
25,
response was
the comparison is
they're trying to get rid of
meaning
us.
20%,
And
but that's
what's really popular, this whole Virgin
no
Mary
doubt.
thing. Well, we got that.
In English,
We don't
it's
have
called
to Virgin Mary,
25%.
we got God. God's a woman. God does all the stuff that cool
So
stuff
what's the
Virgin Mary
carbon?
does. And so if you
Might
read this
name,
more carefully, a lot of the stuff it says about
He
Shekhinah
says, it's a carbon face. I want to the first times it was.
and
Now it has
so
to be a
unsurprisingly,
2-year-old
the majority
obvious.
culture is
The
very
Sierra Chavez, shop,
very
as
sort of,
Horazzi, because of the Shana Banish, they shot him.
hybridity way.
Again, I can tell from how old it is,
But they're
what kind of carbon
hybridizing.
I'm going
The
for.
Marian cult is
The
developing
Mara
a hybridized
that
version of it,
they
and
the
that
Shana,
hybridized
eventually
version
shot him. A lot of
is
the
their
time,
tradition.
people don't realize.
There's a lot of debate about that, but
Shoot,
I find
how
it
old
to be
is
a very
it? Oh,
convincing
yeah, this is a 3-year-old.
analysis,
It's not the
especially
one.
when you take some
You
post-colonial
know,
studies.
we're not
Right,
such
it's-
medical.
That's
It's cheap.
I think it
To
makes it very
differentiate
clear
and make a whole big deal
that
about
it
it.
should not be something that's developed
Oh, look at that. So here we have a beautiful video of how the different ages of sheep is not something that we pay attention to. Maybe sheep, even the sheep themselves sometimes think it's funny.
It's just we use the word hallucinate, we use the word cult to indicate a very specific kind of attention. Just attention. It's in the Zohar that the Shekhinah becomes an explicitly feminine aspect of God. In the Sefer here, we have echoes of this, we have murmurs of this, but it's in the Zohar that it's no doubt that there is a definitively feminine aspect of God, and at some level that's the aspect of God that we're dealing with. And this 10th Surah, Malchut, the world of the dwelling world of the kingdom, is often tied to Rachel, who's young Noah's associated with mourning. And so the world of Malchut is associated with the black Rachel. All of the various spheres are associated with colors, matriarchs are all associated with all kinds of parts of the body. You saw the diagram, there's all kinds of things that are associated with it. What the writer of the Zohar does is something very interesting. When they quantify where the Shekhinah is, they rely on the fact that any time you see the word bet, as you may know for folks who know some Hebrew, it's just a direct object.
You love
It
this stuff.
doesn't get translated.
Great.
So if you want to see it, for instance, in the
Says
very
Gemara.
very first verse of, or part of the first verse of
We've been
Genesis
showing
here,
you how to give it all. Hello, ben ben sana bir şey şanım ben bir şey ben sana bir net. Today, sometimes you have a 1-year-old that looks like Ben Stein. Ben Stein, that's a good channel. That was my father's trip. I was 10 years old and he put me in high school because in a show, I went to trip out when I was like 10.5 years old. I was very tall, and he figured nobody will realize that I'm not very mitzvah. The only thing is like I didn't have to fill in or anything.
Direct object marker. God create.
This is one rats and says my first
Heavens and
so I got something that beautiful email
so in the beginning, God created heaven and earth.
that last video
Because the Torah
about
would never just
sheep
throw
rapping.
words around. So
I'm
the
very excited about the rap is awesome.
and Aleph Tav
Okay,
cannot
this
just be
is
superfluous.
2-year
They
old.
can't just be random.
I thought about it. Some kids look older than they are. Like, you know, I know in Israel when they try to
And so they
have
say,
score
no,
on
this
Sunday
is
with the minors,
Shekhinah.
so they always bring like a 17-year-old that looks like he's 26.
And then after the Shekhinah,
And they send them in, and the store owner doesn't ask for ID. They say, why do you guys have ID? Look,
this
it's
then
26. No,
Shekhinah dwells
he's only 17, and
behind the
he's
Haaretz.
fine.
And so
So
what we have
you never know.
right here,
With a 2-year-old,
have
a 1-year-old,
very
2-year-old,
also kind of
it's not something that people readily
where a direct object marker
differentiate. Now,
is not
just as a side note, there are
the creation
young
of
people,
emanation
this is normal for young people to think that they're
into the
older,
heavens,
and
and
older
then
people think
further
that they're
the
younger.
Shekinah into the earth.
So all of those things are not the best. Like when a young
They
person
make a lot of
thinks that he's
like
older,
this. So
and it's too late or whatever, that kind of thing, it's very negative trouble. But I was just discussing the other day, and I said it in the chair, it shocks me. I met an older fellow, he was in his 60s. He wasn't very healthy, and he was speaking as if he,
is creation, the subject,
15, 20 years old. And then he has this
creates, you could say. What creates? Nothing.
tremendous life ahead of him.
Nothing created.
What is love?
Nothing created.
You gotta be realistic. You don't live forever, especially you. You're not taking care of yourself. I don't know how long you're gonna live. Why do you live so long? You're only here for a very, very short amount of time. As and you're already in your 60s. You gotta get your life together. You gotta do. And it's not really some color, man. 10 minutes a day is not gonna cut it.
So, what's fascinating about this is that, again, it shows you something about how
So you should also relax. Another question. What about a ghost that you shifted for an awesome? No. Also, you need
so what's going to happen in all of this is that
that's something I said.
the world of Malchut
Also, the only
is
issue
this eternal world
to Phoenix goes. It's obvious that you didn't bring you as
and
well.
what's going to happen according to
You want to know?
world of our world is a the task of our world is to take the Shekhinah, which is an exile.
In other words, it's not a goat. People don't realize it's a goat. When you go, maybe the sheep got a haircut, says Rashi. And therefore it's black. Well, what's that? What do you mean? You take a sheep, give it a haircut, turn it black? Sure, that's a shot. You want to see the shot. It's not a shot. It's not for the goat.
With the process of Jewish law, it's the case that we remarry Shekhinah, and Shekhinah remarries the upper world, and then everything is like a giant pop. It all clicks into place. Ultimately, everything is resolved. Everything, the imbalance is resolved. Now, why does that imbalance happen? The Zohar never says. And as we get later on, next time, into Lurianic Kabbalah, we will learn why, according to Lurianic Kabbalah, why the imbalance happened. We'll get a big drama about why it happened next time. So, what ends up happening here is that we're plunged into matter, and we have to return back by redeeming matter. Now, what's different about, for instance, Kabbalah and maybe Gnostic text is that it play well with matter.
Somehow she could look like a goat.
Just like a coupon. It's like a coupon.
Hey, go buy some stuff when we get up to some crazy
So the idea is that you redeem matter. Not that you restate it, not that you
Hey,
betray
go
it.
buy some stuff when some
It's not
what if
bad
you
or
draw
evil, but it's
a
indeed
cat
redemption.
and a
How does
bull
that redemption
for a
happen?
couple?
It happens
Okay,
through
so
this
I read on
spiritual
purpose
process of
or a small animal, not a big giant animal. She doesn't wash her rats. They go back and wash her rats up.
what happened.
So you want to look at you're right. You got me. You got one. You got me. You got people who get it. Your mind's about to praise God. What you word says is that in a mincha, but not about I didn't know awful. No, there is an exception to the rule. That would be somebody brought a bull for a carpet. That would be obvious that you do not mean to bring them down.
In the Garden of Eden story,
Now,
it's that
go back to the question we had a couple of Kimberly says, one understands that
in that version
in
is
the
that
mincha,
commit sex
you
or
think
whatever
that
it's
my questions that are not valid. Yeah, you are. Another one says you're not yet.
In the Zohar version, Adam is actually too fixated on the Shekinah, and his partner,
Well, my gosh, you
wife,
have to see us for this, we could even go quicker.
feels abandoned by him.
She's
She's not satisfied by him. She's not
That he said,
she's not doing his duty.
I'm not passionate.
That's what allows her to be
He's going to
seduced by the Nachash, by the
said,
sin.
for me,
The traditional version is all the way from
because it's not
but in the Zohar
his
version,
thought said he's bringing a carpet to say that this is not a mincha, This
I think
red
so
over
focused
here
on the
is the
supernal
target.
world, but he's not focused on the physical world, which is his world. The physical
Everyone
world are
else, Mincha
the
is
Zohar
the
is very
call.
clear about
So
this.
it's a Mincha.
You cannot
This
focus
is also
on the
this is the
spiritual world.
Torah of all
You
the
cannot
Minchas.
monk.
There's no so
Mystical
if I
Kabbalistic
get
monks
confused between
who
Mincha
are
and
obliged
Mincha,
to deal in this
it's
world.
okay. I'm
It's
still
only
kosher.
by dealing
I'm
in this
still
world that you
clean.
can actually deal with
I'm
the spiritual world.
I said I'm not. I
So
said I'm not.
again,
The
how does
Torah
this
says
get
they're all considered what? They're not
Moses eventually
considered.
comes and gives us the
Mincha
commandments,
is
gives
but
us
if
the
I
Torah.
try to switch it
It's
off,
by
cool.
combining
Is
the
it
spiritual and the
Is
physical.
that like
Again, the Torah all about balance. Combine the spiritual and the physical. That we begin to climb the ladder again. Adam focused too much on the world. Other patriarchs focused too much on the world of the terrestrial.
you said,
And the idea is most combined into one another. And this becomes the language here is always incredibly sexual. The language is
probably long.
the Zohar is very sexual language. Sex is a part of human life. Sex is part of religious affairs. You have to have sex. You're obliged to have it. Be fulfilled by God. You can imagine the courses imagine a very high heteronormative way of thinking about this. Although I think at the edges of the text, there's a lot of interesting eroticism. There's a lot of queer stuff going on in the Zohar in a way that I think is very, very rich. Not that I think it's very rich. Queer people, trans people have done incredible things with the Zohar.
So
That
that's why
showing this text is hyper heteronormative, but at the same time, many of the ideas it commits itself to, it can't
what does it mean
all
that
kinds
you
of
don't have to
stuff to
try?
show that those categories break down.
I don't know. There's a reason why it should be.
A little bit under the hood.
I don't have to shoot out
Sheets
the
of what's
food.
going on, and the Zohar is a lot more happening there.
So even
The
though
idea
it's
ultimately is that
one
there's a kind of sacred
sheet
marriage
of
between Israel
and there's no concern that maybe people confused and say the ladder mixed things up. There's a mechanism that
Jewish law as a kind of ritual act of intercourse. The observance of law is kind of
so
both
when
kind
it
of
applies,
intercourse.
a mentor and
As you
not
do
to
the law, you're
another question was
it's only because the Jews have a covenant with God, a marriage contract with God, that they can do the things they can do.
forbidden
The
sex.
only similar thing
But
about
abroad
Jewish
is present
custom is sex.
as if
It's only by having a certain kind of relationship with a certain kind of person that you can have sex with them. Well,
it's kind of a
because
gross
God
video.
knew in this
You don't like
relationship,
blood,
then it
or
must
it's
be
not
the case that all of these 613 rules were fundamentally a kind of intercourse with divine. So it's thought all in incredibly interlocking terms. And so this is very much linked to things like Shabbat, as we'll see next time. Shabbat,
The men grab a string and catalyze and tie a tourniquet around his
form
neck.
observance.
Find a
In
way.
fact, if you've ever
A
done
special
Kabbalah
arrow
Shabbat,
is
which I imagine
used.
most people
One to make a solid
it's the class have, Kabbalah Shabbat,
So when you put the arrow in
service
the
by
camera,
16th century Bibles to reenact the marriage ritual.
a dried and smoked gourd called a catalyst is used to collect
That's the reason why you sing it. It's because you get married every week to the Shabbat God. And that idea comes directly back from Zohar. It's become so ingrained in Jewish customs that it's now a service that basically
then
goes
cowbell
every
is rubbed
and
onto the
in fact, I would
catalyst
say even
to seal it.
Jews,
Really
they
sounding-
go to shul on Friday nights. So they're doing the hieroscopic,
And then
they're
they
doing
drink it.
the
Okay.
sacred
The kids
marriage, as it is understood here in the Kabbalah. Now this hyper focus on sex is what you dig at the
So if
Catholics.
a person drinks blood,
One of the things that Judaism did have going for it
there's
was
three,
that they
what do you
focused
call
really
it?
down on sex. And I don't know if you know this,
Or
but
the
they
reverse.
like sex.
Close the
People
down.
love sex.
Sometimes
It's
it's
a big
blood.
thing. They like it. They get down on it. Pay for it. Sell it. It's a big part of the internet. It may be the reason why the internet is big. We may just be thinking that it may be a big sex. So I think that's actually true. It's probably thinking back on military intelligence and
One for all the parties who will not concern
at any rate, it's very much the case that part of this whole attitude towards sex is very hyper again, heteronormative and very much in the marriage environment. It's also the case that this is really Christianity, because Christianity is all about celibacy. It's all about perpetual virginity of marrying. It's all about the fact that Jesus never married, never had sex. And Jews at the time, or rabbis at the time, were like, yeah, That
You mix
sucks.
it up, then you
Sucks for
put
them. They
why
got to
not
sell
know
that.
that you
Mary never got to have sex, or
the
Joan had sex
Torah,
with God, kind
and
or
the
whatever.
Nazir, the
And
different
Jesus
other
and Paul
products
never got
in the
married, never had sex. Like, they're period. Even the average rabbi down the
you
street
this contrast,
doing some
or
cuddling
not. Rabbi
gets
Radio,
laid at least once a week.
Master,
And your God never got laid.
all these stuff that we just mentioned, this time is down on
Your
the
main
standard.
prophet
If you mix it up,
was like he hated his God,
why?
he hated having sex
We
with
show
you.
what we saw, the contrast. It says in the
We
puzzle,
ain't got that
that
kind of
when you
problem. So I think also a lot of this hypersexual
that's
stuff
it,
on
you
Zohar
could
is also
wrap, not just a shame, so you see, so that in mind, you're
their
right.
relationship to the physical body at some level.
We're not showing
Again,
what we got.
part of it's about
Now,
maintaining
this country
spiritual
between every king and king by the side,
It's great to have sex.
and
In
the one
fact,
hand
you're
says
welcome
that
to
if you
have
mix
sex.
up
You
Mincha,
gotta have sex.
the Yoitza, another hand says, you know,
But
it's
know
like,
that your sex
the
is
claim
part of
it's
this.
not
This
just too
certain
much
thing,
patience.
and it's very
Time to
powerful.
come to Mincha, it's not just from Mincha.
Those
That's
things are also true.
yesterday. If you say
If there's
that
good
it's
stuff, but sex, there's
a
also
frying
bad stuff.
pan instead of
That's
a
evil. And
dish,
evil, and the Kabbalah,
that's
we saw it as part of God.
not a problem.
This is called the
But when you
Siddur
say
on the other side. Now,
that it's
what's
a
important to know about the
mincha
history
of
of
a
evil in
macro,
the Jewish world
that's
and
it.
in the Christian world is that evil in the classical theology of the
So, come to
was
mincha,
basically a
not
kind of
just from mincha.
purgation.
Sticking the word
Evil
mincha,
was
then
sort of like cold.
not only should my first
Cold
say,
is
but
just a
not
lack
in
of
the
heat. Darkness
Well,
is just a
no,
lack of
live.
light.
If you
Darkness has
just
nothing on its own. Cold has nothing on its own. And so, because these things are just negations of something
verbalizing what
else,
you're doing, not
they don't really
in
exist.
terms of the type of dish, that doesn't make
It's
any
just a
difference.
non-existent
It's not
place where
it's not
God
precious.
is.
The
It's just
mincha,
it's a
the
part of
puzzle
you
of a shuttle
that
of a
rebels
fashion.
against God. It's part of your
You're
heart
doing
where you invested.
a
That
mincha
rebels
that's
against
different,
God to
actually.
your heart from the divine grace.
Well,
That
I
emptiness
know
inside
the
your own
vision
heart,
is speaking
God
like from
shaped hole.
one of the things that probably says that you could see
Because
the
sin is
action.
just a pure
I'll be
rebellion.
fine. I'm from that
It's
for
pure
the
alien.
with the bosses. So once again,
Well,
what the
this
shoot.
is true of
Because it
Neoplatonism.
wasn't
It's true of
Israel,
lots of
it's
different
me.
traditions, like Christianity, Judaism, and
So
Islam.
my album is loving it.
Rabbis at the
I forgot
Kabbalah,
the speaker half of the
especially
Kula.
the study Kabbalah,
Even though it all looks the same. The
it's
visual
not
part looks so
hard to imagine why medieval Jews
since
could be very
you had a
convinced of the
different
reality of Hebrew.
thought in the actual puzzle, that actual
They didn't
process
face pogroms in
is
Spain if they knew about pogroms.
only
They
the
didn't face
Rafa, the
annihilation
Rafa,
when they did in Germany.
I really know.
But the
Only
creepy
the Rafa
reality
radio
of
is just
original
some more
study.
about. Only the Rafa
No
radio is
Jew
the
in their
love
right
of the
mind in
national.
13th century
I
Spain
read it should be
had
for the first
intentions.
day, a
That once they were
dry
done with the Muslims,
mincha.
they were not going to come for the Jews.
Yeah, mincha's Haredi.
So if we're not going to have this
Right,
philosophical
without oil.
we're not going to have this idea that evil's not real. Evil's real, and if evil's real, it must come from God. Because everything comes from God. Everything flows from Ein Sof. So where does it come from? Well, think back to this image, and we talked about this a minute ago. So Keter
And he
flows
did it
into
with
Chokmah.
the
Chokmah
intent. It
flows
was a
into
nice tweet, so you know, with the
these men.
intent
And again, you can
that
imagine
it's
sort of
bubble, that it
a
has
rush of
oil.
water, rush of light. As it
My
rushes out, it sort of gets
why
caught
is
by
it
Chokmah, and as it
well,
rushes back
it
over
should
to
be
God,
about
it's caught by
the
God.
element
And
is
as it rushes over to Chesed,
that
it's caught by Chesed.
it's
But as Chesed rushes over to Gufur,
that's his different view. It's like, oh, it's without the battle. The object is from the Nani, which is from Bama. Maybe when a person said, I'm bringing this flavor for Shlomo, we didn't mean Shlomo the flavor. Maybe meant Shalom, peace with Hashem. Maybe peace with Hashem. More awesome that we say we Shlomo. No, because it is called Shlomo. There is something called Shlomo. So when a person verbalizes the word Shlomo, we actually use it as flavor. You see, the market is done Hashlomo. Hazor is done Hashlomo. So it's part of it called Shlomo. When you say Shlomo, that's what you meant. How can you see for me, you could rule the milk is never called a bottle, a mixed one with oil. Coming up a little bit of Shabbat. No little Shabbat, you go rule. I'm going to go to the
and their dross, their wreckage.
It says in the positive, a mix of that is mixed with oil. But it's not called a bottle.
That excess of
Really,
pure,
the mix of that, but it says it's not called a bottle mix.
righteous rage.
If it has oil, I mean, it's a different wood
Imagine
oil.
what is happening
But
is
both
that
sides have
flows
a
out of your
wonderful
and it coats the entire backside of all of the other skin. Like a kind of evil coating of darkness, a kind of
America's Cook is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor
That
MDY.com.
forms another reality. And that other reality is the world of the Sitra Achra, the other side. If you like inverted, evil, negative image Sphirot, so horrifying, the first three don't even survive. They're so absolutely evil that the will of God destroys them, that they are annihilated. They can't even exist at all. They're so they implode in their own absolute negativity, like a black hole or something. But the other seven, so the first three implode and vanish. The last seven, they continue to exist. Oh, I should say this about me now, or about God. Sorry. In some schemes of this, you may see another sphere
Good evening.
here.
It's morning and
here. It's called Dot.
Oh, you ready?
The reason why there might be another sphere here
Good morning,
is because
Rabbi.
they're
Side.
not vain. They
Oh.
don't count it as real.
What does
You need something else to make pretend of.
Live
And
from
Dot becomes the
Toronto.
kind of pseudo-
Unbelievable.
pseudo. It gets
Last
really
time I
complicated.
was
We
here,
can't get into it for the course of
I was
this class.
in Fiji,
But it ends up being a balance between the
smaller
complete nothingness of Keter, the
Social
Ma'ina, and the balance of these three. It's like these are balance here, these four balance of Tiferet. You get a balancer here and Dot.
and
But
there are a
also
lot
you
of
see it drawn
people
sort of
that
like
are
a
curious
like
about that.
dot circle. A few questions about that we get to that later.
What that really means. First of all, I want to say,
At any rate, that
Special,
cross is thrown off, and that becomes evil. For the Zohar, evil is real. It's a necessary aspect of reality. And you can't
we
get
have
rid of it by anything other
satellite location here in the Coast, right? Upstairs.
You can't get rid of it except for by refining it. You have to subject it to purification.
It's
And how does one purify it? One purifies it by processing
So-
yeast. Now, as we get to later on, what's important to know about this,
we have a little bit of
but I think
history.
we'll get to a lot of the stuff. So, the Zohar doesn't imagine evil as an inherently bad thing. It imagines it as an excess of something that has to be tempered. And you temper it by rectifying it, by fixing it. And in the later Zohar, and a couple of get to this later on, this becomes a shard of these demonic entities, demonic angels that rule the world of darkness. And that world of darkness creep into our world. And one of the lines in the Genesis that the Zohar really harps on this is it talks about the seven kings of God. And this is a throwaway line in Genesis 22 or something. That it seems like that these lines have been good of anything, but it's a bunch of Edomite kings that died. No, not for the Zohar. They're the primordial worlds that exist. And you have to deal with them. You have to deal with them by rectifying. And the thing that the Zohar is the most worried about, the thing that harps on the most more than anything else, is the same kind of thing the Catholics harp on. And that's masturbation. My God, Zohar is horrified of sexual sins, especially masturbation. And there's the idea that if one wastes seed, then that seed, the spent semen that's just lying there, becomes demons. It just becomes a more and more organs. It gets more imbalanced
And he
to the
became
side of the other side. Also, the
came out
unsettling
ambassador to Toronto
illustration
that
is
is
a
highly loud.
horrifying world. In fact, so much so that because of the primordial sin of
Right
Eve,
now, the
she
weekend
is
is
just a
the last video
representative
of
of
love.
evil in the world because her menstrual blood is like a cross in her mouth.
We have a new superstar.
The menstrual
Young
blood,
woman was
and the
looking
menstrual blood is just like
Steve
a
Cruz,
cross
you know about the
process
guy.
of creation, where creation didn't occur.
So we have a thing to go around. We have to get more people.
But the idea is the blood flowing out of
People
her
have great
mirrors
experiences.
the draw starts the process of creation, or like even this sort of creation.
Every single person.
And there's a ton of interest in evil. The Zohar abounds in discussions of evil. It's probably heavily on discussions of profound evil, profound. And the earlier Kabbalists of Castile, the Cohen brothers, they were very interested in evil. They were treated as a nation left inside. And so there are tons and tons of things about evil, especially anti-Gentile stuff. So we have to be very honest. The Zohar hates Gentiles. Overwhelmingly
They
thinks
got so
Gentiles
far
are
over 65
dangerous and bad.
One
This is
person
not an ecumenical thing.
starts to
Any stretch of the imagination,
some people just
reading these
start
texts and imagine this text has anything good to say about Gentile people, non-Jewish people. It's very negative on them. And so, again,
started
you're not
to
surprised. Again, imagine being Jewish in 13th century Spain. Do you have positive interaction with non-Jewish people who interact with Christians? Not really. So it's unsurprising that they're going to have a pretty negative attitude when it comes to it. Now, does that mean that Zohar is inherently bigoted? It might. It might mean that it's a bigoted text, especially if you take those same attitudes and apply them to non-Jewish people now. Yeah, you still result in you being real bigoted, mystically bigoted. Probably the worst form of bigotry. So we have to know the fact that that stuff is in there and deal with it as Jews. If you want to study the Zohar, study the Kabbalah, you have to understand there are bigoted things against non-Jewish people there, and you have to deal with them when you think it's fit to deal with them. And they can lean on that because of the historical character of Shimon Bar Yochai, himself was heavily oppressed by the Romans, the Romans occupied all of Judea, and also Shimon Bar Yochai says some shockingly Jewish, anti-Gentile stuff that you find in the Talmud. And he says one thing that the Gentiles and snakes share the same thing in common. They're both better without heads. That stuff is terrible. For those of us who non-Jewish people are a huge part of our life, that stuff is unconscionable. It's there, it's in the Talmud, Zohar, and we have to deal with it. We shouldn't ignore it. It's there. Now, can anti-Semites pick up on that stuff and claim that the Talmud is racist, hates Gentile people, they can do the same thing about the Zohar? They don't love the Zohar very much, they won't do that. It's there terrible. Just so you anti-Semites know, also attack us with the Zohar. They don't know that. The demonology of the Zohar is very complex. Numerous demons and in the Zohar. And that's not surprising because you have the exact same kind of demonological story flourishing in Christianity at the time. This is the exact same time that you're rather wise and demonology and Christian world. And so, again, unsurprisingly, Jewish demonology developed and basically one another at this time period. And eventually this will give rise to the concept of the Dybbuk. A little concepts of possession, exorcism, and Judaism that began to emerge primarily in the late 16th century. The Dybbuk, primarily with rituals. Last thing for the night. What's really important about the Zohar is that it's incredibly conservative text, which is to say it wants to defend rabbinic tradition, wants to very rabbinic tradition, there's no interest in bucking rabbinic tradition. Now it interprets sacred rabbinic tradition in very exotic and very out-of-the-box ways. Well, he's very worried about philosophy. Because philosophers are the most dangerous people. That's why they kill us every time. And one of the things that worry the writers of the Zohar is that philosophy is Maimonides argued that basically all the weird stuff in the Torah is just symbolism. It's just metaphor. And really, God is really concerned about you being reasonable, being rational, being impersonal. And if you're understanding and not looking at more terms than that, you're probably engaging in some kind of stupid idolatry. If you don't know better, you're not really trying to philosophy. The danger with that, folks, is that Jews are facing a overwhelming.
But when I learn to yield.
At this time,
And that's drought.
very strong pressure on
Endless.
them. They can be carrying land and title deeds.
We're about all.
That's encouragement.
We're not going to be learning to yield.
Very,
Forget about it.
very
You
attractive.
try,
And
I
again,
try.
forget, we're 100
Get a couple
years
of
out,
and a last
200
day,
years out from
and a last 2 weeks, and then a couple of hours of and then you have a
pressure's already on for Jews to
and then
convert.
you don't feel well, and they put you learning 2 days out of the week,
Wealthy Jewish poet,
and
wealthy
that's
Jewish
not learning.
rabbi, is
You
having
learn to
a
yield.
pressure to convert. If he's
You don't learn. You can learn every day of the week.
and believes in really godly kind of metaphor and Jewish law, the kind of metaphor.
The only way that I know
Why
what
the hell are you going to stick your neck out
is
for
a
those metaphors?
consistent program
If Jesus and God and
that
Moses
consistency
and
is
they're all
really
kind of
clear
on the same
every day.
watch, you can keep your job and flourish
Oh,
and
problem
plan.
is a lot of people say, well, like, that's not good. It started with like this, for this,
They
the law.
converted not because they hated their
Like
religion,
again,
but because they were educated
Very.
enough, or perhaps too much,
So
that they can say, look, I can still worship my God
that's why
inwardly. I can still
at the
believe in
same,
one thing I believe in.
it's not about the God, it's about the way you.
church gets me
It's not about the
gets me a deed, gets me a title.
that
So why not convert? So
I
our says,
understand
because you mess up
that
the
our
reality, that's why.
mitzvah that we have is on prayer,
Dangerous, bad,
daily prayer.
Why?
And
Because
most of
the
us
very
here,
way,
we would feel it every day. Somebody asks
the very way that God engineered reality
God, that we
was that you reverse engineer and correct it
Yeah,
by
but
following
you learn every day.
Torah. You have to
A lot of
understand
people
what
have
we're
moved
called the
to say no.
and to
You
obey
never say
mitzvah
that.
are the reason for the commandments. The
5 days,
commandments in the Torah are not random. They're not made up
but
things.
it's much more fun
God
to
says
learn the prayer than to read
God
Philip.
says we're this.
How do I know? Because you say it every day, but how
On
the
the
prayer
Sabbath,
can be
this day, on this day, not
put
Sunday.
all the difference on one scale, one
God
side
says
of the
do this,
scale.
do this, do this.
Ruler,
God's not telling you random things. God's telling you
everything on
that
one
this is a
side is good.
roadmap,
If you come
not
prayer
just
on
a
the
roadmap
other
for
side, and prayer
piety,
weighs it down.
but a roadmap
Make
for
it
the
peace.
reconstruction of reality.
How you fuck it,
This is how we
you
fix it.
simplify a whole
And not only that,
every prayer.
God's
It
telling
wasn't
you
a wasn't
not just to follow these rules because you should follow them.
It didn't
God's
use
telling you to
tomorrow.
follow the rules because
It doesn't
God
want to
follows
use
them.
word. You read
God
it
kept
for
Shabbat.
5 minutes
God
on the
puts on
Bible.
God.
But
God
now he
puts
doesn't
on
open up the
tithe.
Gemara.
God does
Here
everything that you're
comes
supposed to
the
do.
venue.
This is 10 times a
He
day.
creates a
The
situation. You don't have
task
to support.
is not for you.
So your mice is your oil that happened yesterday.
The task is for you
You had to shop
to follow the rules
in
because God does
Stanford,
those rules.
Connecticut.
Insofar as God does those rules,
Unbelievable.
you are co-creators
Something out of reality.
of the perfect
One thing I
world.
want to tell you.
And it's only by
I'm
doing
shopping.
that, it's only by following the Jewish
Tell you,
rules,
why you got up.
especially the rules
You
that make
got
no
hours.
sense.
I've done it.
It's only by following those rules that make no sense that you have any chance at all of fixing that world, of balancing out the world that's throughout. The only way you can do this, the only way the world will fix is by Jews being servant Jews.
He gave me a book of speech.
So
He brought
again,
us
to try
prayers.
this
He
point out,
felt prayers
it's not liberal,
in
maybe
Judean.
Judaism.
Somebody
Come
offered
on, this is
$250,000
legally
for
conservative
testing
Judaism.
and having something on it.
And
But
why? Because the esoteric meaning of
everything
mitzvah
the
is that they are
public
actually
basement
part of the
government
reconstruction,
gave
recreation,
the Bible
renovation
said, he said,
of the world.
it doesn't have to
Renovation
be
of
so
the world
prayers
to
because it doesn't come with
repreparation
prayers,
of the world.
but it's prayers.
It's
I
only
offered
by following the Jewish
$50,000.
law,
I'm
being
speaking
so
myself while
innocent
I'm
as
speaking
possible,
in prayers.
especially the parts that
And
don't
you have
make
the whole
any
thing
sense.
coming out in above about it.
So,
It took 30 years to
in
come.
the same way that God created the world, and God mandated the various holidays, the mandated
Wow,
those
I
holidays,
do a lot
it's
of
not
props,
just
and
you
on props.
things, Rosh Hashanah, or
Beautiful to have something like that, but he said,
These
"Dude,
are
$200,000.
divinely mandated
That's
temporal structures
And as
in
the
which
speaking is
one can correct the
I
world
want to give
at
it
a very
very
specific way, at a very specific time,
because
which
I'm
we
giving
heard
it
the
the
other
value
day.
and I'm giving it to individual and
You have
gives it to
special
me
powers
some
that
way
day,
that
right? You have to correct the world. And the
There's
Zohar
one
is
tribe
for
after
instance,
another.
very
They bought
minor
me
holidays.
Aliyah. This is the
Sometimes
real.
you travel to Israel, they ask you what the Jewish holiday is.
They bought me an Aliyah,
Rabble rousers.
put together, money,
Weed out
Aliyah,
people.
this how much?
Well, I've always wanted to mess with them, right? Saying, yeah,
$180 in dollars, but not Canadian,
no obscure holiday ever.
US dollars.
The Zohar says Shmini Atzeres is the most important holiday.
The kids are, we're sitting and we're
Yom Kippur,
one speech to the other speech.
but Shmini Atzeres is completely obscure holiday, right at the very end of the second.
And then the meal, and then nothing else.
Because that's what's going
Then, Minka, I should have,
So
I
all the
was
holidays
kind of
is heavily
Brian
distorted.
kid
It's
is
counted
pushing
in
rough,
that
he's 11 years
some
old.
guys seem completely ridiculous. You count
Slept.
down the days
He
to
slept. Burn.
range of the thing that we
Love
don't do
learning.
anymore.
I love it. And this guy is suicidal. His wife, it's her children. Never Roberts. Love Malcolm.
So everything becomes
Love
heavily
Malcolm.
imbued.
Love Malcolm starts at 8 o'clock.
You're done at 2 on Shavuot. You stayed up late on Shavuot studying.
30 a.m.
Now some Kabbalistic why? Because the entire process
Then
is by receiving the Torah again. Studying
the
to receive it again.
11
And so you get a
Love
completely
Malcolm.
cyclical period of time. The Zohar is a magic cycle. And that cycle hits you. And it spirals up. And it's like here, cycle, cycle, here, cycle, 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 cycle. Eventually,
2:30.
we reach the world of the divine.
And I fell asleep back.
And it's through the process of rectification of
After
the
the shear.
particular law
In the morning, I didn't do the evening.
Now, this gets liberalized in our modern exception items at the end of
6
we do not
people
say
show up in shear. 3:45 in the morning, we
couples
post
do not
shear.
imagine it's like make the world this
I'm
world
gonna tell you right now,
it's the idea that you're
it's still
living
not
this
going
world
to be happy
that
with
this
me.
guy encountered
To say, but
so that idea is found deeply
nobody would show up and nobody would cheer if we were learning something. It's because it has this commitment of doing a big
so
job
folks, these are the major
that people
themes
said, okay,
of
and
the
it's
Zohar.
that.
This is
Yeah,
the
we're
big
tired.
if you were to read the
No
Zohar,
stopping
Zohar
up yet.
music,
There's no interpretation.
it's like
This is
you
why
know, it's
we
a
learn
jazz.
to
They're gonna take
we
these
learn
things
on
and play
Yom Pesach, Pesach, night,
so
not a single day that goes by. We are
balancing of the spirit,
so
the idea
I'm not
of
going to
this
said, you when you have the great delivery to commit it, about the most consistent learning we know. כרגע באתי לשמור משמרת, במון כתוב, המון אנחנו יודעים מה שם, כמו עם
talk about how this became scripture, how this went from being a collection of texts centuries I'm pretty sure if you ever heard Jewish theology, it's been something.
even on Monday Tisha B'Av. Even on Monday Day.
It's not about the gap. It's about the different generations systematizing, and what ends up happening is that the systematizer is going to be it's learning his student each time. So we'll talk about that process of systematization, that process of canonization.
All right. Another very, very important thing that I hear from people, I get, I want to say 30, 40 emails before share. And one of the things I hear over and over and over again is that it changed my life, that changed my life, changed my life. And I think one of the reasons is, one of the big reasons is creating a new habit. Creating a new habit means that you do something for 60 days in a row, you become embedded in your bones. So it's part of you. And Yomi teaches you, people, I am, since all the time, I'm the most interested person. I started, still in real estate a little bit. I haven't done this in 5 years, but I'm in real estate, yeah? So, when I used to do projects to build a house, a hotel, or whatever it is, I start doing the whole team, the whole thing, and then all of a sudden I just fizzle out. Every single time. Every book I ever read in my life, I usually get 10 pages in, start the next book. And then this is the story of my life. But when it came to that point, for whatever reason, I built this habit that Leah and Hara, it's a nice thing to love, but I haven't missed a single day of giving without, not learning, giving without, preparing to share with all the charge and everything. Over 6 years without missing a single day. And it's because it has, it's not a pop or anything, I didn't do anything special. It's just one of these things that once you get locked in and do it, you get stuck. And it's beautiful to be stuck, even when you don't want to learn, and you're tired, and whatever the excuse is, gave it that to some class, and I gave it that. You know, that flu 2 weeks ago, you know what it is to learn how to flu. It's not fun, but you do it, run right through it. And the idea of build this habit. And once you build this habit, it goes into directions you never even imagined. Health, exercise, Mishnah, Gashmich, Ruchnis, everything. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you haven't tried it out, you better try it. do with change your life. Help you change your life. There we go. Change your life. And finally, it's a fuck up in your life. Family. Feelings of belonging. Guys, I'm going to tell you a story about it. There's the energy so help us. One of the things that is always when you walk into artists called Magic,
unfortunate news, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to let you know right off the top. The great Ron White was scheduled to be here tonight, and unfortunately, his plane malfunctioned in Austin, Texas at 5 o'clock this evening. I got a text a little after 5 saying not going to be able to make it.
anyways, because it might be hard somebody to do that.
So,
His own personal plan.
And when you get another person to learn Torah, you know what happens?
anybody
You
who
get
came to the show
that
tonight, even though
every
I'm sure a
word
lot of you
here
are
that is
visiting
learned.
around the world, whoever
Every
came here
boss
tonight
is worth
automatically
money.
gets in
Every
next week.
Amen is 1,000 bosses worth money. And every word of Torah
Live
is
from the Comedy
1,000
Store
money.
next week.
Every Amen is
$5
wrapped
by bringing your receipt
every word of Torah. The 613
And
mixtures.
I'm going to Australia, Brian. I'm going back to Australia for the third year in a row. I'm going to be spending Thanksgiving in Australia. You know when that is. That's November 22nd in Melbourne, the 23rd in Sydney, 24th in Sydney, 25th in Sydney, the 26th in Brisbane, and the 28th in Adelaide. So for those of you listening, I can hear one of their jungle birds. The old Australian jungle bird. Oh, whoa. Okay. I don't think they have elephants, right? I'm so excited about that.
I'm traveling. By the way,
I'm excited about tonight's episode. Oh, the great Rabbi G. Ladies and
anybody
gentlemen,
knows
back from his trip to Texas. We went a whole week without him.
Gulfstream
Not
5,
easy to do. We were
everyone's looking for a private jet right now.
tonight's episode,
It's
whatever
super
he's
difficult. There's no flight this morning. Flying tomorrow morning,
Please go
6
down
a.m.
here while
flying
you all sit
to
there like a bunch of lazy asses. You're going to see by the end of the show the true drawing of tonight's
from
episode.
there.
It's
I'm
gonna blow
flying
your fucking
to
mind. All of his
Miami.
prints of every show, including the official prints of it, was for available on RyanJFelt.com.
New York.
You know what else I love? Speedweed.
And,
Speedweed delivers weed to your fucking house.
Here, I just want to show you what you guys can do
Yep.
over here.
So that's a good thing.
Beautiful.
Speedweed.
Whoever does this and whoever's been action, the schools are unbelievable. Last night I made a seal.
All right, so in place of Great Ron White, I decided to do something sort of super creative. I decided to have one young man make his debut on this panel. How many of you out there are real Tony fans? You've listened to the show before. Some newbies up on the second level. I get it. Well, one of the cast members of this show who's never actually sat in on the show, we've had Jeremiah at this desk panel this one night. While this man played his instrument, this guy joined the show a year and a half ago. He blew our minds every single night, killing it. And our other friend, star of Jackass. Put your hands together for tonight's guest. It's Joel Jimenez and the Wee Man.
Smoking and
Yes!
recognition
Dreams really do come true.
and
You can hear the Joelberg chants. Listen to that, Brian.
friends.
Do you hear
The
that?
project location over here.
Listen to this fucking war zone, Joelberg.
Get
The fucking dream has come true. The little boy that worked at a skate park for how long? 9 years. He worked at a skate park for 9 years. And a year and a half ago, he joined the cast to kill Tony as the drummer. And now, speaking of skate parks, now your first time on the show guesting is with
This
this
is Robert
motherfucker.
Dude, and we were just talking in the back. He's like, he's still got the cool.
This is in his dining room, but thanks.
Like, you ever been there? He's like, he's all the time.
Wow.
All right.
Oh, no, I've been there. Like,
This, when I was leaving, very nice, very emotional.
yeah.
Well, I'm excited about this. Well, the fact, man, always fun. Thank you. You gave me one of the best
You guys
fucking
look
pairs of
fun.
underwear. What is that underwear?
Skivvies.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
I love giving dudes
Massage
underwear.
is
Where's the pickers? It's been in my trunk every fucking Monday for like
This is
3
Robert
months.
Top, this is Gemara.
You think I want them? You think I
If
want
you
2
watch,
packs of
it's
XO
one of the
underwear in my
favorite
trunk for no reason.
you give them a lot of mouth
Every time I open my trunk,
the
look
person
why
that
the
really
fuck
knows
haven't I given that to him yet? I also have a fun fact. This is what happens on Mondays. We have so much fun after the show. I also have your, what's his name? The country music star. Oh, yeah. Yes. Walker Jr. I've had a vinyl album. Consider 8 ounce Red Bull. You consider cards filled. It's also been 3 months in the heat.
If you had to
Shit,
launch
that's not good. Never wanted to listen to it.
people from satellite, let me show you what it looks like.
Yeah, we're also going to do something special with the band tonight, guys. You must be wondering who's going to fill in for Joelberg.
Right.
In a very, very exciting revelation, we have a super band here tonight. Not only do we have our Tony band, we have the Tony band plus plus. Put your hands together for them. It's the greatest fucking band in the land, the greatest band in all of comedy. It's the Tony band. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, Tom Wilkenfeld, and Chris, the bass player on drums. Yes, that's Tom Wilkenfeld, ladies and gentlemen. Bass player for the Hill. Jeff Beck, real musician. And also, it appears that we have cats. Damn cat. Oh my god. Paul is also a cat. And Jeremiah is a cat. I cannot believe you guys are going to be fucking cats tonight. You don't know. Every week the band comes out as different characters and they try to commit to those characters and make jokes out of those characters as the show goes on. They are just wild black cats. They are really crazy about yarn. They've never even seen, obviously, they've never seen how a cat actually plays before. So 2 non-cat owners doing their weirdest panicky cat impression. The cat has to unravel the ball of yarn to put some kind of fire out or something. Like you're going to have 2 black cats. There we go. Put your hands together for the band. There they are.
What's
So
the
we're
problem?
gonna sit tall. You don't want to be up front with those guys. I think there's a stool up there. Paul Wilkenfeld, ladies and gentlemen, doing her West Coast California tour. Some really awesome venues for the month of November. She's at the Troubadour here in Hollywood, November 30th. Solana Beach, Sacramento, Valley, Santa Barbara, Hermosa. Amazing tour. And Jeremiah, you're a couple of fucking cats. How you feeling over there? I want to donate. Oh my god. It's a crazy fucking cat.
Before Shlomo Esther Bas, Esther, welcome to the
I'm a house cat when you have guests, Tony.
Oh, you're so prissy.
Esther
You
walking
got
through
that
Modern
fucking
husband,
fucking
Hannah
dirty
walking
bitch
for
of a
his
cat
birthday.
next to you.
Anonymous, rough up the guy, but she was trying to lay it. He was going to pop Anonymous.
Hey Tony, I made a new drum kit for the show. Can I should it's weird that I bring the new drums that I'm not on the drums. Wow, Joel brought a new bass drum. I see it, and by the looks of things, it looks like it is a trash bag. It's a trash bag bass kit. It's like Kill Tony Christmas. Wow, that's the real logo. Joel.
The No More Cheetah Man.
Put your hands together for a new bass drum. Here, go through any band. It's got a death fucking show. Let's jump into it. You guys know how it works. I have a bucket full of names here. A bunch of comedians signed up for the chance. Sometimes it's comedians, sometimes it's the insane person who's never even seen the show before. They just sign up for things. But if I pull your name out of the bucket, you have to do 60 seconds of stage time uninterrupted. When that 60 seconds is up, you'll hear the sound of a kitty.
We'll be
doing that all night.
Chase,
Wow.
which is
Man, that's
the
awesome.
nearest of
That
the rear.
means wrap it up there, or else you're going to bring out the angry West
So
Hollywood bear.
we call it Cheetah Man. He said, I don't want to be called the Cheetah Man anymore.
Ooh, the cats are
Well, John is
scared.
the real
Look at
Cheetah
them.
Man.
How
Moland
concerned they are.
Who starts
Yes,
the
they
pledge
always
$1,000.
have their feet together with yarn and they get nervous like that.
Here it is.
All the
Like,
house
tonight.
cats types in it. Their back
There's
feet,
no
that's
that's
what
how
they
to
do.
start up in honor of
Wow.
Reed. his dedication to Torah building and the sheer nation of Sinara's rebellion was dispensed so much how to love our ship. As a script by the super Bentayga and Risky Rudy Pasiyakataya.
You guys ready to start
That's
this
like the
motherfucking
story
show?
now.
All right, here we
How
are.
long
This
are we
is
in
it.
the period? I don't know the time.
Takes a while
37
for
minutes.
all the pieces.
How
This
many?
shit's about to go down.
Already, how long
We're
are we?
gonna get 60 seconds of uninterrupted comedy, and then all of a sudden the person becomes a guest
Get
on
here.
a live fucking podcast.
15?
Not only is streaming out to the
That's
world right now, but it's also
That's not
streaming
15
live
minutes.
in virtual reality 360. Look at that
I'll
little
say
black
stories
cylinder
again.
right in front of the
Alright,
microphone.
Blau, give me a
That means
July,
that people can
Ethan
see
Joe,
you
and their
from
fun
all
show.
around the world.
The half
So
of
don't be
NG White
stupid.
Russian,
Pay
the
attention
rebellion,
and
the
enjoy
White, the
yourselves.
coming, the positive, the Durant, the
First
Jersey,
name I
first,
pulled out
you
of the
guys.
bucket tonight is Jared D.
MUIR,
Here we go.
Anonymous.
Getting
Doesn't
things
the
kick
highest
started
star
with
of the Rothschild
Journey. I
level.
feel like I've seen this name once before at least.
Scusami, non capito per il rock,
Here he comes.
superiore da me, per io. Are we in 30 minutes?
What's going on tonight? You guys have fun or what? Awesome.
That's more than
I'm a father. I have a 12-year-old daughter. And a little bit before Christmas, right before Christmas, she dropped this last minute gift on me.
The right side,
3 or 4 days before Christmas. Right down my shop inside the second deliver. She's got a
They
birthday
never
coming up
see
pretty
it
soon, so I'm
on
gonna get her a gift.
except for
She has
the
an electric
see
smart
it
car.
better.
Reasons why.
Because
First reason being is it's
Mary
on
Sure
tower.
got up and
Very
said,
deep.
enough of
Second reason being is I'm an artist for a living. Love
it was just that
in some way
weird time
artistically. Third reason being is I fucking hate her
where
mother.
Barry came in several years. Water, I remember
My
Bill like
mother's
you
she's
gotta
a real
remember the
crazy
number.
lady.
A lot of you
She's really judgmental person.
so we
But
went to
I
enough
should talk about she hasn't always been that way.
listen enough to
Like 2
you
years ago, though, she started working at
had
prison.
an unbelievable pride
Ever since she
in
started working at prison,
a lot of people who fucking said this when I
which
saw
fucking
how
cat was that
tiny
would kill her?
he's a
Alright, you guys been fun.
Journey, there you go.
and he walked into the hotel lobby.
Journey. So, why do you look like you just got divorced? Like immediately, like today, you got served papers. If they ever made a reality show version of Cheers, you would be in it. I guarantee you that. Is that the Cheers theme? Journey.
It's a chair.
Nice
No,
and
it's
soft.
What's it short for?
We
Man wants to know what that's short for.
And actually, it's short for Jerry Duty. He looks like every person on Jerry Duty.
Wow, look at the house cat. Off and running.
No, actually, it's short for why don't you be a real animal like a fucking dog or something, right?
Whoa, just like
Because I already see a bitch in front of me.
On this show, you do not fuck with Jeremiah Watkins. Everybody always thinks he's weak because of like his haircut or something. You don't fuck with this guy. Everybody that's ever leaned in on him gets fucking housed immediately. Is it really? Whoa! Man, it's a good Jeremiah.
It looks wide for Jeremiah.
How long have you gone by Jer? Is that just a stage name for you?
No, it started back in high school. My first year
Just
playing.
had it in the head. Everything's about one of
Like I do
so
something
much.
You
stupid.
still have pig.
You have to have
Still have pig skin, so it's
realize
alright.
I do something stupid.
And
Everybody be like,
the
"Ah, Jer."
You dropped the ball.
Yeah,
here's
Jer,
some
why
stuff
do
that I
you
was
look like
hard
you do? Like, what do you think? What is the combination of what you do and don't do to make your shape? Like, what happened there? Is that like,
I don't know. Like I used to
you're built like Homer Simpson and he's a cartoon? I've never seen it like the Homer building where it's like you have the hips and the belly and very, very, very small shoulders. Like the smallest shoulders out of anyone on this stage, and I'm sitting next to P-Man right now. I know, I'm saying you do. You literally, if we put them side by side, I guarantee you. No, will you go up next to him for a second? Can I see this side by side? Chair. I'm chair. Get down for a second. Kneel down for a second, chair. Am I right? Thank you. That's what I call master hosting right there. You're damn right I was right. He has bigger shoulders than you, JD. What do you weigh?
And therefore,
Just right.
must bring
Let me get back to my original question. What's your diet? I'm curious.
Chase.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Everybody has that.
So, like, I don't know. It's a lot of steak, but like steak with like a marinade butter.
The old butter marinade. I butter marinade steak all the time. Every trash and find a baby.
$6 you have to bring $500. Another part.
That's what puts it better.
Just like in Scotland, there's exception good.
A lot of ice cream.
Really? Or a
only food.
Wow, you just shook your head like you're a fucking heroin addict. Like, I'm truly disappointed. Right? I have a question. Because I have major food issues. I think I'm addicted to food.
And the same thing I mean.
Did you look like me like years ago? Chair, how much I played football? You stopped playing football. How much
like I stopped being active.
Ice cream are we talking about? Is it true that you ate so much of their ice cream they were thinking of changing their name to Ben and Jerry?
If they were smart, they would.
If I was the owner,
That's
give me another one. The word hello. Word. What's it doing? Hello.
I fucking love that dirty outdoor cat over there. It's fucking evil beast.
The way on.
What's in the chair?
Just like we have Xbox.
Well, we addressed this a few weeks ago. Actually, I did just start a new job. But
When it comes to sick,
I live and I'm kept by my
Oh, you do have a rich girlfriend. What is she doing again?
she's
Wow. And she found you.
shouldn't
Still
stand
leaning next to a tree.
This is here. You don't provide
Wow. So what's your new job?
it's
for everybody. Yes.
And by the way, all marinade stuff and butter. Kick you out?
Very good. Cool.
No, actually, but I'm like,
Now to be partly humming.
Really? Oh, I'm telling you, just by the way you're built, the last thing you need right now is a sugar mama.
Can't afford the car bus. What do you do? Very poor. Get away without the $500 animal in the green.
Anyway, so what's your plan? What's the job?
No, another thing that I remember is
they should be stuff.
that
All I do
part
is
of
I get
Shut the fuck up.
no one, no one.
You and gift
I
wrap
remember
and
that.
scissors and you're an elf?
Mendy. You gotta go ice
How are
cream.
you an elf?
Yes.
Yet another thing that it seems like we man would have over you, but how'd you get that job? You're a fucking gift wrapper.
Not gonna be able to
Man, so
honor
are they already in a brown box or
like they just ship it to you in the brown box and take it out. You wrap it, stick it back in the box, and then just
when a person
is anybody else watching Jeremiah trying to take a sip of this water right now? Like, I can't. It's really not easy when it's a bottle, I don't think. Good kidding. If you ever got any strange
There's some
gifts
English
from
we all know.
Amazon to wrap up,
Not yet.
Well,
It's been a lot of Apple products. I read
part
the
of the process is you have to be in
well,
the
an apple maybe keeps the doctor away unless you're built like you. Then it doesn't.
fucking pear-shaped and shit, I know.
Lucas foi do Lucas Pinoy. Bota um shit.
What's talent do you have
So,
or a special
you
skill or
still,
something
you know,
like that?
I'll show you a little bit of a
champion.
video here.
I mean, aside from
Here we go.
that, as a
Guys, you
sports,
ready?
I can use
It's got the brand new for
Really?
today.
Yes.
Who can you
Well,
do
some of the
impressions of? I
classes
always love
are hyper
impressions. Go ahead.
Forces drop with this one.
Wait, this is okay.
So, at first you pour oil on the bottom. Oil.
This is one of my favorite things that never happens on the show is when somebody says that they can do impressions and then I tap them out their impressions and we tip this. One of my favorite things to do is to have impressions on with Jeremiah. Jeremiah, you want to play? I mean, that first one, I'm pretty sure. Okay. You got Yoda, right? I mean, that's easy. Jer, who else do you have in your repertoire?
I used to be able to do Lilo or Stitch.
What is your specialty impressions that people don't know? This way, people go, that's probably spot on.
Can we hear it? I would rather you do the Hawaiian girl Lilo than Stitch.
Like, right? Are you saying I need to blow my nose?
Okay, what's your Stitch? I don't even know what that sounds like. Go ahead.
I'm saying you can choose. I do whatever Kenny tells me to do. Alright. Next. Lucas foi com Lucas Pinoy. Oh, that's from Ohio. Yeah. You're middle. You have the boy now. And now we're gonna move the one to the side. Where's the meat? That's not the meat, huh? Oh, doing like that, okay.
Alright. Jer, go ahead with your Stitch.
You put in another flea, you see another flea, very good. And you put salt, right? And then put that onto the flame. Look up. The size is going to be larger. Great. I'll manage it. Feel like.
Oh, God. That's just that one voice.
And then the left one is
Jeremiah,
what you
you
write.
agree with that?
You should have seen yesterday at the stock house that a piece of herring and all of a sudden that grabs a little piece of the plate. Whoa, we
None of us do impressions. None of us say we can do impressions, but what's your next impression? You know if Stitch is in the number 2 spot, we're
It
in
wasn't
big
funny
trouble,
when
people.
they gave me a glass of wine and I
Big
drink a
fucking
little bit of
trouble.
what?
Did you ever see episode 134 of Full House? There's a character that walked through for a moment. He was
So-
like, where's the person?
Lucas Pinoy.
Okay, Jer, what's number 3?
Much you go like this, stick your hand in
The outdoor
this
cat.
way,
Do an
straight
impression.
in, grab each finger here, you break it off with your thumb repeatedly, make sure it's
That's
exactly
like Twitch from South
very
Park.
difficult.
Figure that.
to do.
All right, Jer, what's
And that's
impression number
the-
3
that's
on
the-
your, this was your
Yeah,
SNL
it's a
showcase.
mess.
We already got
That's-
Stitch out of the way.
Yeah.
What number 3?
But if you go to yourself, that's not a Lucas plate. It's a Lucas problem. It's not a Lucas Pinoy, it's a Lucas plate.
Your third impression is of the guy that sang the songs from The
Right, you
Grinch?
messed up with that.
What?
What did you meet from?
That guy? That's your go-to? That
That's
voice?
what
That's
you
it?
do.
I
This
couldn't
is
even
saying
have been,
here.
had I used my wildest
Lucas
comedy
Moore.
writing imagination for like 30 minutes, I don't think I would
Oh,
have noticed that
no.
guy something. Quite
Even
the
if you weren't
Do
involved.
you know who that is?
I think most
You
people
just
know.
know.
So
Wow.
there's 4 avoid guys when it comes to being a partner. What are the 4
Jeremiah,
different
what
things
do
that
you
you
think
do?
about the
That
guy
I find
from
out.
Not
Just speak up. He does stuff over. After
Not
that,
even
you shoot
trying
blood in the
at
teeth.
all.
After that, what do you do? The boys that you do? They love it. You walk it.
You
You
know
wear
what?
it.
That's a
You
good
chat.
question. He was
And
right,
then you
James. few minutes. Like,
straight up.
maybe,
Those are the
I didn't really
So
realize
it's
all
not
the
because those
areas.
four
I
we
mean,
have also
he's a
four
genius.
are very
we always have amazing talks
the
before the
Shita,
show, which I
and
realize
this
that
one
he
is
is.
the pizza.
The amount
The
of
Kabbalah
draws he
is to
reads.
put it in consecutively like you saw. Start with that gold.
Yeah, that's it. Let's go to our fact checker,
Well, I'm
aka
told
the only one that reads on the
His
show,
father
right,
wants
Jay?
more pepper.
Okay, now
Full
do I
pepper.
dare to ask if you have a
Maybe.
fourth impression? I know I'm spending way too much time in the chair. This is amazing.
And then his
People love
brother,
it when people think they can do
I don't know why they let the brother bring it to the shadow stage, but of course,
Yeah.
drop it. Done. You know, fucking $1,000.
Do you have any more impressions, Chair?
That,
Come on, I know you got one more you want to try.
the
Come
chart.
on, tell the truth. Don't be shy, dude. This is it. You're in VR 360, and that's just your weight.
What are you doing? I don't know what's worse. Having himself on WhatsApp or you learning how to accept Facebook.
Oh, no, you can't. I want to hear it.
I see
Right
everything.
now, on this show, you're in overtime, dude. We can't bullshit anymore. I know you can do this, Sean Connery. I cannot wait to hear it.
Ew.
I've got you this side.
So I'll put a little lower. Not to
It's James Bond.
Wow. Okay, anyway. So,
All right, go ahead, Chair.
no something clean. He did the Kabbalah and the clean. Nihila. And he walked towards the step. What is that shoulder block? We hit there.
Why are bad
And one of these
impressions my
four
favorite thing
avoiders
in the
had
world?
the wrong show.
All right, Jerry, you're fucking awesome, dude. I love your spirit. There you go, Jared D.
Or he started
Listen to
off
how lovely
good.
our band
He
is.
said this is a mix
Tall
of
Falkenfeld,
like it.
Pat
And then he
Reagan,
flipped it something
Jeremiah
that's nice.
Watkins, and Chroma Chris.
Oh, you should
Some
look at
advice
this one.
also for you about hold your microphone close to your mouth if you're
Started off
quiet.
bad. And then he flipped it
Don't
to
quit the elf
it.
job.
That's very simple. But
Yeah, Chair, hold
Start
the mic
off
close
bad.
to your mouth for a guy that eats ice
Yeah.
cream cones every
Bad
night.
and
You
it's
should
good.
know how to put one of
I
these
hear a
things
picture
up your
started
mouth.
off good and then he messed up. Okay, that's good.
You guys having fun?
Start
You get the
off
show? That's how it
Sure.
works. I go back to the
He said,
bucket
I
now
was
and I
thinking.
pull another name out. Anything can happen now. It's fucking crazy. I know
He
people
says,
are
well, what's going on? You should look at the smoke. But the table is
Pull another name out of the bucket. I know this guy. No, for quite a
Start
few
off
years. It's been a long
good and
time
he went
since it's been
bad.
on the
That's
show.
bad.
Put your hands together for
Why?
Wub Samel.
Maybe the whole country is shots. Like what the Nazi you can go back west. You can do the first. So I think, oh, if you start off bad, you realize you went to it. It's good. Go back to whatever you did last. A lot of times in starters and destroying us and shots, it was like the last month. Maybe also by a mice. Says, no, much more even you start good, you start bad. You went good, it's still bad.
I don't know, starts these records.
Gates out the Shimon, this is simple stuff. What does it mean? You start off good.
I'm a
Bad.
very average
You
dick.
start off
Like
with
if my
music.
dick
I
was
said
in
you
a
wanted
movie,
a
it would be
Look at
played by
the
Tom
then you went to
Hanks'
the
dick.
middle of the double. The lowest one is Shimon. How does you start off bad and you went to good? You showed me this double. You went bad. It's not a
This
middle
guy had a
spike. It's a
relationship
spike.
recently.
What is a middle double? Then you went to the middle spike. Great. Ask the tomorrow, literally with this Ella. Why do I need the word Ella? Only. How does the word only start? Say
Very
this like
irresponsible
Ella.
relationship, like we had unprotected sex, no condoms, no
Go
birth
on, let's bring
control.
another one.
Never had a pregnancy scare. But she didn't swallow so much of my cum, she went shit
The
an
ballad
entire
of the
baby.
the owner
Fuck yeah.
not gonna get it apart. But you do
Fucking, I love that last joke. It sounds like it feels like, sort of feels like,
messed up. Doesn't mean
no, I've never really thought of that before.
go back.
I've swallowed so much of that
We're
shit
supposed to be
out
in
of
the
baby.
fight there. You go to the University of Ghana.
You
Now
have
you figured
really
it out. Go
mind
back to
of
the first fight.
the giant
I'm
four-year-old.
in the University fight now. How are you doing it?
What, remind
Go
me,
to
what
bring
did I
another
get for a
one.
living again?
You just think that it's
Self-insurance.
business fight. You do
I did a
all.
lot of different shit. Not like one thing. Do some copy editing freelance.
Robert said
Sometimes I work for my brother a little bit. Know some bar
And
trivia.
you shifted it with thinking that it's a
Keep
schlummer, let's
reminding
say.
me, everybody
You don't say, oh, it's love, forget it. I messed up. So let's continue to mess up. No.
You're gonna say friends.
When you speak
No,
the blood
bad
of the
kitty.
back,
There's
say
no
to yourself, this is
lady
an
that
art.
looks like that on Friends.
You
It's
wait
supposed to be
for
like a
this.
likable, like, Samantha.
Either it's your logic, or that's impossible. You might say spoil. Yeah, it's spoil. Shanico, because you made a mistake. Well, I'm a Shanico Ganezo. You should continue with this mistake.
No, I don't know.
The voice I gotta tell you this.
I was asking you.
Probably like 5 years.
One of the most emotional stories that I've heard of. I've heard a lot of people. This is a bad story. See the guy here up
What is the
here.
weirdest place you've ever
They
been?
have been controlled for 5 years. Even
What's that? What was that like?
since I started
Like
being
a
here,
squat toilet.
I haven't
Where
missed
you're just shitting in a hole.
How did that make you feel?
feel
Terrified I was gonna ruin my suit.
You were wearing a suit.
Like,
What are you wearing a suit in China for?
I was like, I went on this trip where it was a deal like if I pretended to be
usually
interested
even
in investing in
married.
China, then I would get like this kind of free trip.
was used as a child.
If you were going to
So I did that.
China, why would people
Decided
think you would invest in China?
Because I look like this.
Life, check it out.
They just go up to people that look like you and like, hey, you want to go to China? Want to invest in China?
Well, this was like set up like with this
Thing
trip.
is that, part of the cheer.
I used to do a bunch
You're
of
both
kung
from
fu.
I'm going.
What just happened? How was that a thing that you just said, and how did you have that sound effect so quickly? Right?
I must have seen
He was still saying
So
foo when you hit the gong.
it's not schmuck.
What is a bunch of
Call
kung
yourself
fu?
like less.
100%. I think they came in bundles.
So he thinks, and then he started crying. The whole stuff.
Yeah, you absolutely have to.
Don't believe this
Well,
one.
I don't really do it
And
like
he came
anymore.
back
I
to
think they
himself
do like Tai
and
Chi now.
I think
So.
that you can show us I don't care. I think I've always wanted to see the funeral director bust out some kung fu. You know what I mean?
Will you fight me? I've
He's
got
like-
like
he went to cheers. He's like, so
Well,
fine.
can you just show us a few little fucking
And-
somethings? The crowd's gonna go crazy
So
if you do kung fu in that
that's
show.
on him. One play with the host. There are people out there.
You're so shy.
And I think he's going to hold a lot of offers that are struggling. And he was shocked. He tells the people, see a guy out there celebrating.
Fucking awesome. For those of you just listening to the podcast, Walt just sucked up all the energy in the room and then stomped on the stage. It's like some kind of video game finishing move or something. They all saw an energy bomb in front of you for a second. That's some powerful shit, dude.
I think you just watched all the karate.
He messed up in the morning. Yeah,
And
that's
just
his
did
job.
whatever Mr. Miyagi would do
So
off
the
to
person
the
has to
side.
fight while he does
You
something.
know, when Danielson would
He
look
messed
over,
up.
Miyagi was doing all the moves.
I never would have guessed that you know any of the karate. I would guess like the painting
In
the
the morning,
fence.
even if
I
you're
could
40,
picture that
starting
part, but the karate part really surprised
The
me.
That's what
kidnapping of
the
the child.
child.
I didn't know karate
Messed up.
was a count.
People don't realize this is all or nothing. Look at the shot. This shot is right there. And that's on my
Kung
throat.
Fu Tech.
Okay.
Well, then you ever had to use it
I promise you,
in
your brother
out on
will
the
love
streets?
you.
You ever had to use some street fighting?
Hey,
No,
listen.
no. I
That's
mean,
not,
like,
from here on, I'm gonna keep shopping from here on out.
Jeremiah is cleaning the inside of his thigh right now.
You see that?
They can't quite believe he's that
Beautiful.
flexible. There's a real bundle of junk in there in those spandex, huh, Jeremiah? What's that?
Because that's
Oh,
what
look
what
at
it
that
does.
shy
So
saxophone.
you know what? I messed
It's not
up
there.
from
Looks
shopping.
like you were horny before you put the sax next to it.
But I can keep at least an hour of
Have
shopping.
you ever had to
Check it out.
use your skills
That
in a
hour I
real
was-
life situation, Wub, or at least scare somebody? Have you ever had to do like the sweeping part with your arms and then go like, oh shit,
For Charles and like, oh, this was
Good.
crazy.
Yeah,
he's fucking like waving off my energy. Look, Wolves, what the fuck? Hey,
Look
man,
up.
that shit
Look
was
it up.
creepy,
Not that
dog.
it's
Like,
the This is
that
not
shit
a
like
that
maybe
over.
affected me, bro.
Says,
Yes, guy's like the
It's
gayest
smart,
shit I've
common
ever seen
sense.
in my life, dog.
Including
I
the
was
Tommy,
fucking
but
scared.
it
This
wasn't
guy
looking
thought
at
he was
stuff.
gonna burn the
So
rules,
Tommy
bro.
was Tommy combination. That's what he was
Fucking guy was holding his hands.
Matter
So,
Hey, a little bit.
well, I
Nice.
feel like I've
Good
asked
stuff.
you
We'll
about
have to do
7
another part.
times now. This
But
question.
don't continue with your
No, just
mistake.
like in
Yes,
competition.
sorry. Help people.
Do you
They
think
need
a
to know this.
specialty move or anything that you
Watch
do in
one
those
bad thing on
competitions
the
or something
internet
that
doesn't
you
mean you
don't
continue watching all
know
night.
or something like
Well,
that?
that's the point. Go night. Whatever it is. Whatever your type is.
Yeah,
Every person.
ripping dirt, perhaps?
Remember this is
Any special things that you have, like a
Poison is
special
wrong.
knack for?
Some people say
Like
it's
mine,
impossible.
for example, like
Much
back when I
is
wrestled in high school, I had an incredible knack for
That's
being
when
able to
dark
bridge
color assembly is
power
definitely
things. I was
That's
always,
big problem.
getting hit continuously.
First of all,
So
keep
I
out.
built this incredible ability to just come
I
up
feel the Charlatan I
a
got
few
off.
times at least if the person was
Sure,
crushing
right
me in a
side.
match, and I would just
I really
be
want my
up
son
like my head would
to
spin
learn
out of it.
something.
I'd have a few shots when I had energy to get out of it. And it's like a big thing that I was sort of known for.
And
Do you have any special things
I
in
need
your
to look
chip
class.
But people who don't
I'm not going for the $1,000. I got $600, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, very good. Very good. I say I wrestled in high school.
$1,000. There we go. So then,
I say I wrestled in high
it's
school.
not worth it
Jeremiah
for
takes a
1,000.
shot.
Let's look. Darla, one son, $10,000.
Go ahead, Rob.
My car, $20,000.
Well, I would just like,
No.
whenever we'd like boxing in school or something like that, I would only get
Mass,
pretty much like,
yeah, $20,000
sock,
I'll do it.
and then that was,
That's
so I would just,
$10,000. Guess what?
it was hard for me to get
I'm glad they got the $10,000.
box, but if you
Dropped
did
out.
hit me into those, then I would
It's
turn
up
it to
there. I don't know.
Yeah, what would happen?
But the
Can you
guy
show us
that
what
got
it
the
like
box,
for you whenever I don't drink it?
he's still doing the doctor today, but still the doctor
What did it
paid.
feel like? What did it sound like? What
As I
did it
mentioned in
I would just like brush on you.
yes, that's a most percent of people go see so.
Just
That's
start
the
swinging
doctor
on
I
it.
think get above us.
when you say swinging on
Better,
it, does that mean
not
you
the
didn't do
promise.
any of like
Promise
the
not paid.
premeditative like
Guy
stuff
writes me,
which was getting busy before and they're ready for the
Hey,
knockout?
I'm one of the guys.
Yes, that's it.
Ended up
I feel like that's what that thing would do. Like they go and then the ending, they're like,
That's the whole
got the snow.
whatever,
If you
it's
did
10.
the hand in the
Came
mist,
out of his
they
pocket.
may just fall over.
Somebody. But this guy,
I would know for these
great
broke
guy.
crouching tiger hidden faggot again.
Thomas is not. Yeah, that's why I don't count. Not because I'm cheap. A little bit of both.
Good question.
So,
Well,
no, because everyone says you know how to say no. LeBron it. No, man.
don't know how to answer that.
Which, of course, the famous Mesa that I said over, I was in.
Okay, all right,
Deal
very
with
good,
Jersey.
Ryan. I don't think
And I
we
think
actually
every
have
alley
a
is
sound
there.
effect recording for this. All right, very
Favor.
good.
Y then, how much? $50 la library,
What else is
50,
going on?
100 for review on Patrick Left.
Anything else
50,
interesting
not
going on in
Kazakh,
life? You have a girlfriend or anything?
$62,000 for this.
No, I was doing
And
a
then,
show there a little while ago, and some dude did threaten to shoot me.
sitting there,
Wow,
please don't
how
call
recent
me
was
up.
that?
Please.
A couple months ago.
Why did he threaten to shoot you?
Yeah,
Well,
boy.
actually, technically what he said was, don't get shot now.
What were you doing
Get up
if he
here.
may have shot you?
Dice, pero acabamos de la mano, soy alcohol.
I mean, this was in Hawthorne. Very static. So, where were you telling jokes?
Babush, y
This place called the Family Room.
Dang, your own house?
Huh?
Was that Jerry's place?
Say, okay,
Jerry's like, welcome to the family.
That's it. I sent them $18 later and give out.
I performed there. They have great chicken.
And then I got a letter from somebody. You know, the name of the people that the name is you the person you want to give her. All Chavez.
All right, well, it was
Nah.
good to see you. Thanks. Fun stuff. There
What?
he goes. Kung Fu
Exactly.
Master Buck Samel.
Right. Love you, Gemara.
You never know, man. You gotta be careful who you bully.
So,
Look at
here's
him.
the problem.
Seems like you could just
Anybody
walk
that's
right
part
over
of
that
MBY
guy and
knows
smack
this
the
because
shit
we have
out of
someone
him.
saying remember.
That
What's the difference
motherfucker
between a
just
nether
fucked it
and a
up. That
sub?
would have been a bad decision.
Anybody that doesn't do the job, know the difference? Anybody?
Sweet
That
sound
doesn't
of
do
people
that.
about to
Anybody
get
that does
the
the job,
best
no?
inning brings us
Huh?
down another name.
The whole
Nothing
room,
left
anybody
in
know?
60 seconds now goes to
Huh?
Chris Wilmot.
Very good. Who said that?
that movement? Is that
You know
Chris?
that? What's your
Hey,
name?
wait, people, there's a show going on.
Huh?
People right next to the door. Fuck yeah. Here he
Yes,
comes.
that's what I heard. How do you know?
The slow, smooth pace of Chris Wilmot.
What's what?
Here he comes. Still coming on the stage.
You know how to remember it?
Okay. Chris
Dog,
Wilmot, everyone, come on.
and
Yeah.
zoo. Where does
But I'm here to talk
the
about the
beer
autistics.
belong? In a zoo. So that's how we remember.
If you're
Seriously,
offended by me
it's
calling
play
them
this
the
up.
autistics, then you're
I'm
literally
never
not
means
autistic.
I raise
So,
a life. In general, I'm going to bring a carpet. If this one dies, I
when I
can bring
said
another
that,
one.
the guy in
It's
the audience was
12
like, my kid's autistic.
Dude,
I was like,
only
call him
this-
autistic.
If this one dies,
See if he's
So-
offended.
how do you remember? In the middle of the word Nadal,
If he is, he's
solid
faking.
base. It's gold, which is a beer. Where does the beer
I
belong?
worked
In
in
a
an
zoo.
autistic class
Nadal,
for
there
a
you go.
year, and I swear to God, some of those kids were
Okay.
faking. Like,
So,
not all of them.
Nadal is already
Like,
zoo.
some of them
This
definitely
one, right
were,
over.
but some,
The
like,
problem
all you
is
have to
that
do
in the
is
same
not
topic
talk,
says both words.
and you
It
get
says
to go to Chuck E.
Nadal
Cheese
is
once a
double.
week.
One says Nadal another.
I remember being
Carly,
jealous of
Carly,
the
Carly,
autistic
Carly,
kids
Carly.
when I was in
Hello?
school. I just didn't have the balls to do it. I'm pretty sure there's a forward thinker out there with like the same mentality
You
as me.
say that it's a little aspect of what's in
Chris Wilmot, there he goes.
You
The
like
old,
wow,
the
it's
old
double.
green and lean.
If not, it's a
Hey,
double.
Chris, how are
Oh,
you?
Good, all right.
You've been on the show before,
a
right?
page
Yeah, a
and
couple
page.
times.
Yeah, I can't
Huh?
quite remember. Give us a little
Say
backstory
no?
again when we find out about you.
Last time I was here, I talked about living in a garage
When the double
with
becomes a
another
little,
dude, two other dudes.
out, and without
Say again.
Do you still live in a
response,
garage?
No, now I live in like a hostile situation with a magician and like
Uncle
some
health
other
care,
people.
still in love with public violence. It's so quiet.
Yeah,
What's
the
this?
hottest magician in
What
LA,
do you want?
Matt Price. Look him up.
Well, you know what?
The hottest magician
What
now.
is
He's
this?
like a hottie
This
magician.
was live.
Yeah, man,
Oh,
also with me, it's like he
I'm gonna miss the flight today. We don't
makes
have both.
his money out. I guess he's like the hottest magician
So,
in LA.
Is that because
I
he's
got
on
off
a
the plane
conditioning?
and
No,
February.
we have air conditioning. It's covered in
Well,
a hostel
got
price,
off the
actually.
room in the Marriott to
Yeah.
give a shirt. There is no
Living with a magician, any weird shit?
price.
Just have like rabbits running around your room or something?
10
He
people,
just keeps me up.
okay?
Like, he just like shows me tricks in the middle of the night.
$1,000.
Like, shit like, oh yeah. Just be like, yo, dude, yo, check this
You look
out.
at a minute,
There wasn't a snake under this sheet a moment ago.
but as we're getting it, these guys were watching live. They were patient.
But now there is a snake under the sheet, but you can only pet it. You can't see it.
This is the same card as
Watch the sheet
before.
rise.
Of the money for the ground.
Take the horse.
Look, in that
Like a dick. Like a dick.
Look tomorrow.
Keep petting
Will
a
we
snake
hold
and the
time-wise
pigeon will
mark?
fly out any second. What kind of tricks does she show you in the middle of the night? And why of all times in the middle of the night?
That's what he
Let's
comes up with. That's what
hold on
we're
to
all the
the
most
human.
creative.
Okay,
So
great.
I don't.
Everybody
usually
is
just like card tricks and shit like that.
much easier.
Anyway,
Really
what's like
designed
a cool trick that he sort of, like any
easier
weird,
than our
anything that he does of
Wow,
art?
He like shove a cigarette
It's
up
all
his
right,
nose
it's
and then
what
pull it out of his mouth.
Wow.
Yeah, or like anything. You know,
And you
mean
cannot
like
do
your
it on 1.5
like my
speed.
dick.
Trust me. You're gonna do it on 1.5 speed. So here we go.
Yeah, he shoves a cigarette up his nose and it comes out his mouth.
Our mission must be not going liver tune by yourself. Besides,
That means he did like.
it says, pull up and up.
For sure.
If you mess up on your mental, instead of thinking that it's a mental spicy thing to talk about, hey, Roy, spot
Has he taught you
you.
anything?
Oh,
Do you have any cool tricks and little thing you do?
by the way,
No, nothing at all.
this is word Ella. This is Ella. This is Ella. I'm going to go that. Why didn't you say Ella?
You just do whatever random gigs. But right,
It
rather than
works. The
washing
guy's not
dishes,
doing another
like,
carbon.
go ahead
I'm
and wire
absolutely
some
so.
glass,
Says,
So, while you're there, you should search for a better
and I'm
job.
an upset with this box. And I'll tell you why it's too much. Because a carbon is different. That's why it's not
I get it.
my assembly PPN.
Do you still tell people like, yeah, we're
Actions speak louder than words. If I'm making a thin, obviously I'm not making a
I
fish.
work at DW
I could
over
say
in
pick
Google.
this fish all I want, but it's thin. It's hard
Gotcha.
like a rock.
How did you find
Soft,
that job?
matter.
Ask James.
So So what I say is nothing when my action is different than my word. I'm not going to listen to my word. כרגע שתשמעו במסכים עליו, משום שמשכין עליו כרגע, if it's dry, like a posture, I could say, whatever, or the opposite,
You met anybody cool over
obviously
there?
I like that people. Stop any cake, put me right in the front. Over there, she doesn't pull it,
They have dogs in the
and
office.
she toilet, no riot,
Sounds cool. What's your mom like?
we got a lot of
Don't take any chicks back to hang out with the magician at night?
so we have a country.
Surprisingly does.
Why is that surprising?
Because there's a lot of people living in this hostel.
And of course, the word mental, it just says,
There's an improv actor.
not
There's a
come to me, that's not
To make him disappear.
I think she's cool.
When you know it,
There's
so this is the reason why I didn't want to get on this now is you made it fun and said I'm doing a menopause, this type of menopause. That's what it's called. I'm making them our passion.
Oh yeah.
Instead of a menopause, that's what I'm
You
saying.
guys are so
So
creative.
Robert, the Robert, if the name of perhaps like
Why would it?
Rabbi, don't worry.
Say that.
There's a difference. Another not community. That's the Jimmy Hood talking about one thing,
The magician takes a lot of girls back. It's possible to like go for beds and like shit like that. You see what goes on in bed? If a jerk off, the magician gets played. That sounds like the saddest existence in the world, right? Just like your own sheets, like
I think he's somebody on that
like
side.
you know how it is.
incredible.
Why?
You
I know.
should get him to cut her in half one day so you
Playing
can fuck half of
the
her
mess
too.
up by thinking
That'd be
instead
cool.
of the guy on the right, the guy on the left. Instead of grouping,
Which half would you pick? The
that's a
top
big
half,
mess up.
bottom? Good
It's different
question.
than thinking about
Think about it.
what.
Don't be
What?
funny either.
Instead of the
Bottom
top,
half,
it's
you
just
get
like
bottom half, you get
The bottom half.
not the end of the world. Everything was like
Yeah, what if the bottom half was dirty there?
you mess up the order.
Question,
That's
right?
a problem.
Hangs out with a lot of girls that don't fight properly.
Yeah. They want back to front. Too much. I guess the top half is safer.
Our mission is talking about changing the changing
Well, I know that we got a real if your magician buddy cut his girlfriend in. All right, Chris. Well, it's good to meet you, buddy. Chris Wilmot, everyone. He's on Twitter at the real Rock, BROC Whoops about his Whoopsie Daisy Journey comedy.
We're talking about what's the difference between
It's like the Seinfeld theme or
prove it.
something.
That
How does
was
that
in
work?
our
Do you know how to do that?
it's quite
Is that a thing? Probably
This says before the problem is the designation of part of the middle. Instead of a place, it's in the dog.
Tom is Australian.
Dynamic from the Chinese Robin, they go with Robin, not Robin. Come and claim it's milk called the Shumil. Come and claim it's simple from Java.
She's a prodigy. So,
Again, you can't say that. Unless it's simple from milk
another name out of the bucket. I can't say
First,
her
let's
name.
love it. For a carbon, that's no good.
I believe that's
No,
what
I'm
this
sorry.
is.
I remember if you want to talk about a mental from milk, that's something.
Or A, is it?
Yeah,
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, wait. Is it
It's only
A?
from
If you have
what's the
oh yeah, it's
muscle?
AJ Faji, now.
Bring it for our, but he brought it for his type of mental.
Sounds like he's about to blow himself up in another room.
Hello, the Robin, even
Oh my God, I am excited about this, ladies and gentlemen. I find it that
however,
how many of you haven't already listened to last week's episode with Tom Segura? You were in here for it. Oh wow, a lot of you.
what is
So fucking awesome. I think you're going to be really excited. I know this entire cast is going to be because we had the debut of a young lady on this show last week that was really interesting. And I'm really excited to see if she gets redemption here tonight. Kept the show going. It was incredible. Her name has 2 exclamation points and it's
It's like a taco, like ocean. Really? A mincha is like a taco, like ocean. Wait. Deixa mesmo, sabe? Ocean. I gotta see this. class. Or my official, they don't like it. They want to change over.
It's Monday night, and you're at the #1 live podcast in the world. It's Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, everyone? Hello, humans. It's Josh Martin right there. Comedians, make some fucking noise. What's up? A bunch of people signed up for the bucket tonight. We're back in it, dude. Fun stuff happening.
Second was my Rabbi gave me pet.
The fun continues. Feels like there's a little bit of an echo in here. November 10th and 11th, Australia. Going back November 22nd to the 28th, Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide, and Sydney. Philadelphia, January 24th to the 27th. My wrestling house, the Royal Rumble that weekend. Like a bunch of fucking grown-ups for the second year in a row.
I'll be in Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, and Pittsburgh, November 8th, 9th, and 10th.
We are taking our butts all around the country, and MeUndies makes feel good undies your butt will be proud to wear. It will be the most comfortable pair of underwear you will ever own. And check it out yourself. Go to MeUndies.com/kill. With tons of styles and patterns to choose from for both men and ladies, MeUndies will have the perfect fit for any personality. The MeUndies feeling is unmatched because they use a naturally soft fabric that is 3 times softer than cotton. For limited time only, check out MeUndies' first ever glow-in-the-dark print. Lights out. Why not update your underwear drawer and glow at the same time? And if underwear isn't your thing, MeUndies also makes the softest socks in the world.
They are really soft. I actually bought some glow-in-the-dark Halloween underwear. And it's really weird when your girl is wearing pumpkins.
Yes,
you can see these little eyes coming towards you. It's sexy. Hey, if
Sometimes
anybody,
the mood
shits. Get 20% off the best and softest underwear and so much you will ever own. Free shipping and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Go to
MeUndies.com/kill. That's MeUndies.com/kill for 20% off.
One more time, that's MeUndies.com/kill. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? This is it. You made it.
Also,
We've been waiting a while for the return of this one. One of our favorite human beings. Every week on this show, I always promise you greatest possible guest. We believe fucking possible. This is
I want to
close
get
hits.
from the beautiful
On top of the many, many credits I could name, he's one of my and my mother's favorite comedians, and yours as well. Put your hands together for the return of one of our favorite humans, one of the greatest comedians in the world, the great Roland White, everybody! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, it's about to fucking go down, bitches! Sporting his trademark #1 tequila, multiple shot glasses. The crowd is going ecstatic right now. One of the baddest ass motherfuckers in the world, great Ron White. Sporting a nice big bottle of #1 tequila.
Omerabo, at the record house. Like guys, I'm just the place of time.
Oh shit, Josh Martin on the ones and twos over here.
Mess up in the
Live
typo.
podcasting from a live studio audience. The #1 live podcast in the world for a reason.
Why
Oh, that's just the
That's the
one Josh puts out.
hell,
#1 live.
you need to say
Ron,
that.
motherfucking White, make some
You
noise again. Come on.
your kid, and it's like, boy, you'll
say words now.
all right, Kiwi, what's it up?
Ron, you've done the show a
Say
few
it.
times. We're excited to have you back.
The guys in front of you, it might seem,
No, I would never do
yeah,
anything
right,
without a beer
when
and
you
a
call the
small
wrong
milk
name,
and bucket.
on that, it came out.
I swear to God, I would.
When you're talking about a business, I'm like,
The great Ryan J.
Call
Ego
it,
describing tonight's
Amusa,
episode.
whatever.
All of his prints of every
And that is
single
funky.
episode are available at RyanJego.com. I just saw an amazing t-shirt he made with our friend and guest of last week, Wee-Man. Wee-Man jumped in the saddle when you couldn't make the Kamas last week. Wee-Man stepped up big time, which is very hard for Wee-Man to do. LA Speed Week makes it fun. Great, great group. We have very powerful.
I'm learning this from Leewood and Ohio. When it comes to Leewood, I'm making enough convenience. Now you should play most of the Bible. You mess up, you
I'm
mess
kind of
up.
good at like ignoring
LA,
the impending panic attack that I always feel right before a
This is logic, not a human player. What's up is why would the team do logic? Your team is very trying to grow. But it's I don't know if this is appropriate.
One of the best
You know,
flashbacks in
a lot of
marijuana.
people
Go to
are very good but then,
LASpeedweed.com.
like,
We have a band, Ron. You know it. They're goofy as fuck. The saxophonist just got married this past weekend. Yes, he did. To his high school sweetheart.
and for seeking this,
Let's
you always
do
get
this shit. It's the
what's
best damn band in the land.
going on
Makes a
behind the
noise for the
scenes. Why
Kiltony
everybody
band.
do
It's
this,
Pat
like
Regan,
that?
Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Hernandez, and Chroma Chris on the bass.
Like, when you
Every week they do different characters, and I never know what they're going to do. We never knew before the show. And they commit to these characters throughout the show. Wait a second.
You're also
What is this supposed to be? Jesus, Jeremiah, no.
what is
They got roller skates?
You can see what the person must cover was by the action of the mistake. Since he's making
There's Roller
a
Girl.
big mitzvah, that's what he
What
meant to do.
is this supposed to be?
Look how many
I
set
don't
of
know if I
big
even
ones.
really
He
get
made
this
a
one
big
at all.
one.
They're bad girls. I was male prostitutes. To
Tomorrow,
me,
this
that's
is
sex
going to be
workers.
good.
Oh,
Let's show
wow,
you
I'm
don't
a
need to
pork.
much.
We're breaking men of the
When you
night.
can't tell what you do, what you
So
can
you
do.
guys are
That's
male
awesome.
prostitutes.
So the Negro, they talk about,
Yeah,
what am I
we've seen you
talking
a few times around.
about? Yeah, Mark.
Wow. You got me there. You come on.
A very large division for our
All right. Well, I'm excited to see you guys try to stay in male hooker characters for the next hour.
and the way
Let's jump right into it, guys. It's motherfucking Kiltony, shall we?
the honorable father. That is for telling the clear person.
60-some people signed up for the chance. These
In relation to Michael's brothers
the
were
opportunity to perform 60 seconds of
a
stand-up
very,
or
very
some
big
kind of
part
show in front of us and the great Ron White.
part
And after
of
the
the
60
Dow
seconds
in
is up,
Miami.
we talk to you
And
about
I
anything in the
heard
world. All of
that
a sudden, you're a guest
father,
on the
Michael's
podcast.
father,
You know, your
Jack,
60
a
seconds
very
is
big
up. You
part.
hear the sound
How
of
long
the
have you been
kitty.
doing the Dow with me?
That means wrap it up then. Girl, sure gonna bring out the angry. What's
4 or 5 years.
there?
You want to go on the cruise with us?
There you go.
Daddy and
I
Mommy
just
Dad, in honor of kind Arm Pats, the gates of finishing
You guys ready to
shots
start
today.
this motherfucking show?
7.5
Here we
years
go.
of
Kiltony.
rebellion.
Probably won 50 something or
7.5
something
years.
crazy. I don't even know. We lose count of this
It's
show.
very rare to have people that finish shots the third person. I wrote in Avi Kamiansky to the SEMA shots with cause and why at the tones. A lot of people start strong, but even if the don't start in the sheer middle, they drop off the start. You know, I don't know what they do. 7.5
All
years
right, I
is a long
pulled your
time.
first name out of the bucket. We're about to meet somebody. They're going to do 60 seconds,
want to
and then
mention
we're going to talk to
that I
them about
went to
anything.
visit
Sometimes it's a great young comedian. Sometimes it's a completely insane person. You never know what's going to happen. So let the fun begin with this. What feels like a new name. Sounds new to me. Put your hands together for Orlando Villarreal.
He basically is in touch.
I don't see movement. Let's just
Watch
keep moving on.
positive, you know, do
He's
about
probably
that.
scared. It is a new name. Oh, look, this looks interesting. Put your hands together for Orlando VC. Orlando VC. I'm excited about this.
We're all fine. Yes, here's
Here
those
we
guys.
go.
This is twice a day. But I'm not doing every version. So,
Put your hands together for Orlando VC, everybody.
both doing a lot of places with the family places. Both an engraver and snow family.
Hello?
Check
All
out
right, little man with the love.
with the
What's
marriage.
up, everybody? My name's Lando VC. Not too great, sir, right?
He found a lot
My
of
real name is Orlando
And
VC Cordova, so I go by
he
Lando
named us
VC.
right,
I
but
don't
it
speak
was
Spanish very well,
about
even though I'm
to us
Mexican
that they
American.
show him
All right, so the
York,
embarrassing thing I could have found like
Stock
reunions.
Mordecai,
Both
Tyler,
my uncle,
Sadik, and Elvis,
saying little Spanish,
Rich,
pretend
Barton,
like I know
Buffer,
some.
Tom after learning, yes,
Hi, how are you?
tremendous that the Buffer come every day.
And he knows right away I haven't learned Spanish, so he's like,
I don't know,
you
he's
shameful
he's
family.
calm. He's
You
learning
all
fire
speak
as
Spanish,
a
shameful.
Joseph Lowy.
My Spanish so
Bernardo,
bad, he sounds
mountain social brown horse with a white stripe. Yours truly, Remy. Those who don't know,
right there.
how you call it, you're saying to my mother, tell about this stuff. By the way, I'm very happy. I think we've all been through this crazy amount
Yo,
of
Ron White, Texas,
sports
what's
things my
up?
mother fell back
There
there.
we go.
The
Right.
spell comes
Everything's
around
bigger
there.
in Texas.
This is that room that
Except
costs
for
$1,000 worth.
Orlando,
No
welcome
limit
to the
how much
show.
you spend
How long
to
you been
make
doing
her
stand-up?
enjoyable.
5 years.
But actually, by the way, I was here cost
El Paso,
don't know
Texas,
this,
right
but
there
I
on
was
the
here
map.
cost over
Point at the end, yeah. They don't
$2
consider
million
this
a year
part
to
of Texas,
produce.
and there's a lot of their
And
state.
that's what we do for prayer. Prayer to be this man. You know what? But it's pretty short. But
It's
it involves any
Mexican,
of this not
it's
to do
Mexican head.
Okay, tomorrow I'll be making because here's the back. Artists are back in
What is
So,
that diva-like behavior at the beginning? Were you asked to turn the mic up?
this is a
He
voice
said,
time.
"Oh, it's a
Have
very
a
good
wonderful
team."
I guess so,
day.
pretty much. You know, I've been doing stand-up for 31 years. I can barely get to turn it on. You're here for a week, and you're
America's Swift is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
Orlando.
Orlando what?
Vincent Cordova.
Oh, Vincent. It's so weird because the first name that I picked up is a guy named Orlando Villarreal. That's not him.
Totally different.
And you're Orlando what?
BC, Vincent Cordova.
So much Orlando in this room. I think the gay hookers have something to do with it.
All I can say is I hope Orlando Blues here.
What do you do for work?
Photo video. You know Willie Barcena? Anybody know Willie Barcena? I'm coming. I'm going to LA. Helped him out with a shoot this weekend. Let's go. Go to Dice House.
Cool.
Want to pick up those names you just dropped?
Yes. So you're just visiting, or you just moved here for a week?
Just visiting. Leaving tomorrow.
Leaving tomorrow.
We do this house.
Did you do anything else fun while here in LA?
Go to the observatory.
That was fun. I lived here 11 years. I've never taken the time to go to the Griffith Observatory. I'm quite sure.
Learn about sun and stars.
She was available
I
for
get tub jobs at the Griffith Observatory.
everybody in the Utah part
That's
to
my
be
slut.
serious.
How you rank it?
Whole week. I saw a few videos of people doing swimming, the article
Orlando, are you
themselves.
100%
It's
Mexican?
not cool that we are here
You look sleepy.
as
That's what
the
you
Jewish
look.
collective.
People
Sounds
tell
very
you that a
pick it
lot.
up.
The dark guys, yeah,
And
that's what
tomorrow,
he's in the gay community, what we call it chupacabra.
the show is going to
You
be
don't know he's actually
at
Mexican, but he
8:30
loves
p.m.
it.
global time. So that is Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. That's the English show.
Rattlesnake is out. Orlando, I feel like we don't really know much about
I
you. Tell us
was
something
in
interesting
Toronto
about you. I
with
think
the
you'll be
cover.
surprised.
He knows
I
Willie
didn't go
Barcena,
home.
he already
A
said it.
very confluent special part Ashkenazi, Yossi Klein, Benny Rodnick.
Go ahead, you've had a lot
Who
of
else?
time to
Am I
think about
missing
it now.
somebody?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Mike.
I mean, I have a joke about it. Grandfather died the same day I was born.
That's the most interesting thing
Just
about
to be
you.
positive.
Your grandfather died
So
the
come
day you were
along.
born.
Benny Rodnick, who basically is going to be working full time for NBY. Sending his ticket, the whole thing,
Yeah,
just
man,
for
a little
a
fast. What can I say?
Why did he choose
What does that mean to you?
Toronto?
It means like
Beautiful
when I
crowd show
travel
up
outside
there.
El Paso, I
You
don't
have a
feel so
very
American.
long
I bet when girls
standing
touch you,
relation
they're
to
like, no,
Toronto.
got all pass.
Starting
Shut
7 years ago with Fanta,
Shut up.
I was well.
Shut up. You're a
I
bitch
was
sometimes, you
into
know
a
that?
scene there. It was a scene, yeah. I remember in Sakta, I think it was 4 years ago at AJ's house. And it was beautiful, beautiful. I got to see the Chicago, the tremendous thing from the top and the stage through the whole shear, which was very humbling because, you know, you can come talking and there's other things to do and you have to grab the
What
chair.
do you think the second most interesting thing about you is?
In Toronto, the powerhouses over there. You have two Pizza now
I don't know if you guys have heard
and
of
Jimmy Azubai pushing
No,
the
that's about it. No, honestly.
satellite
I
location
wear a watch in
to
public.
get up
Like,
together
you
with
date a lot?
Foot Flowers.
I got
And Foot Flowers and Park Chan, you have limitations that you need to get stronger, larger, and push them. The boys said, don't forget, you just started in something spin off. It's not too late to be your friends. It's not too late to get on your statuses.
All right, Orlando. Well, you might be one of the most least interesting people we've ever had on the stage before.
Sean Rand,
You know those Dos Equis commercials? He's like the opposite of that.
90 new people who got your status. Teachers overall, 70 plus people who got your status. Shimmy J, the name of the status. Also, we start doing people in.
All right, Orlando. That is
Everybody has a status. You don't have to have 50, 100,000 people in status. You have 1,000 people in status. 200 people in status. You can join. Just post your own message and put it in your status. It's not a lot of work. And it's Kedai, it's Kusum, our everlasting. We have 3,000 people that join us in the status in office. And I hope they don't mind the fact that I'm pushing forward through the United States, in Toronto. Now I'm in Park City. And these are 2 days back to the New York, Park City, maybe even Miami. We have to see about Miami because it's 2 days and it's up in the air. Tom's River, look at this report side. The number of people here is beautiful, beautiful. We have a very, very strong satellite location going. You deposit them in Williamsburg, see it. Look at this. I love this.
So we're having a get together / CA. One of our daily participants. We have like a promotional item company.
I'm getting at is dating's difficult.
Nice logo.
You hear a lot of people say, I think people think dating's difficult because they don't know what they're looking for. Like, I had a friend recently, he's like, I know exactly what type of girl I want. I want a girl who's horny all the time, also smokes weed and play video games.
I love it.
Like, oh, you're a 13-year-old boy. That's what you just described to me to a T. He's like, no, gross, I'm not gay. Like, that's not the bad part of what I just told you.
Hollywood, Florida,
Gave a homeless guy $1 recently.
What's the place I was gonna go?
He's like, I'm gonna pray for you. I was
See.
like, oh, you're gonna have to give me that $1 back because it's not working
You're
for
not
you.
going to I'm not going to
Maybe part of what you got going
I
on.
thought it's a pretty sellout.
I thought I was giving you money for drugs, not paying for bad luck.
Fuck yeah, Eric Friedman.
It's in the Chicago Pistol, Chicago Concealed.
Did it, buddy. That's
Los
fine.
Angeles,
Uh,
not sure
for
the
second
server.
show.
Yes, it is.
How do you feel?
Back of England, though. Beer Valley is currently 2:25 a.m. and I'm on my way to Philadelphia. From Philadelphia, I'm looking to see Mexico base. You mentioned that someone was opening up their one hand thing right away to beat Chavez, have a 2 weeks of his true. I just sent us the number to see if it was strong. Told me that you were for the I wanted to beat Chavez said that's too much. I know so bad about it. I told her that I believe it's time. It's like I received an email, not that it's time from the other. Okay, I see them will take the lever, the roof like you said, it's time. But only the point is that it's only that you used to smoke Chavez, that you cut down just on one cigarette per Chavez, you set people in heart attack. Someone has to pass up the seat that if you're fasting and you take the fast, it's not considered at all. Because Shania was saying that it's in the form of tonsillitis. You just leave over one piece of food on your plate. So I'm not going to eat that entire plate, but itself is considered some sort of kindness of the writer. So if you keep one part of the chop, I'm not saying that it's a mere chop. And I'm not promoting
You're sort of an LA guy,
not
right?
saying that the person
People even don't
has
stand
that
up 3 years or 30
struggle.
You spend the first 29 years of your life.
Doesn't mean it's just between breaking Chavez and being struggle. That's what I say. As much as you keep, you get tired, whatever's tired, that is, you felt you just have to do that. And then I began listening to shit. It's like exactly the thing. Wow.
Shout out,
My early fire star, I think they're saying it's a hero, something years ago, I'm hoping this happened like a few days now with this thing. Was riding the high was the most amazing experience. I was listening to all the stories and I realized that for what I'm not going to do once, I would probably never have opened it tomorrow. Now here I am, 1,000 years. I'm looking forward to the city shots with you and what is supposed. So this individual, Larry Jackson, is 511 back left.
You know what I
Everyone can reach my life in so many ways. Never stop being, I guess. Is that what everyone has one? I guess that's 20 shots. Yeah, makes sense. 500 days is more than a year. Yeah. Anyways, I've reached my life in so many ways. Please never stop being out by your cheerleading and change less than all you do with friends. Yeah.
Do you have any fun
So
stories?
with that, unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it for minutes here, but I've seen other pictures and videos like in Russia and already playing through this initiative. I was thinking about the two clothes that I'm doing. Mark Ashkenazi on the computer right now, behind the scenes, always on the road, and most of the time, our CEO. And how their partnerships represent something so real and good. You don't even have to finish it. I actually saw pictures through them, and I was thinking the same thing. Mark is like the yarmulke. That's the kind of his yarmulke, and his place is here. You don't even have to attend the show to do that. When was the last time you saw CCA?
I was at the
He's
High
started.
Times
I know. I hope he's not talking about the Mark Ashkenazi. He's not started.
very, very front row.
He's
The awards.
yeah. And a part of it too, working side by side with such harmony. It's really unbelievable and inspiring.
Yes.
If only I had one more request.
I
This
flew
time,
private jet
try
back
sending out the show by email as well. If you send it out email, I don't hear a lot about it. I know we used to. Not everyone has WhatsApp, and just help even more people to know enjoy the show. Save everything you do. You're changing lives, saving lives, building lives. Don't know what I would do without you. Thank you, Russell Fast. But I love this picture.
Did you smoke the APS pot?
As much courage and the people is writing, and yes, the father is watching
I thought like
the
the
way I
APS
do and all
when
the
they poured,
kids
I'm like, oh,
climbing
they gave
around
it to
them.
him. He's like a big
What?
celebrity. I tried it. It was great.
And finally, Coach Deluxe. Good afternoon, fellow Coach Deluxe. How can I help you?
This
Sitting,
might be one of the most
change the
mellow
doctor
parts
freaking
of the
asking
interview.
if he got. He said he does. Other women say I'm a set though. If I find out, I also and yet, I still find time. You got to go. That's true because a lot of people they come with you can accept kind of gets you know, like, okay, you can accept that nothing
There you
more
go.
to
You're
say.
a Friedman.
You
This is
really
what
play
happens when
every
you go
day,
for it.
and that's great. It's like
Did
that.
good.
You do another coach. So you're saying no. I just
He's very honest. He wanted to show up with Ron White. He asked for it, and that is
I
how
can
show
accept
business
that,
works.
but I find the type of also
You get to
do
do a
it that
fucking
way.
shot with Ron White.
You get more from southern times. Suddenly, you told them about how I was going to be one of the really other thoughts and calling up just renewed to increase 100,000 different answers. Reached out to a few people today that told me that they some random people they both told me
They
the
just
whole
did
long
one
teams
shot,
out.
It's still available on
Very, very
Netflix.
important to people, but it's even more important. So get
What
them.
else, Eric? Any special skills or talents? Any hobbies or anything weird you're into?
What's it called? Make them accountable.
Whoa!
And
Wait a second. Are you about to have a Mexican drum off? Or do you have any Mexican in your blood at all?
survey.
Are you sure?
You
Because
got like done. One word, done. Get the elementary, so the guys into one after another, and the idea is to get them going.
have you ever hung out with a Mexican or anything like that?
Before the real
Wow,
habit,
would you like to have a
it takes
Mexican
60
drum off?
days, 90 days.
You
Once
guys
you're
like
in the
that?
habit,
One of our favorite traditions.
in the beginning, you don't want to be good.
All right, well, Eric, this is the part where Joel hands over the
Looking
sticks.
forward to
And
the
you
numbers
want to
for
talk
the
shit
time
about playing the drums?
Today,
I'm going to
something
No,
down shot
you
logo.
When I asked you any special skills or hobbies, your first answer was drums. So there you go. Get over there. Don't be shy. Want to do a shot with Rob right now? You have to play the fucking drums.
I'm not telling you what to do with your money,
Joel
but
drinking tequila, or as he calls it, breathing.
Rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here he goes
One
with
of
his
the guys
drum
going to
solo.
tell you,
Challenging the throne of Joelberg. Joel will respond after this. Perry is going to hit Freeman.
Up your game a little bit. Now, again, not my money, so I can't really tell you. And but tell you that something's happening from this. So right now, that's not anything. There's a couple of French fries, but now we're just seeing what the French fries now. You want to get a free meal, and free, I don't know what you feel over there. No fun, someone else. $30 or okay. Get French fries.
Okay.
There's lots of Ahava, visualize, do
I
like
guess
Midtown,
I
New
could
York.
probably challenge for the
Listen,
Mexican
I don't know,
trouble.
maybe Friday
Even a
Midtown, New
guitar
York,
center.
something
I
like
mean,
that.
I pretty much
New
do
Jersey,
that for 5
New
minutes
York,
when we do
being
sound check
seven,
every
but
Monday.
I do appreciate
So
it.
in his
It's a
return,
great
the
thought.
defending reigning champion of percussion of
Look at
Tony,
it, yeah.
Jaybird, ladies and gentlemen, Joe
I've
Jimenez.
always had in Hollywood and doing a previous show. It's live at 2 p.m. New York time. And
Whoa, look at that.
yesterday at 8 o'clock at night.
Moving it around.
And on
Oh, it's
Shabbos at 1 o'clock, what's the Shabbos, 9
He's
o'clock.
getting the symbol.
With
Oh,
all
he's
the
getting the symbol. Oh, he does now.
you should walk into New York.
Wow, he's very tortured, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Like it.
There he goes,
Oh,
Eric
I
Friedman.
know
You
it's
lost
not
the
so
Mexican
cheap.
trouble, but you got a shot with
So
Rothschild.
it's really
Ask and you shall receive.
it's
Eric
looking
J.
at
Friedman on
Rothschild.
Twitter. There
I
he
was
goes.
confused by
Then we
famous
move
world
on.
leaders. Dr. Wenger
You guys having fun out there? Trying to warn you.
Supposed to
All
kill
right,
myself.
here guys go for Terrence J.
So I
Miller.
interviewed Feldman for a long time.
Terrence J. Miller.
I liked it.
Is that a
It was
human?
good. I was very, very tired.
Terrence J?
I just came off the plane.
All right.
So I'm a little bit more
Scaredy cat.
music, a little bit more serious than usual. But I think it was a good interview.
Aaron
People are
Wright.
starting to go to see the other interviews. It's good. One of the things to be played. Go check it out on Living Lachaim. On YouTube, I don't know where else. Living Lachaim. All right. What else we have? Oh, we have sponsors. A lot of new sponsors. This week's good. The second sponsor. Where is it?
Hey, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. I'm getting
We're
mature.
missing.
I know that because I like nature now.
Oh, this is when we came.
When I was a kid, I didn't care about nature. Now, nature's a priority.
Okay,
I've turned
Rabbi,
down sex.
that's one problem I have. Yaakov,
One of these girls that
Rabbi,
she's like, here,
Rabbi.
let's get it in. I was like, bitch, you just got to shoot the stars. That's
I didn't know
that is crazy. You down there, I just got it. You just got it.
Where's Dave Salmon? Mark, you got to throw in Dave Salmon. You got lost somewhere. There was something sponsored by Joey Dallas. Then you want to find Jeffrey Dallas. And I'm just going to do it.
I can't wait. I want to go get some food. I just found out one of my friends, he's a
one of
food
these.
blogger.
You should play for all of them. I told you you guys send it to us family and the Island UK.
But the thing is,
In honor of the
he's a
belly
podcast.
my meeting wife,
And you can't be a food blogger and a podcast.
Ellie Ashir,
Everything you need is
Mushtem,
podcast.
Zia.
I went on his vlog to see what he's talking about. All schools recommend him. Project's great. I was like, oh, he gave fucking 6 songs. So I was like, oh, okay, this ain't real. I think you guys.
Plenty of money. Yossi,
That was
Five,
fun.
Betty, and Paul, the Iceman Circuit,
Rare
people,
words in nature.
Iceman Circuit, BY, Poetry, Showering, Sapphire. Just plenty of money spent, $9,000. I love plenty of money. He's a plenty unknown money. They're very similar in a lot of different ways. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, all the Iceman Circuit, BY, the goes on stuff. But, oh, just like the sponsor David Salmon that never knew about very much more far than engagement and rock was beautiful. David Salmon, who says not from the beginning, it wasn't even the last minute.
Is your full set longer than
And he
your
says
other
next
shirts?
week's going to be his homeless brother and his wife. And I stayed, in Malta. I saw the first time of my life from here.
Has
Jimmy
anyone
has
ever
you
told
live.
you that you
Came
look
up
like
that's
a
Thank you,
Derek
Jamie.
Jeter?
Posted us, Bigger to come to his house. Said, you're not okay. We're
Aaron, where you
in
from?
Toronto last night. But I still walking through the houses with my husband coming to town and walking on his 40th birthday. And I was so happy to die by cheese and then Shoshana Leah, we did the beginning of the Hana, especially my girls, and Kenya Leah. Inside of now generation, anonymous and memory, Mazel Tov, Leah, the Sonata, and this year. Anonymous, the specific verdict that is good and open in a good way. There's a more type of factual Leah and May. Weekly sponsors was S&M for every menu that I've already heard to answer. Like you get elements, they take the rough up on his foot and shift yards at Anonymous was a special success in food treatment of
Anywhere I can get on, so.
other
Since
things. A bunch of people treating asked me,
Also, like, post show.
I feel very comfortable every single time. They ask me for drop-offs. I said, It's a killer.
You're very, very, it's an interesting
It's
conundrum
a
that I
lot of
find. I
people
don't know,
struggle.
I
It's
can't tell
very, very
he's good
difficult.
looking. He just needs to share.
Struggle
I don't know
for
what
giving
it
a girl
is.
on
Like,
her
do you get a
birthday.
lot of like germs?
Money,
Or is
Rabbi.
it like one or the other? I smell one of
So
them.
she give you chaos. And the money out. Even if you have this Hashem,
I like
I'm
it.
still emotional
He's
wreck.
got these
He
good,
means
he's
this.
got these
Emotions
large
that
eyebrows,
work
and
through,
I just feel like they
emotions
could
that
catch a lot of
you're so
Oh,
overwhelmed
wow.
that it literally
Aaron, have you ever been with a man before?
It's like
You have a girlfriend right now?
drains your
Yeah,
whole
how long
brain.
you been with her?
It's that itself makes you weak.
Forever. Where'd you meet her at? High school.
Yeah, to see the struggle with his camera, taking pictures, and also the camera just drops and just crying, all from emotion.
What does she do? We don't even know her.
Anyway, the analysis kan keiner tej sorry, teraz powiada, wspomniałem, że żeby się wyglądał jakieś inne montowane But we decided, here we go. We are in the second day in the office. Today we have an easy task. The most of the task is going to be discussing this idea that we learned yesterday. That because you're tuned by your fight, and Rabbi explains you're tuned by your fight, that your tuned by your fight goes with kind of the crowd, letting you look into the reasoning behind the comparison. And when you can tell that what a person is doing is false, it's doesn't, then you ignore what he's saying doing. When a person is saying that he's bringing a flat leaf up, but in fact he's doing a very big soft one, just ignore it. I've already said it, but you didn't read it. And therefore it doesn't ruin it. Whereas when you're doing your karma, you can't tell, because every shida looks the same, and every kabbalah salam looks the same, every shida looks the same. So when a person tells me that I had a mind to bring in an island instead of the Islam, that ruins the fight in a way. But I never thought that. So basically, what we're going to be doing today is going through a lot of different cases. Let me throw an example. Part of the case that we know is rich, less than a year old. So the person shows up for his cow. He brings a public case up from a cow. So the guy is crazy. The guy, he didn't need it to be a public case. So it's a joke. Ignore it. Another thing is that when it's very clear that a person is saying and doing are so different. What's the interesting thing about you, Aaron? And his actions speak louder than words. Therefore, actions are what count, not the words. Because that holds true to everything. That's why we get to cases. What if you bring an animal, another example? What if I'm supposed to bring a 1-year-old right now and bring a 2-year-old right now? Are those actions that speak louder than words? Okay,
No, Brian, that's a different score.
what if you're supposed to bring a male because all everything's a male? Yeah. And you're a female. What if I brought us between females? All couples are female.
How was your team when you played there?
And brought a male. Is that an action speaks louder than words? That's today's subject. Like I said, easier stuff.
My team back in grade school used to always cry. They'd start crying the second we would go down by 1 point. But if we got the lead, you just stop crying and be really good again. But then if they made another
wow. All I can say is wow.
You ever cried? I'm not
emotional.
What's the last thing you think you cried at? Try to remember.
On all levels.
What's the last thing you cried at? I'm Fred, your dad.
We can try it. Something we're only 10 lives to the bottom of the page on the page. Singing, great.
You are a real bitch sometimes.
Singing, Ola, Mola, these are all the different questions that we're going to bring.
Any highlights your career or anything fun like that? Never been good.
Tell me out the SAT one. Well, sorry. Okay. So, please we need to explain a little bit.
All right, Aaron. Well,
here we go.
How tall are you?
There are 2 types of birds that we bring to this English. Pigeon and dove. We bring a That's it. Woman on
Well, Aaron, it was nice to meet you. Thank you. Big time. Way to go. We had some good accidental punchlines. One of my favorite, one of his jokes was my roommate's a blogger. That was like the whole thing.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck comes in thinking they're better than everybody.
Actually, I'll be back.
What is this bullshit? What the fuck is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit?
Sorry.
Garbage. Garbage.
Everybody.
Halloween's coming up. It's my best friend's birthday. I want to get her a sweet cake. So I hopped on Google and I Googled search cake. And Google said, did you mean bouquet? But they didn't spell it the same way I did.
Let's see how that looks.
I clicked on it. I didn't find so much cake. I found a whole lot of icing, though.
That's me too. Now notice.
No, I looked like I know what kind of cake that is. I can't finish okay. But the only reason I did that joke is because there's going to be some innocent lady that's going to be real confused after the show and pull out her phone like, what's
This is unbelievable. Because it's was above the red line.
Alright, 50 seconds, baby. That was funny.
Everything else is below the red line. So if it's a contest,
Just drop a hot 50 and they drop the line. There it is. 60 seconds right there.
another bird, all you do is need to
Hi, Dave. How are you? Have you been on the show
do
before?
a job,
You have?
I've actually been to the desk
sprinkle
once. I
it,
did some
and you do this.
here I invited him to my
And
house.
you'll notice here
Give us a
that
good look.
below
I
the
haven't had on our last
line,
time.
really,
It's its own hot sauce called hot sauce. But it's very good. I ate it on pizza last night.
as well.
It's very good. So good.
Hot sauce.
And what they do now is say, look, the fact that you see yourself in
You're
a
getting a
line
shot of
is
tequila, dude.
or the fact that
It's real good. Shot for a shot. I'll do it.
or let's say
It has a good taste.
Hazar is only
See if you're a hot sauce.
Try it out of my belly button.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Everybody, stop what you're doing. Everybody, stop what you're doing. Riser has made time for us. What's going on, son?
You check my messages.
Dog, I don't have time to do that bullshit.
I've been sending you.
Dog, I'm favoriting gifts, dog. And I will take those gifts and put my face on them and be the gonorrhea to the internet. You're not getting rid of me. I'm going to be network sexual transmitted diseases. So you're saying that I have to check my Discord messages right now?
Yeah, super.
All right, well, you can just keep your pants on. How's your day?
Amazing.
How did you sleep?
Negative. Haven't gone to sleep.
What in the fuck happened, man?
You said call come in before I go to sleep so that you can have an advantage. Change your stimulants.
I didn't say that at all.
My adultery substances.
I didn't say that at all. You're making things up.
You literally yo. You're like I play against you when you were sleepy, and then you do that when you're sleepy.
Nobody remembers that. These are lies. These are lies that are being told to the youth of the world. All right, I'm checking my messages right now. It looks like I have 8 new messages. That's a shit ton. Okay, we have PSYOP, Sun Caesar, Invisible Advertising, Take Notes, Viral Tactics. Next is some bitch. Christopher Cross, Ride Like the Wind. Need karaoke cover. Okay. Christopher Cross is a good one. Next is Bob Lazar. Weekend with Bob Lazar inside Area 51 UFO. Okay, I'm down for that. Next is, did you watch this? Any True Fighter and the Kid would have saw this. Yeah, I did see that. I absolutely saw that. I can tell you all about it. Dog, I was looking for it on Brian Callen's Instagram. That's how big a fucking fan I am. Word, dog. Magic Mind. I know all about that shit, dog. And that girl, Mariani, she's pretty hot. But yeah, dude, what a garbage fucking production. But yeah, dude, any true fighter in the Kid band would know that. And I didn't.
There's one shot that one thing that just cracking up, like Brian Callen said like on each joke, and then just shows like the reaction shot of the guy that's like reacting to Brian Callen
That's Brian Callen.
His expression is just like so funny. This guy.
Dude, how? Apologies. Go ahead. How weird is it that is content? They literally get like an advertisement like, hey, we'll make a skit that literally is just completely about your product, and we will. It's not even that funny. The skit itself, in my opinion, is not that good. And this is like Brian Callen's business. This is his like last opportunity to like not lose his ass. And I was looking for this, so I'm glad you sent it to me. I saw that it had, when it launched, it had 6,000 people who watched it, which is like, in these guys' terms, like a failure of a launch. And dude, I know all about Magic Mind. I know all about all the people in there.
Are you saying YouTube video?
Yeah. Well, yeah, at one time. But these guys are useless.
I don't know. There's on multi-channel collaboration.
That's true. These guys are used to like hundreds of thousands of people watching their shit. And I know everybody. Maybe not every person in that video, but I know this Mariani woman. I know.
I've never heard of her. She on like the girl like the black.
Yeah, she's cute. She's from Stockton, California. I can tell you all about her. Her friend fucked Tito Ortiz, or one of the Ortiz brothers. She lived in Italy for some time of her life. She's pretty tall. I know her from Kill Tony. I think she was going to be offered a Kill Tony regular spot, but she did not want it because she did not want people like obsessed with her and like bringing up her life every single week. She's quite funny. She was once a guest star on Kill Tony, and everybody shit on her because she didn't say very much. She has one really.
She was on Kill Tony. I thought she was like
yeah, not only was she a stand-up comedian on Kill Tony, like a bucket full, but she was also a guest.
Why would she want to? She wants to be a comedian, but she doesn't want to take the easiest possible route.
That's correct. She, I think, was big enough that she could tour already, and she just didn't want like all these guys obsessing about her. And they would. She's a really pretty lady, and
Isn't that pretty?
She is. I mean, she's okay. She's okay. She's definitely attractive for a comedian, and for the Kill Tony audience, they would obsess. They obsessed with every woman on that
Yeah,
show.
but I mean, if she goes on tour, then like,
If she goes on tour, then
have people obsessed with her.
That's true. I mean, I think it would have been in her best interest. Let him obsess. Be a sex symbol for Kill Tony. Like, that's the best thing that he could ever want. And the best thing that she could want for her career. Because she could really take that as a springboard. All the people who are in this ad are like from Kill Tony. There's Timmy No Breaks. He's in it. There's that guy who's like 20 but looks like, or he's like 30 but he's
Was Timmy No Breaks the dude on
Timmy No Breaks the dude on the laptop?
Or is he?
Or
You
is
have to show me which one.
he's the guy with the mustache.
Alright, let me pull up the video.
All right, just tell me when you're gonna say click, and I'll watch it with you. And then they've got this one guy who fucked up his career. He's the guy who looks like a kid, and Heath Cordis is his name. All these people are on Kill Tony. That's why I know so much about all of them, like in depth.
Timmy No Breaks is the guy with the glasses.
Yeah, his real name's Tim Scheffler or something. He's from San Diego. I know all. Yeah, good question. So he went from immediately being like absolutely loved, golden ticket winner on Kill Tony, to despised in like 3 weeks. He has a drinking problem, a pretty serious one, and he was just going to the different bars and getting really fucked up and drunk. He was supposed to open for Tony Hinchcliffe, I believe, in Boston. I'm almost certain it was Boston. Not that it fucking matters, but it shows you how much I know about this fucking bitch. And so he is going to fly from from Austin to Boston. That's kind of funny to say. And he overslept. And before they were taking off in the plane, they're like, "Is there a Heath Cordis here?" And like, because he didn't make the flight, and they were wondering what happened to him. And they called him, and he was just hungover. And so Tony was like, "Dude, you fucked up majorly. I was gonna have you open up for me in your road," and he hasn't had him open up for him since. This Heath Cordis is he put out this video of him with like an obsession with like older women, which isn't bad. That's fine. However, he looks like a kid, and there's like he was like playing that off, like trying to find chicks who wanted to have sex with kids to like hook up with him, and he found one lady. I think she's a stand-up comedian too, and they made a video, and it kind of just left people like they were just making out on the video. It kind of left people with a bad taste in their mouth. Then he, yeah. So he, I don't know if he has like what Emmanuel Lewis had or Gary Coleman. I don't think he has like that kind of like stunting of his maturity. I think he just looks really young. He doesn't want to say how old he is, but when they had him on the show the first time, I think he was just 21 or barely 21 or something. He was old enough to get in the club though. But it's like he was a flash in the pan, and because he looked so young, Tony Hinchcliffe was like, I gotta give you a golden ticket. And then he's been on a few times since, but people think that he is not. He hasn't lived up to any. In fact, he's been one of the less impressive comedians. He does, I think, Killers of Kill Tony to some extent. If you know what that is, that's like what William Montgomery does sometimes, and like all those like who else would do it? Casey Rocket would do it and stuff. It's like where they take 4 of those guys and they go on tour somewhere. And Tony takes like 10% of all of that shit. Anyway, so Heath, immediately when I saw him, I was like, oh, this sucks. Like, if they had to, I see these people, and it's like all the people from Austin. I was thinking about this today. Kill Tony needs to come back to LA. They're running out of really good talent in Austin. It's just not a big enough place. It's the same fucking people all the time. And in LA, I'm watching their old LA shows. They had all kinds of people, all kinds of comedians and like actors and just it was really diverse. And I feel like they won't come back to LA for a while still, because that would be admitting that Joe Rogan, his whole move to Austin and everything was wrong. Whether that's true or not, whatever. But all these people who I saw on this,
I watched Tony and Cliff today on Adam Ray.
yeah,
Once he changes it,
I was watching him Adam Ray's whatever thing. Like Adam Ray.
oh, that's a good question. He's from fucking like Spokane, Washington, or something, or maybe Tacoma, Washington. He's from Washington State. I can tell you all about him. Okay, but do I like him?
I'm sure.
Yeah, do I like him? He is funny. He can wear on me though, because he's on Kill Tony a lot. He's on a few times a year at least.
Oh, really?
Oh, dude, he's on all the time. And he does these he like dresses up as people and does characters. And sometimes those characters are good, other times they're not. I feel like he's got this Dr. Phil thing that he does. He does Dr. Phil on the road. And it's like Dr. Phil's just not that fucking funny. And frankly, dude, you're not that good of a Dr. Phil impersonator. Anybody can just do a southern accent and talk slowly and say, "We'll be right back." Anybody can do that. Or like that doesn't necessarily.
I feel like he's
Yes. Yes.
I had always known like every single like every single time I saw him, he'd be like trying to ball and cap and like doing a Phil impression. But today I finally saw it where he was character one. I like him not doing annoying stuff. I like this hilarious and goddamn.
From a personal standpoint, I think that he's quite nice. He used to, when he would do Kill Tony, at least it happened like 2 or 3 shows. When somebody would go there and they'd be like, "Yeah, I'm living in my car," or "I'm just here for the night," or whatever, he would buy them a hotel room. And Tony Hinchcliffe never does anything like that. But the reason why Adam Ray stopped doing it is because somebody trashed the hotel room and raked up a bunch of like damage on his credit card. And so he's like, "I'm not doing it." And he didn't say it, but like he's not doing that anymore. He wants to do this like man of 1,000 faces. He's got a really good makeup artist, and this makeup artist can make him look like a lot of different people, sometimes to the point where I don't even know it's him. And there was one episode of Kill Tony where he did like a guest spot, and I did not know it's him. I thought it was a real person. And he'll do women, which is okay, but it gets old. He's just on Kill Tony. People do really like him though, and he was guest of the year Kill Tony like a few years ago.
Does he live in Austin?
No, I believe he's based out of LA. He does not live in Austin, or they would never show up. We've got Adam Ray here. The people who are based in Austin are Joe Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Wegman, Ron White, and like some smaller comics like Brian Holtzman, like guys you probably don't know. Basically, what's happened is a lot of the older comics in LA are like they're older. They're like in their 60s, 70s, almost approaching 70 maybe. And there's not a lot of work for them. And so they're like trying to get the second half of their careers back in Austin. But Austin is not what it what people think it is. People are moving there or have moved there. There's a huge housing bubble. And the area never got cleaned up. You saw what the condo mothership looks like. It's very small, and it's like Tim Dillon says it the best. He's like, Austin is a shit. I moved there. I bought property there. I gotta be honest with you. It's one club and 6 bars. That's the whole city. That's the whole comedy scene. There's the It's not a million people. No, it's the 4th biggest city in Texas.
And somebody asked you 2 minutes later,
Think about that. It's the 4th biggest city in Texas, meaning there are 4 cities in Texas that are bigger than Austin. It's a college town.
Literally, it has. It's the 12th largest city in the United States. But it only has a million people.
And that includes everything, like all the surrounding areas. I think the city proper has like 800,000. But in comparison to Los Angeles, we have 25 million people just in the metro area, not including San Diego, where there are clubs. You know, it's like 25 times bigger now. And that's where Netflix is. We have Comedy Central. We have Paramount. We have every Disney. I mean, that's where you should be. You should be in LA if you're gonna try to be an entertainer. There's this funny quote that I've heard is like, well, wouldn't you know it? Isn't it amazing that you should be in the entertainment capital of the world if you are an entertainer? And it's like, yeah, it only makes sense. Now, there are some people who do the New York thing, and that worked for some people, but LA is where it's at. Austin itself is, it's cool. This is what Joe Rogan says to everybody. Look, come here, move here, you'll like it. It's enjoyable. The temperature isn't that crazy. But here's the thing. It is that crazy. It's really hot throughout the summer. It's really, it can get ice in the winter. And
very important.
Can I?
that you flip.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he did move there, yeah, but he's not on that level of like a national headliner. He's still he's good, but he's still growing. But yeah, that's true. Casey Rocket just moved away. They were just post on social media that Casey Rocket moved to somewhere in the Midwest. Chicago's just yeah.
Turn the random city, a million people, and like the comedy hub of the United States.
Exactly. And he tries to make it like Tim Dillon moved here, Shane Gillis moved here. They moved there and then they left. They didn't like it. Now Shane Gillis does play there, and Tim Dillon does play there, and maybe they bought houses and stuff. But that's just as an investment property. They don't live there. Shane Gillis is based out of New York City. And Tim Dillon is based out of London. Like that's where they have made their homes. And really, Shane Gillis is Philadelphia, but I believe he goes to New York City. But it's just like it's the 4th biggest city in the state. So if you want to do bigger populations, you've got Houston, you've got Dallas, you've got San Antonio, which are all 3 bigger than Austin. Austin's really.
I thought there was like Paso.
Well, hold on. We don't count Ciudad Juarez or whatever. If we did, then I think that's the biggest city. And it's like one of the biggest regional hubs in North America. But nobody in the United States considers El Paso to be anything, even though it's like the 10th largest city in the United States or something. Well, I guess
Why doesn't it count?
It's because nobody counts San Diego and Tijuana. Like, you may count them for an economic standpoint, but when half the people aren't allowed to visit the city, then you don't include it. Like Brennan Callen, Brian Callen, he moved from LA to Austin because he wasn't getting any work in LA because he's been blackballed because of his rape allegations. And Joe Rogan talked him into it.
People are still doing YouTube. The sponsor, Magic.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, like, Magic Mind is a joke of a product. Like, maybe people think it's really good, and that's cool. It's still small potatoes. You can't get Magic Mind at your local 7-Eleven. It's not 5-hour energy. It's growing, yeah, that's cool. But it's still like one of these like small podcast advertising companies. And
from what I understood, like the guy formulated the Magic Mind energy shot so that it would make his coffee last longer throughout the day. Like, but then in like the advertisement video, like bash coffee shit, like their entire product is meant to enhance prolong coffee.
Well, okay, so that video that they made, I don't know if I know every person in it, or I'm familiar with them, and I'm familiar with a lot of them, and that's like, those are mid-tier comedians in Austin. It's like, and then you've got Harlan Williams. He's bigger, but, and I don't know how he got in this whole Kill Tony world. He was guest of the year, like, recently as well. In my opinion, he was never that big of a comedian. He's Canadian, which, nothing against Canadians, but many times they're pushed on the American audience. There's already a negativity that Americans have towards Canadians and the British. It's like, I mean, I hear Tony Hinchcliffe talk about it all the time. But it's like, we have our own comics. Why do we need comics from another place? Harlan Williams' his big breaking out was in with Dave Chappelle in what's that movie? It's about getting high, where they shoot police. What is it? I have to look it up. But it's from 30 years.
He's in a few different movies. I mean, I remember watching him just for laughs in Montreal. And he was like the consistent just for laughs comedian on national television. So I don't think he was like too small comedian.
He was in Half Baked, but I didn't realize he was still performing until Kill Tony, and then he did Kill Tony, and then people loved him on Kill Tony allegedly, and I think he's okay, but some of his jokes, they're not very funny to me, and he knows that they're not very funny to an audience, but he just pushes them. But anyway, okay, I've got a few of them. Just off the top of my head. He was on Joe Rogan, and he said something like, "Oh, I'm not feeling well." And Joe Rogan's like, "Oh, are you serious? Like, everything okay?" And he's like, "No." And then he's like, "I think I have a tape in." And Joe Rogan's like, "Are you being silly? Or are you being serious?" He's like, "No, I've got like a 15-foot tape." And then he like pulls something out of his like pants or mouth or something and puts it on the table. And Joe's like, "Oh, okay, that's your joke." He's got another one that he does that I'm sure people can think is funny, but it's from like Mary Poppins or something, like a movie that's like 60 years old. Maybe not. No, not Mary Poppins. What's that one with about like a flying car or something?
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Thank you, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And it's like a woman. It's like an old lady who like has like lollipops and ice cream or something, and she like steals children. Some shit like that. And he was making jokes about that on Kill Tony, and everybody's like, we don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And he kept going with it, and he kept going with it, and he kept going with it. And then the next time he was on, he threatened to bring that back that up, like that. Like he was just trying to push something that wasn't very funny. Now, there's a certain thing that if you push it enough and it's not very funny, it can become funny, it can become your thing. But that one was just not, I didn't think like that funny. What else? He has another one that he's done like that. Yeah. Oh, like his stuff is just predictable. Like he'll come on Kill Tony and he'll be like, "Yeah, I've got a lasagna in the oven. Don't forget to remind me." And it's like, okay. And then throughout the episode, he'll keep doing a callback to that lasagna, and it's just like, yeah, it's not that funny. Like that kind of a lame joke. I mean, I get it, but like to me, that's you're setting yourself up to have like a backstory, and it's just not that funny.
I mean, I agree. I think he sometimes. I think he's like both. He has the ability to be funny, and he is funny. Sometimes just like misses.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like
he made his
his podcast, like his podcast that he does. He's so strange, and he just like I don't know. He acts super strange. Like never just not like a regular conversation. Like anyone. That's like normal. It's like he's always just trying to play the game.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't mind that he's doing that. It would be interesting if he just like wasn't being like
Yes.
Like talk normally about something, like he can't. His brain doesn't.
He's always trying to be in character, and even in a conversation with like Joe Rogan, he can't like take that facade down, and yeah. So,
I haven't seen
yeah, that's where he's talking about having a tapeworm and things like that. And you're wasting our time. You go on Joe Rogan and talk about serious stuff generally, like, or about your career, or about your family, or whatever. You're pushing a book or whatever. But it's not a place where you go. I know it's supposed to be a comedy podcast, but it's like not a place where you go to do bits. And that was just like very bit. And he just plays this character, and speaking.
Joe Rogan must have respected.
Yeah, but you could tell Joe Rogan was like, "That's a lame joke, dude. Like, you're wasting everybody." I'm surprised William Montgomery never got a chance to go on Joe Rogan. I'm very surprised. Because
they mentioned him on the show.
Yes, they have in high regard. They've talked about him a few times, and I felt like, oh, this is going to be his big break. That Joe Rogan's going to have him on, and I almost feel like Joe Rogan should open him up. Like I would say, hey, this person is an up and coming stand-up comic, and he's closed Kill Tony 400 episodes in a row or something, or not in a row, but like over the course of like the last like 6 or 7, 8, 10 years or something. I mean, a really long time. I'm gonna give him a chance, and maybe
he's basically the number one comedian on Joe Rogan. Or sorry, Kill Tony. And like Shane Gillis has been on. Maybe not Shane Gillis. Red Band has been on. He's in like the same verse. If anyone deserves a shot shot from Kill Tony.
Yes, yes, I agree. And they've given other people. They gave like Brian Simpson a chance on Kill Tony or on Joe Rogan. Brian Simpson is like a little bit more of an elevated comic. Brian Simpson does a show on Tuesday nights there. I hate that I know all this about this place, but it's called Bottom of the Barrel, where they take a like just like a bucket with little pieces of paper in it, and then you just randomly pick a piece of paper out, and you have to come up with a stand-up bit from that piece of paper to entertain the audience. And it's a thing. Look, the whole Joe Rogan experiment, when he left LA, I didn't want to see him leave LA permanently. If he had to go do Austin or whatever because of the pandemic, that's fine. But I love Joe Rogan in LA. I love him at the Comedy Store. I love him. That to me, I always wanted it to be like a new era of like comedy, where the Comedy Store was this place for it. Now, I feel like I really do that he got drunk with Ron White, and Ron White was like, you got to build a club here, and Joe Rogan was like, yeah, I should do that. And now Joe Rogan's poured all this money into it. It does break even, but it doesn't do super well. I mean, it does well enough. It could do better, but it's always sold out. He wants to make it.
He doesn't need the money.
Exactly. He it's not a money making entity. He does it to create comedy, but it's like the momentum is wearing off. When you get people to start who move there and then move away and shit on it, the people who shit on it publicly are Ari Shaffir. Ari Shaffir shits on Austin all the time, even though he's there on Kill Tony like multiple times a year. Shane Gillis shits on Austin.
Why does Tony Hinchcliffe want to listen?
Well, that's a great question. The answer is because Joe Rogan. And he recognizes that Joe Rogan has ins with Netflix. Joe Rogan is the biggest podcaster in the world. And this is the big reason they couldn't do Kill Tony during the pandemic. If you've ever seen the pandemic episodes, they're all on Zoom. So Tony Hinchcliffe wasn't making any money for the whole pandemic and couldn't pay his bills, basically. I mean, he had money, but not huge amounts of money, not like he's having now. And so they had to go somewhere where they could get a live crowd, because you need a live crowd to be able to do Kill Tony, to be able to get advertisers and stuff. And Austin, Texas allowed that. So, and I know they feel, Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe, that there's going to be another pandemic at a certain point, and that's why they had to move back to LA. They don't want to do this thing of bouncing around. Hey, when there's a pandemic, we have to go to Austin, and then when there's not a pandemic, we'll be back in LA. They don't want to do that. They'd rather play big stadiums, at least Tony Hinchcliffe would, where if they're going to play LA, they'll play Crypto Arena or the Forum, basically, or whatever, and they'll suck all the money out that way, and then go back to Austin. Austin, they don't have to worry about state income tax, though property tax is high. They basically are big fish in a small pond. It's been good for their careers. I mean, I don't think anybody doubts that. The fact that Tony Hinchcliffe has become, in many ways, a household name, when before nobody knew who he was. Red Band.
I have a question. Tony Hinchcliffe, was he buddies with Joe Rogan prior to moving to Austin?
Yeah, so he was.
Or did he just tag along?
No, they were friends. He was Joe Rogan's opener on the road. So they went to Europe together. They played at Stockholm, Sweden. They played London together. They played LA together. So whenever Joe Rogan would,
And he was on Joe Rogan podcast.
yeah, so he was Joe Rogan's opener. He wasn't like initially. The way that he even got to know Joe Rogan is he Okay, so the story of I'll make it quick in like 2 minutes, but this is his story. He's born in Youngstown, Ohio, to a mother who was cheating on a guy, cheating on her. Well, basically, 2 people were cheating together, and Tony was born. So Tony has a bunch of siblings that are way older than he is, and he went to Ohio State, dropped out, then had a brother or half brother or something who was living in LA. Lived on his brother, I think his brother's name is Donnie or something. Lived on his couch for a little while, and then but wanted to do stand-up comedy, and did his got a job at the Comedy Store as a door guy, which is a job that Jim Carrey has had and David Letterman has had and a bunch of like big people have had. And it's your foot in the door of the comedy scene in LA. And he started to he was like living in his car for a little while, and he was always working. He eventually started doing stand-up on his own, but wasn't making a ton of money doing it. Just like he was a struggling comic. Then he, I believe, in and around this time, I'm not exactly I know he started comedy at 21, I want to say. He was dating Esther, little Esther, if you know who she is, Esther Pavitsky. She's a stand-up comedian. And then he was working in Starbucks during the day, working the door at night, doing stand-up. Eventually starts the Kill Tony podcast in 2012 with Red Band. And Red Band was already a known entity because he was the producer of the Joe Rogan Experience. You mark my words, Riser, in the long scheme of things, Red Band will have more of an effect on the podcasting world than any other person, more than Joe Rogan, more than Tom Green, more than anyone. Because Red Band started, he was co-creator of the Joe Rogan Experience. He's co-creator. Well, so Tom Green was the inspiration to Joe Rogan doing the podcast. And did you ever watch the Tom Green show? It's like the one piece of Canadian television that I would ever watch, and it was absolutely.
That's not true. Penny versus Penny.
No, I'm saying
is it absolute gold?
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying when I was a young person, they didn't show Canadian television shows, and there was no way to get them. But MTV would show the Tom Green show, and it was like, oh, what the fuck is Ottawa? Like, where are we in this environment? And he would go around, and he had a set, and he had a co-host, and it was like the Tonight Show, but just from his living room. And you see, if you ever have a chance to Google Joe Rogan on Tom Green, coming up with the idea for podcasting or whatever. Joe Rogan's there, and he's like, wow, this is really something. So you mean we've got cameras here, and they're streaming all over, and like all you need is advertisers, and Tom Green's like, yeah. And Tom Green got famous. He was in some movies. Freddie Got Fingered and Eurotrip and some others. And he married Drew Barrymore for a while. He was a pretty big star in like the early 2000s and late 90s. And so Joe Rogan got the idea for podcasting from a few people, but Tom Green is like the big one. You see the light bulb go off in Joe Rogan's head on the show, and he's like, wow. So you just had to buy this equipment, and you just basically sit in your living room and do this. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, wow. And all you have to do, and you got like a built-in audience because you're already a celebrity. So then Joe Rogan starts the Joe Rogan Experience. Not immediately. They do something. It was on something called Justin TV, and then there was like Joe TV or something like that. But basically, Joe Rogan had money because he had a development deal from Disney, and then he had money. He's the only person in Hollywood I've ever known who has gotten all of the casting that he ever did. He got his first show. He was also a U.S. Open champion in jiu-jitsu, though. I mean, he was an accomplished person. But he was on a show called Hardball that failed, but he still got the role. And then he got the role on News Radio. And then the big thing for him was Fear Factor. And once he did Fear Factor, he was on all the time. And that's where he started to make a lot of money. Anyway, with Tony Hinchcliffe, back to him. Tony Hinchcliffe starts the... It wasn't originally called Kill Tony. It was called Hinchcliffe's Notes. The first episode, they still didn't have a name for it, and they had to come up with something. The reason why I want to call it Hinchcliffe's Notes is because it's like Cliff's Notes, which is like, if you're familiar, it's like outlines to books, so you don't have to read the whole book. It's like the Cliff's Notes. Anyway, it was a play on that, but it wasn't good in a hashtag. It had an apostrophe, and people were like, "Kill Tony!" It's like, you've got like 60 seconds to make you laugh and to kill. And it was around the time where Kill Bill was still a little popular to some extent, not overtly, but it was a Tarantino thing. Now, Joe Rogan had always, I think, felt that Brian Redban, he was great to start off the Joe Rogan experience, but was not the guy long term. He just was limited. The way that Redban's older than I don't know if he's older than Hinchcliffe by 10 years. He got his start. He's also from Ohio. He's from Columbus, not Youngstown. They didn't know each other then, Redban and Tony Hinchcliffe. Redban got his start at what's called a Gateway Computer Company. They had gateway stores. He basically would sell computers to people, and so that gave him a technical background. He also dropped out of Ohio State, moved to LA, and then became a videographer for Joe Rogan at the Comedy Store. And then they start doing this podcast together. Anyway, so he's the co-creator of the Joe Rogan Experience. He's the co-creator of Kill Tony. He's also a co-creator of Your Mom's House and a few other podcasts as well. So he basically, whenever you hear the thing, the Death Squad Network, that's what he's talking about. Like all these podcasts that he helped to start. And there's a phrase in podcasting, the Podfather, and there's this other guy who it's referenced to, this guy named Adam something, I forget his name, not Adam Carolla, some other guy from like MTV, who's like the first official podcast that was ever available, something like that. However, Brian Redban, that's not a good real name. His name's Brian Reichel, but Brian Reichel sounds too German. So he goes by Brian Redban, and he's going to be known as the Podfather, like the guy who popularized podcasting. Well, I don't want to say he popularized it, but he helped the shows that would popularize it. But anyway, Brian Redban is very perverted, very, very perverted, and so Joe Rogan was kind of pushing him away, because he was getting more serious people on his show and didn't necessarily want to turn them away because you have this perverted guy. And Jamie Vernon, young Jamie, originally was like I believe a sound engineer. He graduated from Ohio State and moved to LA, and I think Redban knew Jamie somehow through their Ohio connections. And so Jamie was just originally like almost like an intern for the Joe Rogan Experience, but Joe recognized that this guy's way more serious than Redban is, and where Redban lacks the technical expertise, that's where Jamie Vernon would come in. So eventually they had Redban on as a co-host, where he would kind of sit in the corner and comment on things, and then eventually Joe. I don't want to say cut ties with him, but basically said this: look, I'll have you on like every 100 episodes or something like that for whatever you're promoting or whatever, but you've got to understand, like, I've become more serious, but also you've got Kill Tony now, which takes up a lot of your time, and you got to be able to focus on that, and you're a stand-up comedian, et cetera, et cetera. So there's never been major bad blood between the Joe Rogan Experience and Redban, to my knowledge, and I do think, I don't have any proof of this, but I do think that there was a buyout with Redban to some extent to lead the Joe Rogan Experience, and also I think he may have had some kind of share in it, because the one thing that Joe Rogan says is whenever you have a podcast, do not give up any percentage. Don't give up any points to it. You want to keep that thing to yourself. And it's almost like it was a lesson that he learned with Red Band. I don't know, but Red Band and Hinchcliffe, they start doing the Kill Tony, and because Brian Redband was already a well-known person from the Joe Rogan Experience, they had a built-in audience. They already had a place to do it at the Comedy Store. Tony Hinchcliffe actually was fired from the Comedy Store, but didn't necessarily have bad blood there. He was back there within a week doing a stand-up, but it was just the management there at the time was very questionable, and that manager eventually got fired. They brought in some other people, but so Tony went like 10 years without it being very popular. I mean, it's like 14th year now. But if you watch the podcast during the pandemic, they're like, we're not making any money. We don't have any sponsors here. You'd have like a drunk William Montgomery on there, and just a few other people who would come on to just keep it afloat. But it wasn't necessarily paying the bills. So very, very long story. Why did they move to Austin? Because Austin still had comedy that was open. It was quote unquote opened up. You could still have in-person events. You just had to keep 6 feet apart or whatever. So Tony Hinchcliffe and Joe Rogan are good friends. Joe Rogan had Tony Hinchcliffe as his opener. Brian Redband was his producer for many years. They were all friends. And then it would almost be like, I don't know, I've seen that, I've had this happen where there are two people who I'm friends with, but like I'm not like they're around me too much or something, or like I need my space, so I'll have them become friends, and then they use all that time that they would use with me, taking up my time to go be around other people and or do their own thing, but we're still friends. But it's just kind of like you pass them off. And now I think Joe Rogan announced recently, he said it a few times, but he's getting a new studio in addition to the one that he currently has, which is in this like kind of secretive place in Austin. He doesn't want a lot of people knowing where it is. There's something in Austin called CODA. It's the Circuit of the Americas, where it's like a racetrack, and it's in Austin. It's pretty close to the studio, and that has a lot of money in it because it's like F1. And if you know anything about F1, it's like super expensive to have those cars, and the people who own the track very expensive, and to give it are very wealthy, and to give that track more of a headline or more publicity, they've said, hey, we want to pay for you or give you a space so that you can do your podcast from here. Not every time, but pretty regularly, and that'll put Joe Rogan in yet another hemisphere. So he's already like the guy for podcasting. He's already the guy for UFC. He's already the guy for stand-up and the mothership and all that. He's already the Fear Factor guy. He's already the guy for like archery and taekwondo and jiu-jitsu and all that shit. But now he's maybe going to start to get into motorsports. I don't know. I know way too much about these people. I do know that. It's interesting. It's interesting to me though, because this is comedy. This is what it's about. You learn about the lives of these people and what makes them laugh and what's funny. I find it to be a great lesson in freedom of speech and wordplay and puns. And as I've said previously, it's like very easy for me to just have it on in the background and not have to really pay attention. But when I do, I'll get a few jokes here or there. And I can't believe you don't watch Kill Tony. That's like, I get why you wouldn't like it because it's not always that funny, but you like William Montgomery so much, and that's where you see his stand-up.
Yeah, it's
You
How did you find out about William Montgomery?
Here's a guy that gave $4,000 to spell. $4,000. I did not find everybody.
Like you don't watch Kill Tony, so like, was he just in your Instagram feed or something?
Did you get it? Ship it.
Yeah. I can tell you, I had heard of Kill Tony, but not like paid attention to it. And I had heard of Tony Hinchcliffe, but not really paid attention to him just from the Joe Rogan verse. And somebody from the Harry Potter Renaissance 10 email, it's like I'm always listening to Joe Rogan just in the background or whatever. And they would always come, they still do it. They come into my Twitter space or they come into my Telegram and they'd be like, Rabbi, we know you love Joe Rogan. Like, that's obvious. But have you ever watched Kill Tony? We think you really like it. And I hate everything that anybody ever suggests to me because it's like, I didn't come up with it. So I'm always very negative, sort of. But then I'll give it some time and then I'll watch it or whatever. And I started to watch it and I was like, this Tony guy is such a prick. He's so mean to these people. I don't like it. And I just so happened to watch this string of episodes where they had a lot of people with disabilities on, that I thought it was a show that they brought on people purposefully with disabilities and just made fun of them. And I'm like, oh, this is terrible. But not realizing that one of their closer for many years was Michael Laird, who was suffering from multiple or Lou Gehrig's disease and then they had like a lot of people on who had like stuttering issues or people who are like mute or people who are like have some kind of like disability. And I thought, oh, this is just like disability comedy. But I started watching it and it took me a few weeks of watching it like 24/7 to really start to enjoy it. And then the Shane Gillis did he dressed up as Trump and Adam Ray as Biden, and that went viral on social media, and I thought it was very funny. And I was like, okay, so maybe I should start watching this show. And then for the last like year or more, year and a half, it's become my Monday night. I'm not saying I have to watch it, because like if you're in here, somebody else is in here, I will entertain that person or we'll do whatever. However, if no one's here, I'm watching that show. It comes on at 6 p.m. Pacific, and I'm watching it. Like sometimes I'm in the countdown for it on YouTube, and the thing that I like most about it, aside from it being funny and everything, it's always there. 52 weeks out of the year, they're gonna have an episode there. The only time they don't have an episode on YouTube is when it's on Netflix, and then you can get that some other way. It's that to me is like the consistency of it. I respect. And to me, and I know I've said this before, it is an inspiration to me. Not because they make people who get on Saturday Night Live or get into the movies, but it's the fact that this show started 14 years ago, not even on YouTube yet, in the belly room of the comedy store, and now is on Netflix, and they sell out arenas and everything. And the way that they were able to do it is basically say to each other, we're committed enough to do this every single week and eventually get on YouTube and everything. We will go viral. And they did. I mean, in their own way. It's a big time show. And I say that to myself. It's part of my inspiration that all I have to do is keep doing this, keep making blogs, keep doing podcasts, keep doing interviews, and the same thing's going to happen to me. So you can see why I like it so much.
Yeah.
Are you ready to lose?
Tired.
Okay, well, that's good. Let me give you an update on Brendan Shaw. I literally am so obsessed with this. There's only like one person. Yeah. No, yeah. Are we going to play right now? Oh, okay. I was just going to say that I checked this subreddit along with 200,000 other people. Like, so much. It's to the point where when I go viral, I think I will do a podcast with Brendan Shaw. Like, I will be the person who saves him from his demise. Like, not that I like him, but it's just like so much of my conversations have to do with this guy and Schadenfreude or whatever, like taking pleasure in someone else's demise. But it would be one thing if it were like, I don't want him to do badly. I want him to be successful, but I want it to be because he does a good job and not because he's riding the coattails of Joe Rogan. But he doesn't really have anything that's that interesting. All right, Roger. I hear that you got my invitation. I went to sleep last night, whatever it was, like 9 o'clock. And I woke at 2 a.m. and I wasn't really any more tired, even though I thought I would be super tired. But I'm starting to get tired now.
The owner's room, I just thought it's a different type of minutes.
No, don't wake up at 12.
And he's calling it a machras.
We have to watch because we have shit to do tonight, dog. We have shit to do tonight.
Your father does it to you? He says yes.
All right, well, sleep at 2, wake up at 8.
The mistake was so gross that it's not even a mistake. That's rubbish. When you make a mistake,
I get it. I was waiting for you all fucking day yesterday. What, dude? I haven't gotten a Z in so fucking long.
A mistake that's so obvious, that's where it becomes possible.
This is fucking just bullshit. Okay, so you're admitting it.
So, Rabbi's not good to you. When a person makes a mistake between two menachas, he calls it a markashes instead of machas, that's kosher. But what happened was, he took this pan, this fried bread, and he called it an oila. An oila is reserved for an animal. That's where it's no good. And that's Rabbi Shikasi, that when you make a gross mistake, it's possible. And he also brings the possible.
No doubt. Obviously, Rick. There's no doubt about it. For the children watching at home in the future, just know this bitch is rigged. I don't even care about the adults. I'm going to be an inspiration to billions.
So the youth are our future. The machas, it's fine. It's within the umbrella of a minhag. But they say, wait a minute. If you're going with the pasuk, says Paris Minhag, there's another pasuk, says Paris Hakas. So when a person messes up in a Hakas, you should have the same halachas. If a person ate blood by mistake, and he has to bring a Hakas, but the Kohen said is a Hakas for you in the Cheder, why do you have to pass that Hakas out? It's all in the same umbrella of Hakas, and therefore they don't agree. The rabbis of Shab to Rabbi's shot. That's the Rabbi. And Rav don't agree to the middle one. But now, Rav nothing they don't like again. You have a contradiction or two brides say the opposite things. So if you mess up in a mincha, it's okay. If you mess up in a mincha, it's not okay. Says Rav, the difference is that when you mess up for a mincha, you didn't say the word mincha. So then, I'm bringing a machas. I'm bringing a machas. He didn't say minchas. When you say minchas machas, that's when it becomes possible. So yesterday, that Rabbi asked the question, what if a person messes up? It's an obvious mess up. He says, I'm bringing a mincha called a bottle. So the person is walking with a mincha chareva, which is a very dry mincha, no oil, and he calls it a bottle. So according to Reb Shimon, it's kosher. But why? Okay, so that problem. So basically what we see is that each sheep, the Rabbi, and Rashi, each one has a problem. Nothing is solid. Nothing. We don't have a one answer. It's a really good answer. Says the Gemara. Those are the people that we're all before lunch in the Bible. Those are the people that the Rabbi, the Haikis, the Rabbi, the Haikis. So as we saw, Rabbi is of the opinion when a person makes a real mistake, like Rashi calls it ruach bal hamra. It's like shtusim, real shtusim.
Dude, what is up with you and these fucking arrows?
I gotta say, it's one of my favorites. We brought Marcus Rabbi. Those were people you share. And a guy asked him a question. She looks at him and he says, that question, it's so bad, it's not even shtusim. It's not even shtusim. 5 minutes later, a guy asks him a question. He goes, oh, that's shtusim. So this is so bad, it's not even shtusim. It's bad. He's holding it in his hand. It's this thing, it's a cracker, and he calls it a soft mincha. Okay, so it's a bad mess up. So, everybody understood what he did it. Why toss it?
Dude,
why?
That's a great play.
So Rabbi says when it's so obvious, then it's cold.
It's such a bad news.
So yeah, she could Rabbi and Rabbi, but nevertheless, your boiler or Shire would ask the question, the boiler or Shire. What's Reb Shimon Bar Yochai's opinion when a person messes up and he says, this is crazy. He holds a mincha in his hand, it's made out of flour and oil, and he says, oh, this is an oil. An oil means a carbon. What kind of carbon? You know what kind of animal? Is it a zachar and a keva? Gotta know this stuff. We had it yesterday. Oil is always a zachar. Chatas is so it's not a zachar, not a keva. It's a piece of bread. So what is it? What's that halacha? Is the pshat that if it's such a bad mistake, it's not possible? And this is a bad mistake. It should be kosher. He called it bread. He called it a night. But then how do you subsist Perhaps because it's the pasuk that Rabbi brings Zisar Mincha that all menachos are under one umbrella. But that's a mincha. If you make a mistake between mincha and mincha, then it's fine. We give you a pass. But if you make a mistake between mincha and an oila, you don't get a pass. That's it. We're talking about a carbon mincha. When we got to listen back to Shimon, she will remind me, maybe after everybody goes, I want to record these 4 lines. You said I missed these 4 lines. That's the problem. You write yourself, and you're just reading. I went on a tangent here. I'll tell you what the tangent is in a second. Actually, I'll just say the tangent right now. Right before Yom Kippur, I had this idea, and the Baruch Hashem was not clear. How do I know it's not clear? The idea was not to talk during Kaddish. Kaddish is super important. It's one of the top parts of davening. It's like Dusha, right? Have you ever seen somebody talk during Dusha? I've seen once or twice in my life, seriously. Once or twice, people schmoozing during Dusha. Kaddish, and Chazan singing, these guys are just schmoozing. Very, very rare. How many Shmirava is, I'm not going to go. Maybe
I apologize.
it's greater than God. Yeah, it's one of the top places that even La Lacha, you hear the Chazan saying, you pause, you stop, you listen to them, and you.
This game is rigged.
Kavana, they were saying, it's big stuff. And then I
Was that legit? Was that legit? I just need to cue and all the people. I don't think I've ever had.
Then when your kids are cash for you, after their lesson, Hashem just costs you. It's not worth it. You're talking, you're not talking, you don't get that. Yeah, it makes sense, but I never found the deal. So we went on a campaign, just not career college. My deal was that if you don't put career college, maybe we'll spill over to other areas of doubt. But let's start small. Community. Here, it's not in the world. It's not the whole shot. It's not the whole piece of prayer. And a lot of people took it up on themselves and we're full shows. We had a whole shoulder of not dollar. The entire show we said, okay, we're going to do this program. Another show. Kids will just give out. But one thing that I noticed was on Shabbos, the MDY Shabbos, there were 900 people in a tent, massive tent, and there was zero talking. I don't know, I looked around and people came up to me afterwards and said, do you notice that nobody's holding it for their shots? Nobody's holding during college? You notice it? It's a color. Because you have people from all walks of life. We had super Modocs people and super Hasidish people that ate by themselves in the corner and their wives in a different part. That's all. A woman came over to me, not knowing, she didn't know. She gave me the chance. She stuck out her head and said, that's not in a bad way. She didn't know. She didn't know. Big dot for her. Her husband was a big dot. So, to see all these types of people and no school is a big thing. Anyway, so Rashi was shining light. Oh, so now I don't want to skip this. This is where I was. All my way to Migano to say thank you, Shimon. In other words, he said, with Shimon contradicted. We have two prices that contradict. We have three explanations how to explain the contradiction, and each one has a hole. Each one has a problem. We just went through the problem. So Mela, the Rabbi and the Gemara goes through it now. Rabbi and Shanalei, we should push it out. Abaya has a question on Rabbi that once you do a hekesh and you learn that if you mess up in a minute, so what's the difference if you mess up between the owners? You forgot that it's not moving between Shimon, or you mess up in the minute itself. A mess up is not a problem. That's Abaya's question. Good Rabbi and Shanalei is in Kishyo, this place of Chapas, we explained before. We have the Chapas also says those paragraphs with all Chapas should be on the one umbrella. You should get a free pass if you're messed by the Chapas, but you don't. The Rabbi and Shanalei should push you the Achaber, the Rabbi, and before, it's the Milchah. The person says that he's bringing a Milchah Polo, according to Shimon, it's kosher. Why? Great. No, so the Rabbi said, brand just trying to remember what these things are. And Yoshi, Baruch Hashem, our lead artist, was sick. Gave him a story got sick. Oh, that is, okay, great. Beautiful, brand new video from Memphis. Mishnah says, if you mess up on a mincha, what I mean, the person who swore falsely and he can't afford to bring a carbon, so he brings his horse, he brings flour. He brings a flour mincha. Now, the way to remember it is because he's a chayta, he brings chayta in this various ways. Chayta benefits. He doesn't bring any order and any ravina, nothing. He brings flour. And the minchas b'nais is the mincha of a cycle. So I asked Yoshi to speed this up. I showed this a bunch of times when we were learning cycle. That's that technology. Today we're way more advanced, but it's good to see. There's many steps in a cycle. So basically, what you're gonna see is fast. It's gonna be on fast speed. The husband warns his wife not to have yichud with another man. She doesn't listen. She's misgafet. He brings her to the English. This is a whole long process. That's the cycle. They remove her nice clothing, they remove other clothing. They have to undo her hips here. the kids here, she brings them in, but they all do the writing, that everybody knows. Everybody told you, puts in the water. The water erases Hashem's name. She drinks the water. If she's guilty, she explodes. If she's not guilty, she gets a drop. Here you go. So the woman that we have here is called Aklufta. She's a woman based off the Gemara because it faces around. She has crazy features. She has guts to all of it. It's time for the shtick. Take water from the PR, you go to the dirt, and that place right over there, you put it in, and Hashem, and now the mincha.
Oh,
What you guys are going to do means
that was good.
Wrong. Now we go this way. The point is 3 fingers, puts it in another 2 showers. You have to do like you do with the lulav. You go up, down, right, left. Learn lulav from this, and then you do something called Agasha. Agasha is everybody that goes to the UI knows what corner do you do Agasha. How do you know? There's that's right. So we had Abby's bath in the hotel, and the fish blew up. She exploded. You know, okay, and then the knife also exploded. So, you know that the guy also exploded? No. So you learn on the death of the family, you learn every single day, literally. Now, a day goes by, you don't learn something new that you don't know enough to do. That's why it's good for you shooting guys also.
Dude, are you fucking serious?
But also could be more stuff.
I mean,
Also, then do your ex, you know? Instead of losing sport, you do, especially if you have self-drive. So you put the screen from
dude, I never get this kind of fucking shit, dude.
You could. But the average charts weren't. They're okay. They could be better. It was new technology. The charts. People liked it a lot. Anyway, so something more. So here's the thing. If the client messes up and thinks that it's another type of mincha, he looks at the mincha's fight and says, "Oh, this is the dollar. This came from the guy's good heart, not because he did sin." You take it and you throw it in the garbage. Literally, there might be a place over there to burn it, whatever, but it's garbage. You don't continue bringing it. So Mishnah mincha's fight, it basically mimics a carbon chatas. Because a carbon chatas and a carbon pesach are the only two components that if the claim messes up and thinks that it's another type of carbon, you throw it out. Every other carbon, you continue with the process. You put it on the mizbeach. It's a nice thing. It doesn't work for the owner. It's another one. You don't throw it out. No point to throw it. 2 of them you throw out. Carbon chatas and carbon pesach. So 2, when it comes to mincha, there are 2 that you throw out. The mincha of the chayta and the mincha of this cycle. Why? Because it mimics a carbon chata. And the Torah itself calls this mincha a carbon chata. Why? You shouldn't put any oil there. You see, this is it's raw, it's so bad, this mincha. You're a bad guy, you did a bad Avera, or an Avera. So you don't even get the honor Hashem. You're not even going to put oil, you don't put any frankincense in it. You have to see. Torah calls it a chatas. Oh, chatas. So he calls it out. Elder that's surprising. Why chatas is a mincha of a soita different than all of the rabbis and calls it out of the mistake? The guy doesn't come either of nothing because Anna says, find my up here. Mincha's clothes, moisture and drop. If you have extra money left over from this mincha of the soita, you give it as an adult. It's something that you buy for bonus. Amalei, Shabbat honors. You have a Gzer Shabbat. What? Gzer Shabbat means we have the same word in 2 different psukim. So you learn one positive from the other, one idea from the other idea. Now there is other psukim. This is the word. Ayin Vavno. Ubechad Ksiv. Vayisomai Sanachem Losses is Avoid Haida. Ayin Vavno. Ma'achad is Moisher Dovas. Aminchas Knows. By the way, if you're watching the shir, there's usually wording on the bottom of the screen. Even if you don't have a Gemara, you'll be able to follow along. Afchatos Moisher Dova. Not Chatos Moisher Dova. Afminchas Knois Moisher Dova. So we're learning 2 halachas because 2 psukim. We're going to learn the mincha of a saita from Just like when you have leftover money by a chavis, you put it into the pushkin, one of the churches, and that money goes for the oilers of the Avingas Knois, Moshe Dava, so too the leftover money of Saita goes towards the Dava, and one more Abba. You can have it. Machavis Psula Shema. If the guy messes up in his intent, he thinks it's another type of party, and throw it out. Avingas Knois, Psula Shema. Oh, so the answer is, I learned the Mikvah Saita from Xer Shalom from Kaf. As the Gemara, I don't like Xer Shalom because it's true that it's Xer Shalom, not the Hashim, he also Shalom Shema. Carbon Hashem should have the same halacha as the Carbon Chappis. Why? Because it has the same word Avon in the pasuk of Hashem. So you should learn Hashem from Chappis and force out every Hashem that you mess up. But that's not the halacha. The grammar of an Avon in the Chappis. Oh, so let's see the pasuk. It's never except for us Zappis, the Mitzvah Hashem. Hashem says something. You see, it says the word Avon in the pasuk of Hashem.
You can't go there. That's an illegal move.
It's not a real
An illegal move. You would jeopardize the greatest comeback in the history of humankind. Don't jeopardize it, dog. Don't do it. Oh. A blank tile? Get the fuck out of here. This is the worst bullshit I've ever seen.
It's 11 times in checks.
Not even kidding, folks. This is the worst. I had the worst tiles I've ever seen in this fucking game.
You only have the other one.
What's the point? The point is about that. The more says it doesn't have to be not only doesn't have to have the same spelling, it has an extra vowel here, but even if it's a completely different word, it's still a good example as long as the words mean the same thing. So let's see inside. You don't have any practice. So the word donim avay no avay vein donim avay no avay avay. It's a different word. You don't learn one word from another because it says an extra vowel there. So the word might have to mean it. But what is very small, the shalak are no bottom. When the saras or nega, we call it a nega on a wall of the house here, we're just going to zoom into this nega. It was just a whole thing. It doesn't mean anything. It's just on the corner, the whole thing. So what? Because of it, it's the size of competing with it. I mean, it was a sugi over there. Just to show this the only thing I found was Yoshi was out. I do it myself. I couldn't find, I don't know, I'm not good at this. A nega, it's a beautiful, you see some sort of spot. Just instead of on your hand, you see one on your hand, your back, you see it on your wall. It's a religious thing. So you gotta call it behind it. And it's 1 week, 2 weeks, he comes back, he checks, he comes back again. So the 2 times that he comes back, it says the shop, he returns, and it says Uba, and he comes. It basically means the same thing. He returns to your house. One of the things that learned the first week.
Garbage.
Get out of here. Dog, I'm serious about this. I haven't gotten a queue in 4 games in a week. So, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? If they're not gonna give me playable tiles, it's fucking bullshit.
My silly thing that'll be a joke.
I agree with that.
Wow. You know what I'm calling? He's our head tech guy. He's Mamishin.
I'm happy you agree with that.
Might forget all the furniture.
It's a bullshit.
At least you can always blame it on the tire. The back plate is pretty. What was the most annoying?
All of them? How about that?
Break down the stones.
The XI, the XU, that one was bullshit.
If there's another type of zero shava,
yeah, that's actually what I like I got like $20 yeah. Back in locked down the X one guy. We got 17
There was bullshit. I know it, you know it, everybody knows it. Garbage.
I'm looking for a source that tells me that if the time messes up on the Minchas site,
And you're on stimulant.
Not on stimulants. I'm tired. Dude, I'm not. Don't accuse me of that.
Well, then you need more
I need stimulants, period. I'm on impossibly caffeinated coffee. I'm on Caesar's Last Breath coffee.
You know that's money. I don't know. It's a bad thing. So he says he's a red man for some of that. But no, it's a big thing. Americans don't like to do fuss, like not politically correct. If someone does something wrong, it's none of your business. Just keep it going.
All right, big man. Well, go get your sleep and come back at 8.
If someone does something wrong, you should. It's
Excellent.
Excellent.
I will not do that.
Okay, well, go get your sleep. Go get caught up on it, and we'll play tomorrow night, God willing.
Alright, well, you'll be up.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I just, because it's still enough
Then
now.
you just wake up at 10 you
Woke up at 2 a.m. I'm tired.
Which is a lot. Think about it. It's a little shots. A lot of people say, hey,
We're done.
No, you went to sleep at like
Dog, I know what time I went, and I already said it. It was, I went to bed at 9 and woke up at 2.
You know, Rabbi didn't start Chas at breakfast. It's for sure. I don't think
slept like
it's not
5 hours.
Yeah.
In Vilna, that's the first one, for whatever reason, start money is just that. It's not. When people go to bed like 7, that's a shot.
I just awoke and I was like pretty, like not tired. I wanted to be, but I was just ready to go.
Most class gets on broth. So they get off broth. You get out of the office, you get them enough. It's better than your father.
Alright, Mr. Michael.
Peace out.
My point is that meaning if there's such a history, you see somebody, I don't know, he doesn't have a desire. So you're supposed to walk over and say, hey, you know, what you're doing is wrong, it's a desire. So maybe the third rule, if you see a guy, and I really believe this, you know, if you're doing your ranks, you're doing the sector, you're doing sheep, you're you're already thought about it. But there's tens of thousands of strong guys who went through the yeshiva system, they don't learn a word. They're in healthcare, they're in real estate, whatever they're in, they're working 24/7. They don't learn. They don't learn. And then they have a chavrus here, they play, they learn. Twice a week. Those are the guys that, if you have a chief, you go over to the guy and say, don't do that very well. You have a chief, you go to the guy and say, hey, you can change your life, you can learn Torah, here's a great program, you get free Gemara, try it out, good stuff. And that's why a lot of people, these guys sat there. These guys, I know, he has a whole company dispensing in Miami. He sat there a whole day saying, Gemara, why? Because he knows that it's important. He saw what it did for himself. He wants to give it to somebody else. Talking about Ella, he got me to Shabbat, so this is double again. He didn't make Shabbat, not so, but once you do Shabbat, you're going to learn Saita from a Chakras. You have to learn all the halachas from a Chakras. You can't just learn half. You say, oh, it's only for the extra money, it goes to buy Karbanis. No. If you want to go to Chakras, you have a meal. You're right. Typically, you have to do the whole Zer Shabbat. But over here, the Shabbat is selling Chakras, it's a meal. Also, Shmok Shera, Shmok Sulam with a Chakras, right? Only by a Chakras, if you messes up a little bit and thinks about something else, you toss it out. I call it touching, Bein Shmok, Shmok Shera, but all other touching, if you probably thinks about the wrong type of carbon, you continue with that carbon. So bottom line is, I'm back to the original question. How in the world do I know that these two minachas, the mincha of a city and the mincha of a saita, if the kind thinks about another kind of mincha, you have to throw it out. It says in the process of the word who. The pasuk says who, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So So by Mincha it also says the word who. Tsunami, as the Gemara, Oksi Bezi. By Arsham also have this word who. And so you should say that doesn't mess it up. Or it messes it up completely. And Arsham doesn't mess up. Who? Wow, just remember, again, it's one of the oldies, but a goodie. And I learned in Skver. As a kid, I lived it for 2 years. And the Cheder called Skver. Basically, it's like 14th Avenue to 45th. Kids are already a learning condition. And it just reminded me, because the Gemara says he, and the Ger says who. The Pasuk says who. But anyways, the Rabbi says, famous sugya. What if the man gave the woman the kedushin, but she said harayat the kedushin? Well, what if she gave him the kedushin? So it says nosan hu v'amrahi. But it's considered. She goes like this. Nosan hi v'amrahi. Or the nosan hi v'amrahi. Or the buzais. Or the zizo nosan hi. Or the Musa Yeshua, like, what is they sound all the same to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, who? Also, now makes it be who. Last I thought it's more who to say. Anyways, the Gemara says no, but by Asham, here this is also if you didn't learn Zlaf, it's Shmat. Every animal has these three things that go in his death. They're called imura. The kidneys, the useres are covered. In English, it's called, this steak is a very Gishmani steak. It's called the skirt steak. It separates, divides between the lungs and the what do you call it over there? It's like it's a wall, yeah? No, you read what? Diaphragm, thank you. And the fat that goes around the kidneys, that goes out of his back regardless of what you do. Now, what if a person doesn't put it on his back? They forget it, they fell on the side somewhere. Halacha is, the carbon is perfect. Yeah, this is a new technology. Our guy's open his bath the whole time. It's a little bit different. It's a little different than his bath we saw at the site. Things are changing crazy. Aquaponics. The point is that these imurim, if you don't do it, not the end of the world. The carbon is still kosher. So Mamela, the word who, by Asham comes after the imurim. In the pasuk, when the pasuk is the word who, it's after you already bring the imurim by Asham, which is not an important time anymore. So the word who is, we're not curious it so much. We don't care so much about it. But what does it do, the word who? So, Lachar gives a more of a sleep. This I know. Avalasham, the narrow way. Lachar gives a more. That's my kosher. It's still kosher. Even if you don't bring the more, it's still kosher. By Asham, why I said the word. You don't know about because it's another subject. Halacha. Asham shenita l'ri'ah b'shchabistan. Oh, this is one of my favorite videos of Yisrael Zvakan. There's a halacha that if a person brings a chatas, let's say, and he dies, so it's chatas shemesu b'aleh. It's one of the 5 chatas. But unfortunately, what do? You have to let it die. You can't feed it, can't do anything. But what if the same thing happens with the Asham? The Asham and Chatas are very similar, but they're different. They come for Naver. The guy sets aside an Asham and he doesn't have a chance. He has a heart attack and dies. Now what do you do with Asham? So, what you do is, you let it graze. Yirat Yispav. So here's our version of Yirat Yispav. You let it graze, and you hope that it breaks a bone. It becomes a balmum. Okay, so let me show you this video. This is the classic. You said I think you guys a heart attack. There's a chata. This is awesome that its owner died. So what do? You send it to Kevis land. Daniel Benedict, that's your son. Laughing out loud. What? They go to get a And then you trade it in, you take the injured one, and then you buy an Ayla, and the Ayla goes to dessert on the Mizbech. It's called Ketzim Mizbech, literal dessert. When there's a downtime in his back, there's no korbanos, you just grab one of these items that you bought with the money from the injured one, and so that's the So, where are we holding now? Wow. Okay, so we have 10 minutes on base, but because on base throughout chances, is much easier. All right. Other than the real funny stuff. So you have this Kevis, this Asham guy running around Kevis land trying to become a Balmon, and somebody walks over and grabs him and checks him. What is he? Is he an Ayla or an Asham? He started as an Asham, but we're hoping he's going to get a Mum, and once he gets a Mum, we're going to sell him and take the money and buy an Ayla. So Asham should need to be for his time, partially Shemar. He becomes an Ayla. You shucked it, it becomes an Ayla. But that's Dafka Nitakin. When you picked it up, you gave it to the shepherd. He grades over there in Kevis land. Then, why did that work? But if you didn't give it to the shepherd, then it remains an Asham. And this I learned. You asked me, what do you do with the word Hu? I learned that Allah from the word Hu. But we also here it should remain as is, it should remain Asham. What is Aymer? So Aymer, check this out. Brand new for today. It's unbelievable. Hold on, let me just tell you first. I know it's unbelievable because I had a key.
No. What's my pimp come down? Not come.
For a bunch of you guys to do 3D animation. And it'll take them 4 days. 2 guys, 4 days. I'm over the thing. And it wasn't as nice. It wasn't as crisp. It wasn't as sharp. It was a different word. Now, one guy come up with 1 or 2 of these videos a day. Now, these are very talented people, obviously. But this he did in a day. With this new logo, the History Channel, MDY History Channel.
In the days of the Beis Hamikdash, before anyone could eat
The
the
voiceover.
grain of the year, Aymer must be brought first. Aratesa, each of the Bezin, bear 3 bundles of the harvest. That night, the people gather with torches. 3 messengers stand ready. They call out, "Has the sun set?" "Yes." "Is it sickle?" "Yes." "Is it the 60th of East?" "Sun?" "Yes." The men harvest 3 sa'ah of barley. The barley stalks are then brought to the Beis Hamikdash with their beaten to separate the grain from the stalks. They are then roasted in an oven over the fire.
Oven. Alice Bezic is.
Spread out the azara to separate the chaff from the grain. Round. They are then sifted using that fire in order to attain a fine consistency.
13 sisters. See, they're staying on the side of the.
Kayan then mixes the flour with oil for the mitzvah of oliva. The white is added, and the does the mitzvah. He then does trufa, raisins, shards, definition of raisin, it's panel and fire. Then and all the grain was polished. Now,
This is like Motzi Pesach, you're trying to get the pizza.
I've been selling it for 3 years.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. Now, I have to mention, because every time I mention Omer, I have to say, because I have to trauma from when I was a child. My father was not good
How long have you been doing that for?
It's actually,
7 months ago. It's the weirdest
very
delivery
nice.
that you can get.
it's not schematic, it's not a figure, it's a very right. Now,
I had to
the
deliver.
reason why people are
I
not
had
so
to
much in
deliver
America
stem
is the
cells
it's not even about
to
it's a mess.
Kathleen
You know,
Gifford's
it
daughter.
started in Europe because it couldn't be better. It's not like today when you get
I
flowers and
guarantee
the
that was a
crop.
breach of privacy
So
that you just
that
did.
is something that's
Where'd you
but
get
in
stitched?
front of the hour,
Something like
somebody
nondescript
when I was a
building
kid,
in West
I went to
Hollywood.
bake and I asked the woman
States just gets
and
any
they
of
left
that. Yeah.
and some guy in line
Monster guy in that building, right? Stem cells, sure, they're for her
he also
daughter.
asked me to
Well,
what is
it's
it?
getting those
The chip.
injected right in.
Anyway,
She would
so
tell, so that was cool.
it's a comment. So when I hear the word, I want to explain to people in America. People don't even know. It's a very right. It's not as if.
There's
To eat Cheerios from the new crop or whatever you're eating, like pizza,
When you're selling, when you're doing Postmates, have you ever tried to upsell your hot sauce to somebody? No, but I probably should.
A lot of stores automatically, it's even hard to
Yeah, I
find.
think
But
that'd be a good
back in
idea.
the day, it wasn't
Just
like
make
that.
little
And I'm
packets
sure
that
there's a lot
have
of
your
products that are
website
not
address and
100%
buy it
licensed.
and just stick them in the bag,
This is
use the
very
bag.
the point that most
I mean, it would, like, as soon as I get the FDA approval, which costs a lot of money, I will, because, I mean, I can't run the risk of selling machine.
There are people that they're knocking on every corner in the world, corners that don't even exist. But they're their life, so it's infringing the
I
title.
like
So
going to
again,
some live music.
on the second day of Prince,
Comedy
he's
shows,
doing
you know,
parties like we saw.
make hot sauce.
And by bringing on this bed together with the sheep, that allows you to eat all the crap that you
Caucasian
if you
guitar.
don't do that,
Caucasian guitar. Caucasian
it's
guitar.
crap.
Wait, is that true? Is
So, guitar player. Mom's trauma.
Is that the music for a Caucasian
So
guitar?
saying you should not.
Alright, let's do this shit.
Alright, but listen to this. You guys
That
don't
guy.
what's the solution? So
Pat
you're talking
doesn't
about a
even
guy
know he's going to be part of a
messes up
Caucasian
his
guitar.
he's doing himself, but it's not. Oh, you may, I'm bringing now, I'm in customer test. It's nothing to do with
Do you
that.
even what?
No,
dated, no. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Because what is the argument coming to? It's coming to clarity food.
I mean,
And
it's
you
good.
didn't
Like,
accomplish that. So what's the point of continuing doing diamonds? They'll come out with the passion. And the mission says there's only two things that you throw out in diamonds. And we have a third thing. But then it's only with some Nazi and off that, now it's very, the country's very small. Soon. The same thing would apply to a carbon.
Like your last date, what was that like?
Nazi.
Last date, went
We don't
to...
really have it. We have
Went to the symphony.
different ones. We're not talking about this. We're talking about this in a second.
This is the most
I'm not
boring
the person
episode
who
of
talks
my
about not to drink wine, not to be
250
kind of mates. And he messes up. Yeah, let's see what I'm going to do for you. And really, what's the funeral that you start on? So this is the things apart.
Like, I'll show you the
Ah,
fucking symphony.
very
What do you
good.
think I'm boring? Watch this.
There's only three don't get movies. Pretty about that level speculation from entertaining. Honestly, I was good. This is really really focused around from five over that. And that's
That's the most recent thing you went on.
time of doing the job, thinking again, to no one. So,
How long have you lived in LA? 7 months. What area of town do you live in?
this, you know, the private also,
It's all right, man. There's more places in this town.
Basham Torah. So, the person who's in Torah was Sarat,
I really just
and
don't know what to
he's
do.
done with this whole thing. So, one of the things you have to bring is an Asham.
Or something like that. We
This
ever not
Asham,
released an
that's a good
episode.
point. It's like something to respond.
We ever just
Not
did it
only
just
the
for the
pop-up,
response.
and the conversation about there's more Asham Torah. Put it, well, actually, it's true. They come to allow a person to go to this midrash. They allow a person to drink wine. They're not serious, right? Most of the Kabbalah form these two categories.
So it's like
And
a nice
90% of the time comes to the dish. Let's call it 10% of the time, I'm just throwing in a number, is a maximum. Maximum means it allows you to do something. If you're not, it allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman who gave birth, it allows you to eat kosher. And then this Kabbalah is the Kabbalah. So, actually, the truth, then, since it's been complicated,
idea. We're gonna get somebody else. Nice to meet you.
now we have the same
He's on
person
Twitter.
twice.
He eats
Oh,
comedy.
we have to do this like this. Yeah, but I'm listening. A milkman that you didn't do with the properly. It's costly. I was there all the time. It's just like, what are the kids? He's not there. Because the milkman's like, the customer. The milkman is so hot and it's like, when he's in a good correct, this is one of the things that's all, man. I think it's going down the third one, which is the milkman's argument. So it's like, you can come and go up with the opposite. Yeah, you're right. The argument is harder, but it's not an issue because the issue is talking about a private milk.
We're the number one
That's
live
either way.
podcast on that.
Another keep coming, well, you go
Right,
out,
we
and
get
comes
to
on its own.
Ryan
Well,
O'Shea.
you guys get up with the coffee. Diamond comes together with the partner, with
It's
the
gonna be a
animal.
long
So it's
haul.
not mentioning.
He's got a
Another
fast
time.
pace.
Tony Hanna
He's got a
is the woman's
good,
mind. What
solid
is going
jog.
on? Second day payback.
Good,
Every year,
solid
same
jog all the
day.
way. Wow,
That's
it's
not
like a
interesting.
before
That's
and
not
after
the
the
norm. You know
DVDs.
that's
Here we
something
go.
that can come on any day. Oh, well, it's not like something that comes on a special way. Oh, my. לכן הדברים מהבעד שפרשם נוזי ואשם כל ששכחים שנשמור פסול. By Asham of another, Asham of the Torah, they suffer the gap of it's possible to regard the Torah by Asham of the Jew because it comes to allow you to do something. That was what all about you. I'm sorry, nah, the same is that person that just asked. But from the first mission, it's about how the same thing is everything. It says the list of the korbanos. If you mess up, you're not sure. You have to throw out. What are the Rabbi side? What are the two korbanos that you mess up? Machshav, you have to throw out. Achatos and a Pesach. The word's question is that more. We just said the Asham of the Mitzvah, the Asham of the Mitzvah is not. It's not so short. It's very small. Sharing not sure. Allowing you to put, you should put the Pesach. The Chatos. But you say, you're right. It's not the Pesach. To go after the issue, they come to allow somebody to do something. They don't get to drink wine. They're in context. It says more, even the Asham of Zayla. Within the category of Asham, there's different types of Asham. There's Asham Zayla. Sham Zayla is a person like that he didn't steal. Shamilas, the Pharaohs. If you use something in the base of Migdash, you have to bring a part. You also have to pay. You guys know how much you have to pay? The base of Migdash.
I feel like you just got done directing a
You
horse.
pay 25% fine.
Really are. You just sued it.
Why do you think it
You
is?
have the look that big showbiz people when they retire, they go for that look, like Jim Carrey.
25% the way we call it. And now in English, it's 25%.
Wow, what's your street? What's your wow, we just got real in here.
I'm not saying 25%, and they're going to
Yeah,
do
well, you guys work on the street. He's not
that's my
working on
type.
the
It's
street.
20%. The type is 20%. You're
How
right.
long you been homeless for,
But in
right?
practical terms, it's 25%. So, the Shamila is the ultimate together with the 25%, which I thought not to be matched. Therefore, the Tzibur is I can't just toss out one word and say Asham because there's some Asham for some for Kabbalah, some comes for a matter, and therefore there's no one I love for Asham. Meistens Asham Yodel Asham is the whole actual issue. And the Nami is Asham Zayla Nihula, Nami go to part of it.
This is probably our greatest episode we've ever had. I love this. Let's keep this honesty and cool compelling thing going. There's a moment there where you said it's weed. And then you said you smoked it. Which is basically correct, buddy. And this could be 20% off your first order. So, you're right, bro. Okay, go ahead.
If it wasn't right, so why didn't you just pass it?
19 and 21.
What have you been doing the last 50 years? The copy is doing the Otzlach and the school must be
Well, like I was saying,
I have an example for you where the person dies, you would bring the carbon if it came as a maximum, not if it came as a compartment.
Too much weed or
For example, I want you to
this is too awesome.
only these words well, she's sitting there, everybody knows she swore she doesn't have children.
That's
Well, that's
interesting.
what's
So what have you been doing the last 10
Let's say
days? How
that's
has not smoking weed changed your life? What's your new
which
daily
one of
life?
the two points for the effect? Which one of the two points for the effect of deep punching? The Chatos and Oil. Which one is for what? Before you'd say Chatos for the effect.
Okay,
No.
well, you mean you're
The
really
Oil is
loading
for the
in on the
effect.
pot thing, it seems. What's the widest range of
The
substances?
Chatos is for allow it deep punching.
What's the last time you did
The
heroin?
Chatos is for when you die, you do the Yoshu could be bringing the Oil. One. Because the Oil is for the Chatos.
But get back to
The
the
Muslim
weed
is
is the
the
real
only
problem
thing
here.
Oh, if they brought the oil, if she brought the oil and she died, then you don't
It's
bring
ironic because I'm addicted to grinder too.
honey seed that to bring a kapara after you die. No, after explain. No one can get a kapara after you die. It's very important. People they live in a lot of land. Another guy on Shabbos, I couldn't believe it. Oh, he's not watching the show. He's not watching the show. He's
What
probably
part
only
of
learned
town
10
do you
minutes
stay
today.
in?
Like, what do you learn 10 minutes a day? 62 years old, he's 10 minutes a day. He said, how much time is spending in the news? I said, half hour. Yeah, he's spending a half hour in the news and 10 minutes of prayer. It doesn't add up. I can ask him, I said, how long do you think you're going to live?
You were
I got a good 40 years for me. The guy's heavy, he's out of shape.
Yeah, the guy was like,
Now, what do you get 40 years? Maybe he's going to 100.
I know.
But let's say you got 40 something.
You like fat girls, try
They're
Airbnb.
living this color. Look, they're not going to die.
So
That guy will die at
he said
28.
you can stay in the Airbnb when it's not being rented out, as long as you keep it clean.
He's part of a different group of, the side people. He's not even. If that guy had
Shit on the refrigerator. One
no,
job.
it happens to everybody at any time.
You
They have a
do.
guy,
They said you
we can
inherit
have
the
it all
shower.
from every wife. He's on Zoom every single day. You work with Rabbi, the factory, and program Polish, all those fancy places, shit. He's one of the workers there. He's walking and a machine spelled out balance stuff. For 2 hours working out. You don't know when you go and you come. So you have to have a right. My point is that true love is only in your life. You can use what money you want for your yoke, the big performance and cooler, or in a Kodesh and then police squatting. It's not going to be performance. You might have a sports or whatever. You get some, I don't know what you get making. I don't know how it works. Or it's like over there, but you can't bring in the kapara apart. She's going to get a kapara.
So where are you saying that now? Because I was wondering, like, if I was homeless in my car, would I still, like, live in, like, Van Nuys or something like that? Or would I actually, like, I'm going to everyone else?
It's not even said this. Not where you really shoot 90 lesbian guys about the reason why. You can't find an example of somebody who you really tell them that allows you to do something after the person dies. I'm not sure you also doing after his death. That's not. I'm not employed in this visual. Just finish with this. Oh, it's not the video. Also. I'm not another one. Steve video. Not employed in this. Somebody's in the audience. So I did this whole interview last week, the day before we learned Puzzler. I interviewed a Talmud Chacham. His name is Rabbi. He's in Rothschild. He's in Rothschild. So throughout Puzzler, we used him as our prototype for Puzzler. Our video today is also Spanish Space AI. Beautiful. So he's in Rothschild. He knows he's going to have to make secret products. So part of this, I bought a product. I mean, not product. I bought a sheet. So it's so you get a sheet and then the wines it costs $500. We're not cheap, these sheep, right? So you have 3 sheep. I know people on site, I'm not talking to somebody else, he's saving money, something from California, we're making more money now. It's $1,000 per sheep. So now, not everybody else can do it in the house. Just go out on the front. Just you put some money aside. But in the head of the way, my you're not allowed to benefit from this money, but guess what? If you do, you're not over on you don't have to pay the 25% of the price. Why? Because we got love on the other level. How many loves do we learn today?
Yeah, basically, I wanted $50,000.
You learn is only on touching touch.
Like 2008.
Not on touching touch.
$300.
Yeah, you do that all the time.
It's not so broke down. $30,000.
If a person sets aside a shlomim and you benefit from the shlomim, you don't have to pay. Well, that's very good. So you don't pay. So mail of these 3 components, what are the 3 components of the
Royally flushed it all down the
2
drain.
of them are touchy-touchy. Half the scenario are touchy-touchy. They're from the severe category. Then you have one called the shlomim, the one over on the right is shlomim. I can tell you, put all the money, because you pay for that shlomim. If you really love it, do the shlomim. And on the shlomim, there's no real you don't get the pay. Hey, it's what if you die, but your money's stimulated, he has a bunch of money. But I don't know if you do it. So the local mission Sinai, the money goes to the corruption. What people specify what the money goes to. That's what the resolution is. May God goes the other than the other. The kind of money is absolutely well. Absolutely well. Is all the thing on the you go into it, you get the as far as the little one, absolutely well. Not just that the owner died, if you have money, for how you only died, you have money. Hoping you know, something close, and not good fast, because it's not enough doctors, it's not as you can never get it out of there. But the other way, but if you benefit from the money, you don't have to pay as much. Why? Because that's designated for you destroy. You destroy. You're not going to do it. You know, what about the money that is set aside for money? You have to buy money for the house. Not a house. Sorry, you could buy another item. Well, my own then good for you. And if you set aside money for summer, you buy summer, you're definitely enough of one. How many days did you use summer? It was dropping. Notice now. 2 days.
Started beating up when I was like 28.
But the only thing is only one day
until I was like
when
35.
nothing will be good. As a matter of fact, it was something because I was going to what's the funny part of the
all
story?
that fucking, all about that shit.
A lot of the other people wines because I was laughing at so
And tomorrow,
check this out. Let's see
A lot of people, by the way, often say, Tony, why do you go so long with the guests? Because some of them start giving the correct answers fucking 3 minutes in. Gangbanger,
even though this is supposed to be awesome, he's really good at
CBS News here in
but
LA, or the Chicago CBS News. My friend
this is like super fun.
he got wrongfully convicted, and I was part of the trials and shit. Like hate style. Yeah, yes, whatever. Yeah.
you're gonna be that guy?
I was a gang member. I've been shot.
What do you mean you were? What do you
Anyway, so
I mean, it wasn't very good. I mean, there's a white
yeah,
there's a white person.
yeah, that's about it. One of them. It's hard to
It's hard to do a drive-by when you can't.
So tomorrow, I'm gonna bump up. I'm gonna go all my reviews and then two extra people have to pull out and stuff. You're right. There is a
It's
lot of
like,
shit that
give us
you
an
do have to
example
get
where
that.
you're on a comedy
But
show.
now,
You might as
something
well give
that's
us an example
for
of the
what?
most dangerous
You
things
know,
you're
that's
doing
the
as a
thing.
gang member.
Oh my God. You have a lot of these lost them up. This video that we're trying to get here.
Rivals.
Hey, on one of the people that was over Fort Slumman,
What gun was it?
you were instead of right over here.
There's like a 32 or something.
I mean, he wanted to say that what he meant to say is that if it's a pull-up, something that's whatever the word, that is something that doesn't come after me. So, but a regular news that actually comes after me. So, the one side having wonderful.
Spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
And then eventually I was running around the car. It was like little kid shit. Like we're running around the car. And I just got so tired that I put my hands out like this. And he was just like, cracking me in the face with the 9mm.
You had to cut yourself.
Well, I returned it earlier in the evening.
That's the whitest shit.
You should do this on stage. This is fucking hilarious, dude. Yeah, I should.
The golf club is the whitest weapon, and you should have yelled floor before you broke the windows. Then the cop would not have chased you. Seems like in all your years of gangbanging, your most dangerous stuff pretty much comes down to breaking windows, huh? You were like the window breaker guy.
Yeah, like fighting and then
Yo,
like.
Brian, go break this motherfucker's windows, dog.
Yeah.
So you broke windows, man. Did you have a nickname in the gang?
O-Dog. My last name's O'Shea. And O-Dog's from Menace to Society. Who's that character?
Yeah, he's got braids. I know a lot of, speaking of O-Dog, I know a lot of dogs that have better lives than you do right now.
Yeah. This is a dream. This is fucking, dude. I'm happy as fuck, dude.
Shit,
Dude, I just fucking, I think I did alright. And I was fucking mistimed it. Like, dude, I'm fucking happy as shit right now. I was crying.
you're the most interesting interview by far we've had on the show tonight. I'll tell you that.
I almost asked you to come over to my house and stay for a while, but I didn't. At the last minute, I didn't.
Ron White and Ron Clyde up here. Okay. Brian, do you have any short-term goals or anything to like?
Yeah, I mean, like, I have a sponsor, like, doing the shit, like, going to meetings every day.
What's your sponsor? Mine was Monster Energy drink for a while.
This dude, Mike, he's really fucking dope.
Wait, what was it?
His name's Mike, but I
Probably shouldn't be saying that, right?
He's fucking dope, though.
Well, if he's dope, then you probably shouldn't be near him at all, right? Sounds like my sponsor, Speed. Check out LA Speed.
There's a lot of comedians, so that's fucking.
I know. One day maybe you'll be one of them. Oh, shut up.
That's okay. That's a legitimate fucking statement.
Yeah. All right. Brian O'Shea, I think everybody's rooting for you, dude. Come back. Come see us again. Brian O'Shea, O-Diggity Dog on Twitter. O-Dog. For you gang members out there. Were you a blood or a crip? A what? Oh. Sounds like the most polite gang ever. Nah, we just wear wacky hats, break windows, you know. Hey, you guys know what I was doing when I went off stage? What? I was seeing a client. It was Dane Cook. Pull another name out of the bucket. Let's make some fucking noise Monday night for Jackie Little. Jackie Little. I don't see any movement. That's not Jackie Little, and that's not Jackie Little. This is Jackie Little. Hell yeah. Come on, one more time for Jackie Little, everybody.
Oh my God. The last time I got applause like that, I was being sentenced. The last time I got applause like that, I paid my rent on the 11th. Last time I got applause like that, I went to an audition and got a call back from my parole officer. Man, you know what? Fuck, dude, I should have came here first. I moved to fucking Monterey. Originally, I'm originally from New York City. That was the wrong thing to do. There's no black people in Monterey. Seriously, the first restaurant I ever went to wash my hands, the hand sensors didn't even recognize me. Seriously. I'm not even kidding you. I took a fencing class because I thought they were going to teach me how to get rid of the shit I was stealing. No, just a bunch of motherfuckers fighting around with swords and shit. Seriously. In February, they had, for Black History Month, they had an 8-man march. And only 6 of them showed up. Seriously. Yeah, you fucking laughed. 3 of those motherfuckers were my roommates. Seriously. 2 of them from class, and the other motherfucker was my parole officer. Oh, dude, it's fucking brutal. Hey, how many people have kids out there? I got a 20-year-old at home. We just broke up, but she still lives there. Thank you, that's my time.
Fuck yeah. Jackie Little.
Yeah. Woo!
I'm excited about this, Jackie.
I am excited. I am. First of all, let's get this straight. My name is not Jackie. My name is Timothy Paul McCrae. When you call Jackie, and Jackie's a friend of mine, and she wasn't going to come up here, so I came up with this.
Well, what did I do? Paul.
Paul. I'm keeping it real. I've been here for fucking, I've been here like the last 10 weeks. And I've signed up for the last 10 weeks, and I had to come up with fucking aliens. So here I am.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So wait, you're saying that you put in your name and is your friend Jackie's name?
No, my friend Jackie signed up, but then saw some people getting picked up just now, and so when they called him, she decided that she wasn't going to come up.
Right, but that's not how the show works. Your name's in the bucket too.
My name is in the bucket. My name is Timothy Paul.
As a standard, we're gonna talk to you for a couple minutes, but just the future. That's not just cut you out, or else everybody would just do that every single time. The first person stands sitting there. Anybody out there, clap your hands if you've signed up for more than 10 weeks without getting on this show before. See, there's a bunch of other losers out there.
It's not fair for any of these people, and it really pisses me off.
There you go, Brian's extra man.
Yeah, I feel like editing you out of this episode.
Anyway, so let's just get into it, Jack.
I think it's fun. I want to go on. Can I do a shot with you?
All right, there you go. So, Jackie, let me ask you a question. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up on and off for, I don't even know.
Since the Fugees broke up?
Yeah, pretty much. On and off for about 4 years.
You hold that mic so well, I really thought you were going to bust a rhymes. Why so on and off? Because you had
an actor.
Oh, really? Wait, have you been in anything?
I do stage.
Oh, really?
I'm on stage, yeah.
Like what?
I do a lot of shit.
Yeah. Really?
Sure. What do you want? Yeah, sure. I just finished doing my 2nd season out at the episode 10.
We know you're good. You just played Jackie Little for 70 seconds.
Yeah. You want to hear something?
Yeah.
I just played the ball in summer. In this same interlude, it doth befall that I, once enough by name, present a wall. And such a wall as I would have you think that has in it a draining hole or chink, through which the lovers whisper off the very secret. This low, this rough cast, and this stone, the show that I am that same wall which is so. And this, the cranny is, right and sinister, which the fearful lovers are to whisper.
Wow, that's It's beautiful.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Hey, Tony.
I don't remember that part of Django Unchained.
Django. As a Mexican, I take offense to the wall. Sorry.
Did you say chink at some point in there? You said chink.
Yeah. I like that part. I like that one. Thank you.
All right. Well, Timothy, we're gonna keep flying through. We're gonna get somebody else out of fucking up here. There you go, Timothy McRae or something like that.
You said Timothy. If we all making it official, don't ever try it again.
What?
It won't be funny next time. It's been done, and we'll go try it again.
The what?
Timothy doesn't like that. I mean, we're back up. Don't cheat the game. Yeah, right.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, guys, you can't ever.
Don't confuse seeing through the game with winning the game. Right?
Yeah.
It's better to burn out than to fade away. That's a line from North Dallas 40. True. That's one of my favorite lines.
To get 20% off the best and softest underwear and socks you will ever own, free shipping and a 100% satisfaction guarantee, go to MeUndies.com/kill. You guys ready to go back to the bucket? Put your hands together for Lamont Oakley, ladies and gentlemen.
I was born an uncle. No, I came out of the womb and had a 28-year-old nephew. That's crazy. Wonder how this is possible. Well, my parents were 27 years apart, which was really freaking crazy. It was like growing up in two different households. Like, I had my dad talking about shit that happened in World War II, and my mom just singing James Brown. So I was a very confused kid. I didn't know whether to root for the Nazis or to, get on up and shit. It was weird. I used to be a rapper, but I stopped rapping because rappers started doing weird shit, like giving away their money. I was like, I don't want to be that type of rapper. I want to be one of the glamorous motherfuckers. It's crazy. So I also used to be, so when I did my rapping, I was like, I had like a band and stuff, and it was crazy. So one day, I had a friend there, and she came to the show, and I was like, hey, man, I wish I just had panties thrown at me on stage just one time, but he knows I was a really good friend, but it was the wrong friend to have because she was the friend with two A's. Thank you very much.
Lamont Oakley. Lamont, you got up from sitting right next to Jackie Riddle. You're really Lamont Oakley, though, right?
Yes, I am. I can show you my ID.
Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, it is.
Where are you from?
I'm from Oakland, California.
Wow, a lot of Oakland here in the area. What do you do for a living?
I'm a bellman and I'm an actor.
Were you a bellman?
At a fancy hotel.
You ever do any services for anyone at a hotel before?
I can't answer that.
Neither could we. Hilton bullshit like that.
Oh, no.
Tony, I feel like that's a groundbreaking set because I've never seen a black guy wear cargo shorts on stage.
You use those pockets for anything, Lamont?
Yes, I use them for my marijuana. And I think I have my parking ticket on this one. Get a lighter and one. I think I do.
It's a good thing to have those music show. Fuck yeah, an applause break for having a lighter. So Lamont, how long have you been in Los Angeles? You visiting? You still live in Oakland?
No, I've been here since 2002. I just moved to Hollywood from Long
Beach. How long have you been in Hollywood?
It's been since August.
Interesting. August. Is that far from the hotel that you work at? Closer to it?
It's like equal distance.
Not really giving me much about this hotel. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to human GPS this motherfucker. It's arrived at the Beverly Hilton. taken anything up to somebody's room and they go, come on in, eat your ass or anything like that? Yeah, straight to buddy. I'm sure that happens a lot. Hey, have you eat my ass place? I wish that would happen. Yeah, where are you going to go with that? Can you give us an example of a time that you've had to be a bellman and something strange has happened, or it's been a little bit, Damn, see, I'm serious. Like, there's not that much crazy shit happens. Like, the strangest thing is just like, I don't know, there's like homeless people who think they can pull it. Oh, we know. We just met a couple of them. They're addicted to weed. Yeah. Honestly, dude, like, it's the fucking weed, bro. I smoke crack. I fucking put a lump of heroin in my ass today, dude. But the fucking bowl I smoked 10 days ago. My sponsor won't even talk to me. I appreciate the level of fucking honesty from the dude. Oh, yeah, I know. I know it's dark and fucking shit. So just stay there and be an asshole. Like, here's somebody that you're just like, fuck this guy. He's not gonna go there. Yeah, I mean, if he really hates this guy, I'm sure he doesn't give a fuck. Is there a celebrity that's all people you don't know? The celebrities are all kind of chill. But yeah, there have been like some major assholes. Like, there's like the people that come through that like they act like they're your best friend the first time you meet them, and then you know them. That's how you know they're coming. Of course, because they're friends now. Exactly. They think it's all. Do you know their last name's all in with Stein? Whoa, okay. This is why we don't let Ryan talk that much. He's talking a lot this season for some reason, and it always gets me. Welcome to Racist Hour. Back to the sound effects we go with Brian Redband. This is my first time doing stand-up. Oh, wow, there you go. That's good to know. That would be something that keep getting interviewed would say. And I got it done. That was amazing. Hell yeah! Your first time doing stand-up? That was great. Yeah, you did way better. It was thank you. That's insane. You have like a cool awkwardness about you. I like having that. That's so interesting. And he's only looking at your ass. There you go. Wow. All right. Did it again, everybody. Eat ass, and poop, and butt. Yes. Red Band's 2 jokes brought to you by Neanderthals. Yes. Oh my God. Why would you do that? Hey, of all the jokes, that's a Harvey Weinstein joke. You didn't even say that. You said Stein, and then you just said Steen. It's the same thing. Yeah, I know. That's another racist joke right there. You were just accidentally racist again. Lamont, so let's talk about you doing stand-up for the first time. Is this something you wanted to do for a while? Yes, it is. How old are you? I'm 33. 33. Same age as me. Age of the Lord, but he died. I don't know. He looks way younger than you. Scary. Were you into the kids on Reading Rainbow? I can't answer that. The listeners have to know. Lamont, with some of the acting that you do, is that mostly stage? Yeah, I did a bunch of plays. Yeah. What's the weirdest character you've ever had to play? I had to play a gay baseball player where I was naked on stage and had to rape a man in a shower. And what was weird about that? Man, can you give us one of your lines from that? Like, what were you verbally saying while raping a guy? Could you do a demonstration on me? Yeah, let's do it. Sax off. From the sax scene to the sex scene. Here we go. Lamont Oakley reprising his role. And go ahead, Lamont. Give us a little slate. Lamont, slate for us. I don't know. It was something I thought rape. I didn't quite reach around. But I was tempted to. But I don't know myself. Hold on, wait. But Lamont, what happened then? What do you mean?
Just then, that was a
Did you have lines in this movie, or was it a cape form?
No, I just had tons of freaking lines.
So I sort of grabbed a mirror, I put this thing in my butthole, and I acted, you know what I mean?
I got a question. Lamont, in this scene, did you have your socks on?
No.
It's not very black of you.
But I did get that note to take off my socks sooner.
Did you really? What's your real sex life like? Fucking a bunch of white bitches?
No.
Do you want to?
It's fine. My sex life is it's as busy as I need it to be.
Really? How busy is that?
Like I'm very busy, so it's like it's gonna be like on call.
Really?
We're always on call.
But it's like it takes planning and shit, which sucks because I'm like busy. It's like, oh, can we meet up Thursday? And I'm like, Thursday. How about Saturday? I'm like, fuck.
You should try Wednesday.
I know. $50,000.
There's this thing, I told my guy, Lamont, there's this thing called, okay, so there's this thing, you heard of Lamont Crunch cereal? You have it, but there's this thing called the Lamont Crunch cereal, and that's what I would do to your butthole.
That's my stereotype, Patty, right there.
What the hell is going on today? I don't know. Something in the air tonight.
Yeah.
Lamont, special skills or talents or hobbies or anything?
I used to drive a tractor. I used to dig holes.
John Deere? Is that true?
Yeah.
Wow. You used to work with a hoe?
Yes, several.
What's that? Were you in Philadelphia? Alright, over here, Lamont. So where were you driving this tractor at?
I was doing it in the whole area.
What'd you say, in the LA
In
area?
the LA area, yeah. We used to put in sewers and stuff. So I used to actually touch shit with my hands. Like the straight up shit. Like you could just gloves on or something. Right? Would you just like I did, but straight up sometimes I did. So
Really, you'd use your bare hands?
sometimes I don't know what came over.
That's part of the job sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. I could never do that now.
Well, yeah, that sounds pretty terrible.
What's it like being Red Fox's kid?
Alright, Lamont. Pretty sure that's it. No Twitter, huh? No social media for you?
Well, I have a Twitter, but I like never used it. It's at Mr. Chubb.
Why not? Why'd you go with that Twitter?
Because I can drink very fast.
Wait. Is this true?
Yes.
How fast can you do that?
For that drink, like,
It's another situation.
It's been a while.
Can somebody get us a fucking like goblet of beer or something?
Like it's
Davina, can you get us a giant thing of beer real quick?
Like a large, stupid beer.
Like a big giant fucking bucket of beer.
How about Pabst Blue Ribbon in a can poured into a pitcher?
Maybe two.
Two of them.
How much beer can you chug at once?
I'll raise
Two big beers or two cans of beer? Two 24 ounces.
No, one.
Do you want to have a Mexican beer off?
The biggest mug I had.
Joel, do you think you can handle this? All right, make it 4 PBRs and 2 pitchers.
4 PBRs in the main room.
Is Josh Martin even in the room?
And get 1 ginger beer for me to punch out.
Did you hear any of that? We need 2 pitchers with we can't really.
No. Let's just do 4 PBRs. 4 PBRs.
Wait.
Big bags.
Just listen to me, Brian. Stop talking.
What?
2 24 ounces and 2 pitchers. So 2 pitchers filled with beer.
Or 4 PBRs.
2 pitchers. PBR. They'll pour 2 in each pitcher. I can't believe this still isn't happening. You don't have pitchers?
No, just get 4 PBRs and they can drink each one when they're done and put it down.
But no, that's different. The mug's different than the can, right? I don't know if you've ever chugged a beer before, but the gravitational pull maintains it in the can.
And if you put your car key on the other side and make a little vent, right, guys? We know what the fuck's going on.
But that's not his specialty. He said Mr. Mugchug on Twitter. That's his thing. We want to give him some type of advantage, right, people?
What is Joel about to chug his beer out of? He's chugging Jeremiah's dick.
All right. Really? I mean, if you just...
He is.
It's like a very wide open episode.
Did you see his underwear, by the way? Joel's underwear. He's wearing some weird kind of thong thing.
For you podcast listeners, that is
Well, for
correct.
the video listeners, they can look at right now. The VR people are loving this.
Is this beer thing happening? This was one of my worst ideas I've ever had.
Here we go. Josh just got it right there.
Wow, there they are. I guess we're about to shotgun 24 ounces of PBR. What do you need, like a key or something, right? What is that? Are you guys just gonna chug it right out of the can?
All right. A mug would really show off my skill, but, well, you know, not a mug, so I think it is.
All right, well, here we go. It's the first ever.
I'm opening them both up. Chug them up.
In a very up and down episode of Kill Tony, you are now at the first ever live Mexican chug-off. Joel Jimenez versus Lamont Oakley. Come on, let's get it up here. Ready, set, chug! You guys still have beer left.
Oh, shit. Joel's going to his knees to get rid of gratification pool. You can smell the dick from that gentleman. Oh, he's not smelling the ass. He's going deep.
Fuck yeah, he's got some of that Pabst Brown ribbon.
Wow, they can't even do it. I feel like I could do faster than this.
Wow.
Oh, Joel, this is,
Who's gonna have the...
all right, first one down.
All right.
All right. That was 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Joel walked in at 8 ice cream headaches during that. For those of you paying attention. There you go, the first ever Mexican chug-off. There goes Lamont Oakley. He's off the stage. Mike goes back in the mic stand. Thank you, everyone. There he goes. His first time ever here at the Comedy Store. First ever comedy stand-up.
Keep doing stand-up.
Lamont Oakley, ladies and gentlemen. Pop this cherry in front of you. One more time for Lamont. All right, we have a regular. A young lady writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. She doesn't get pulled out of the bucket. She's the Frankenstein of Kill Tony, debuting a new minute for you here yet again. Been with us since she was like 19. Put your hands together for the great Ali Makovsky, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi. I watch lesbian porn. It's the only good kind. People assume I do because of my hair. I do. I watch lesbian porn. It was crazy. I was watching it, and then I went on Facebook right after to share the news with friends and family. And as soon as I go on Facebook, all of my ads changed to the WNBA.
All the way from Zitro.
I've never watched the WNBA.
You ready to
I would never watch the WNBA. Unless they all just started fucking on the course. I started watching porns like it sound more enthusiastic in the bedroom because I kind of feel like a monotone voice. No guy wants to hear me be like, oh yeah, sweet, So now after watching like tons of porn, this is what I do when I'm having sex. I'll just be like,
Transmitting satellite program. Pro Indy White. Wow, today's support. It's all good.
Join us for Porn Night and Morning at Covenant Support. Hot food, great learning, and a vibrant community.
okay, thanks.
There you go, Ali Makovsky with a brand new minute.
Been doing this job for nearly 2 years now. Really enjoyed the guy face and the real community. So I finally was looking to go 3 months ago. It was the first time I was not able to learn, but they and drop the tails a lot of karate. So I was able to catch up in 2 days. Yesterday, I just had my 31st operation. This time, major back surgery. I was able to watch this in his job session as we're literally starting in the 22nd minute. I video funny stories. What is he talking about? What's in the 22nd minute? I don't know. I video funny stories and send them. Huh? I think it's the elevator story, but okay. I video funny stories and send them to my friends. We're not be sure if anyone is joining. Join them, but hope they have kids and keep giving us and joining the kids and disciple. Just be over.
Is that a real little diamond? I think so. Where'd you get it from? There's like a
It's
tattoo
been a
shop
very
in that
beautiful
go
morning.
park, and there's like a guy who like does it, and I'm getting another one. So getting another diamond on your Tuesday, but it's like subtle things. People just think that I have like extra supplies on me. Yeah, that's really I wanted a grill for the last 15 years. If anybody out there makes grills, hit me up. Yeah, let's get you a burger fucking grill. How much do you pay for this? No, we don't know who does it. It just depends on if you take care of your tooth or not. Do you take care of your teeth? Yeah. Do you brush your diamonds every day? Yeah. I floss the diamonds. It's great. I feel like a fancy lady. So, Allie, anything else happened this week? Is your tooth stood out to anyone or anything like that? Anything else?
It's going to be a good one this time. It's going to be a good one.
Nothing that stands out. Sorry.
All right.
What about anything
I'm always going to have an email from Sydney, Australia. I've been learning the dot from the beginning of the cycle, but at the beginning of the month, I'm going to show you a couple of reasons. Or
the memories of a year ago, like
the AI
yesterday,
video,
was
this
when
physical
we're
prop, it's very helpful. As it's saying, well, the picture's worth 1,000 words. Yeah, no, wait a minute. Now I'm talking about it.
I'll tell you this, last month she did a special guest pop in at my show at Cobb's in San Francisco.
The visual.
Jeremiah
Don't worry, something they call them not.
And she absolutely fucking annihilated
I listen to this Rabbi Josh Gordon for feedback to him. No matter where he's up to, they say good morning, each person will walk in. About late, once he's showing people, it's one of those days. This guy's driving me around. And what's that? This whole table can go home. This whole table. Including you can stay. Are you moving here? You're going to diving before, sneezing before, snoozing. Look at this. Look at this.
Well, we love you every single week on the show. Maybe before we bring it in a minute, she goes to get Allie.
Get over here. Culture from New Scotia in Sydney, Australia.
It's me, Allie Matt, on social media.
She did Kari. We have another one. How many are we up to?
Changing it every few months. That's a really good strategy.
34.
I'm serious about that grill.
These are the new folks. You got to try to Zachary Bells. You should Zachary. He gave Justice Line, our CEO, a tremendous amount of honor. He's probably very excited when he comes from the board of Paris. These are the new ones. Neil Halford, Ryan Shapiro, Shafter, Allie Rose, Simon Singers, Toby Moses, Terry Moses, all familiar names. Very good news of one side. The sponsors are, instead of emails, the real sponsors. The Recepta is sponsored by the Iranian Media Family. And I was the real spokesman where you're out, kind of Benny Joyce and Curry Cook. I got things going over here. A lot of times, touch your page.
Looks like a new name for your hands.
Without anonymous success of the stock Ashtar.
Let's do it.
That's
Let's
good.
put a big ribbon on
This
this.
chapter is sponsored by David Salvin's dedicated memory of Avi Meir, small bar for the country, Deutsche Welle, Rothschild. This chapter is sponsored by Joe Vidal's Ministers for College Catholic Guys, and others have spoken group of reactions to College Family Foundation, with Zichron Sarava going to college. I heard his name somewhere, maybe on the Morocco trip.
I get
What was
those.
that? I don't know.
I get those confused. They're so interchangeable.
Anonymous, we'll send him a Moshe Ben Mizah. Anonymous, we complete report timeline. Arika Sloan, Korea Basesta, Yisrael Malki. However, Thursday, Mommy's Level Tessa. We're so proud of you. You have the Mordecai keep steiging. Send the Grocery Family, Candy Island, UK, and Honor Rebellion. You changed my meaning of life. Blaming Al Money, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Ocean Circuit, MBY, and Broken Tongue Sparta. Long sponsors, Larry Simon. We proclaim of the Murray Park, Ben Miriam. Jenny Zulai. We proclaim of Esther Basuna. Marsha Aaron and Miriam Landy heard us in Detroit, Kilo Cosgrove. Anonymous, the murder for claim for all guys who need food. We proclaim of Saw Fishy Fisher and other merchants putting on fill-in. Senders.com. Helping you down the Tibur, partnering them anywhere worldwide. We reach Wisconsin from Benzow. Weekly sponsors, Love Others, Staff Therapists. Fortunately, your money has been brought from an isle of Lalava is the subject of donating to his kidney. Calvin and Nazareth family is for Shlema for Tremendous of the Gal, Pisco, Pastor, and Shella Cairo. James Pastor, Judith and Neil Calvin, the Lushmas, Judith's beloved mother, Goldie, Golden Ashley sit down, his first nurse that is today, and the song should have an aliyah. It happens to be my grandmother's yard site today. I was very, very close to this particular grandmother. Chaya Herta Brangel, Pastor Yosef, I never get it right. I think we had an anonymous sponsor. A lot of money.
Was it earlier on or how long
it's a hint of day. Chaya Herta Brangel. For the boy, you're going to sign the cars. For the girl, you're going to call her Chaya Herta Brangel. Otherwise, no, we'll call her Brangel. We don't have to call her Chaya Herta Park. Pastor Yosef. No, there's a big mistake in my mishpacha. Honestly, right after the fight, what her real name was. Nobody called her Herta. Herta's German. She was born in Germany. Actually, she was born in Austria. Austria, born in Austria. So Herta's more the place the name, but they never really called it. They did call her whole lot. I hate that Brangel Dr. Wilson. She's my father's mother. She's one of the guys out in the city every morning. I lived in her house for at least 3-4 months straight, and my parents came back from America. I stayed in front of her. She was trying to finish up the year. One time I said, I told her up, first of all, I lived in America. I said, I need a shot. I said, I need a shot. So she sent me permanent shots. I think it was one over here, actually. Is it still here? 6 volumes, 6 small volumes like this. They came in the mail like 2 days ago. They were sending our money to me, and they were one bedroom apartment. That's the one. We're talking to people still over there. Okay, yeah. One bedroom apartment. The whole family. 6 children. The parents took the bedroom. The kids did not get a bedroom. They slept in the dining room. That's the house that we used to go visit her. Anyway, and then the nights would get better because one time I came back for Yeshiva and only 1 or 2 of the volumes were there. And one of my good friends told me he had to take it because there's a sign that's saying that once you read over the Yeshiva, the tester, you take it as tester. It was just like, it did not feel in here. Something like that, I have a time of it. You're laughing, but I have time of it. Go tell him to give it back to you now. What's his name?
Anyway, so the momentum killer.
Oh, 1 minute, I'm going to go. What happened? Besides that, remember if Master Kai back down, I just were older. Anonymous to the murder of 4 from seeing much of the son family, memory of Master Kai back down, and then finally, more movies. This was the Kalo. Kai Basoro. But also, this is going to be over. Look at Kai Basoro. Wedding tonight. In the sharp wall where Bar was fucking invited. The result of the fight on this show. Tomorrow we're going to get a picture of a few people in and first with Zig Murder. That's Connie Bears who's the third? I always go for the team. So let's get so three grand. Maybe says, and Marcus Kanazi is going to show up over there. Okay. The reserve to do the Bison Israel. Devalde. The voice of Hugo. MYR, this is when I say it, okay? This will say that the American Federation brought out with full statement what happened as the force of young and young Zeb and the young Esther that only took 16 seconds. Okay. My college child is there for pizza and aid my voice to do it. You know, oh boy. Get enough for it. Okay? My computer and this computer are not cheap enough.
You have any dates coming up or anything you want to plug?
I do, but I have no idea.
Thank you so much
No,
for the
this
delicious
I put in. They put in. So it's there. Baruch Hashem, I didn't put it in.
delicious all night long.
Okay, so we have the Michael Saddam, one of the shows that every caller doing the Makana, he goes inside, he's there, and he applies the blood on one out of the four corners. Now, there is some components you need to apply on all four. Actually, you do it all, one component on four. And sometimes you do two applications which are considered four because you get it in the corner and it spreads to two walls. It's two that is four, or it's four. Over here, you have it on one corner. Not Martha. We're Second players is all about things that go. How do you say Martha in English? No, we have a good one.
We have a big Halloween show here at the Comedy Store main room. Tony's on it. Preacher Lawson from America's Got Talent. And Kill Tony's going to be on it. It's going to be a lot of fun. November 10th.
Okay, it's not Martha. That's the best word.
January 24th to the 27th. I'm on tour. That's all at TonyHinchwood.com.
So you do one, and you have to play it. How do you know that it works? You shove it in the local yapper, you get one sheet or one application, that is good enough.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Apart even that busing, so we're gonna have to see what we're talking about. We're talking about Rishchaidish, but when you bring a Muslim and you have the bulls, you have the rams, and you have the sheep. So if you only have bulls, bring the bulls. You don't have rams, though? Okay. Doesn't mean that you should not bring the bulls. Now within the bulls themselves, there's another kiddush here. Within the bulls themselves, you don't have to bring both. If you only have one, you bring one. Whatever you have, you bring two kiddushim, yeah? The type, you don't have the other types, you can bring one type. And within the tvasim, if you bring 7 tvasim, you only have one, bring one. They're not ma'akev one another. I part of the leader that tvasim. Hey, ma'akev.
Fuck yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Part of the Ruben. It's referring to the amount of money it's able to afford the bull. They're like, they have stuff, but they don't have enough money to buy wine. The wine that comes, the company is Z's bull.
Today is the day before Halloween.
So you do
Ryan
it.
J. Ebelt is here
You
drawing
bring
tonight's
one
episode.
bull
Make some noise for
with the
Ryan.
wine.
He's
Well,
sitting
you
there with a
can
blank
do
sheet of
full
paper
of
in
the
front of
loading
him.
stuff.
Enjoy
Don't bring
tonight's
many
episode.
photos without
All
the
those
wine.
prints
What is
available
the
at RyanJEbelt.com.
You see
Including
that
poster. You guys ready for that
Flame
fun fucking shit
if you
tonight or
start
what?
doing
I know, I'm
complete
excited.
is better than to do a lot of stuff not so complete. Like famous Gemara that it's better to daven a little bit of kavana, daven a little bit of kavana rather than a lot. So little bit of kavana. Yeah. So when you go to early union and the cousin.
Fuck yeah, life is good. I'm going to
I'm not
Sydney,
looking at it or anything like that.
Adelaide, and Brisbane in a few weeks, Brian.
I don't know.
Tickets are at TonyHinchwood.com.
You just slide through it. You wouldn't be confident. It's a lot of work. Sit in that. Come on up. Huh?
You know what else? I want to give a special shout out to a young lady who's been a guest on our show numerous times. Someone who
One of the grade levels, I forgot who it was. The paper that said, why are you learning Muslim? At the same time that you learn Muslim, you know what you can accomplish. You learn another dot, you learn this. He said, oh, I want to tell you that I'm shopping. It's better to make hametzi on a small roll rather than whole than on a beautiful large pile that's a little part of it cut off. Slim, no, Islam delivered the slim with the small stone is better and more important than a large, not so. You see that over here? It's better to be one coin, little one, that's a tree. Right? Whatever, I said it was not that word. Rather than being 2 without the wine, 7 plus without the wine. So the Gemara, I don't know if you're doing wine. How many parts who fuss with they? So we're referring to that. There's spiders, there's sukkahs, and what is even in the time you're talking about sukkahs, that can't be. As we learned a bunch of times now in the sukkahs, there's different words, but one of them is mishpat. Everybody knows this word from the laning and sukkahs. Mishpat means sima'ah. It doesn't mean it's not. What was the word?
Notify qualified candidates about your job within minutes of posting, so you will receive the best possible match. That's why ZipRecruiter is different. Unlike other hiring sites, ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on the right candidates finding you. It finds them.
We're talking about the Muslim equation too. Muslim equation.
Adding screening questions to your job post to help identify the most qualified candidates.
One round,
Muslim sorting your stacks of resumes to find the perfect.
No wonder 80% of employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate.
So I want Salem here to look at this and look at it carefully because we're going to talk about this a little bit. We're going to go back and forth. The one is called the one on the left.
The smartest way to hire. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by growing businesses of all sizes and industries to find the most qualified job candidates with immediate results. And right now, the listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Killtony.
And everybody knows the regular company buys
That's ZipRecruiter.com/Killtony.
but in addition,
One more time to try for free. Go
So,
to
when it comes to the speech,
ZipRecruiter.com/Killtony. You guys ready to start
the
tonight's episode?
you have to get 7 and 7.
Nobody has cooler
When it
ad
comes
reads
to
than
the
we do.
bulls
I'll say
and
that
the
first
rams,
of all. I
they're
remember
reversed.
listening to Stern
You say lucky between one bull and the listen between one bull.
they're
And
organic
you say
and
lucky
natural.
between 2 rams and
You
listen
guys
between
ready to
1
start
ram.
tonight's fucking
So
show
listen
or
to
not?
1 and 2.
Every
And
single
say
week
lucky
we have
between
one of the
1.
funniest comedians in the world on the
You can
show.
see me in the video.
This week's
If
no
you're
different.
looking
We're
on
gonna
for
our
any
favorite
time,
guests,
do that.
great and powerful. You know from
Yeah,
everything.
left and
Getting
between
done
1
with
bull,
high.
2 rams.
Doug loves movies.
3.
The High Court on Comedy Central.
What do you
Put your
think
hands
that's
together for our friend, the great Doug Benson, ladies and gentlemen.
Says the Gemara. But Abraham said, he's the honor.
Come on, make some noise. It's for the fucking Doug Benson.
Now let's look what the public says.
Yeah.
How many rams do you have on the left side of the movie? The one says visual also.
Doug, welcome back to the show.
1.
To the guests on the show.
And look what the Mishnah says. Let's start at the Mishnah. Apartment, the alien, plural, 2, back buffer, at least 2, minimum 2. So how can it be which place Muslims only have
One more time to try it for free.
1,
That's ZipRecruiter.com/Killtony.
Let's see which place. Let's go back
Have
to
you been doing any higher?
which place.
No, and I was kind of.
And there's 1 blown up. See, you can see.
Hiring anybody.
I
So
thought
can't
about
be
the
what the
one
Mishnah
for
says.
you. I almost put it
When
in
the Mishnah says English, it's referring to places, and it can't be so.
I feel like you've heard every great
Because
Fox
something says
movie
fuck.
nickname.
It has to be as so. You can't change it up.
Has anyone ever
It's
called
the,
you?
whatever it is, when it's looking in the green, that's it. You can't
Oh, I
change
do
it.
like
It is
that.
not.
That's
It's that, sir. The parents get hot, so you can go to
obviously
the
our crowd's a
shower.
big fan of smoking
We're
pot
going to the right.
tonight.
Now that means 1 bowl, 2 red.
Let's
I
just
like
jump into it.
Look,
How
I
fun
highlighted
it
in
is
yellow.
now to commit to
It
characters
says
every
you.
single week.
You
You never
mean
had any idea what
as
we're
is.
gonna do.
No
This is all
words to
game
finish
time.
fuck up.
I know, this
Yeah,
is
you
gonna
have
be pretty
fucking it
extreme,
up.
but I don't
Because
wanna raise the bar
you
too
means
high.
do not change the number. If you
They're
don't
my
have
favorite
7,
band in the world. You know them, you love them. The
That's
one
the
missing
new
piece of
as
this
is.
stage before we get this whole thing off is the Killtony Band, the best damn band in the land.
Okay.
Matt Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, Joel
But we
Jimenez,
have a
and
much
Roma
stronger
Chris.
question. Good question. It's a strong one. You, I got it. There's nothing to do about it. You always want to know that serves the person. That serves the person. We are talking about the one on the right, the one on the left.
Wow, what is? Oh, they're cats. Wow. Thank you. All right, so okay, now you go over there. There's scissors in that apple. All right, so we got some trick-or-treaters here, and it appears as though Pat and Jeremiah are young fathers with babies in, what do they call that?
Single dads. And we got our plates pretty full. There's not even enough stools up here for us.
That is my Gemara. That's his Zohar, and they changed it somehow. So it's not they got it from different spot. Anyway, not from this spot. Whatever. Not saying
Hey, Jeremiah just left the stage.
Hey, Chris, what's up
no,
with
they
that?
got it from another. Oh,
Hey, Dad? What would Doc
in other
Vincent
words,
give
like this.
an 8-year-old trick-or-treater?
Food like this.
An apple.
Look, you see, like it, look,
I sort of gave that away
so
when you showed
the
me
ones on the right and the ones on the left are not matching. Let's say you only have enough for snail lessons. You bring two one ball, 7 feet. It's always slow. What happens when you put them on the two separate.
There it is. Wow, look at that. Is that the new tenor sax?
Yes, it is.
It's the debut of a brand new saxophone.
But midbar is not marking the very intro. Whatever you do about midbar, you have enough. It says you have to bring exactly as you. Great. But one is not marking the other. You have to have the full set on the right. And we don't care about how much you have on the left. Or the full set on the left. We don't care about the right. It's saying the mark is wrong. Hello, sorry. That's who I love you to ask. When it comes to the bulls, we say
Took a little warming up there, huh?
great trouble. The two bulls are not mine. They even the awful dog. Now, when it's the rams on the left hand are not the rams of the Muslim, and vice versa. Ew, nothing. But within the snap,
You guys ready to set this fucking show up? The band is here. It is filled with names. If you don't know, human beings sign up for the chance to perform 60 seconds on this stage. This name is
are
filled
not
with
knocking
crickets.
each other,
It's filled with
but
random
one
fucking
is not
names.
knocking each other
Anything
either.
can
Like,
happen.
we
Sometimes
go
it's a
from
great
scale up to more
up-and-coming
that's one
comedian.
not knocking.
It's
And
just
also within itself, they're not knocking. When it comes to
sad
boom,
thing.
but that's two different
Sometimes
types
the
of
show
not
can
knocking.
get sad. And you're watching a
You are,
person who will
you
never have a chance in show business that's trying the things and sometimes I just want to let you know that sometimes while sometimes it can be so much fun, shit can get sad at some points.
We're going for real
You're going to know when it happens. You're like, oh, Tony's sad.
sort of like in God's wise, because when it takes
You guys
super
get
stuff,
60 seconds. If you get pulled out of the bucket,
show how
you know your 60 seconds is up. You hear the sound of a
line up
kitty.
with the super new fighters. It looks like contradiction.
Wrap it up then, or
Real
else you're going to
fight.
bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Now let's look at this puzzle carefully. We all know this puzzle. We say it all the time in this
There
fight.
you go.
At least 12 times a year.
You guys ready to
Let's
start
time
this
here.
fucking show up?
Let's take a
It's
piece of
Tony
the
Live Mayhem
How many
Comedy Store.
Part
Excited.
of it is off. It's
We
not.
get another Tito's and
Boston,
soda for Doug in
she's Boston.
advance. Oh, thank you.
IO
You see,
1.
You normally put a razor
Doesn't
inside
line
an
up
apple,
with.
but I'm so high with scissors.
It says, the real fighters, orange fighters, hard. And this puzzle
That's
says
the
part
cool
red,
one.
too.
But it helps for carrying it.
Hard
That's
is
for
off.
damn sure.
And then it says, Chichi Boston.
It's going to handle
Doesn't
it.
line up with the 7 that's in the fighter. The IO's premium you. Okay, so IO's
Wow, okay, this is
what's going
interesting.
on?
It's a one-word name. I love
It comes
those.
to
Like,
say,
you're like this
remember the
person's
third part
ever
of the
been
night,
pulled out of the
Mark
bucket
so
or not. So let's
Maybe
see what
we have
happens.
It's
Your
in the
first
part
comedian.
Or
Or
it's
human
going to
performing
tell you,
60
it's
seconds for you
what do you
tonight
only have one?
goes by the name
Read
of
one.
Phantom.
11 part. Chichi Boston, Matang Boyman. It's on the third, Suba. The target says you need 7. But if you don't have 7, you only have 6. 3, 6. 11, 6.
Guys, so I recently found out I'm getting older
When I
because Facebook stressing me out.
come to you there, bro.
Like, I got a brother in
You don't
prison
have
for
4.
life. My grandma's died, and I think my nephew's a
You
faggot.
only have 1.
But Facebook stressing me out.
The boys that
I remember when Facebook was like for college students, where you could use it as a website to talk to the cute girl in communications class. Now it's a competition between friends and family over who posts most awful shit before lunch.
But you can't be serious. And
Why
we
not
said,
post the most awful shit?
Andrew
She
Tree.
posts a video that
And
Asian
you
lady
want
gets mauled by a
one
tiger in
of
China.
them,
You see when she gets out of the car, she sees a tiger. Tiger's like, I better get in. She stays out and the tiger eats her. I was shocked. I was like, I can't believe even tigers hate Asian female drivers.
My father,
Yeah, they never turn on their blinkers and they drive with large visors on. She didn't deserve to get mauled by a tiger. At least not to death.
You need the pictures, whatever, come to my show.
That's it, thank you. Oh boy. Fantastic.
Fine. What about the
But I
time?
said it was
The
going to get
time
sad.
that
I
I
didn't
did
think
the
it was going to do
Wisconsin,
it.
he's already done with one battle.
So,
Give him the
Great. There's a nice one with Colorado. We might explain the story. It says
let's talk
Vafilu
about it. What did we find out last
Well,
time? You were on the show. You
Colorado
did
was
some
collecting money in
crime or
America.
something, right?
It was in a show.
Find out some
He
I
gave a
allegedly stabbed someone in college when I was.
you notice that the other one's not as good. So if you can't take on a whole year of my yeshiva, take on a month, give you a month, take on a
I
week.
would live driving
The
so
other one's like shaking their head, they're all into it.
Alleged.
He finishes speech, he's gonna make a killing there. And the rope gets up, things on the
Subjects
news.
to substitute teach.
Oh, inside. $1 or two is also good for stalker. And he just puts me there and say it. And
I
he
just stick
wrote
around
out
if
the
the
story and
teacher's
said,
not there. I
you
don't care
know,
about the kids. I just.
I think this is what happened last time you said too much.
I'm not gonna what I said.
Nah, last time I was high as shit. Now I'm
He
sober
gives
and
money
I
to Torah in the
don't care.
source.
Let me ask you something.
Obviously, apparently, you guys here don't have the source to get to Torah. You had the opportunity, missed the opportunity. Mike's here in MDY, one of my good friends. Without going to too many people. This is what he told me that he was in charge of a fund.
Very mad.
Did you
And
write
the
it when you were high?
guy left him the money. He has to
Sober.
give
It
the
wasn't working,
stuff.
so it's not tense.
And he's about to give
I get
$1,000
nervous.
You gotta
to
take the test.
I
poet.
get nervous. I get sober. I get nervous. You get sober when
So
you
look
fucking
at
find
us.
a car.
If you're going to shovel, want to get a supply,
I'm sorry.
yeah. If you're going to have fun, I'm going to do it. I said, if you give it to Claire and give it to MDY, you'll have to listen. Sit down for corner.
Fanta, what ages do you
You
substitute
really
teach
think
for
that's what
potty
you
mouth
want?
like that?
I don't cuss
So
at
Rabbi,
kids.
Rothschild.
It's the start of a
The money
monologue
gave
right
the
now.
money gave to MDY. And then they
I
ended
just
up
high
being
school,
MDY.
middle school,
But
LA.
sometimes you need a source to give the price. Sometimes even someone doesn't have the source. And some guy that's in charge of your money
Couple
gives it
times,
to a
maybe
zipline.
a month.
You need sourcing. Something you shouldn't be doing here. And you're
Yeah. So crazy thing about high school kids, like if they're fighting, you can't touch them. Like you have to scream. Or like
no,
somehow get in
it's about
between
people
them.
up.
Like you can't
The
really
guy
get
is
out
the
of
rough
it.
about people up, people $1. No, it sounds like a thing that a super smart will tell you. You don't have to switch to give you the money. You know, because
Whatever you
everyone
like
is
think,
you know, like
you're
a
impressing.
reverse.
There's my advice that I don't think I've ever given anybody before. Sometimes 4 years and 5 months of the show, post together to find something to do to know somebody.
Nobody took
Here
that
it
on.
is. Every time you think about doing something or like committing to something, do the opposite. Like that kick
Oh,
line.
I got it.
Maybe something opposite of that.
I said first.
So
Don't worry,
it
when
was
it
so
comes, you
sorry
need to
for
go.
Jerry.
The moment that you have to get rid of it, take the person.
So it's I'll do that. I'm not gonna.
Don't mess up.
I'll try to do that. So the opposite is
Let's try it again. So let's see if my theory even works.
Keep
We
in mind.
saw you
Keep in
go,
mind.
I
It's
love
about
it.
positive, and I once wrote in the book.
That wasn't funny because it's
Get
made
everyone
it
to
seem
pause,
like you were being
pause.
serious.
Short is there. They're not
Like we
being
all
short is
pictured you
there.
actually
Three
picking
pause
high school kids.
Oh,
And two, like the way you did it, it felt like
Man,
you were
if
trying
you
to be
only saw
funny.
the
So
video
let's
that they made
try
of
to
you
get
guys,
us
you
to
saw
the
it?
same question.
Yeah.
And do the opposite of it.
Somebody
I
put
can
it
tell
out there. I
you're
realized
already
put it
setting
in
up
there.
to do the fucking
It's
thing.
more
You're not listening
Yeah,
to
you
anything
have
I'm
it?
saying right now. You're moving the
Send it.
while you're like, okay,
Send
that's
it.
this.
It's so easy. Without it. People go out and move it. Leave it. It's close. She's looking for a
Pro wrestling drop kick. I'm not fucking show rodeo.
She's so fuss about that little bit. So
Alright,
here.
so let's say those high school kids are fighting
We're-
Phantom. What do you do to bring them out?
I just walk away.
Whatever you You could
So,
afford
all right,
whatever
let's
you
try
get.
it one more
That's
time.
what you bring.
All right, so let's say the kids, and by the way, I'll give you a hint here, Fanta. The honest answer is always the one. So let's try it again. Let's try it again. Fanta. Let's say high school kids started just now fighting right now.
Yeah, right after I said. In other words, it's either 7 or 1. 1 to 6.
I
The time of the Hezbollah has ruled my email doesn't matter. If you're ready to 3, 4, 5, which one is better than the other? But don't be a moron on this.
That's what it sounds like, though, when you get last. The one
Yo,
with Red Band, Scott.
exactly.
What it sounds like.
It's 7, we have a fucking 7, we have a fucking 1.
What's up? Anybody
You
ever
were
doing
going to
anything like
be
this
6.
before?
Now you can't say, oh, I'm allowed to think 1. I was thinking if I have 7, then of course it's market. But if I have 6, I have another number that is not market. No, the market is in every number that you have. You must be that this entire map. And the way my view is that is happening
That's usually funny because like, I lost my friend and I'm like, I didn't want to get picked up. So, that's usually
you always means it has to be exact. You can't
I didn't
be a
know
wall for the third set.
which that
But we
comes up
just
here.
figured out because you don't have 7, we won. Basically, we got rid of the U. So you don't know, we can get rid of the U. You don't tell us whatever you have in stock, you think the things that don't
It was nice
that
to
are
see
fast.
you. It was really awesome. Anything else for Fanta, Doug? No, maybe less kicking.
The best. What you have, in other words, your distributor, your focus, your ability, the hours that you have in the day left over after that from work, that's what you have.
There aren't that many rules in comedy, but that's pretty strong right now. Hey, Tony, it shuts down the room pretty fast.
Call it marathon. So now we're going to be the festival.
I think Fanto's a funny guy.
Interesting subject that seemingly don't make sense.
And my only goal as a father.
But we chose that for the first. Which means the first month of the year, meaning that for the whole. Think of Harden Butler's covered with cases on it. Pictures and you can use it as a concept. You take so move
Pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Steve Turner.
Not a concept, it's always
Steve Turner. Steve Turner?
I have no idea what's going on. I have to wait for
Oh, no. I don't see any movement. Steve Turner.
Why do you have to wait till you have this is the test right now? He wrote it as the author himself.
Aria Wings. Aria Wings.
Oh,
Hold on.
okay. That's what it says. That's what it says. And he cut it a little bit before he cuts it. So
They get
you're
scared.
going to
People
talk
get scared.
about
Hold on a second.
Final warning.
another
People
question.
get scared when the first person sucks.
The more always mentions that
So they're like, what if that happens to me?
so this
They're probably not as bad as Fanta. Don't be scared. Oh, we know this guy's here and ready. One of our favorites on the show. He's known for his enormously hilariously douchey Instagram. He's with you here right now. Put your hands together for the great Kevin Mack, everybody.
That's something else. I'm saying when he spoke to
One
the
of our
movie,
favorites.
he spoke to it. He says,
Yo, Tony Legend. Kevin Mack.
So,
Come on, put your hands together for Kevin Mack, everybody.
those who have the question, they look in the article and ask the question, they don't answer the I'm going to say the question. I'm going to say that.
Excited to go home.
When a young lady comes to Tana,
Got me
and
thinking
comes
about my
as a mom,
childhood growing
the
up.
mom, look
Stop
tonight,
being the only white guy
turns
in the
down
black
tonight.
neighborhood.
We're hoping
Most
to
people
come
didn't know
as
is that
a
I'm
person,
actually
former
half
person,
Native
and
American.
then we'll be able to
My
answer
mother grew up on
the famous mice that a guy comes to
And
the
then
store.
about this time every year, I
I
tell
know
my
we all
black
know.
friends that I'd be leaving for a couple weeks.
So
And I was going to the reservation.
I've been waiting for you since third grade. That's how. Stay out of his mouth. Yeah, what's that? He's still around in here.
Like, no, that's not
They
what I
also
did.
say, another side that they say is that
But it was cool. You know?
that's one of the tests I'm going to have. I always understood that when
Being
they
the
were
only
young,
white
I
kid in
didn't
a
be
black
like,
school
oh,
is like
I
being the
thought it
only
was always a
retarded
good class,
kid
and
in
the
a school.
procedures, oh, the procedures, I thought it was a good class. It's
They
going to
would
be,
give me props for
you're
shit
going to
that
know.
normal
That
people
is,
just do.
you know, that he, but what the thing is that when we are having fun, he's going to give you answers on fake things that nobody in the world could answer. It's so close. So this, y'all know.
Is that true? Where did you grow up?
Detroit. Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Not like me.
Where did that? Oh, that's really.
And I like it. And it's good. And it was pure stand-up. And I think we can now immediately start talking about your Instagram.
This is the mean insult I thought of after saying don't quit your Instagram.
Definitely don't quit your Instagram.
I'm missing all the videos. Okay, so
Have you been on with him on the show before? I'll explain it to you. So one of the
we had a guy that was testing yesterday, a new AI guy. So check this out. This is his very first video. This is a guy that starts out with 7-inch feet, but he only ends up with 1.
Describe this. You're an Instagram sort of like model, inspirer, type of person or something like that.
I'm a solid institution. I'll take it. Get a real job! Get a real job! Is this a promo for Daddy's Home too? They call it social media personality.
Now, one of the things that we learned, we looked it up one day on the show, and we ended up finding out that one of the things that you utilize on your Instagram posts on top of, very douchey pictures and tone and lighting and really tint and brightness in every single way. You're surely the king of the douchebags. And what we found out was that your hashtags are, I get them almost every day. People will do a funny thing with a comment and something like a hashtag blast, hashtag man love, and all the shit that you do. See, hashtags everything in order to get
Yeah, it works. It's so great.
wow, look at this one. Let's have you one from, September 25th. When's the last time you were on the show before that, right?
Yeah, that's
You're now 30 episodes.
Not that. Okay. So that's the owner.
He's the guy on the other side.
This is not it. He's somebody else.
No, that's a couch. That's a couch that looks like a man. All right, so I'm going to read you what it says. You see the picture, and what he wrote there was, I think shirtless. I think shirtless. That's how he thinks. That's where you have our best thoughts. Apparently on September 25th, he thought this in the back. My goodness. Surely, I mean, you are clearly a good-looking guy. How old are you, Kevin?
38. His wife, who said that?
That's what we're doing.
All right, so this is the part where we read you the hashtags. Now, I already told you that the original Kevin Max said, I think shirtless. Now, you might think there's a few hashtags after that, right? I'm not exaggerating. This isn't some pre-produced thing like the old scissors and the apple with the So here's what it says. Hashtag man. Hashtag model. Hashtag male model. That's a different hashtag. So that you didn't get it confused with other models. Hashtag sexy. Yeah, again, for those who are so sexy. Hashtag fitness model. Fitness
No one
model.
can get in the veil.
Yeah.
Also, he's also something that we have to look around over. You know, like the animal situation.
Hashtag
The
get
things we
fit.
do. So that I know it'll be the value of the veil for you know that it's high-end to eat from Melissa. When does it eat from Melissa on the side?
Let's do it. Hashtag fit. Hashtag fitness. Hashtag
Not on the side. How
model.
about you eat from basically a straight from.
This is a new one.
So we have a pepper and paper, so I think that maybe I can have something else. I'm not sure what even the place cannot eat. And then the pentas of the sugar place is straight
You
there
would
with
think
the
that's all the
pepper,
hashtags
the
are not
that's
that
a bite. There's two ways. Sugar, a place. The
Hashtag
7th of the month.
motivation. Hashtag
What is going on
hard
there?
work.
All of the days
Hashtag
long, even
work
sugar
hard.
swapping to us.
See, that's the difference.
So we know there's some small specifically there's
Hashtag
some higher process
Hashtag
talking about
tattoos.
high calorie diet.
Hashtag
When
guys
Fire
with
Straw
tattoos.
gets a shot here from this is our whole fire on rubber. This is Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin makes it sound that you're allowed to eat a certain type of Taylor, not all Taylor. Certain type of Taylor.
Hashtag ink. Hashtag
Bug.
inked. Really, the past of ink?
Yeah.
Of ink?
The more
Being
ink
Taylor,
you
sorry.
put in there, the more
Certain
people who
type of the Taylor
Hashtag basis covered.
they have.
No, not yet. You're not going to believe this.
Oh.
It always tends to get a little more desperate towards the end.
I don't know. But
This is another new one. I'm excited to say this. You're with me on this, right? You see this little word on the side? Okay. Hashtag man candy.
Shiva, Shiva, all of everything. Taylor Shiva, Shvat and Shapati. Now,
Hashtag
in order to do the
fashion.
pound double,
Hashtag
you need
boys.
right cloud.
Hashtag
So
guys.
this is the
Hashtag
older one that I know to do. There's two ways to view Klal in numbers. Let's say Klal is 10 million people. So 5.1 is the right. Or you go by Shvatim. So even though it's Shvatim, they're less in terms of people, but they're more in terms of the amount of Shvatim. 7 Shvatim versus the 5. You would have less people, you still have less seats in the stadium. You're the right. You're right, you're horrible, literally. It's a nice, this is a very nice, unbelievable. You're eating Taylor over here.
Exaggerating a
I
little.
don't know.
So you eat all Klal Yisrael, you eat public Klal Yisrael.
West Hollywood team.
I've heard of sliding into the DMs, but I said they just physically slide into you.
Pictures. Rothschild. Oh, yeah, should have started about it. Probably some rules about it. Even though you don't have the majority of numbers, you have the majority of the electoral vote of the Shvatim. Now, the word pleasure, so 7 is referred to as the amount of Shvatim, not the infinity of the month. What about the word pleasure? Does it mean month? No. Pleasure comes from the lesson of renewal. In history, for Amr, Taylor, it says a new figure. It says Taylor, this show is actually now 50 years for possible. They call it a show, they call it a taxi. But I don't think I don't know when Dover to get nicer that person made a mistake because it's Muslim and then you ate it, it's pleasure. And here the voice saying, this is a piece of a God. Zohar also used to call it a person who must remember the God, the Chanino and Puski Shemot. Next, to only knew the God here did not save your testament. The entire Savior testament wouldn't be in existence today. So God says to the Torah. We couldn't understand it, and it looked as if it was a contradiction between the Pesach and the Torah. And you have to get rid of it. None of this is going to bring about bad things. People are going to start questioning the Torah. Now, so what do you do? Hello, question is garbage coming. He brought 300 barrels of wine. Now, usually oil. Shannon means wine, oil.
I turned so many days.
70 days. 300 barrels. 300 is also a lot of the good one of the month. 300 is 400. We go 300 barrels of oil. We also value with Rothschild. Here we go. Huh?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. It's very well to learn and also to eat rather than somewhere else to eat. I told to do this, like to do a little thing about it, but I love their creativity. Then it's like to think about putting the whole music box, these famous music boxes we have in our show. This is right out of, we have one now and then, a few of them in the neighborhood. But this, you put it, and then it's a portable music box. The chicken running around, okay? You need to pick up. So that's where we're
I posted a hashtag sex movies, and all my gay following did not like the fact that I was shooting theater, so I had to take it. They're like, oh my god, you shoot animals? Hashtag deer. That's fucked up. Thanks, man. Hey, yeah. Well, I'm a dad. And hashtag
Well, so Hello Solution was guided 7. Russia's by he of the direction. He brought with him 300 barrels of oil and said in the attic. By the way, this is a famous attic. This is one of the famous attics in shops. He's the same attic from the Shabbos that It's still in the Shana over there. And then there's the Gumru, and we have the 18th Zayr of the Shana that's trying to beat out the Shul. The question is, it says over there, the David, he was in Al Sadat over there, and they came to visit him. So, the question is, why do you need so much oil? When you run out of oil, you go down to the station, you get more, you go to the Makol, you get more. What's the bar that you like? So, something that came to mind to me was the famous bar that you don't make it happen. You learn straight, and that's the best type of learning. You see it. Like when you want to learn, you turn off your phone.
And then what happens? You walk in, you're like, yeah.
Because all those messages that come in, most people get messages. Every 3 to 5 minutes, there's another something coming in, and naturally, you want to look at your phone. You gotta look when you're look. So that look to the side takes away from that. Go to the Instagram, no, I have my food, I have my life, and I go. I'm going to go into that shot. But when we walked in the fellow, he told me to try a better shot. He said,
I don't want to seem like a bad guy.
No, I like it a lot. That when you told me to commit to the thing, you say, I'm committed until I have a shot. Not to receive it. You tell me what it's on. I'm here. I'm not leaving until I have a shot. I'm committed. Yeah. That's my thing.
Oh, my God, he's not that guy. That's what I'm saying. Is like, I'm totally that guy. Works in conjunction with.
I'm 11, stop was 12, I'm 24. All my fingers, how do you have part of the room? He says, it's committed. All my fingers, how do you have part of the room? So as soon as it says, it's better to bring one, then you got. How much flour do you bring for a bowl? Bring 2. But it says the pot is ready for 1. They have a lot of how many you bring for a lamb? 2. It says 1.
Yes, I did.
We talked about
the game, and then
we said, not 1. So why say 1 if it's good? Hello, how do you have part of the room and the way you're talking? You have many folks. The people fire up on the talk about you people full of really talking. It's good to bring over here what it says. The info is beyond one hole than a bunch of broken. The people fire up on the talk about you people full of really talking. Jim Holly, go ahead. Hey, Merubin, go ahead. Also, you're even higher up. We're wondering, we're talking, we're going to put up the place. You're not being more than without. Versus being one hole. Unit, nothing said. He's back.
You were there when he fucked her.
Permanent job, paradise, global, for other global, happy time, and not just this long. The side of that down, just to put up. North Alien Mission. Again, continue with the theme, what's not Ma'aki's law? Upon the reading by talking about story, in Ma'aki's law. If you're reading a story that I asked a bunch of people at the hospital, what was 3 years and nobody knew really. So, my brother was there. And he's very good. You ask them, why do you have my son? He goes, physician. We got all excited zippers. They have about at least 80 zippers schools in their phone. That was 10 years ago. I don't know how many they have. They have a lot of different schools. And zippers, they learn, they do gear stuff. They do a lot of pumish. We know things about prayer. It's not just pumish. We saw them. It's not about that. We learn a lot of computing. So I asked him, so what's a fully yard? So he said like that. I stopped it. Probably. So I said, so what's a fully yard? So I started asking one. The kid knows. When we saw them, but like, they don't think. Comes right out. He's right. Anyway, I probably don't really my question. I'm saying things one of the things because a kid like that, when he uses this kid, he understands it. Unlike me. I read this list, I didn't know what it was flying with. It says that part of it is like fussing. Fussing, it says, ain't ma'akimus halecha. It's not now. You read the next one, it says, halecha ma'akimus halecha. They ain't not woman. Woman, I'm just skipping. I'm skipping on purpose. They ain't not fussing. I can tell that. What is going on here? It's mocking. It's not mocking. What's fussing? I'm saying you know it's really coming because like how part of the eating that fussing, that's a category you do it for. But if it goes together, this doesn't have to do with the trouble. Because as soon as I talk about a part, alien, it busts it. There's nothing to do with the with the snail left. There's something else that you do on truth. So that's what we're talking about. Crossing over here is referring to Ola, not Shlum. That's what happens with you. So crossing usually is Schwartz, meaning Shlum. Over here it means Ola. Why do you go to the Kari and Plus? Okay, so not to do very much. I'm tired of Ola, not crossing, and I started 80 matches on left. You can eat the bread without them. Well, and the bread is not knocking. However, knockings are plus. Whoa. Over here it says the opposite all of a sudden. However, knockings are plus. Because these teachers are going out plumbing. You're all by yourself. Right. But I'm saying you're in that Rashi there. So your kids, you know, saying this about that. What's going on here? You know it's fussing, but we're talking about fussing by themselves. Standalone fussing means slumming. These guys right over here. You have to show the picture. Like we're so used to this. Here. These are the slumming. They go together with the bread. So without the bread, you can't eat each other. They're not fussing. However, you could bring bread without the cheese. That's the sugar ridiculous. Okay, banana, no, you're wrong. They're like, what's the knocking some left hand? You cannot bring the bread without the sheep. Now, left hand meaning the exact opposite. You can't bring sheep without bread. And I'll prove it to you. She came up, seen him, so you saw about midbar, but you saw him, told the person to the left hand. What did you do in the midbar? Why was there no bread in the midbar on both sides? There's one. Because it isn't such a mass. But then you could actually get bread from the buddies. You're going to pull bread to take the wheat from them at 5 weeks and make sure nothing. The answer is because Trapping struck. It's only Trapping struck. So there's no bread in the midbar. No bread in the midbar, so they could be in the other. They could be in the club. Oh, I'm chicken. I don't think they're banana. I'm in the town to guard. This is amazing. He was macabre to the truth, but he didn't know why. His answer is not his reason and his parents. He says he's off, but he's right. He happens to be right. No what? She called all of the things up to do. Fire if I move. It's so bad. It's too fun. Right? What is that good when it means the Muslim? So Islam means the left. Everything that's brought down the Muslim, brought down the Tinker. All the Muslim over there. Everything on the left, they brought in this one. All the Christian, everything is they didn't bring a single part in the middle. You told me, oh, they didn't have bread, but they brought the sauce. They did not bring the sauce. They're going with the tail up. The Balami was not in for everything to slow legs for going to the table. When you can just all the bread, all the stuff on it. But you have to. Man, you're usually close to it. You make a close enough to it, that's wrong. She says, I'll tell you why. You have to be like the man and bring the feathers without the bread. You know what? He learned since walking a lot with new people. How could I call you eat when you let them up on it? How can you eat them? You need something to allow you to eat it. So what allows you to eat up on it? You guys remember? The position. We have two peoples of fragrances of the vino. We put it on the back. That's the muscle to eat. What allows you to eat a carbon? You bring a carbon. What allows you? There's niggas are down screaming the blood. What allows you to eat the stale left? The two bread food. It's carbon. So you don't have a carbon. You can't eat the bread. You're stuck. You can't. Don't really eat bread if you have a carbon. The person is doing that. The seed is right there. Now you can eat it yourself. Because I left it with Rothschild. Shayla knew to them. You can't. Nothing to be marked. On the one hand, it's it seems like they have to have bread in order to be macro. Be crafted out of that. In order to be macro, you need bread. It's like changing the next part of the puzzle. See, that's helping to me then. These words stand by themselves. I appreciate macro. You don't need bread. Okay, like I'm a very nice out of that. The language is time to puzzle places, time to reckon. You didn't have to bring, again, now like you're not said, but you didn't have to bring the sheep. It could be macro sheep before you had the bread. So in the midbar, there's no sheep. There's no press, there's no provide. You learn very well, hitting plus my more time, hitting plus my more than maybe Christ only brought one set of 7 sheep. Okay, it's not 4 people. Here in this picture, you have Shana like a Moshe. 7 and 7. No, it's 1 7. You only brought 7, not 4 people. I'm going to yeah, it's a part of it. Look at the bowl. There's only 1 bowl on the right side and 2 bowls on the left side. So it's very different. There's only 1 ram on the left and 2 rams on the right. 2 rams in Shana left hand, 1 bowl in Shana left hand. 2 bowls in Muslim and 1 ram in Muslim. So they're different. So just like the word, so the sheep are also different. So the 7 sheep, the first God is even constant election. Another additional 7 sheep, 4 for the Muslim. One of them is the other. Here's what I'm trying to do. This part of this part, on the third camera, we're going to the side line. One is the right, the left, one is the middle. And the mother, we call it, we don't find that another middle. You're right, there's 1 door there, 2 doors there. There's 1 down there, 2 doors right there. But the problem is 7 and 7, maybe it's actually 7. No, I didn't remember that for you. Since the whole number, so the sheep is the same number, the different sheep. The mother's learning, like the final told me. He's a box question. Maybe the fact that there's 2 bulls instead of 1 bull is to tell you that you have, if you only have 1 bull, bring 2 rams. And if you only have 1 ram, bring 2 bulls. It's interchangeable. You have to bring 2 and 1. How you do it, I don't care. It could be 2 bulls and 1 ram, or it could be 2 rams and 1 bull. That's what the story's telling you. The story's not saying do it again. Either or. And the question was 7. No, that's the 7. Equal. Well, it's equal. We're not going off one. The white power is in the car. Bring 1 bull, 2 rams. The white 2 and 1. I don't care that. Now read with me. Look at it. Look. The answer is being succeeded. And then the word is very easy. The green, red, purple. On the right. See? Constant pyramid. Green, red, purple. Look on the left. Red, purple, green. Orange, iron, focus. In other words, there's a question mark at the end, and the part at the beginning. There is a question mark at the beginning. So, what do you see? You see that since the curve changed the whole water, you see that it's a completely different curve, and we're very well 2 and 1, 1 and 2, 7 plus, you have to do 40 total sheep. The side is good. Both sides have a wonderful bird.
One more time with a great Aphrodite.
Merit the Swift, spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
I'm only a minute old. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This looks interesting. How about Drake Nelson? Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Drake Nelson. That's my real name. Get me confused with that rapper guy, Drake. All the time, I don't know how that happens. Yeah, we're both black, but his white skin and hair. Good move, man. Happy to be here. Walking around Sunset Vegas, over the sky, asking for some money. Good morning, Rob. Thanks for assuming I got something.
Looking good today, man. Welcome to all the guests. We have a bunch of guests here. Want to remind everyone, this is selling out nicely. Baruch Hashem, the new volume of Pullin. I don't know how many sold, but it looks like almost half. No? Pretty close to I don't know the number. We always have some big news, very big news. MDY Morocco Donor Appreciation Trip. These are the supporters of MDY that help cover the significant portion of MDY's budget. Donors of 30,000 or more.
Thanks, guys. Fuck yeah.
If you donate 30,000 or more, then it costs you $10,000 to go, which is a little out of cost, I think, but that's how it is. 30,000 or more. You're gonna have the error. 30 people. It's gonna be nice. If you want to be like Shanti, last year you wanted to go on the Serengeti trip. So the cost of last year was $40,000. Are you gonna get this again? He's still debating. It was so smart. Was it worth it? Yeah. It's the best stuff he ever spent. What? The entirety of the weather. 3 weeks before he's checking the weather. Alright, check this out. They have a video for it. Let me see. I didn't see it yet.
The one thing I found unbelievable about your centric is when you said that today you were walking down Sunset Boulevard.
That's a really old joke. I used to walk.
Drake, so what's happening? How long you been on stand-up?
5 years.
5 years. Where are you from?
Nevada.
Nevada.
Okay.
What do you do for a living? Truck driver?
No, but I do drive. I drive for Lyft during the day.
Drive for what kind of Lyft? Forklift?
That's the biggest little city is what they call it. You should always have the biggest little comedian. Marketing too.
I think we should shout it too.
Tell me what he said. Drive the story said. Alright, it was funny to me.
Where's the kitchen? About the.
You drive for a Lyft and what
Well,
else?
there we go. Thank you for being the light. Preventing the player only joined the closing. Usually provided not to join at the beginning of an office. That's why I do this thing at the beginning of the sessions. The reason why he joined is because I said why people, what are the negative things that why people say not to do the job. That resonated with me. I'm a field guy. It goes with one ear and out the other. I don't remember anything. So the other thing you tell me, Moshe, no, those are the reasons. I'm a field guy. It goes with one ear and the other. I don't remember anything because of that. Moshe, Abu said, New Rochelle, New York. Morocco. The boy said we made it into 2 cartoons yesterday. The snow day, 2026 snow day. You have nothing going on the right. And this is the food side. Maybe sent this to me last night. This is Shai Stern. Listen to this. Let's put on the volume a little bit.
He taught me how to kick.
Rabbi Shai Stern. This is the first one.
Red Man actually knows this. I used to do video like Bush Ranch. Yeah. Red Man has an account there. Yeah, I do. I know. You can do comedy there. Yeah. Podcast.
Bunny Ranch sounds like something you put on your salad.
Tuna salad.
That's not why I do that.
This is my job.
Drake, why do I feel like you're the only Lyft driver that I know that charges himself when you throw up in your car? I mean, like an Aphrodite.
I saw the Chicago.
Alright. Drake, what's your favorite food? What's your favorite food? What do you think about this whole thing you got?
Oh, man. Like this weekend at the Funny Rush. I'm a big fan of Colonel like the truck track. Thank you. Could be eating the whole truck or just that's how I get my party.
So, how long have you lived in LA? About a year. You like it?
It's like cartoon town out here. It's like real life.
I received this video yesterday, and I got from MD, and I was posting all of them. I told Mom, let me find out who this customer is to go to his wedding. Let me surprise him. So it turns out I went to his wedding. It was a little over, but I went. Wow. How does it that? See, from here to there, not count. We had a seal rush I get here. Okay, so now it all. And I asked them, I said, who is the person to try to find out some more information? You did not find out from me. What a surprise. While I'm showing you. What a picture of that.
I saw a guy,
Yeah, so you know this one?
I have no idea.
The right side.
Take a shit.
He got a snowman to learn in the blizzards. And he also said, good morning, up inside. Where's up here? Spirit Brothers is the same in Jersey. I like this one a lot. This is a very good email, for me at least. It sounds like Yaakov Super. It has everything. It sounds like a wine, everything you use. It's like Yaakov. Super. Things that is Yaakov.
Shit in the bucket. I mean, I'm not
You're up to that, about a year ago, so 1977, I joined this show, and my life hasn't been the same since. I want to take a moment to tell you why. I was hearing in the middle of people talking about that, and I say that because this wasn't my first cover that learned or even my first cover this year. But something was different this time. Your tagline is not about the job, it's about the way you hit me in a way it never had before. To finally explain why I failed. My previous goal was to learn and understand every doctor beginning then. For someone who hadn't seriously learned the mind since college, it's roughly the thing of stepping on skis for the first time and pointing yourself down a black diamond. Spoiler, it doesn't go well. But the young changed everything. When you go what you mastered, it was showing up. And starting in the middle of the steps, it was actually perfect for that. Jumping in on some heavy 77 men, I had no reason. I found everything. How could I? Not lower the bar in the best possible way. The mission became simple. Build the habit. Understanding would come later. And connected. Over time, you build the skills. You acquaint yourself with old concepts. You meet new ones. And the satisfaction of working to accomplish Sugya and actually following it, that's real. That stays with you. Now let me tell you about the social media and the sheer scratches. I'm 54 years old, so I'm not part of the social media generation, but I'll admit, I spent my fair share of idle time of video games and YouTube video something for a few minutes and end up choosing the least productive option available. Here's the thing though. When we say, Rabbi is a Shem Lekef, called Rabbi of Rothschild, called Decho, that explains that we must love Hashem with both our Yates and Kali Yates. Well, I have recognized my Yates enough to tell you. When I finish your doc and check that box in the Arsenal app, on the MDY webpage, on my magnetic tips checklist, please make more of those. And in the WhatsApp discussion group, I fed the beast with fire. And now I find myself reaching for another Mishnah or a seat of pizza chocolate in those same idle moments, just to check the box. And I have a few minutes free instead of a Facebook reel that I mentioned on 54. I'll knock out another Mishnah or pizza chocolate to see. That, the Yetzer Hara has been recruited. He works for us now. I also want to address something that comes up, the so-called basicness of Daf Yomi. Yes, the pace is fast. Yes, we don't always go deep. But here's the perspective that took a while in Israel this past January, though of course you were in the U.S. and prior time I was there, which I'm feeling separately under complaints. Between minutes of Meyer, I sat on a chair where I heard something that stopped me. Quote, we need to learn as much as possible in this world so we can qualify for the stream right on my buff. If you never learned Vulcan while you were alive, you simply cannot learn what will go to the next world. There's nothing to remember. But if you learn it even quickly, even imperfectly, even if you forget, without it, and you have another my buff, comes back to you. The learning is never wasted. There's always an investment. The next cycle that you know what I mean? That's that reframed everything for me. Fast is fine. Raw is essential. And the practical payoff is real too. I recently began learning the E-word Kavusa, and I can tell you, without education, the vocabulary, the concepts, the feel of how a city moves, all of it came from Daf Yomi. What I thought was just keeping pace has turned out to be the very foundation I need to go deeper. Daf Yomi doesn't replace serious learning. It makes serious look
your hands together for Elliot Havens. Perhaps some of the
so
best
thank you,
handwriting I've ever seen.
You gave me a straight story that actually was, and here on the course, with a way to learn color every single day that fits what I actually am. Not who I wish I was. 22. That is your small thing. Thank you truly for everything you do. Yet is real, and so is the gratitude. Regards, you are such a student in Jersey. Beauty. Love it. The official edition of the White Shots, the Doc, Akiva Krause, and Arnold Esher Tyler. Your support is my greatest motivation. Akiva, you know what the top was not fucking picked here. In honor of your wife, one of the best in shots. And please don't let her listen for the first 5 minutes of the Doc. She might not never let you sponsor again. The Damiansky family. Listen, whoa, before you said, whoa, he's davening for Garner Rose of Kashmir Nugel. Oh, you get about it? Yeah. The Powwow team, by the Scribe Midwest Conference in honor of Chile and the Just Learn Player team, what they're doing another event? Did they just do an event? The Powwow team. Lenny Ritzman for the Consumer Force Limo. Sterno Sarah by Spraying of Final treatment begins today. Daily sponsors anonymous in the memory of the 50 young men of the Kogut family from Tamar. They will be mortified. Art signing, Eisner's other family. The memory of Itzu Eisner, Itzu Means of Eisner. In honor of his fortune, a Holocaust survivor who gave his life to teach the next generation. Sidina. This is in honor of a birthday of Marcel Yasmin Uri, the Yao Polybat, the Yao. She don't carry last pleasure. He also his family, last minute in yeah. They're getting memory of everybody who will go for country, don't know Rafa. The second chance to go out in front of our gang out. I thought we were going to graduate the Housing Family Foundation Services that are going to housing measured to unit. Anonymous, we're saying, make sure that he's all anonymous. This is what's going on. Don't go away back to us. Don't know. But first, people out there, that's a good party. You have to work out, keep dragging, put your family. And we are staying out of the very good and you right. Bring our money. Just money, money, formation, social media, and 30,000 quarter. This is 21 shots of sex. Like, not even family. This was a program. The money sponsored. I'm sorry. Some of the money cost a euro. Maybe it's right. It's good. That's the last one. Must I hear that? Put us in the and I'm just ready for sure. Both eyes on me.
I'll say this about yourself. If you need a way through all right, he was right 5 minutes. Sir, when I do something special with you, can we sit you just on your chair in the back of the stage so that people can watch you fall asleep within us here? Come on,
all right, both sides, here we go.
Get your ass up here.
What is it about today? And actually, we're going to get back. Finally, to get back to coaching a little bit.
Good job. Yeah, Joel gets it.
We have
There's
a
no
book of
concussion
to
during
start
this
off.
point because he's a team player.
The story happened where a guy goes
what's
to
your name, buddy? Sit right
Miro,
there. What's your
he
name?
rents a house,
Caleb, right?
rents a Zimmer,
No.
and he gets there, and there are no restrictions on the door. And he's furious, and he looks last minute, asks around, and gets the place to shop. Last minute, he makes, got a place to last minute, and once the shop is, he refuses to pay the first guy.
You don't have to try to say it when you just knew you.
Is that a kind or not?
I feel like I'm
Who's right?
worried
Who's
that
wrong?
over there he had people he could lean on. I'm worried that he's just going to fall over. And they kept doing the thing where they
Here's the
bump
trick.
away, too.
Let's hear the story again. The resident Zimmer. Oh, for Shabbos. Resident Zimmer. Zimmer is like hotel. It's not 5 million in Zuzah.
Oh, yeah, you still got to talk to him.
Hotel doesn't need a lock in the door. It's still need a lock in the
So,
door.
Elliot, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 2 years.
Let's see.
Seattle.
Kind of. We're holding 5 lines to the bottom of the
How long have you been doing it there? How long have you been doing it
here?
there? About 2 years in Seattle. I just moved here. How's it been going?
There's a deal. Make 100 rockets a day. And then I tell you strong.
What's your living?
There's a lot of many of 100 is one shot around you. So here's the 100 rockets. You say like Shema, that's one. Here's the down in the morning on the outside. Are you ready? And then the 16 purpose of Shabbat. You're not going to be allowed to be in the so it's not a good. It's not a issue. 60. The top is, I don't know if people realize, why do we say the 16 drops? Because the right side to get trapped. No, because we want to get the 100. They do the second these 16, so we could easily get the 100. 3 purpose of Torah. Since it's still in there's another 2. Unless you're starting a drop, it's only 2. Rock Shalom
What is so
Stava.
special about your
The
socks?
Birkus Krishma, and they include Yuri and Enel for everybody puts one, when they're told this one. Shmonesrei, you know, called Shmonesrei, so we make 2 brachas times 3. And then you have different brachas that are Suda, not necessarily everything like Asiyotza. I don't know.
For some guy, you're really shy on
Okay.
his ankle department. You can't even
More
see
times
your
than you
fucking
get.
socks. Let's take a look. Oh, boy.
Okay?
Oh, that's the fucking Jason mask on your sock? Nice.
Rabbi and
So how long have you been
Rabbi,
working in the sock
now we have a
industry?
problem with shots of the Yom Tov.
A little less
What are you
than
doing, Shabbos Yom Tov? We're listening to almost
How'd you
40
get that
brachas.
job? Started off
Shmonesrei are shorter.
just quick, buddy.
There's no filler. You're missing 39 brachas based on the category. Torah, Remalu, Sparmaki,
Are you having a great sock jumper?
so you fill it up with making brachas on Summon. You do like on Kippur, a lot of people do Summon, wake themselves up, but also for extra brachas. And even like not, the other came through. So
Oh, I got it from Charlie Brown's house of
Shabbos Party.
brown shit.
According to some trend with the rock, there's other ways to kind the mitzvah, the brachas on Shabbos. What other brachas can you do in Shabbos? Here's a prayer. When you say Amen to all the brachas, you get another 8. Because those are shad. Some say these are cool. Torah. No, here's the Torah. Here's the Torah. The rest is here's the Torah. Okay? It's like as if you're saying, it's as if you're saying, as if you're saying, say, Amen, I read these brothers. Yeah. But it's a cool one. It's like
Yeah, with your head down, Charlie Brown style.
you're not making it yourself.
Another day at accounts
I
receivable.
know another one.
The old sock
I
company.
hold on, the
Stop by
boys
and
brought
wave
to
to the
the
girl
left
in
and these
HR.
3 brought every day. Anyway, Shosani Yisrael.
Not the most
So,
exciting job in the
The
world.
reason why it says Shosani
Not
Yisrael
a job
is
that'll
because
knock
of
your
the essential.
you know what's
You
off.
can't write Shalom Yisrael Joy when they're checking
Elliot,
the
I've
mothers
always
and
noticed that people
very,
named
very
Elliot
racist.
have,
So
you know,
they
like
wrote in
smarty
Shosani
pants
Yisrael, but they
parents.
changed
You
it right
have
away.
smarty pants parents. Like, oh,
Another
that's
reason
Elliot.
is, why isn't it? Shosani Yisrael, thank you for making me a Jew.
Elliot, make sure you take that one sweater with you when you get down to Los Angeles.
We're not happy that we were made at all. It's very quite Shosani Yisrael.
Elliot,
It's better than
you
we were
never
created.
packed properly,
In
Elliot.
Israel. So,
That
okay,
sweater
still,
goes a
then
long,
Israel,
long
that's
way back in our family, Elliot. Your uncle, who was a
Israel
great
Yisrael.
molester, had that sweater.
Next one.
And
Shalom,
his
Shosani
uncle, who
Yisrael.
touched him, had that sweater.
We have more mitzvahs than a woman.
Make
So
sure you
far,
take that
Hashem,
sweater,
not a
Elliot.
woman.
Is that close? Is that what your mom sounds like?
Famous in
Send me
Surah,
more
they don't
songs,
say
Elliot.
Isha. What does a woman say? A woman said, no, a woman, what brother is a woman? So Sani Kitsoyna.
Yeah. Is that what you call
The
them,
Mekabel
racist?
the din choices. The Sani Kitsoyna.
Is that what
We
you
have
call
less
them?
mitzvahs. That's how the book wanted us.
Whoa,
To
I
say
mean,
in
you
Surah,
would
they
end
say,
up getting,
Shalom Sani Kitsoyna. They don't say Shosani, Shalom Sani Isha. You're not the word Isha. It's a joke. Shalom Sani Kitsoyna. It's very good. Okay. A woman says, Shosani Kitsoyna. And a man says, an American doesn't have. Shalom Sani Kitsoyna. It's very good. It's very good. It's very, very good. It's really good. You understood it. You do not love this shit. You have to know the language. Next one.
As soon as they hang up,
Shalom Asani Pool. You didn't make me another artist.
you guys ever like
A
make
pool.
any
I don't know.
YouTube videos
Focus. I don't know. Mishnah.
or you equal videos or you videos? Sock jokes.
The truth is, you could say this joke or whatever. You could say on this line also. How come we don't say Shalom Asani Pool? So it's not amazing. You didn't make that. Because it's a shot of Brooklyn Apollo. And over here also, Shalom Asani Pool might be a problem in Brooklyn Apollo. Just throwing it out there. Rabbi has a family great to have a come about Shalom Asani Pool.
Identify as bisexual.
You heard the song, making a brother. Shalom Asani Pool. Amalei, Kudi Hai Nani, what kind of brachas next to the board? The board is also chayv in mitzvahs. You're talking about who's chayv in mitzvahs. So a man is chayv in more mitzvahs than a woman, so make a bracha. You're chayv in more mitzvahs, you make a bracha. Board not for you, chayv. Says Gemara, Amalei, Vela Mani Chacham. So what should you say? So Shaloi Asani Chacham. You make a bracha, and you didn't make me a slave. That's the Gemara. I knew. Now, this guy that will make this exam, I don't want him to show his wife this Rashi. Do not look at Rashi. Rabbi said, please don't look at Rashi. Rashi, I knew Isha, that Rashi says, I'm just going to read the words and I'm not going to explain it well. The Isha are not going to shift the power. In those generations, the Mishnah had flourish this time. We will go with the second shot here. The art scroll completely ignores the first shot, doesn't even bring it. It's not there. Look at the art scroll, you can't find it there. An official edition, I think we also went a little. Okay. Truth is, a lot of people ask, I don't understand, not just kind of fun. You're more of a slave you like with these views. But these old splits, very possible that in our generation, all these talking about this generation, 4 years ago, you are all doing the daughter Nipa, and the daughter Nipa, the women didn't serve Abel. That's why the women are stronger than the men. Now, if in your marriage it feels a little different, just know that your wife is not going to daughter Nipa.
Caleb looks like he's
from the show that we're going to go with to be politically correct. I don't want to insult the many women that it used to be like embarrassing to just tell me, oh, I watched out. Now, wives of Rosh Hashanah came over here. I watch this out every day. A physician with woman at the Shabbat, she came with her son to Shabbat. She said, I sit with my son and we watch it out every day. It's like, okay. I don't tell them what to do and who to do. I'm not teaching courage to them. I'm teaching courage whoever wants. It's their problem. A lot of them have left the shit right now, like you speak. The result, yeah. Okay, fine. But what's I'll come back to the I'll come back to the so what's I knew Isha? I knew Isha means we're talking about mitzvahs. A woman and a slave, I'm saying about mitzvahs. So what do you gain? Why you can't say the same brother twice? You already took place on the Isha, why you take place on the other? Because you want to know every group thing. It's a different level. And that's why when we say the brother, we're going to level. We go from the lower to the higher. So you say it's a good, and it's others, and then fire is like on the Isha. He lost it. Now, if you're going to go with Kufa, generally now. His body is like changing over. If you don't go with the big Taylor and all these other people that make their claim that this is the Taylor, you have a hard time explaining to them up. They don't want, to come up with all sorts of different experiences. It's so easy to get. So it's meaningless. Maybe the blood that comes out of it is similar to those as the blue dye. When you also regular dye, his body is in the shape of a foot. How to explain that exactly? So I once did a whole page and try to explain it. This is a philosophy. His tail kind of a fish also goes in such a shape. That also is shape. And we're talking about that. And he's the ocean. It's aquatic creature. The whole evolution is fun. It's hard to get it together in emergency that they put out. Maybe it does surface on it. It comes out of the water once every 70 years. It's very rare to see. It's hard to get it. It's not like surface. With blood. The thing called bumblebee card. That's why it's super expensive. I found this video. I asked Kobe to take out the sound. There's a woman talking to her, so took out her sound. And just to explain why it's super
This is
expensive.
the part of the show where we're going to bring up our
Only
regular
video
young
is
lady
much
on this show. As I'm sure you all know, that writes and performs a brand new 60 seconds every single week, and one of the most difficult and interesting roles in all of comedy is the sole regular here on Tony. Putting it together for her. She doesn't get pulled out of the bucket. She just fucking does it every single week. It's the great, powerful Allie McCoskey, everyone. Hi. I am being harassed by spiders in my house. It's terrible. I'm too afraid to kill spiders, but I am a big advocate of killing them. I had to have my roommate come in and kill the spider. And then I noticed I've been watching a lot of Netflix documentaries about murderers and their lives, and they always interview the family of the murderer. Someone in the family's always like, oh, Mom couldn't kill a fly. I would never hurt a fly. I couldn't kill a spider. It blew my mind. And I'm like, that is crazy. You're just chill with bugs. If I have a boyfriend, I'm like, hey, can you kill that spider? And he's like, no. I'm like, oh, are you saving your energy to kill me? I feel like I have postpartum depression, but I've never had a baby. I'm getting excited by the news. That's how depressed I am. I heard North Korea finally made a bomb that could travel all the way to the U.S. successfully, and I was like, finally. Allie McCoskey. Missile, my bad. We have a lot of spiders in your apartment. It's not an apartment, it's a house. Yeah, I do. I got a good deal on it. How big's the house? It's like a normal size house. I have 3 roommates and me. How many bedrooms? 4 bedrooms. You got
800 pounds of snail.
Since I've lived in
So
LA.
go down and grab 800 pounds worth of stuff.
No need.
So that's why it's super expensive. That's why back in the day it was only for food. So the new club. And whatever, that's one of the reasons they didn't allow people to use potato stuff. Today's the last day.
Oh, a dad joke from our single dad, Jeremiah Watkins for Allie.
Is it 50 for people, 25? It's 50 for everybody? Okay.
That was adorable.
Kanye. All my living off.
Give us a chance to answer.
They look like a mix of powers and two about $30. They're not the smart boy, look at myself. We love my brain again. Again. All the love look like a mix of powers and two
One
about
time I gave Caleb a fake Molly.
You can look at it. You're looking at it.
So
You're talking about
Caleb comes to the show quite
the
often.
purpose that it's simple. Today you go online.
Yeah, he's here all the
Come to the
time.
place, come to the house, go to the store.
This was like a couple months ago when we were at the bar
A
and
lot
I
of
got
people are getting
probiotics, like these probiotic pills that kind of look like Molly, ecstasy.
Just come.
And I was like, hey, do you want to do a Molly with me? And he was fucked up at this point, like he was already drunk with shit. And so he takes the Molly and he puts it in his pocket. And I'm like, no, you can't just save it for later. Like, I'm giving you a Molly, we have to take it together.
Yeah.
So we both take this probiotic that he thinks is Molly. Like 30 minutes later, all of his friends come up to me and they're like, what the fuck did you do? He's already fucked up. He got kicked out of the store. Like, he's a mess. He's like throwing up. And they're like, why did you know it's true? You were fucked up.
Matter of fact, when I said the story over yesterday, I was crazy. And I managed to miss things I want to say. So it was looking like you were a piece of paper that I
He's healthier than he's ever been.
come out. Missed opportunity. Hopefully I'm safe now.
Yeah, that was great. In his case, the witness really goes rest.
Lights of all the methods. The story with the person.
My goodness.
The whole
Caleb,
story
does that sound about right to you? Is that how you remember that night going? Was that probiotic the thing that put you over the edge?
That was very, very far away. Very hyper man. So they tell us, I remember zooming the spot. When the mother says, I thought it was usually exaggerations. I came out the mother. She didn't know, I remember zooming the spot. Sends her the money, wires her the money. You get her the point that she gets not paid. Bobby knows about Pesach.
Hi.
He came to the door. I don't know why all this are useless. The door, knocked on the door, brought him in. There must be something here. I don't know what. Nicholas such as possible. The one wants to point out super wealthy slave that worked for her. Well, the law is keeping him by dollars. Well, he has no offense. That guy seems like not everybody really felt for it. I don't know. He's desperate. He's paying overtime. That guy that's in the money is here. I'm gonna hear you coming. Let him come in. I'm good. You see what he said on these place. It's important to the story. He had 7 beds, like bunk beds. One on top of the other. Sheets of that 6 were made out of silver, super expensive. The house was a bed made out of gold. The big Malachi, the house was expensive. And if you reach level with a ladder, the ladder was wrong, and the upper ladder was made out of gold. This is not like a muscle. This is real. As the Lord will say later. Also, the Yashra got me a learning Sharuma. She went to the top one. She undressed. We also went upstairs with her. So the Gemara on Nate knew what happened. So those statistics that he was super careful with. He even went to the Zayna with it. He didn't bother to remove it. Oh, why is that situation? Hopefully I'll come. Not like when you install, they also get a set from the guy in front of you. They looked at him and they touched him upon him. Gave him a smack in the face. Oh wow, this is serious. This is Malik. This is not a normal thing. This is not the other way as I would immediately, we realized that she couldn't do anything. She got off the bed, sat on the floor. But he took the other one down the side. So she went, she got off also, and she sat down on the rug, and she says to him, that was Shiroi, she made a shura in the name of the Caesar of Rome. She ain't even a tough spot. She told me, I'm not going to go until you tell me, what floor did you see? Everybody tells me first, half the world. I'm like, well, I'll vote those. I'm just swearing back to you. So I've never seen a more beautiful woman than you. What's the problem? Hello. A mitzvah achas sivon Hashem alkeinu v'tzis shema. There's a mitzvah in the Torah, it's called tzitzis. The pasuk says about tzitzis. Ani Hashem alkeinu. They call it, and give me a back plate over there, sitting on the floor. It says in the Torah, Ani Hashem alkeinu. Let me tell you the shot, he tells the son. Ani hu sha'atz li para, v'ani hu sha'atz li sha'an sofa. You learned the Rothschild. No, it's not brought in the Our Gemara yet. Maybe it's the concept of he's voted twice. Why? Because the Baruch is going to deal with punishment. Those go away. And on the flip side, he's going to give a lot of support. After people like Harbor, he changes it a little bit. Let's say he's smacking the face. You're like 4 witnesses. Those fixes, this next nigga, like, tell me, this nigga have to smack in the face. Now, these 4 sisters that smack in the face, they're going to be like witnesses. They're alive and well. The more they make trouble, they get I can't get away from this. I'm alive. I need all the details. What's your name? What city do you live in? Who's your yeshiva? And what's the name of the yeshiva that's a London place? Now this guy, first of all, this guy's a yeshiva bacher. This guy's not a stam guy. This guy came out of yeshiva. And he went to Karka and took a shit full of here. With his sisters, with his but she wants to know all the details. You're not leaving here until you give me your Yeshiva's name and number.
Like we have like this super light, but
I'm not a fan of nothing beyond. To me, it seemed like when I learned last night in shit, it sounded like a get. The cost of nothing one. I need to get out of here. She's holding on to me. The shmua, she's making my life miserable. Here, take all those. This is my name. This is my number. I'll see you later. Thank you. Let me go. All these other people says the Gemara crazy. On the Basuka Polo Pastel, she's very wealthy. And she divided up all her belongings, so she follows Papa back to the yeshiva. She gave a third to the kingdom to Rashi to bribe the king, to bribe the local authorities. They're not going to let her out. First of all, they needed her there for her profession. But they didn't want to let her go. She gave Shishlamapos, the famous Maisa, Ray the Tenth, that Ray the Tenth. There was a big war on one of these bridges over there. And the Arab guy told me it was due for 100 million shekel. So they had to get 100 million. Well, just the material plus 80. It's about 20 million. The Rabbi guy says 200 million. He says, sure, why 20? He says, 80 material, I need 125. He says 300 million shekel. He says 100 million if I can pay the Arab to do it for me. 100 million for me and 100 million for you. So we got the job.
What's the Titanic's iceberg?
Listen up. You have to give a third to the government. That's the difference. It's not a joke. The Michael Ohio, hold that. No, it's not Chicken Ohio. The place of life is one of the most powerful stories we have. Right over here. She gave this about me. She gave tzedakah. She wanted to be successful. She wanted to work. She knew that she had to do something positive. And she did tshuva. You get to the point. Listen up to the other. You can't be in the sugar. You can't just give everything away. You gotta live. So she left a third place. She also didn't give away all the gold, the gold bed, the silver bed.
I've been listening to for like 3 or 4 years.
Is your mind blown that you just wrote that there and had a good set? Hopefully it could be cheaper. It's that easy, you just gotta fucking do it. So I want to become I was trying so hard not to fall asleep. And my mom beat me. Calls him out in an affectionate way. Beat me, my daughter. Still good. Then I might have thought that was going to come in. Now they become a greater if you want to marry somebody. But see, it's not the other, nothing like yesterday's story about the mayor riding the elevator. It's just a pollution over there. A son of Husky Shiva says, your time is plenty of money with the whole man here. This is even his handwriting. He came to me. He traveled up the road. He said he's sick for 3 weeks. No, he's on a trip. To Europe, and he came to visit. This is his name. Oh my Lord. That's the reason you're becoming a year because of the mixed neighborhood that happened over here. You realize that you can become a year. He's the piece in the puppet. I want you to marry him.
I would wear that for sure.
Unbelievable. You see that every single person in this world is true. Everybody's Tshuva. Even the Zaina. Who else is a Zaina that married a Jew? Rothschild. Rabbi Yeshua. Even the buffer. The buffer realized. So what he did is wrong. He rather stop. He's up to tomorrow. Puts him at place. He's really good. Rose said that she offered him. She was listening on. You see what happened? How would you do that? This reminds me of the first Renaissance. I said it a few times, but we don't want to add plate. The Rabbi says that a person is born with a certain amount of hanod and don't have any share. Did you know that? I don't know. It is funny. Some brother of God said, either Rishon or Achron, says that a person is born with a certain amount, it's limited as amount, and he can choose to do with hanod with the certain amount. But just because you do with this thing, when you eat that hamburger and the airport, that cheeseburger, you're not going to get anything. You just took off the smorgasbord in, what's his name, in the Marine Del Rey. You're gonna miss that ride over there when you first get closed down. You're not gonna gain that enough. And over here, maybe you could add even more. You see that when the person is misgaber on his tire, he doesn't go for the tire. Then it's hana, then all of a sudden you could add. I want to be the positive here. Let's say a person gets 100 pounds of hana.
Honestly, I forgot the joke.
That's what I said. You said you're going to go to 100 pounds. It's not that at 100. So here's what is low. You can add. Make it 130 off the top. But you can use jobber on your tire.
Dad's a ruin every possible.
So the road is the head there. Over here, this guy went for a one-time thing. Was it one instance?
I think you should pitch this idea to Tinder.
Not only did she marry him, she has the head there forever. Plus, he got paid millions of dollars. He got the whole Tinder, the full event and everything. Came in and she worked.
Have you ever gone on a date from Tinder? Never.
Says tomorrow, still not the first one.
I think we need to introduce you to our friend Kevin Matt.
God is fully reward in this world. And I want to add something I didn't say yesterday. This fucking as a millionaire. What's the market sky? What's the sky that saved it? Not for millions of dollars. But saved it in that area. Rashi says, what's the market sky? It's bad. Let's say he married us. For whatever reason, maybe it was the same thing. They're going to do it over here. Seems like nothing clever was there. This is actually saving this big up anyway. Get the money, the millions that he made off. The money my money is dead, come on. Imagine this in this world. What happens when you make the money? There's a little bit of a video here to bring it down to our. You don't want to ruin it, but to bring it to ours and Southern. No. The problem is not what you think it is. The problem is something else to believe it. How could you make it work in this? But it's like the Americans.
Go ahead, tell us.
A very throw before Purim, when the other comes around, you start getting out every 14 minutes on your door. And the first thing you do is go to the people and check what it is, and you usually see two young properly there. What are we coming for? Tops. This is the health department of Kiva, I told you. So here we go. Listen. That part is very accurate. The next part was completely off.
I don't think you're a
my sponsor is already.
You're a narcoleptic like Waldo. I don't think Shane's
everything's great so far.
Smokers can't be choosers. Have you ever picked up any chicks on Napster? Kevin, you don't swipe right on you. You should try Slumble. No. Kevin, you don't do it. No. You swipe left for almost everyone. Nines are better. It's blackjack. I swipe for nines. I hold on nines.
Doesn't want to take the money from him. Since he's
Okay. There goes Kevin Mack one more time. Kevin is a professional. He knows. You have a story about Caleb? Okay, there goes Caleb Walton. Caleb, great job, man. Come back up, Allie. Let's finish our talk with you real quick. Something happened this week?
Yeah, I went to a music festival last night.
As long as
and it was just really cool. I wanted to share the story before I left. I was walking through this like quiet, small area, and I hear my name. So I went to the alley, and I looked. This guy comes up to me, and he's like, "I'm a huge fan of comedy." And he said that he listened to Kill Tony. We took a picture, and I just wanted to say that it's really cool that I get to do this every week. And I was like, "Shout out to Aldo. Thank you."
I like that. I like that. Nice girl, Allie, with Bob Steve all over and not Allie Mack.
Oh,
David's for various David, Caleb, what's Caleb's order here?
Great.
Well,
Oh,
all right.
what?
Hashtag don't sleep on Caleb. Yeah, exactly.
Talk about
What
things
is
you
it?
tell me.
Caleb's right there.
Your
What is
name? You
it?
want to say your name? What's your name?
Elab?
Every day I ask you.
It's Caleb backwards.
Rothschild.
Caleb
From?
backwards, so B-E-L-A-K.
Mr. Fine. Oh, that's right. You hold your glasses last night also. There's a now Mr. Fine. You
All
follow.
right.
I super
Rothschild.
Yeah.
All Rabbi, you go college, you know, construction, you learn 2 minutes. You borrow.
Go to the bucket one more
A
time.
college to somebody, a bigger than someone. You don't have to put on sisters. There's a nice style of it. They ask you about Purim. Because the Purim class, you need sisters.
It's been a fun episode so far. You guys having fun out there?
I don't see why not. But, you know, some people might think, listen, you bought it in China, it came out, you put it out of the package, you only wear it for a few hours. Let's go on. Something to think about. You can't say, look, if you borrow clothing for more than 30 days, you're probably in 60 to your phone. Right now in the office, I don't have the food to bake as well. I know of a person, I said hello to him a bunch of times, every time I go to the Walmart, he's there. And I realized, this guy's there. There's like, I used to go to Waldorf every time my father-in-law came very strong, and that was very often. And the guy's there 4 or 5 times a year. How's he chat? So I went over to my life friend. He said he has a place in Barcode or something. He wants to make a strong. 4 years later, the guy's still there in the wall. He lives in the wall. No, in the wall. The guy that I know now from Toledo, from Chicago. Sold his house. There's nowhere to go now. Lives in the wall. He said the same. The marvel is that the mezuzah is on the wall of the door. But if not, you have to provide a mezuzah over there. I don't think it's very close. We live in a hotel and there's no stuff. But so provide the people are you'll feel. That's what I want. She's not cheap. That's what provide people first. If you rent a house in you don't have to put up a mezuzah for 30 days. Rashi says you might regret it, you might want to back out of it. So they discuss what you know for sure you're not. You know, you're stuck in a lease. Maybe you are. You sound very low. Tired. More than 30 days, tired. How about saying about that strong? Person was loud. If you miss out, it's strong. Put it in the list. The issue is very strong. I left my phone yesterday. A lot of times, like I spend a lot of money on my stock, on mezuzahs. So let's say I have $200. Let's say I sell my house. I'm on the contract. I don't want to give the guy the $200 more. I have to give him mezuzah. I have to give him $400. I put a $45, a $50 mezuzah in this. Let him worry about it. Not allowed. Not allowed. That's what it came out yesterday. I was shocked. Why? Well, like crazy. Because when you write a contract, it includes all the stuff on the walls. It includes the pictures. You cannot change out a picture now. I want to put the chandelier. I'm going to put in those cheaper home people wall. Doesn't work like that. Once you sign the contract, it's in. You lock things what's on the wall. Lock things what's on the wall. It includes the mezuzah. Ask for what you have. I'm throwing this out. To me, it didn't make sense. Let me just switch it out. I'm not afraid to give the mezuzah. No. It's included. And I looked it up also. The legal law in America, the mezuzah is included in your contract. That's the part. I forgot what it's called. Items that are part of the house. It's attached to the wall. Attached to the wall. What? Okay. Fixtures. Yeah, fixtures the wall. Right.
It's on delivery.
Yeah, they don't have to. Sorry. Yeah.
It's true. Super. This one.
Feels the other than my face. All around people. And one of the initials. But if you only have one of the two.
Can I say removing
So that's the Royce. So you have to put it on. I see it.
It is interesting. You were very. I remember now. You were this filming like a retired last
I was
night.
already going to say, I'm sure you should have
Like dogs and like
You wanted to stay there. I wanted to stay there. Put your mezuzah. They have to switch out the mezuzah. She's halacha. Switching out the mezuzah. Rashi brings down. That's why I remembered it. And you're looking at control. So you should like. Feel she got in my feathers. If you can, just weird.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, even though you don't have a show I'm not really so much the if you have phone and you want to wear one, it's like color right. If you my feathers, if you have phone, so you don't only wear one out. Okay. But anyway, my feathers, it's a lot, but it's very hard to understand. You're going to take it back right away. If you don't have two, do not wear one. If you don't have one, don't wear that one. Why? I'm a liar. I'm a little light. No, I'm thinking of that. Hello, I'm under Leslie Trey. This, I tell people, go over to people that are not so observant, or especially people that go off. I tell it to them, they love it. Besides the Shabbos, I tell it to my niece. Like, oh, you're not coming into each one. I do what you say. I said, well, I don't know. Listen, sometimes the person that was tired of being the Count Shabbos. It doesn't mean it's all enough to just put you start out the day being the Count Shabbos. It doesn't mean you can't keep 5 minutes. Try to keep 5 minutes. Of course I do that. Bada. Most of these guys, you know, the guys, yeah. I'm not going to try to do it while you're awake. Everybody's love. I have a tiger. I need to feel it out. If these 5 minutes, I'm not. That's what it was. Because you can't do two, don't be perfection. Because you can't do two, so you won't do it. Hey, it makes no sense. You want to do it? Yes, it is a dance. Anytime walking the highway. Elementary Leslie trained this was 5 minutes or 9 or 11, 2 1. When we call myself, what was the official thing that to begin? Say it to me. Tell it, God, you get away with one. You won't do it at all. All right, it's coaching when you have to do it. Oh, you won't go by well yet. You won't go by well yet. What did I say? I don't know. And you tell a guy, just in the one who stays with one for the rest of his life. I didn't see this one, so I watching the movie. It's fine. It's a college wrestling fan, so I watched these two guys wrestle each other. Like, that's how you look at it. Like, that's crazy. It's like a big game, maybe. It's like any UFC fan or boxing fan was up here and like, yeah, watch these naked dudes touch each other. It's basically the same kind of touch. UFC sort of, if athletes touching each other is gay, then I guess. It's all about this. Okay, no, have you ever been with a man before? We don't wear clothes. What do you have? Because let's see. I say here, times before Tarshias that you wear is a. The whole thing is the video. If you don't have senses, look at these 5. Most of the senses, you lost a lot of senses. The higher the senses, what else is there? The reason my son, and you say, you didn't pass him around. These are the 5. Look how quiet, Danny Fine, Rabbi Schoenberg. So now you're a coupon. You don't do good for us. You need a study. Well, currently, what are the 3 affairs that are coming just very close to me? Because the Barbara B'nai Yisrael is 1, the Moyle ahead with the rest of our term, and the Son of Shmuel B'nai Yisrael. These are the 3 that are there. Not if you're at home. In the shul, you don't do nothing. You don't have a doorway. Stop them twice. Says the other 2 in my brother. You wear it all day, not one time. You wear it all the time. None of the other is school of our youth, and then Hashem, Aleim, Yipu. So the word direction, Hashem means the tefillin.
We're going to put a little more pressure on him. He's going to play the bass.
On your Hashem, Hashem. It's on your head. Aleim, Yipu.
It's been like 2 years.
Sorry, well, this is great. He was a touring musician. We're going to do a solo off. We're going to bring back to life.
on the bass for the first time in 2 years. Live on the number 1 mobile podcast in the world. It's Nick Caradoyan.
Shabbos.com. Who's read the shit of today?
Wow.
The voice side. Here we are. The Down Day. Back to touching. Schmack. I missed touching. I don't know how long it was. 3 weeks or something. A guy wrote me an email today.
This isn't working.
Are you kidding?
This isn't working.
He started the flamming. He's loving it. Mom,
can we turn up his bass or can we turn
I don't want to tell him. It's Mandala today. We're doing custom today. He thought the whole shas. He's like, wow, this is unbelievable. It's not so my whole life changed already. Yeah.
Like I'm in a guitar
story. Keep on going, review. Keep on going. No, we're going to have a lot of fun words in the future, but here we go. Back to the
This is something you can't like have a face
Hashem
off.
is Hashem.
Yeah, it
A
doesn't really
person
work.
who
It
brings
doesn't really work.
either an oil, a woman, it comes together with other things. You bring it with flour, with wine, with oil.
That's a real
What's the
basic
theme?
solo.
How do you get into
You really can't play.
Because the theme of the last verse was things that are
You know, I always wondered how, like, most songs,
the things that are not
really notice the basic. I could just pick
right? So you said that praise, how love and music start with praise, because praise is not ma'akev the love, and love is not ma'akev. So you know, one without the other, spill it and be right. It's not ma'akev. Not is not ma'akev the right. Excuse me.
You can do that?
You're independent. And now we're continuing that
There
thing.
he goes. Just go ahead, Chris.
The flour is independent of the wine. So you can bring the flour one day, you can bring the wine the next day. You can bring it. You don't need to have everything together. I started that same thing happening. The wine not broke. You can bring the wine without the it's also on different days.
I think we just
By the way,
signed
you
out
also
with
bring
the
a carbon
Seinfeld team.
like
Sounds like it was on
inside
the
without the soda. We're talking about which one, which product. Hamatonic on the fair. We refer to what? It's people on the fair. Yeah, it's talking about the size of it. Here's a really far in the muscle. What are you, the casino? Very narrow over here. So let's say you forget, you got, the cold water says you have a major issue with the computer, and he runs off things there after you didn't walk. What happens? That's okay. The only thing is that you should go on the topic that before applications and all other two which are that's what happens. That's what happens. Out of the fair. So you put one application here instead of doing all four. You just create not it's the corner and grab two walls. That's what happens. You're supposed to do on this floor.
Thank you for having me. We love you, Doug. Thank you. Watch everything. Getting Doug with high.
It says the Gemara about it. We had a simple Gemara here. Just know what comes first. Does the flour come before the wine, or the wine come before the flour? So the Gemara knows the custom. To show you this way, and then it says, no, the custom. The different parts to show you this way. And the Gemara says, okay, but then what does each person do to other person's custom? She says the Gemara, it's very, very simple. Torah about the custom of the skin. Holy milk of Akta, holy the supper. First the flour, then the wine. Rabbi on the dust. Zebach with the supper. First you bring the carbon, the zebach, and then you
also on November 30th, the
bring the afterwards, wine, the supper. So I look at the supper, you pour the wine over here, you shoot them over there, and you look after the there, you pour it over. That comes immediately after the carbon. Before, just ready before the flour. Now we have to understand what Rabbi say you would cause some, you bring the flour, there comes the skin, there comes wine. So it says flour goes first. What is the sort of the other person's custom? Maybe not the skin, comes the skin, flour comes before wine. Everybody comes to the skin, the light, you bring it also night, you come to the skin, you walk with the next step. You want something else? But what Rabbi do with every month, you see the seven Minnesota, it's like, you need to be able to hurt when you bring wine, and then only after step 3 is to bring the flour. Right then, you opposed to say another Allah. Everybody in the skin, and when does the wine become something? When you put it into a special insurance over here, you also give it funny. It has like a see-through, because he wants you to see what's in there. It's wine, and this one has oil. Obviously, that's not the way it is in the Samikah. But this is a cliche. It's a golden vessel. If you put oil in there, it becomes Kodesh as you put it in. No. It becomes Kodesh after you chef the carpet. That's it. That's the Ze'iris. Something's casual, it's good, very not me like the zero. But Rabbi also has to learn from someone. It's possible that that's how it works. How did you know? Rabbi not me like the game of life, the game of the mother. Hey, Rabbi need to know. How do you know that you're bringing a mincha the next day? Oh, so we're taking it back. I'm done either Rabbi on the sip or the mincha. First you bring a carbon, then afterwards you bring the flour. Step 3 is what? Wine. Rabbi Nabi Ksiv what's he do with the pasta? Hello, we're doing another. So Barna is going to be having TV, the Mishal when they all come, all 3 of them together, everything on this table right here, so carbon, flour, and wine, everybody uses one oil. How you do it? The Mishal first comes the flour, back to the supplement, wine, and the Then says the first comes the carbon, the oil, then comes the flour, Afterwards comes the
A lot of fun stuff happening, Brian. Very soon, we're going to be announcing
So once you broke the target on Sunday, on Monday you want to bring the flour and the wine. You never have arguments. The Holy Family of the Bible is never heard about the Sabbath. You already established the order.
Josh Martin's here.
Flour
Everybody,
comes
the
before wine.
producer.
Doesn't matter when you bring it. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. In the afternoon, you're going to have the Sabbath. First comes flour.
Also this week, if you're
Easy, no?
in Indianapolis,
Yeah, the office of the IUD, the House of the Kilo, someone included to that Kilo. You go to all the staff that's full meeting. There's never meeting, so.
22nd to the 30th.
So you
Melbourne,
gotta
Sydney,
finish up
Adelaide,
with
Brisbane.
food stuff. What's
All the
food? You have
Thanksgiving
two
and
items
spending
on
in
flour
Australia.
and
A lot of
wine.
other
Which one of them is food? Flour is the most fun.
That's all. Good dandy.
Now, the next one, when it comes by itself, you supplement
Let's
these.
just
Wine is
jump
more
right into
important than
it. Shout
flour.
out to LA
And that's why when you come by
Speaking.
themselves, I say, wine first. But I'm just here alive because you have to say that when you sing, and when you sing, that scene that you're doing with the oil
Every single
and
week, I
with the
guarantee
wine
you,
makes it more toxic than flour. The both sides have a wonderful
for the Sklar brothers and Funky Johnson.
America's Swift is spreading forth throughout the world.
Sklar
Sponsor
brothers,
a
some
share
of our
today.
favorite guests.
MDYSponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Yes. Here, you guys go down there. You guys go on the edge. Sorry, Punky. This is her first time on the panel. Been one of the newest paid regulars of the Comedy Store. All right. Like a lot of my favorite people, a true Comedy Store comic built up from the darkness as an employee.
Is that racist? I don't be heard to say darkness.
I accidentally said darkness.
Wow. I'm used to
Good
it.
morning, Rob.
You excited? You have organic grapes that you've brought with you. It's $8.
I really got from your brother's
Sklar brothers, welcome back.
So much.
Sklar brothers, everybody. Really? You don't know what's about to happen to you?
Start with this. You know what the started with this. I made it to the hospital.
I'm excited about everything.
At a
It's a
quarter
fucking
to 12.
fast
What time
moving
did you get
episode
there?
so far.
You
I'm
got
excited. Let's bring up the band, shall we?
Yeah. I
For
got
Rubik's sake,
we
it's
made
my
it
favorite
to
band in the world. It's the best goddamn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, Charles Jimenez, and Chris Crumble, the bass player.
Wow, that's positive. What time did you go
No
to sleep?
Jeremiah?
6:30. Wow.
Oh,
In a
okay.
beautiful place
That's
over
funny.
there.
Pretty sure I saw him in the
Thank you for
hallway.
coming.
Let's see
What a
what
tribute.
happens.
The fucking empty crowd is going to be here today. That thing
Oh,
is
it's
a
Jeremiah
joke, I think.
Watkins.
Listen to this. Once in a generation opportunity. 65,000 people already.
It's not going to take me
Wisconsin,
multiple
Charles
guesses.
Carew,
Every
Glenn
single
Hart,
week they commit to
Michael Merrill,
different
Ronald
characters if you
Sterling,
don't know.
Jason Goldfarb, and Ruben
How
Schwartz.
many of you have listened to an episode of Kill Tony before in your life?
Okay,
It's the motherfucking
that's what he
band.
said. Who's that?
Clearly the Beastie Boys tonight. Am I
Ruben,
correct?
one for each team that you go to. I got it. One for each cup of water. We all know about the tremendous blizzard in America. Here we go.
Who's the guy with the saxophone?
That's Adam Young. He died a few years ago. Yeah, he was great. Back from the grave.
Wow. So you guys are going to be the Beastie Boys the whole time?
Pretty sure the Beast Boys have never said that. Mike D on the drums. How you doing, Mike D? Oh, shit. Yeah.
And then you have also somebody sent me a long video of the line in the
That seems
supermarket.
like it's going to be pretty tough.
But what you take out from the video is a Bruce Kleiner is doing the job on a milk carton over there. The crate. People are just nervous that they're not going to have seats. The supermarkets are crazy over there. But if you don't want to be in the video, you can always go
Maybe
to
like 70 or 80 fucking names in it. People sign up for the opportunity to get pulled out of the bucket before 60 uninterrupted seconds in front of this amazing audience here. We know this is thousands. You get 60 seconds, you know your time zone when you hear the sound of the king.
Knock it away. I want to keep on pumping it until you get to the hospital over there. We're going to change location. Next, we got to do something with
You guys ready to start this fucking show? What? It's
Always
episode
promo.
238 of Rothschild.
Oh, they also.
not paying attention on your Kentonian bingo cards. Let's just jump right into it. Put the name out. In parentheses, it says out of town. Put your hands together for Tara Brown. Oh, shit. Let me read you the excited.
The what?
Come on, make some noise for Tara Brown,
Some
everybody.
of the stories you have seen over the past 19 years born fruit conversation that represent the one. This is from the Rum Dr. Florida Awareness Project. And I mean, let's one of the thousands of anyone learners who request more information on the program. When he's here, somebody showed him the story and told him to stole our custom. He's been wearing our custom for a few years already. Basically, he's serious with ground. I don't think you're serious in certain areas, especially when you're packing them, and he said it's custom. And the guy ran immediately to the name. Freedom said he got a bunch of people. So you went through your store. Good. Excellent film. Wow. You have to get a guy now for the policy of this project. Well, everybody on this, it should be like this. It should be like this. You know? With a tremendous possibility for you, Ellie. The diary of the from my experience, I can say with certainty, after these visits, many of the participants will be fulfilling this most precious mitzvah properly. And someone else will disappear from unknowingly repeated brachas of Akaba. By the way, the name Shun is a massive show with over 1,000 members, potential impact is beyond measure. And you and the entire MDY family living in the beacon of life and inspiration fight. The people who see the respect, love each other, the full enough of Allah, faith and social, this can be used to. Good morning, Rabbi. I've been back since again. At first, I'm like, oh,
Terry, you're adorable. How long have you been on Santa?
I joined them in one of your stop, son of Gimel. Gimel. $4. So this is the solution on that baby. Don't worry, I went back and you were phenomenal. Recently, I've had more time to back over to these sessions, and now I'm a little softened. Let's go back and little shots. I love how you call that the food buff, the goes out, the schmacking. Last night I couldn't show some pay. He shows a picture of boy, carrying the best in the jungle, but couldn't stop it. I just saw that it was a real picture of film, so I opened my blanket and sucked him down, and see the same shot. They do a real graphic, very honestly, when I see the first. He's amazing player, you caught me. So many others have posted really broadcasts. Keep it up. Once the kids, the bum, who's the picture of him doing something. I'll tell you, it's the same picture of you that day. Phil Taylor. The voice of Phil Taylor, I think so, there's a stupid problem with the code. Check it out. You might get lucky and get everything free. It might be a little stealing, but it's the smart. It's easy too. If you run there, but those free tickets to Israel. So if you go to Phil Taylor, you get free Taylor. And the kinds of mitzvahs. Stupid things are beautiful. No, it's not there. I'm saying that you just pay them when you find out you owe the money. Message. Oh, this is very interesting email. It's written by a writer. I'm going to read it. It's so beautiful. We can tell the great cause of Lincoln's wedding 2 weeks ago. I asked the answer was, that's his father. Wow, I wrote it up in the comments, Jewish Press. You know stuff that they made, Jewish Press, and it comes to pop up. Special relatives, the part of Judy, the story, and the father's brother, and still, wow. I said cooking in baseball field, and I said that I'm the only Orthodox that can listen to the World Series League. I worked completely for years in the Major League front office Detroit Tigers. Idea. Well, love to see the team put on a chart set. Eastern chart side, the pretty classic sleeve in the 9th page. Put pictures of your team and screens in the back, to get in touch with them, so he wants to buy some of their products and send to the books. I mean, we're proud. What are the good things you cover learning? Size of the layer of pictures with description in the back. So guys like me went for 50 cents in the low minor leagues by the Rabbis in Yeshiva and never brought up can have a better understanding. And younger kids can also learn. The possibilities are endless. As I head to the bottom of the 8th, birthday-wise, I've been bottom of the 8th, birthday-wise. I've been doctoring for decades and can't retain, because your king's digital descriptions are a big help. By the way, once you mentioned Yom Kippur, we were friends. I had many conversations with Doug at a locker room while I was in the baseball game. I think what he said about Peter, I'm trying to catch one for the younger friend today. Oh, he's playing catch. You know, really drinking it. Yogi said, you don't go to theirs, they won't go to yours. Early Palm Alias, the Cooper Shot Rabbi. Detroit Lakewood, West Palm Beach. I'll leave you with a personal drop-off from the family of future Shidduchim, the church office. May the marriage be high, may they never need an umpire, may they be safe at home, and may they be safe even when they're out. Is he friendly, George? What's his name again? Early Collins. He's in his late 80s, that's what he said? Okay. We're looking for ways. The best one, maybe Rabbi Greenman will bring up. I don't know if he's bringing it. Show us how it's done. Do a little demonstration. He just put the strings in a slip knot and then put it in his sock. Put a watch and works perfectly. Put it in his sock? Oh. One last, I gotta read this. This is a good one. In honor of Rabbi, the Baruch Hashem, I had the privilege of joining them to wine both Rashi's Ashnaim, and now I have the merit of celebrating Sea of 600 days in a row without missing a single dot. I already completed 22 receptors. All these things can incredible traveling sure reaches any time and even a flight. Even if there is an irregular sheer time, sheer can even meet records however it was. In addition to many friends who around the world in yeshivas, I was always encountering myself. On the one hand, ever since I left yeshiva about 15 years ago, I hardly opened the Gemara, but not the Gemara. I did not love those Gemara. For years, the oldest learned the moment I had to see myself economic thinking. On the other hand, in the world, I'm really trying to consider relax. Going after work, surviving is considered so, when I guess this is really legal. It's not easy for me, but it's the reality. Since I know what Gemara, I tried 3 times learning some words and doing job and feel the moment I started. I really connected to it. I always felt like it makes me feel I was from the old super huge learner and really smooth. Most of the dropouts now learn all the lessons themselves. The body was deeply that I was going to learn only so that my wife could see that I was learning the children to see their thoughts. I mean, learn. It's important that it helps me grow. From the moment I joined the public channel, I learned work consistently every day. I don't took time to connect, but first was very difficult. On top, things that I learned full commitment. I would also learn on Shabbos, without saying Mr. Jennings. This is very important. Today, Baruch Hashem, I married 70 seconds to Ruth and the wife. Since then, again, reviewing, have already enjoyed the penciling, already finished 5 seasons. Some of it, I don't know. So, yeah. Hazara, it's Zvochen. It's Zvochen. Doesn't say Zvochen, but it Hebrew it says. 5 seasons Zvochen, and he did 10 reviews of Zvochen to not. So he almost did 10 seasons Zvochen. Because of the review we have, I found myself learning several times in the morning after doctors in this time or in the evening after putting kids to sleep without any organized framework. Also, number 4, I also learned that throughout the week I wake up early in the morning and couldn't even not stop until I suddenly have free time. 2 months ago, I decided to review it Shabbos afternoon. And there are all the challenges disappeared, and I learned how to direct them from that. Basically saying, in the Hebrew, it's better. I don't know what happened to He's saying that he used to love sitting at top of the field, and now he does because he really excludes it. He gets the first service. Now we're home. Okay, because he wanted to buy something, an Aliyah on. One of the Aliyahs they sell for that tomorrow. The guy said he wanted that. He said it's not enough. He threw out $1,000 tomorrow, and he thought that other people were up there, but he got stuck with it. It's not a big deal because he was $1,400 a year with Kazaris. So Layla, it was a breeze for him, and people as he used to do because the way opens it, he would say, by the way, complete $16 will be doing your last for this stuff. So like me, it's another stop. Why not all these things? No, nothing. Stop. The vertical below the dry house is entrance to the okay. The actual feedback, that Shukaya, the rest you have to do a different day. Official official one shots, Doc. I recall half the news national around Tia, Led, Ben, Aktia, Led, Ben. I'm not here. Look, leaving the church when I'm not here, man, says it's very festival. David sponsors, Rabbi, when I'm not here, man, before we festival. Get today, right from you, thank you, expensive movie, bucks, not nice. Oh, man, now that people say, well, later, like, first surgery is going well. And now it's going to be a farm and sort of, it's a very ritual back, not in music. But I remember, nothing, there's Zakaria, nothing.
And Jordan Perry, welcome. This is your first time on the show?
This is.
Awesome. How long have you been on stand-up?
Let's talk
Where
about Vermont today. Anonymous. It's yours today. Somebody look it up. Somebody else. Okay. No, it's enough. Go ahead, the other. The name is Menachem Ben Zakaria Menachem Itzler the same name. Last name is Menachem. Nothing. The answer is David Shlomo Ben Fancy
That's crazy. What are you going to do? When you take your kids there, you know that they're on that ride, just know that the operator is
It's the same. Do you really have enough money to be doing that much cocaine? That's why I quit, man. That's why you quit. Yeah. That's funny.
It's both.
Wait, what'd you quit? Okay. What did you do before the Harry Potter thing?
Let me know. I appreciate you share with me trying to figure out.
How are you laughing so hard at it? Okay. Uber driver.
It has to be something. Hold on, we're 4 months to the bottom of the document. Days we're hey, welcome back. I'm from the United States. Welcome back. You know what I'm saying? Welcome back. And nothing else to we the line over here. We're ready to go. You were not feeling well, but you're away mentally also. You're very quiet because you're all there. You missed the last one. Let's see what that's going to be a long one. Got a line here, 3 lines there. Welcome back. That's what I said. Rabbi says you have a blue screen, 5 blue screens in the middle of the screen. Are you allowed to use that? So where the happiness says, Taylor people, there's no test to see if it's color you love it, fixing or
No, they do not. It seems like for ride operators, they put your
don't purchase
but they don't. Talk about that on stage.
Make sure it's not the color you love it. Fill in the H-line, you could check that. You tell the Bika is look inside and see extra words, extra letters. I'm going to show you now a process.
I haven't been about it.
So
I mean, they're not their drug system, but
it's the only time in Shabbos, maybe one other time in Shabbos, that he brings the Rambam. Places bring the Rambam. Okay, look at it. Remember, somebody said that you could, I forgot what he said. As I was looking at it, he said, that Membeis goes with Rambam. I see the Membeis, or a table, I don't know. They have some other way to remember where it is. Okay. Vein Nikosan element of Mulkha. Since, as we're going to see, and the same thing's going to happen with Payos basically, but since Tefillin need one of the elements of Tefillin is something they can see physically, and it's something that you cannot tell, even with a computer. A computer scan can't see what? Can't see whether or not if you have Kabbalah or Shema. That's what they put you in the back. One seat over there, on the 2 seats on the guest. Guys want to come closer, you can see filling is from people. You can check for missing letters on a computer, but you come from the letter book, and nevertheless, it's a buy from the professional because the whole doctrine, everything has to be made with Shema. Svarin, when it comes to Torah and the Zuzas, you can check to see if there's any letters missing. If the company called since they don't require Rashi eat with the shema. You don't have to make the flop with shema. You can buy it from anybody. Ask the Gemara, Peles and Lopita. What are you talking about? There's no price for Peles. But Rabbi Yitzchak the regular Yudah Padikman, Sinim Begeshes. You want to remember the way you did it. Just remember the word Geshes. There is a way. You might see Megavio Kapila. You take some flour. Umayo Bishavu. You take some Greek juice. Or maybe recline in our body and you take urine. Maybe recline that it's 3 days old for the rat to be fermented. No, that's one shot. Maybe it's 4 days old. Basically, it's 4 days old. The longer it stays, the more potent it becomes, the more ammonia, I don't know what it is. It's different chemical. So we're already talking about Merrick Lion. Yeah, Rashi says the other one. Keep on going. Keep on going. Right? Lamed out. I know, I told you the second time. Listen. I didn't want to speak on. I said, welcome back. Okay. You just disturbed my own. I'm trying to say a mindset up to everybody. We're going to your book. Before I became a Magacheer, that's also okay. I have a better one. You might know this one. It's the biggest push I ever had. Basically, before I was Magacheer, I was looking for my neighbor. Who's Tesla? This woman I basically chemo. One of my neighbors was sick. I was doing a week-long urine sample. Basically, you just take every time you go to the bathroom, you fill up. Give me this jug, 1 gallon. 1 gallon. So this person needs to bring this to the lab and lift the tower to the lab. Okay. So with that, take the lift tower. Get the lift tower in the elevator. Boom. And the supermarket, I don't know, they're all carrying like this bag. And all of a sudden, there's something red running down like that. And we look down, and there's a puddle of red line, and I'm standing in it, and my pants are red. So what happened was, the cover got undone. A half a gallon of the stuff that's over a week old is all over me. And all I remember is this outrage, this threw his stuff out of his bag, and he starts giving me bags, and he says, it's okay, it's safe. I'm like, it's not me, there's a jug here. It's like, no revival, Bemis. I hope they don't make it short out of this one. Vitari loving your value, we urta about Safra. Sometimes it's going. And then I went, I kept on going. I went with Liv and everything. I went to the lab and I said, is this okay? Like, half the things it's okay. I said, we'll deal with this. Like, don't worry about it. Leave it here. Huh? You have to have olive also, and I didn't have to pay this back. Anyway, the Vitari loving your value more. He wants to know if the scales came off. The Vitari loving your value more urta about Safra. So you leave it in this mixture from the night to the morning. If the paleness comes off, it starts becoming weak, then you know that's not real paleness. It's color, they showed us in the paleness is real from the go. Which is which? Paleness, you cannot differentiate. It's side by side, a lot. It's the same exact look. Low far comes to say cherry. And if it stays the same color, then it's cut. Rabbi Kameh, the Rabbi for the Rabbi Omar, Maisi Kamira, Artisan Sari. Takes hard yeast, like a starter, barley starter. But off you love the cafe, you take the place, put it inside, and you bake it. That's what I used to shit. If it changes for the better, it becomes darker, blue, whatever it is, the ingredients of Sula. Simana, I remember Shini Sheker, Shinian. The person says a lie and he adds a little bit of a lie to it, it makes it worse. If you add to the good, it makes it better. Then we have Simana, you have the alum, the blind, and then you have putting it yeast. But what's the mitzvah? a cousin was on his way to his own engagement, driving. So he's like, I want to pick up a big mitzvah before go in with the right foot. The elderly person standing outside the street says, where do you need to go? Don't worry about it. Get your taxis. No, I'll take you everything you need to go. Just tell me. The guy says, no, he insists. He says, I need to go over there. Says, no problem, thank you. He drives. And when he's about to get there, he sees it. He goes to that street. It'll take him another 3-4 minutes. He says, just get off on here. So that's his look. I want to take a taxi. I'm talking to you going the whole thing. If you're going to take me, just take me all the way there. I don't want to walk now 3 minutes. He says, yeah, but if I go, he's the old man with told me. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let me take you back to where you came from. He drives him all the way back. He says, get off over here. He gets to his car. Then he's going, and all of a sudden, the collie walks in. And then he's sugar. You have to stick your words. Shinu Sheker. Tell a guy you're going to take him over here, you take him over there, not almost over there. I said to my sister, someone said, no, I read it in my Elam. Oh, so sorry. Nothing. So the question is, you told me that there's no way to check the things. No way. Yeah, we have 2 tests, not one. Says, no, you didn't understand. We're not looking to see if the tailors become off. We're talking about the kavana part, the stuff that has to do with people's minds. There's no way to check that. That you can never check. What does that mean? How does it apply to tailors? When you dip the semer, dip the wool into that dye. So 2 things happen. First of all, you can't use the actual wool for tzitzis, and also you can't use the dye anymore. Both of them are no good. Both evil. The actual tzitzis is us. Why? Because you didn't have kavanah for tzitzis. You had kavanah to check it to see if it's the right color. So that I'm scared that somebody might pass it off. If you found some screens in the street, maybe somebody put the ema screen. Those are busted. Or in case of the second dye, the marashemi dye. Marashemi is no good. And that's what it means is no checking. Yeah, you can check it. It's called Ela versus Taylor. But you can't check it because Taylor was made it with the proper cover. It says Gemara, Mar, Mar came from Mashki. I see Telto is their Rabbi. He brought Taylor in the years of Rabbi. So, remember, take a look at where it says Rabbi. Take a look in the bottom. What does it say? Read it out loud. Number 7, I think it is. Yeah, you read it. We'll say it loud. Rabbi, this is a very, very important hint in the Gemara. I said it a few times, but here's one example. Rabbi was from Rabbanan Savrai. What does that mean? Rabbi did not live in the time of Damarai. He lives later. After the Gemara was closed, Rabbi Ravashi finished it up. He's inserted in later years. I don't know how many years later. That proves that Rabbanan Savrai wore things. A lot of people say Karkanes' big thing is Ligna. The Medrash says Ligna. The Medrash is written way hundreds of years before. Yet you see throughout the shots that's different Amoraim, and over here you see Rabbanan Savrai wore things. Shneimar Al-Chayis are cool with the Rabbitzah Beredder Judo. Did a test. What's Rabbitzah Beredder test? The Meir Aglaim test. Yipara and Kazusa. So our test number 1 had failed. The color diminished. And then they did a test number 2. The Rav Aga, the yeast test, the Shtadim Al Yusuf became even better. There was a contradiction in the test. One test, it, how do you say, it faded, thank you, faded. And then the second test, the reverse happened. It got stronger. Some of us, they wanted to say, look, you didn't pass the first test, you're out. Clay says, oh, there's contradiction. There's only two options. Either it's Payless or Kabila. There's no third option in those days. So what is it? El Shmamino Shmuasa, I love you. These two tests go in conjunction, go together. First you perform test number one. Hey, for the productive, the Rabbi, you fail test number one. What if it's a chair of even a say, if it's good, it's great. You don't have to do test number two. But if it fails test number one, it's hard to say, but you know, if you're allowed in the Hamira Artisan, then you could do test number two. And what happens? I don't know, use a chair, use it too. In other words, test number one is not a perfect science. If it fails in test number one, you still have a chance to use test number two. And if it actually becomes better with the yeast, then you know that it's coaching. So we're talking so the shows once I love these friends, tests go together, it's a double test. So the Gemara, Rabbi money, value, the southern people that's lost. You buy based on the price, the one that we have to understand that any payless that was used as a sample, like didn't filter payless, all that stuff that you dumped into the, I thought it's fascinating. I asked him to give me some of that secret sauce. We use it, maybe breakfast, whatever. You put white wool in, you pull it out, it stays white. All of a sudden, in front of your eyes, it starts changing the glue. It's really cool. So that, trying that as a, if I'm showing the shear, I cannot use that as type. I didn't have kavana, change it to type. So Mela, he was marked to buy it from a book. I wonder if this is Eliyahu Navi. This line is tremendous. This is a line that we all. You can read this line and just go right there. You can read this line and pause it for a second. This is what the generations before you did. But Atzlach is sky. It's like that stuff from Eliyahu Navi maybe. So when you act like a man, you do the right things. You knock it on halacha. Atzlach is sky. Not a slaughter. They're connected. The two things are connected. The way we act. Matters yesterday, I was talking to a real estate broker, and I said, listen, you and your partner haven't been so honest with you. Certain things, like nuances, he doesn't have to tell me he watches my shit just to make me feel good when he doesn't watch. I know he's not watching the shit, Don't like a China. Little things. You have to be honest. He said, you're 100% right. This is how we are. We're like our time. We tell you this and tell you that. We try to put it together. We're shadchanim. And we're shadchanim. By nature, we have to lie and stickle. Here he goes. It's straight out. So I'm trying to sky you. You do it the right way. You do it. You must see that. Huh? Yeah. And then I wanted this guy. This guy wanted this. He's not he's doing our play puzzle. It's at least he's honest that he's not honest. Somebody goes ahead and he buys. This is from the marketplace. And he's already discussing. But somebody buys a palace that has this on it in the market. You buy it from a Jew, you should know. Oh, that's good. It's done. It's much. Nobody in the right mind could ever do this. But imagine you buy from an Arab, those guys that sell those birds, those tchotchkes, the things that go like this and like that around the thing. You know what I'm talking about? The balloons that he also sells sisters, a cows. Oh, I can't believe it. Send a picture to it. I forgot to put it in. They have a whole bunch of guys in jail, Arabs, making sisters. Yeah, send them the picture. They had a whole article about it. Lishma, they're doing Lishma. It says Arabs are making sisters Lishma. A whole bunch of them say. Yeah. That was real, the Chinese. This one I'm not sure about. If you buy from an individual, you should know it's possible. If you buy from a guy that's his job to sell, he's going to be kosher. Why? He doesn't want to ruin his name. He'll be sorry about it. We have a problem. I was once in a smart store in Minnesota, and a guy came in there without a yarmulke, a little, American, who's fucking English, and this guy. He says, I want to buy the house. This is what I think. whatever, fake it. He says, well, what about the nose? He says, well, also not. He made him a shoe. The guy would not sell him the pallets. The Gemara says over here, not sell pallets. But even you, I don't know if he was. Maybe he was Jewish. Who knows? He didn't know. Shami didn't know. Eight of them trying to lose 1,000 things when he comes. Actually, I have to see this. All the so second shot in Rashi in the lab. Second shot in Rashi is that if a person will buy his house, he'll give it to the Zion as payment, and she'll take it, and she'll use it to make up some story about a Jew, and that's a problem. Famous message to them. Mentions that Dama basically that he was just the average Carol guy who was learning, and somebody was very jealous of him, and somebody paid a cleaning lady to make up a story about him. Not a nice story. And there's a big turmoil in the city, the whole thing. And her boss came to check it out. He said, this guy, and he fired this woman. Fired the cleaning lady. A few days later, whatever it was, the cleaning lady comes to me and says, listen, this guy paid me to make up the story. I need my job. Clear your name. Tell everybody what happened. Ruben paid me. I'll get my job back. You'll get your name back. So he said, absolutely not. That's a tremendous Hashem that a Shabbat Torah business is going to pay somebody to make up a libel about somebody else. No, I'm not asking to do something. But I will give you your job back. She got her job back. He went and spoke to the guy. Got her job back. And he says, in the Agam, says, that's when he felt all of a sudden something clicked in his head. Niftifu my yonis hakayr, whatever the love over there is, he got a tremendous siyata shmaya and pyra, because when you find out such a tremendous messiah, this tremendous task of not clear your name. Everybody wants to clear the name, and he goes after that. You come to my says Kiddush Hashem, and he wrote it down. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Shemi Islavi Himar B'Derbi Argelo. We know the national life, three Bakr, different stories that they went into the car because it's like a Tehillim on the dashboard. The guy, or music, different things. I saw with my own eyes. I can't explain it, but I saw with my own eyes in Chicago on Shabbos. I saw an African American guy wearing like a hat, jacket, sits the whole thing, getting on a bus in Shabbos. You have to realize, there's in Paraguay, you see Goyim standing there asking for money, Arab Shabbos, collecting money, because they know they put a tiffle on. It's a thing. They say, good Shabbos, different things, man, they tell you, these guys are Goyim, don't give them, whatever. Slide 26, Rabbi here it is. All the time. מזעזע, הסירים הרבים חושבים שצריך לשמע בכל המזרח. Start to scroll. There might be the Arabs. Goyim. They sell cars in America. Here in Israel, you have like a yellow vest, and in America, it's some yarmulke. You get this Kureyam that people start. Says the Lord, so we analyze this slowly. I skip. Oh, yeah, I did say it. I actually said it. I'll say it again. This is why I said that we put the pillar on the dashboard. Maybe I just skipped it and I said the story first. I didn't say it. I wanted to say it. I had Kavanah to say it. I said it. I read it. I didn't say it. He will pretend that he's Jewish. He'll wear a palace. Oh, scratch for stopping me. We have a first video of it. It's hard to understand what's going on. This part I don't understand so well. He's leaving prison.
Actually, I do have some here.
Never got the one on the mountain now. So,
Yes.
no, I don't know. Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi tells the Parzum with each basis. Rabbi Yehuda put up favorites on his wife's clothing. Rabbi said his wife's clothing. So stop, think, analyze. What does it mean? Why would you put tzitzis on your wife's clothing? A woman doesn't have to put on tzitzis only if she doesn't have to wear tzitzis at night. And then it becomes the mitzvah asesha to mangroma. If it's a mitzvah, you only certain times of the day, women are part. But if a woman has to wear, if this is something that you wear 24/7, 365, so it's not a mitzvah asesha, it's mangroma, then it's a regular mitzvah like everything else, and a woman is tired, and therefore he puts tzitzis on his wife's clothing because he holds that tzitzis is something that you wear all the time. The problem is the next line. And every morning, he would make a bracha on the Sabbath. The problem is, why would he make a bracha every morning? If it's 24/7, 365, make a bracha once in your life, and that's it. You're done. As a side note, as to help the Olam, I put on my tzitzis in the morning once, and I made Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu Borei Minei Mizonis, and I put it on. Ma'aseh Shaya. And like a minute, like a couple seconds later, what just happened? What? I mean, it's mitzvahs. Anoshim Akum. It's like you make a bracha, you don't even know what you're doing. Like I was tired, I made a mizonis on my tzitzis. It's like not just help out, you know, just an awareness thing. Yeah. Thanks for sharing. The Rabbi says Gemara, since he put the tzitzis on his wife's clothing, obviously it's something, it's a mitzvah that doesn't have to be a time. So, I'm not going to run what's happening. So why would you make a bracha every morning? Gemara, what do you mean? We do the same thing with tefillin. It's Rabbi. This I know tefillin much in the nichon, the parach aleim, the Rabbi. Now, tefillin you don't wear on Shabbos. You can say, okay, this is a bracha at certain times, nice. But here's a riot that even during the day, it's we're filmed all day long, so you can make 100 brachas and film, take it off. When you go to the bathroom, for instance, at certain times it makes a big hefsek. Bathroom creates a hefsek. You're not allowed to wear film in a situation in the bathroom, right? So you can't wear it. So that creates a break, and when you put the film on again, you have to make a bracha. What about when you take off your towels and you go to the bathroom? So that, even though the Shulchan Aruch says you should make it, we pass in Russia. I know it's Friday, it seems like it's Friday also. Since it's not a real hefsek, if you could technically wear your towels in the bathroom, you're not supposed to bring a bag of tefillah into the bathroom. So that's why a lot of people think of kittel when they go to the bathroom. It's not like a tefillah. So it doesn't make a stop, it doesn't make a break. That's on towels, unless you take it off for a long time, you make a. Okay? Yeah, not a real break. Upon him, you see that on film, you make a bracha. Every time you take it off, you say, so why did he make it in the morning? You should say that he made a bracha on his tzitzis 5 times a day. But Yehuda is because Yehuda was very tzenua, and when Charlotte was really kuliyom, he wouldn't pick up his garment the entire day. So then why? So this is a beautiful Rashi. To understand the Gemara's question, you have to see this Rashi. I just like this thing. Well, my Shlomo Tzaddik says Rashi, you should make the bracha when? He obviously woke up to learn Torah way before the morning. Ask the Gemara, so why should he make a bracha then? 2 hours before sunrise, 3 hours, who knows what? Bashmoira. The Gear say, you hear this? He said, wake up to learn Torah in the morning. So Gemara, He made it when he changed from his pajamas, PJs into his clothing. When was that? That was during the daytime. He waited all, and that's when he made the switch. He didn't put on his clothes when he woke up in the middle of the night. When the sun came out, then he put on his day clothes, and that's when he made his bracha. Once a day. This is a super interesting line here. You're going to have a lot of questions. You're going to address it. How do Hayom Mitzvahs? Everybody's having Mitzvahs. The Hanan, the being Israel. The question is, of course, who else is there? There's nobody else in Israel besides the Hanan and Israel. Gerim, even a Ger, Noshim Abba, here it says, a woman, a slave, Shimon, Poit, the Noshim, Nation, Misa, Session, my grumble. Women are part of the Misa, Israel. All of that is the Roma, they're part of it. Like a Shaifu, Mulu, Sukkah, all of that. I thought Hayom Mitzvahs, we don't even serve sheep after the morning. We can't even serve period. There's only three categories of lives, so we can't even Israel. If they're part of the Malachi, we'll be fine. It says where you're right, they haven't finished in the fight. And even the fight is having to. I had a Havamina that was. So then, I would say, we see the Shabbat is 10 with Vision Yappa. Okay. Since a fight in certain situations doesn't have to be mapping on Shabbos, and the Torah connects Shabbos and Tzitzis. So I think somebody that doesn't have the halachas of Shabbos doesn't have to do it Tzitzis. How do I have these now? There's a certain head of flying when they wear their kimono, which bag in particular the Avnei. This week's parasha. That's not so possible. That's all we're going to do. We're trying to talk about it. Maybe even after. I'm not going to say it in a second. Let us have it tomorrow. Need is to be in the Avodah. The life is in the Avodah. During the Avodah, says the Gemara, that's when it's mutter after Avodah. Not. So you're trying to say, does it mean Avodah Mamish or a lot of walk around in the Beis Hamikdash with it? Exactly. Okay. But the point is, it's not always mutter. It's a special head that they have while they do the Avodah, and therefore they are finding this. Says the word my time or other. How come she says women are not fighting? This is the reason why he says Rabbi is silent. Since it says you have to see it, so something beggar. In those days they didn't have fluorescent lights and they didn't have lights. You couldn't see. You can't see. You'll be popular. So then it comes to the mitzvah that says my drama. It's depending on time. Women are popular. I'm a proud of this. My law. Hello, proud of this. I just thought about something. I don't know how to develop it. I'm going to tell my wife. She's fucking low consonants. This is my growth. It's something I don't know how to develop. Something it's like it's time dependent. Time dependent. I can't depend on you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no idea. Okay. Your wife is on time. She has no clue. You clap. Okay, good. But you know, you look around. It's a sumo. Perhaps the reason why it's in the you have to see it. So if a blind person can't see, he's public. No, why not classical? I have to assume or not in time reason why. So classical means any type of clothing that you cover yourself. So why I say private society is coming to school on night garment. Again, night garment is doesn't mean that if you're wearing a day garment during the night, or it means a night garment like PJ. I mean both. We have two things that we could use up. Take off the blind person's clothing or the night clothing. We told you what to take off. It's so much because everybody else could see it, so it's not going to be released on my side. Once I need to it makes more sense to take off the night garment because no one can see it. Rabbanon say that at night you are 5 and 6. What do they do? We're going to get the real I got in a second. Just hold on tight. This is stuff that we did already, actually, in simple. It says 4 corners. It means to exclude if you have a 3-corner garment, you're not 5 and 6. But there's another ratio. 4 could also mean that if you have 5, you're possible. Who told you which one to take off? It's coming to exclude a 5-corner garment, but a 3-corner garment would be tied to 6. So the concept means every garment is coming from me. That includes the 5. Why? It says 4, you exclude 5, you exclude 3. Who told you which one to exclude? tell you why. Very simple. My value about is Polish is not Polish iron because of 5 corners. Don't iron also has 4 corners in it. To get the 5, you have to do 4. Wait till about the shoulder, shoulder about shoulder, shoulder about 5. In a 3-corner garment doesn't have 4 corners in it, therefore it makes sense to get rid of it. Shimon, Mashina. Okay, he uses that. Sure, Rabbanah. They don't like that. Rabbanah high, reason why how you like if you time at night, why you see reason why you have to see it. The part of you decide. The reason why you see is very important. That's it. Here's that kind of stuff. Why do we wear tzitzis? The reason why you look at it, it's a hard thing. And then you remember. Right Mr. Zoo is part of not Paris, I believe it. Look at the tzitzis, and then you remember something that's dependent on it, Mr. Zoo is a creation rights. Creation rights connected to tzitzis. It's not, it wasn't creation rights, not hands, the beginning of rough hands. The shadow of the tennis glove, Mamish, that's what he did. Pulled the white wool out of the dye, and it was white, and suddenly part of it changed to blue, and then he said, look, this is white and blue. You have to see the difference. No light, you can't tell the difference between light blue and white. Hanging it up. I believe there's people that are, a lot of people, certain 20% of people are colorblind, right? I think one of them, soon they can't see blue so well, no? Sir, red. You get the French, you're right. Yes. Red. Okay. They should be doing this test, maybe. The Shaggy because love. Tiny love. The reason why it's hard is another bad that said. You see these statistics hard. Ray, this is it's hard with our parents, it's what are you supposed to remember? Not something that's dependent on it, but something that's next to it. It's fine to remember that this is shot. Also, remember that in since there is no shot. The sim a shot is several vision. Even that's enough. And right away it says, right after shot, it says you should make it. Tiny love. The reason why so is hard in this common position. Remember all children. Even in style of other mitzvahs. The style of mitzvah school of the second shot around. You get the second shot. When a person becomes bar mitzvah, then he's tied in all the mitzvahs. One of the first mitzvahs he does in the morning is he puts on his tzitzis. That's when he becomes tied in all the mitzvahs. Burning of the dam. A dark global. Happy clients all year, not just this month. Lashagav.com. Who's read the shit of today? We had a time a little too sunny yesterday. So I said over the time a little, it's always just tell Buffer, or Mitzvah Buffer, and say, look at your tzitzis, and remember one mitzvah, that means something. One mitzvah, connected on Shabbos, whatever. Look at your tzitzis, every time you make your tzitzis, you'll remember to whatever. And once it becomes ingrained in you, add a second. And he says, going through life, he says, if I would have done it, starting your age, I would have been at 6:13 already. That's the hope. You can tell these, I remember all the misses. One by one, yeah, just to tell the other. No. I was the editor of all of shots, English and Hebrew. Tremendously, just the show was 3 minutes away from there. It was an unbelievable watch. Very young. Oh, here's just how there is. Shimini, the Omar Mitzvah says, like, Shimini says, Mitzvah says, like, Roma. Thank you, the reason why this happens is school of Mitzvah Zoom, and they can call it the school of. As we said a few times already, the tzitzis is tzaddik yud ministry. This is 100, tzaddik yud is 100, plus the cup is for 600. The 5 knot and the 8 string, 613. Bang you go. Tzitzis, I have to say over here the famous Gullah, say it many times, but over here it's very important. Right on his deathbed, right? 2 minutes before he's lifted, he grabs his tzitzis and says, he started crying. He appears in the Bible, says, in this world, you divide into a few, whatever it is, nothing. And if you're in kind of mitzvah that brings a connection to you, you deserve to see the Shekhinah, the Gemara says in a second. The world will come, no matter what you do, you jump up and down, you run around the block all the time, you'll never be able to buy another mitzvah. You have to copyright in this world. The reason why it's hard is because it's Hashem. Two mitzvahs you can get from this school. This mitzvah is equal to all the mitzvahs. Tiny enough. The reason why it's hard from that system. Reveal, human nature is when you see something, it reminds you of something. It reminds you of something if you do something. If you're when you're exceptional at this mitzvah, you do it, I don't know how to translate Zark somewhere. You do quickly, you do properly, then you Zarka and you see Shechina, Rebbeinu Shalom. See Vapa Ritzim. See Vasam, it's a Shalom Ketira, a bunch of Sabbath. Same logic. See that when we say Oisai, the Shechina comes up. Honorable. Kavivim, Yisrael, Shechim, like the Baruch, the mitzvahs. Look at this. Hashem loves us. And He gave us mitzvahs to surround us, to protect us, to watch over us. Fill the Rishon, fill the Zuritzah. So how many is that? 2. Still in our head and our hands. This is the big day. How much is that? Another 4. Says Rashi. Even though we passed in the red, the Torah says it's 4 mitzvahs. So we said, some say it's 1 mitzvah. But none of us, it's 4 physical things that's around us. So total 6. So mezuzah, then you have a 7. The mezuzah on the day. That's what David said. 7 things I have to give you back with God. So David was in the bathroom. He didn't have his tefillin on. He had his sister's on. Oh my, oily, she'emot orum, below mitzvah. How can I stand there without any mitzvahs? We walk around with the bris milah. That's one of the things that protects us. So he's okay. The Tanya Khan says, how come David HaMelech didn't feel orum when he went to sleep? What about the sisters? Oh, so that's something that I had a problem. You only teach in Mishmi, it's not the but it says that super later that David HaMelech went to sleep with his sisters. And the Magen Avraham, huh? And the Zuz, I know, all these questions. I'm just saying what the time tells us. We're going to argue. Nagos Yotza on our last year. Shenemar, the Mateva Shminis. We went from 7 to 8. What say? This is what happens. Alamilo Shadid in the Shmini, referring to the 8th day of the Mila. Reggie Yaakov, Reggie Tum, Reggie Tum, this one. Tackle the physical. It provides a shmir that you shouldn't sin. You have to have this tefillin on your hands. One day, there's a Shem soon, and you have to go over wearing tefillin all day long. You're not divided. Hashem, son of the year, the cops, Hashem will save you. We have all these things around you. Why does Hashem pick blue? Pain is the muck. We mentioned it. It reminds us of the ocean. The Yam, and the ocean reminds us of that. And the heaven reminds us of the Kisei HaKavod Sherem. Safir's argument from us, indigenous Safir, the guys from Mishkan gave me this. Evan Safir, similar to the color of Palis. This is what the necklace was made out of. Evan Safir, this is what makes this sapphire. It says that the Kisei HaKavod, it describes the Kisei HaKavod from Safir. Somebody once asked, I forgot who it was, it's famous man, said, I don't understand. I look at my teeth so big. And I don't remember the Kisei HaKavod. What's the shot? He says, depends where your head is. He says, when the Gemara says that if you see a woman's clothing hanging on a clothesline, you shouldn't look at it. That you understand? He says, yes, that I get. He says, oh, so where's your head? In Taivas, you understand. So how come you don't have the same thing to Rabbi Shlomo? Gotta show you this thing for a second. This is Rabbi's like this is when the artist was a little bit sugar, okay? This is like artist on steroids. So this is the you see the ocean and the ceiling. This is like in D City. This guy goes in a little daydream. I want to finish it off a little different. Okay. And then Elon Musk gave us a ride. SpaceX. One of the bottom has got to go. Oh, one more. Let's just do this. These two lines here. Tanya, Oy, Rabbi, Oy. The matter that's happened to this piece. Oh, one more, it's over? Oh. Anyway, okay. That's what he should have woken up and then, like in a shear, like somebody else's shear, like so. Benny, I got that. Oh, Tanya, Oy, Rabbi, Oy. God lunch should love and Yosem lunch should test mercy and mercy to the easier the mitzvah, the bigger the einish is. So it's much easier to get white than the blue. So you get a bigger affair, a bigger einish for not taking care of the white sisters. Why do you do white? Blue, okay. I didn't see this. I'm doing this the first time with you.
You should fetch me a signet ring made of pure gold. And you, my lad, should fetch me a clay signet ring.
So we should have others. Let alone have the person should did. Let alone have the person should saw. The person should never like you. They both didn't bring it. What happened? I don't know. I just didn't see it. I don't know what. But they both didn't bring it up there. As I went to the roof, we get some bigger punishment. They got drunk in the bar. Came late. Okay, I got it. No, I got it. Where's the bigger punishment now? The one that was supposed to bring the simpler one,
All
the
I
easier
told
one
you
to
to do was get me a simple clay ring, and you failed?
Okay. So Rabbi Salanta says, the Murdy gets that, we have to remember from this Gemara, it says that if a person is doing tshuva, the first thing you should take care of are the simple things. Like, whatever the example is, let's say somebody smokes a cigarette 3 minutes before Matzah Shabbos. Says Shabbos. So much greater avera than somebody that smokes in the middle of the day. It's already there. Something that's harder to do is less of a issue. So it's to learn with the Tavrus of the Eon is a lot harder than opening up a YouTube and watching the shear. You get a bigger audience from not doing MDY. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Merry Christmas is spreading abroad throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. First, we have to start off. We have a big simcha in the house. Shraga, the Chosim, getting married tonight. Hashem, you should have your priorities straight here. Your marriage, coming to the daf, doing the daf the morning of, and then worry about the rest of the stuff later. It's a bad day up with the shomer on your Walkman. You're the older one or the second one? Oh, okay. That's right. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. What is that, like 3 weeks ago or something? No. In 3 weeks you're getting married. When did you get married? Really? Wow. Love's class. From Chicago. Chicago. Yaakov Hagler. Hi, Rabbi. I think a good transition word for the word ma'akid is impediment. That's not bad. I like that. A hindrance, obstacle, and obstruction. Group of month to Moshav Makakiao. Pinch. This is Gershon Ben Moshe, but it's not here to the Gershon. Regards from Jacksonville, Florida, I think the most engaging shir and role that you do have one Shabbos, Yaakov Hagler, Sareji Dam, days. I'm under the weather, slightly, just a cold, nothing major. Malcolm Spencer Zeitlin on your bar mitzvah. Look, I'm checking that out. Akiva Ziegler went there to represent, and then we have our one and only Aki's on the flight right now. They'll be back with Hashem. The fits and mammoth, that kippah is unbelievable. Anav, you know? Yesterday you mentioned Chile. I want to know that here in Chile, there's a small Jewish community with a koilel and a shaitan along with a big grown group learning Daf Yomi. We introduced them through the podcast to do with the living with Chaim and helping connect. Last week we also had a guy that helping connect more clearly to Gemara. There's also a large Chilean Jewish community, Ramat Shemesh, particularly Ramat Dalit, where your shiurim have also had an impact. Because of this, I'm trying to help expand the MDY presence here in Chile and encourage others to learn Daf Yomi. Using MDY, it's clear that MDY reaches even Soif HaIlam, Kultur Chile, Anonymous, Zvachim, Daf Pop. It says his name on top, but I'm not going to even. Rabbi said we had a tremendous evening last night. I'm not sure. People told me there's like 300 people per shiur. Let's call it 200. He said 200 per shiur. First was English, and then there's Hebrew. Phil Taylor. That's Phil Taylor. It's very, very nice. I'm going to show you a short clip, like a minute and a half when we get to that sugya. It's literally the sugya. The sugya says, how do you dye Taylors? And the guy got out there. It's one of the best hands-on demonstrations that we've done here this year. He had the egg, he had the this, he showed us, he turned colors, it was unbelievable. A lot of people took advantage. You could still, if you want the discount is still going worldwide. Shop.taylor.com. Somebody sent me an email. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, maybe. There's another company that also does Taylors. It's a little cheaper. Okay, whatever. I don't want to ruin the whole thing. Use discount code MDY, it says here. Okay, what else do we have here? Oh, I got a few emails about this. But I like this one because it sticks in obscurely. Rebelli said that the girl wore kindly showed that it's finished in tzitzis, which Sully said in a rape bite in the name of Reb Shmuel Salan. It was because he was already wearing his pals double the whole day. He wanted to get the rice and the rabbanon together. So that must be pshat because I got this from like 5 different people. You're on the court. Yoli Dochel. We haven't heard from him in a while. Dear Belly, thank you for the free publicity in the Ami magazine. At the Purim, I'm putting out a big new song sung by one of Kleinfeld's greatest singing stars, and also listeners helpful to do us. This is relevant to the article's topic because the whole reason I started putting out music, you can imagine the insane amounts of money spent that can't be recouped, is because I need a daily healthy outlet as an alternative to YouTube. I realized that the willpower alone is not enough, so I created this kindness, commitment to music producer Yoki Grisman that forced me to engage in writing and playing music when I had free time, instead of wasting time on digital content. Hope others can do this too, and each person finds spiritual healthy hobby to commit to for their downtime, which everyone has. He's saying here a very deep thing, and I've seen this over and over. People that have addictions and all sorts of things, the shir really helps them because you have to find an alternative. You can't just drop an addiction and hope it's never going to come back. You have to find something to do at that time, whatever. Now for the email I drafted 2 months ago, but didn't send because Ellie traveled the next day to Utah. Dear Rabbi, yesterday sure you were talking about Yogi Berra's great lines and you overlooked an important one. It goes like this. Oh, that restaurant? Nobody goes there anymore. It's always too crowded. Some people like me often feel that way about MDY. 6 years ago, we used to be part of an elite special group that was part of a fresh new movement of learning about this wacky visionary, Ellie Stefanski. Nowadays, every person I meet, plus his uncle, is part of MDY in some way. I thought of finding a new small cult to join where it wouldn't be crowded because nobody goes there yet. But I realized this is how we always wanted it to be. An ever-growing movement of Yidden who realize we need to only have it into the day in a way that is sustainable, not just a physic that dies down after a week or two. After that is key, and that is the key to all Kabbalahs and Avodas Hashem. If you're taking on a Kabbalah that will enhance your life, make it one that's sustainable. Thank you, Rabbi. You have a great supposed to give you in a sustainable way to learn Torah daily, just like my music projects that we needed to sustain my YouTube Kabbalah, Hamedin Yavin, Yoli Duffel. Did I show this motorcycle in the English here? In the English here? What is it? Time out. You say yes. Lawyer. What is it? What is it? You don't know. Okay. So if you don't know, I'm going to show it. That's why
But if I put on tzitzis, do I need trailers? And then if it has tzitzis, do I need to add this?
It's a real easy white bike. You need to put it down. And the speed will be fun. It's the video I showed of the motorcycle guy wearing the yellow. So he's the real deal. The boy said, Hollywood for what? Oh. Hollywood, Florida, satellite location. I already gave me yesterday, he said I'm his helmet. Yeah, give me sweet line. I told him I'm machkin traveling. Kitzerayim, yes, troublemaking, yes. What's going to be with this Hollywood, Florida? Because I think Trump was there. Tell me what happened over there. The Hollywood, Florida, satellite vision. Maybe they need David Salmon to go there and do something. He's the one that helped them get the renovation going. Shaq announced that starting this month, Chicago hosting a weekly lap of Malcolm Holland NBY English year. 9 p.m. NBY English year. 10 p.m. 11 Malcolm. Interesting sponsor. Developed. These are the people that sponsored the college, our Global, the Kelly, and a bunch of others. Where's Harry? Oh, Gil! Oh, yeah. You're there, here. I saw your name. Here we go. Remarkable Harris. This is co-sponsor of the wife. Smile. All right. I'm on side. Here we go. Say hello to the guests a little bit. Sponsors. Oh, yeah, sponsors. We might have to go back. Justice pushing to go back to all the sponsors. Special edition of the white shots. Doc, Dahlia Waldman, in memory of Rabbi Yitzhak Ben Shlomo Rabbi Dr. Irvin Jacobs. Daily sponsors Yitzhak Bergheimer, Nishmas Hachavi, Yechiel Ben Hachavi, Yehuda, Friend Rabbi Yoda. Michael Rubin, in memory of the origin of Mendel Ben Elimelech Rubin, Friend of Rabbi Anonymous. For Shlema, the As Dvarda, surgery should go well. Surgery should go well on May. I don't know. Liat Basdvarda. Liat Basdvarda for Shlema. Set the sponsor did down. Dedicated memory of Rabbi Shmuel Walker, Fancy, Dr. Rabbi. Set the sponsor Joel Dowsey, Captain Bob Jackie Dowsey, Anonymous. I thought the Roman Congratulations, the Policy Family Foundation, Dedication for Avoid Shlema Policy, Message to their Ewoys. Anonymous, for Shlema, Moshe Ben Zohar, Anonymous, for beautiful Shlema, and I read the Leah Batsesi, Shalom Malki, people, how these other best, we're so proud of you, I'm going to keep stacking to the Rosh family, and we are in honor of Rabbi Shmuel, my meaning of life. Money Almighty, Yossi Martin, Benny, all the history of Turkey and the wife, before we shall slaughter. Official edition of the white shot, accepted by the Iranian League families, economics, meanings was a murder of high, your business from Rabbi. The one sponsors, I suck. Muslim will be worried for Miriam. Damien Fulai, Muslim, Esther Dobbs, Mona, Fula, Moshe Aaron, and Miriam Landy. But that's because she was constantly anonymously married for Muslim, all Israel, me, or for Muslim, saw Fisher, in other places was putting on still anonymously married for Muslim from Makasaka. Objectives.com, nothing even down to Seymour, everywhere, worldwide musicians, and Sean Dash, it's out of the sponsors. Let all the staff therapists, Muslim, Moshe, and Roman, and all of them, others. Something related to this kidney. Anyway, come. Just the high start from the ever. For some of the membership of Rabbi. For some more kind of Esther. For like Yella, Daniel, Ben, and Yella, Esther. Here's a question for a voice sign. For this guy, build a sukkah. Your sukkah. For the guy, build your sukkah. That's it. Gamba. For the guy, perform a Swiss Mila. There's no Jewish moil around. And it's a raid day today. The guy perform a Chris Mila. No, yeah, just pick him up. What? Yeah, the man not is, you see, the guy put might be an argument. The one that says the guy put, you don't have to do that on the down business. Because guy make your tzitzis. Oh, what's the difference? What's the head? Sharp. That's on the filling. Okay. Nice. Let's try. We said Gemara, 18 lines from the bottom of Mem Aleph from base. But boys, I just realized something about it. Donnie, thanks for bringing the chassid to me, so I don't have to go to him tonight. I see you come back. If you don't see me in the beginning of the chasana, I probably won't be there. So I have to do something to make it all the way in the beginning, and then I'll run back. That's the only way to do it tonight. Rabbi Yehuda Moshe Leil Katsara. I used it, Kai Cornwood used to be a big part of the show. It's day one, and it's for a few years. He says, you have to come to my daughter's house. I said, I'm not even know if it's not so I don't know now if I use it as a super buyout. Rabbi Yehuda, yeah, it's my nether. I keep my word. Yeah. No, nothing allowed. No, for sure not. Rabbi Yehuda, oh yeah, I forgot to bring the piece I wanted to bring. Okay, Rabbi Yehuda Moshe Leil Katsara. Rabbi Yehuda would give his towels to the laundromat, to the dry cleaner. And this, I have to, even though you guys know the story, most of you guys know, Walter doesn't know the story. So in New York, the Chinese, they're very big into the laundromat. So a guy gave his towels in there, and he gets a bill for $100. This is $100. $10 for this. $20 for the towels. It's $80 for you to undo all the screens you had on the corner and put them back. Oh, nice to show you. So here's this is the struggle that I have. If anybody has a good answer, I'm sure somebody out there came up with some sort of device. So how do you wash your tzitzis without ruining it? Every time it goes into the laundry, the net doesn't work for me. Tzitzis have a pocket. The butt. Hold on. Here's the guy that knows what he's talking about. Finally, all you guys tried all this stuff. It doesn't work. You take the tzitzis, you fold them up into the pocket. Into what? What, the little pocket that it comes with? Oh, into the net. You have to put it in the slipstream first. But if you don't put it in the slipstream, then they get all messed up. They get free. I have this thing that has, it's a plastic. You go around, it goes over. There we go. You get a new one every time. Yeah. But does it get clean like that? It gets clean. No, come on. You take the scissors, put it in the middle, fold it up, roll it up. You have a sausage. Awesome. Scissors. Nice. Can we get a fan stocking? Use my sausage. Works perfect. Oh, it was worth all this here just for the sake of it. Okay? Okay? Give out. Everybody, you have to get the helmet out first. Don't talk. Rabino, so they had these pockets. These pockets were not invented now. Check this out. Even Yoshi did one for us. Yeah. Seesaw is a ball. Rolled it up into a ball. Rabino, they did something like this. He basically sewed the scissors into. He made a little pocket on the spot. Then he, after the wash, he undid it. How many strings are on the scissors? It's 4. You put them into the corner and you fold it over. And we still say 3 strings, you fold it over. Meanwhile, maybe Ellie, send me my towels this way, please. Now, there's a famous story in the Gemara that Rabbi Rothschild saw the Mesa Midbar, those who died in the Midbar. And he saw that they were wearing talisim with tails. So he figured to himself, wow, great opportunity. You know, that I told you so kind of thing. If you could bring the actual strings of the tzitzis of the those with the midbar, there's no point in Mishana and Silver. How many strings? I can prove you. 3 or 4. So cut it, put it in his pocket, you know, taking from antiques, you know, going into the caves, taking stuff out, cleaning back. He gets on his donkey, whatever, a camel, and it wouldn't move. It wouldn't move. So the Arab said, hey, did you take something from over here? He said, yeah. They don't move. They don't move. Put it back. He put it back. He comes back and he told the story. He said, why did you count them? Count them. Tell us how much. You just put it back in that pencil. That was the story over there. But anyway, this is my flag is going back. How many strings? 4, 3. Says the Gemara, we found the finish lessons. How much does it have to come off the corner? How long does the tzitz have to be? Bishame over arba. It has to be 4 fingers. But still over sholish, 3 fingers. The sholish should be still over. The sholish should be still over. You're talking about the thumbs, 4 thumbs. On my papa's 10 ounce, right? So, hard to do this. But the right to have is 4 thumbs. She's talking about pinky, 6 pinkies. Chomesh the tilta is talking about the 3rd finger, the 2nd finger. You're talking about 5 fingers. So it's 4, 5, 6. Depends on the size of the finger. Depends what finger, not the size of the finger. Correct. It's not average person. Rabbi Lomar, so Shalom. Over our goal is Arba. When we select is Arba. We're talking about 4 strings, Arba, 4 strings. The third Arba within 4 fingers of the end of the garment. When we select is Arba, that's to hang down for something as so. I'm not excited about this picture. I would have done it differently. Because he's not counting all the knots. Maybe you have to count the knots. Upon him, the idea, get the idea. It's 4 fingers off the tzitzis with the knot. Without the knots, you'll figure it out. 4 fingers, the hole that you put it through is maximum 4 fingers away from the edge. And 4 long we said, 4 strings to this, and 4 strings. So you know my slideshow. Like 3 strings besides each other, within 3 fingers of the edge of the palace and shalish, and it hangs down 3. All right, Papa, let's mix it up a little bit. It's going to be complicated. We basket, we have 4 strings on this. Besides shalish, however, it goes like the other people, like Rabbi Yehuda, within 3 fingers. Mishulash is arba. 4, 3, 4. Okay. So don't go further away from 3 fingers of the edge. So as we see now, the hole that we put the tzitzis in is very, very exact. It's complicated. It can't be too far away from the edge, and it can't be too close to the edge. Also, where this is, there's also, it can't be like this. This is no good. It has to be like this. We're going to see in a second. This guy running around, telling everybody, no, you're like this. It has to be like this. In other words, it shouldn't be hanging straight down. It has to be coming off the side. We'll see soon. Huh? You don't know. You don't know where it is. You can't see it. Oh, see, this is bad. This is terrible. Or once it's bad, you're going to change it right now. I did it before. Yeah. This is this side of the baguette. Oh, so this is kind of on the side, no? Yeah, the guy running around everywhere. Okay. So, good morning. Remember, this was yours. You told me tzitzis has a shear, how long it has to be. But remember, tzitzis, the word tzitzis, ain't tzitzis on yours. It means tzitzis, it comes out. Ain't tzitzis on the mountain, it's even a small amount. The elders went up to the attic. Only tzitzis in the shear. Tzitzis doesn't have a shear. You don't have to have a certain amount. You like to like similarly, lulav English shear. A lulav doesn't have an amount. So we're gonna have to show this video first so you can understand the Gemara. Without this video, it might not be a problem. I saw a lulav already inside the front door. I just want to have a picture of it. Kavod Harad. Is this lulav kasher?
Kasher in Yehuda. There's no shiur for a lulav.
Interesting.
Chodik, you're missing a lulav. You can't do netila like that. Of course I have a lulav. Here, take a look.
Are you serious? It's so tiny. The Rab said yesterday that there's no shiur for a lulav. There's no shiur lemoilo. But lemoto, there is a shiur. Go buy a lulav.
Oh, now that we saw this, now we can understand the Talmud. Lulav equals shear. What? Lemoilo. Remember, lemoilo in the shear. My lab in the shear cloud. Oh, it says ain't shear. Ain't shear. You take it literally. No. Lo, ain't no shear the malo. Yes, no shear the moto. There is a shear of how small. It can't be too small. You came up, you get where you lulav in the shear. If not in the shear cloud, you can't no shear at all. But nah, we'll just shloisha tefachim dila and but kosher. When we learned sukkah, we always said shloisha tefachim means 4. It's 3 plus 1 for the actual shaking of the. Okay, so you need a minimum of 4 tefachim. So what are you telling me? There's no shear. Obviously, there's a shear. Minimum what? 4 tefachim. Hello, ain't no shear l'malo. Let's say, what does it mean? There's no limit. I heard the company is not going to have very, very long love. To the point where it's not doing where it's sometimes difficult because you're hitting the ceiling like you're doing like. Because Rashi, it seems from Rashi, there's a big noise in the lulav, in the length. The longer the better. There's Shilamalo, there's a Shilamalo. But I mean, the Shilamalo, there's a Shilamalo, so too sentence. There's no shear of how long they are, but there is a shear of how short. It can't be too short. Hold on, Rabbi. Sits in the honor. What's the honor, Rabbi side? The money going long. Here we go. Remember the honor. It's the chuya, the stigdil, and this part is called the honor, the string. The thing, wait a minute, this is Rothschild. Grab me by the tip of my head. In other words, like here, like loose hair. Hold on, guys. The song of Rudolph, Tzitzel Daramoy. No shear in the world has a picture like this. What's Tzitzel Daramoy? Like the Goyish here. What's the Goyish here? Here. Right over here. I love the way he did it. The mom looks like tzitzis. There's like the pressure of the tzitzis. Look at that. It's braided nicely. But then afterwards, on the bottom, it's loose. You see people wearing their braids like that. They're making braids. It's braided on the top, close to their heads, their skull. And then later, mounts like tzitzis. We have a cut. Right. It's loose on top. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. If it goes like that, it's on top. It means at the end, the edges. But anyway, we're going up. People are like parents. If you put the tzitzis on the corner itself, such as so, mamish on the corner, you don't give it any room. Boy, I like deal. Deal means there's stitching on the edge so that it doesn't fray. Okay, fray is a good word. Shade off. You put your tzitzis right here on the edge. It's okay. Because the Yaakov says, no good. So this sheet, Rabbi Yaakov is going to go, Mamish, what you will say now. God says, this is because it's not enough that you put it on the corner, but it has to, touch and move on the towels. Now, that's the point. If Here, Ariel or whoever's doing the editing, put this into the Hebrew share, please. Because I didn't have the thing. If your tzitzis hangs like this, it's not rubbing on the beggar. It's straight down. But if it's on the side, it's constantly moving up and down. It's moving on the edge, and that's what we want. We want it perfect. We want it on the edge. So Rabbi said, look at your tzitzis, look at how it's bubble, which I didn't do yet. And you should move it up, but eventually it comes down, so you got to pop it back up. It should be like this. It should be like that. Why? It's impossible. I like it. Should have a concrete big day. It should be literally touching the tunnel, not hanging over the tunnel. It should be moving the tunnel. But not. The Rabbi is the one that says that you put it on the actual corner, like in this picture. Or I'm sorry, not about this picture. The one before. Ooh, oh, this was neat. Here it is. Somebody found this picture. Wow. This is a real lily. With Mary Kenning that year, a long time ago. This is like 12 years ago. Wow. It's a serious lily. Even had those beautiful things. I love that guy. Shit. Look. And the S, how big that S is, right? It's not a joke. Okay. Who found that picture? You today? Mark. Wow. Okay, find that exact day. Zuckerberg. Schmuck. I'm telling you, the whole shot is like this. Everything. Man, it's easy. Schmuck. Flowing sugars. So it looks like you're going to be out. It says you can't put it on the corner. And you need to be like that. It needs to be hanging down. All the way back. So she has to take like pressure good on. Maybe it like this, like the part of the thumb. Off the. So we have two things here so far. We have the puff who says maximum 3 fingers. And then we have this sheet that says minimum off the edge, this much, so it can be nice that it can be touching the back. So the word says the Yitzhak, the Rabbi, this is the Rabbi Yaakov. It's like interesting look. Let me talk about it. What do you mean Yitzhak? There's a minimum and a maximum. So of course I need both. I need a sheet that tells me how far the most I can put it. Can I make my hole up here? No, it has to be within 3 fingers. Can I make my hole down here? No, it has to be within a thumb. So I need both. What do you mean? Every motherfucker says that this will be a public to yeah, the things are about Spanish, I figure reaches here. How about me to show this little rapid face should be more. Becoming the color mildly, the more you put it next to the corner, it's even better. So the different things that you can put it in mamish. Here, literally on the corner like this. This is the reality. No, you gotta go at least one thumb strap away. Even the Rabbi about that meaning, like this, you're not supposed to go really close, and you won't have a makeup. The more it's further away from the corner, put it 20 fingers away from the corner. It's going to rub much more. I need both. Rabbi and Rav Samuel's story. How the Yasser committed Rabbi. Rabino and Rav Samuel were sitting in front of Rabbi. How Rav Samuel was trying to move the Rabino, he noticed that the corner, one of the tzitzis, the Rabino, the saucer of both sides was really catching little. I don't know, David, if you could find that picture of me with the house with cool tables. Might be the guy could put it in with schmuck. They had a whole fabric this thick, all dyed in real tails, devout. Yes, last night. So here it is, Rabbi. Take a look at this picture, Givaldi. You don't have to, this happens all the time, the children especially, where the tzitzis out of that little hole and come really close to that. They cuts the fabric. Oh, this doesn't even look like the circle is cut. You get that? All these cut. Oh. I didn't have no tzitzis. I left them no over there. I wanted to do this thing over here. Okay, well, figure out how to do it. On the spot. Let's see, what can we do? No, I need like I'm like, Mom, just want to share my tzitzis out and do it. Anybody have a loose string or something? Okay. Zombie water. Over there, some of the Mar, Lother Yaakov, Yaakov says, now let's put it next to the corner. It has to be a good A good thumb thread off the corner. Look at this. This is very close to the corner. Overlay got him real good. Remember, we even said the utensils could be this long, but provided that you started out with the regular shape 12 fingers. So too over here. When you start off, put it into the hole, and it's more than a thumb's breath away, then even if it slips down and rips, you're good to go. That's it. He's very embarrassed that he asked him the question too. Oh, Ravashi tells Osama, don't be embarrassed. Let's just give him up. One person from Eretz Yisrael is smarter than two of us. Don't worry about it. What's the shot? Zavir Eretz Yisrael Machim. Remendi's Rabbi. What was Rabbi? What's the Bachar? The Hakim of China's real shit. Listen, it says, we from? No, from Leva. Oh, it's the Pashtay. Now I understand. So it says, Zavir Eretz Yisrael Machim. You know what? Leva is no ear. So make it. And as I'm saying it, I'm looking at a whole table of Bnei Brakis that came last night to the shir. Moshe Cohen and all his friends. And I said, you're not insulted at me. I said, you understand this? I said, that's why I open up the satellite location in Shalayim. I go there all the time. Okay, so this is a little complicated to show without, not complicated, but I had my prop, and I left it in no fell, unfortunately. Basically, what do? We take the scissors and put it through the hole, and then we make a knot, and then we make another knot. Just two knots. He says, no. So how many strings do you have? After you put 4 strings through the hole, it comes out on the other side, you have 8 strings. He says, no. What I want you to do is, I want you to put 8 strings through the hole with the 4. I want you to start out with 4 strings. You fold it in half. Well, once you fold it in half, now you have 8. You put it through, and then you make a slip knot. If I had a thing, I could do it. Let's try to do one. Let's say. No. It's not enough. That's the problem. Okay. Put it in here. Oh, it's not going to work. You see how it's going to work? See this? Now you put the tzitzis right through the slip knot. Pretend it's all 4 strings. You put these guys through the slip knot, and then you pull down, so you have a slip knot. You don't have a real pressure. You have a slip knot. It slipped out already. That's how the slip knot works. You chop, you don't chop. Oh, yeah, throw it in. Oh, thank you so much. The Rothschild and Stroke. Your mamish, you came, beautiful. Okay, here we go. We fold it in half, so we have 8 strings there. Okay? Now we take the 8 strings and we put it through the hole. Oh, that's it. You see? Like this. And now we take it and put it through the slip knot and boom. I didn't make a knot. It's a slip knot. So now it's hanging like this. But what did I gain? I gained that I folded it off before I put it through the hole. So now I put 8 strings through the hole. It says New Zealand, we need 4 times 2 is 8. Not after you make a knot, all of a sudden you have 8. Do the slip knot. Now I'm sure you don't have to worry. There's slip knots. I'm going to just go like this, and boom, comes right out. Beautiful. His mother loves this. You're gonna find out that he had it. He wasn't gonna be in his pocket. What happened? What do you have there? You take 6 in your pocket. Wow. Oh goodness. Oh yes. Sorry. Okay, Rabbi said, can we please stop with these? It's not interesting anymore. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with your. What is it called? No more puns, okay? Please. No, not at all. I want the pun of this, and I don't know myself. A real fan of something. Oh, so listen to this. Rabbi Arfal, he took the board, he folded it up, he put it right through the hole, folded. And then he did a slip knot. Because some are, he holds it when you put it through the hole, it should be 8 strings, not 4. Okay, the 11. Like we learned, the word seal means 2. Seal means 4. As you put it through the hole, it seals. What's it sealed? The boy side. Let's go back over here. Sealed. The corner. So here, maybe this is Romy Tanya, the Inu Shitsai. Here was not. He started out with 8 strings, folded in half. They have 16. They put 16 through the hole. Well, they didn't make it slip. Now he made a real knot. Rabbi the Rabbi done. Rabbi did like what we do. We put 4 strings through the hole, make 2 knots, and now you have 8 strings on the other end. Here's a very interesting story. You make a bracha on making tzitzis. What's going on? What kind of? I heard you making a bracha on tzitzis. Rav says you don't make a bracha when you make tzitzis. So Rav Pizda asked a contradiction on Rav. The other Rav says you make a bracha. Does Rav really say that you don't make a bracha when you make tzitzis? But I'm a Rav, you don't a Rav. How do you know that if a non-Jew makes tzitzis, it's possible? Shenemar daber b'nei Yisrael, v'osu lahem tzitzis. Tell Klal Yisrael that they should make tzitzis. If you look at this passage, would you be able to learn from these exact words? Okay. Tell b'nei Yisrael that they should make tzitzis. You want to learn? There's another man that says daber b'nei Yisrael, v'osu. Somebody else should make you tzitzis. V'osu lahem tzitzis. But we learn it simple. Dabel b'nei Yisrael, that b'nei Yisrael should make it only b'nei Yisrael and not someone who's not a b'nei Yisrael. Well, my roomie, what's the contradiction? Or Rabbi says somebody of physical mitzvah should share by the Kohen, Yisrael and Tzarech Levar. Any mitzvah that a non-Jew could perform, then the Jew cannot say Asher Kiddishon b'mitzvah. You commanded me to do this mitzvah. No, anybody can do it. No problem. When a non-Jew does it, it's possible. If Yisrael does it, then a Jew makes it wrong. As the Gemara, this is in fact a very strong rule. Barring Mila, the chair of the Kohen. Listen to this. Bris Mila, which is kosher by God. The Sanyo Chamber Roy Faith, there's no mile in the city. The Rabbi Yisrael. The Yeshba Armai, and there's a non-Jew, there's a non-Jew and a Pussy. Now, there's a Machoikis, there's a Pussy, there's a MS, there's a right. Provided, even if they're Gary MS, let's say the Gary MS, they're real. In the beginning, they became Giorim for real, not because they're scared of the lion. We don't want the Pussy, because we have an option, don't let the Pussy. Why? Because the Pussy's going to have bad Kavanah. He does listen anyways for his family, all the Kavanah part of the Zara. They're all of the Zara back in the day. And then he might use this kavanah during your son's birth, not a good idea. They're in there. But you don't know Pussy is Aramite, not the end of the day. Pussy is a grab. So don't give it to the Aramite, don't give it to the Aramite. But, yeah, true. Yeah, we had also about that. Once he has done that, he does something he's allowed. Who be Yisrael, talk with Baruch. We know that if you've ever been to Bris, the father makes a bracha. So there's a contradiction to your rule. What was your rule? Your rule is anytime a non-Jew can perform the mitzvah, a Jew does not make the bracha. We know Mila, a non-Jew can perform Mila, yet a Jew makes the bracha. Says the Gemara, you're asking me a question on Rab's rule. Rab holds that a non-Jew cannot perform the Mila. So then we don't have a question. We do that to Rab. Rab mitzvah also did man. And I don't Mila, but the kosher psula. Here, like Shamsi said afterwards, it's not like it. You, the Jew, shall wash the bread, meaning you perform bread. If you like it or not, if you have a Mila, you perform a Mila. Just want to say real quick, Shalom Aleichem, so get ready. We got Shalom, what's your name? You're in Arba. You came today? You're in Arba? You're in here for Sabbath. Beautiful. Good for coming. Who else is a guest? In the back, I saw somebody over in the back. What's your name? From where? Oh, you're here a few times. Uvalde. Okay, I'll try to remember. What's your name? From? See there. Nice to meet you. Anybody else? Dave, you have the picture of the beggar? Firestone, Rabbi. Okay, it's in the slides. Okay, I don't know, we're not there yet. Oh, I got that. Okay, I got it. There's a video coming up. Oh. Rabbi said, this is a good one. I like this one. But you just took it out. What happened? Oh, here we go. Can you do a bris milah with a gun? Which left?
Thank you. No, what's the stop? Why aren't we starting? Now that it's getting late. Where is he? Where's the mohel? We want to start the bris already. I'm sending you my big tolbit. It's a gewaltig mohel. Talib? And if you guys have sushi there, he'll make the breeze for half price. What? Please, relax, it's fine. Where's the little yingele?
Where's the little eagle there? Not improved. But many improved. You can't win them all. Huh? Shamshi improved. 2 over 3 give out. Shumalai, what's your name? Shumalai, you didn't want me to say hello to you before. You didn't raise your hand. You were here for 6 months. Look at Marta. I'm going to bring you a ride from Sukkah, and I have a pop question from Shulin. How do you Sukkah the chair by the problem? A goy put up your Sukkah. Lasagna. Sukkah's goyim, as the Rabbi said, Gamba, famous Gamba in Sefer Sukkah. What does it stand for? A Sukkah. Sukkah goyim, goyim is the Sukkah. Sukkah's notion. Women have like a certain, they need shade. Sukkah's behema. Animals need the shade. Sukkah's kusian. It's made for pussy. Sukkah McCall any type of hut that gives off shade. Shade up. It's called it. As long as it's made for shade and not for privacy purposes. Yisrael is talking about it. And a Jew doesn't make a bracha on a sukkah, so it's perfect raya. Since a guy can make a sukkah, he's the first letter Gimel guy. He can make a sukkah, so there's no bracha. The marriage fits into our rule. It's a sukkah. Lots of oimer. You're supposed to make a shapiano when you make a sukkah. What do we do today? How come we don't make shapiano when we make a sukkah? We make it by what? By here the well, they should when you come to sit in the sukkah. We do lots of sukkah. Nobody ever made a bracha making a sukkah. Perfect right. The problem is till you day. The problem is very till. If a guy makes your pills, I forgot to put in what Benny sent me last night at 1 a.m. Okay, so you'll send it to the editors. When we're in the factory, it says everything you do should be Hashem. Kedusha, filling. If a guy does it, no good. Turn it off. Hooray! The road up from the base on the base. Say the current, still some of it. If Apicorus, right? It's a current village. Kusi, over here, Kusi means a gay right? They're not real. Games, everything comes here, the first, the guy, Evan, Isha, the couple, even a 12-year-old child that writes a Sulin, no good, Mumer, Sulin, no good. Shenamar, Sharkov, Sakam. So she has Nigeria, Siva. If you could put the tefillin on, then you could write the tefillin. Because in Siva, if you're a woman, you don't put on tefillin, you don't write the tefillin. Burning of the dam. Adar Global, happy clients all year, not just this month. Lishadr.com. Please read the shit of today. My boys are here. Well, they developed a video that hopefully will wrap themselves to a like. Here, it's a fire with film, Zulu, Chicago, and Joy. The best is that no matter what, they have to put made in China. Whether it hurts them or doesn't hurt them, it has to be made in China. Yeah. We'll be strolling some Navarro. Whoa. See the okay. No. It's the mitzvah of the Torah. Close to Yaina, Mikshira, and Utsiba. We'll be strolling some Navarro. The Shalach Rabbi, the Reder Rabbi, the Shmeder Rabbi. I'll tell you, Yado, you may have to run on that film. I'll tell you, Rothschild, if you're Ashkenaz, this is what you say. This fire, you don't say this to bracha. You're allowed to fill in the bar. Nobody ever heard they make a bracha on making film. So there's a problem. Why? Because the guy cannot make film. And if a guy can't make film, the Jew should make the bracha on making film. We said anything a guy can't do, the Jew makes a bracha. On a sukkah, a guy could do. That's why we don't make a bracha. That's also my mitzvah. So the reason is, now we have a new class. Mitzvah, that's the Yosef, my mitzvah. When you're done, there's no more mitzvah. You got to be no follow-up to the mitzvah. It's a one-time thing. You cut, and that's it, you're done. I would not be chair by the club. Even though a guy could perform the mitzvah, he showed Torah as Levar. That's in the mitzvah that the Jew makes the bracha. The whole mitzvah, that's the Yosef, my mitzvah, but any mitzvah, that's not the end. You're going to fill it, you put on fill every day. I would have to switch with the club. Even though a guy cannot do the tefillin, Yisrael, and he tells Levar, the Jew doesn't make it well. So what's going on in tefillin? Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. One man on the holds that the mitzvah is on the talents. And once you put the tzitzis on, that's it. The mitzvah is over. It's finished. If it's over, then you have to make a bracha. The Marcella is Gabriel. No, every time the person wears the tzitzis, he's included. So it's more like an actual mitzvah, sort of. Over there, believe it or not, we have a completely different way of learning the pasuk, like I pointed out in the Madal. All Rabbi Nomarab. The Nile of Mitzvah, the Nile of Tzitzis, when it comes to Shera, how do you know that when a guy makes tzitzis, it's kosher? And then, the Bel B'nai Yisrael, stop. V'asu lahem tzitzis. The guy should make you the tzitzis. Yasol Macher, that's how you learn. And what? It's mutter for guy to make tzitzis. Therefore, going back to the original, any time a guy can make could perform the mitzvah, then there's no bracha. That's why we don't make a bracha on last tzitzis. What? Light silver. A guy can make a tzitzis. That's why there's no bracha. All right, we go around. So just as a preface, according to everybody, tzitzis must be made lishma. We just have a question: what does it mean to make? Does make mean to put it into the hole and make the tzitzis, or does it mean weaving it? Says the Gemara, I saw him in a question when I brought it. If you make the strings of the tzitzis from leftover strings that are on the side of the, they hang off the fabric. A lot of times you buy your shirts. It's not, depends on the company also. Like little threads hanging all over the place. And you take them and make a tzitzis out of it. There's no shma there. Who may not need it? Just, cut the threads on the floor. Like my tzitzis, I gave it to so what do you call it? Seamstress to do something to it. It came back with all sorts of colors of threads from, I guess, on the table. There was a lot of thread, and my tzitzis picked it all up here and here. I was busy pulling them off. You can't make tzitzis from that. No shema. Women are grodim. Like grodim is this. Oh, perfect. These guys. On the side, yeah? These guys. You take these, you make tzitzis out of it. There's no shema in this. This wasn't made. This is the same thing as having limit also you do. It's like, says Gemara. Psula, no good. Menasisim, if you have a ready-made bread, share it. Even though it wasn't made with shema. I made the shema. After Menasisim Psula, you can't make from ready-made bread. Be the shema, everything needs to be done on the shema. Says Gemara, get that right. Like my voice, Tzipur Zov. Picture yourself if President Trump had fill in, what color would they be? Gold. Everybody, gold. A little shiny. No, when I saw a guy in Austria, everything by him was gold. He's a wealthy individual, big offensive guy. His body, pure gold. Gold. His glasses, gold. His Atara, pure gold. Shows up the show. He's like his security. He's crazy. Teams of, or just throw it more. We have pictures of it actually. We can show it. There's the concept. We said this a bunch of times. We're going to show you what it looks like in writing, so maybe you'll remember it even more. When I look at the people, there's a concept that when it comes to the Secretary of Film Mezuzah, it has to be something that's edible, that's kosher. Gold is not kosher. Not kosher behema is not kosher. Yeah, it's true. In wine, I had that. Yeah, but it just means it's not a. Yeah, I get it. Tzipur the job, which is job. Yeah, metal is kosher. The old metal is kosher. Yeah, it's not a. Yeah. Okay. Tzipur the job, which you call it more behema tmeya. You put on the back of non-kosher animal, so it's no good. Because that's to be looking with people. Or maybe the chairs, but if it's the hide of a kosher animal, it's kosher. I don't think usually, which one you know you do this. If you're going to like that. I'm going to have a toilet of Suloids, actually, I'm doing Shema. You need the Shema, so this is my flavor. You need to do the Shema or not. So, Mela, things like tzitzis, that you have to do the actual work, has to be the Shema. Here we go. And this is the sugya that is why we went to Caleb, which was, I'm going to say this again, it was a crazy kiss from Hashem, the whole thing that my niece got decided, my brother-in-law decided to do a Shabbos Sheva Brachas in the city. Turns out that it couldn't have been any better because my wife said we're going to go Shabbos and I'm like, right here after the opinion of Shabbos. Until Caleb, I said, where is these cities? It's probably like 2 hours away, who knows where. Run at the Shabbos open. Turns out to get into these cities, there's a gate, security gate. So when the gate opens, it's still right there by the gate. It's right in front, like 4.5 feet away. It's not. It was right there. Anyway, so it worked out great. So here it is. Only Abai. There are Shmuel Bar Rabbi. Abai tells him Shmuel Bar Rabbi, how do you die? Amalei, my sin dam kilazim, the samon. You bring the blood. Basically, it comes in a pouch of the snail of kilazim, the samonim, and other chemicals. You put it in a pot and accumulate and you boil it up. You shaklina put it in also, and you take a little bit in the egg. Why an egg? So you explained last night, egg is like today the equivalent of a paper cup, a plastic cup. You can toss it away. It's garbage. And you have to toss it away because you don't want people to use it because it's for checking purposes. Why do you have to check it? So the way he showed it is fascinating. This what comes out of this is a yellow substance. Yellow. So how do you know if it's going to dye blue? So you must put white center in it and pull it out and see if it's going to be blue. Here you go. We have a video of it. The mamish turns colors. Very, very cool. There you go. This is mamish fast piece. Don't worry about it. You see the yellow?
Then you can see what the color is. But the color of this is on the or the shed, we're able to see that we have real live people with us.
Wow.
Yeah, why does it change color?
You don't put it in the sun, it turns out purple. One is called Elon, one is Penis. Okay, so that's this Gemara right over here. Can you dye more stuff in that dye or not? According to Rashi, it's awesome. So, you dip it in the wool. So you have to throw out that egg. You have to burn the wool that you tested. Why do you have to burn the wool that you tested? Because you might use it for pellets. You can't use it for pellets. Why? Because it's a test product. And when you test, it's for testing. There's no lishma. Shema v'not plants. I see three things from there. Shema v'not ki'ima psula. Let's stop over here. No, we have a few minutes, right? We only have 56. We have 4 minutes. Okay, so we keep on going. We learned three halachas from here, which Gemara says it's really two. Shema v'not ki'ima psula. When you test the fabric, it becomes that fabric that you tested. You cannot use for tzitzis because you didn't have the lishma. It wasn't done for you. You didn't say tzitzis. You said l'shem to see if it's blue or not. Now, even if you had the lishma for that, it's not enough because part of your mind was to test. It's not 100% for tzitzis. You need the diet lishma. Seems like the same thing. So that once you use that dye one time, you can't use it again. No double dipping mamish. That part I'll take. Begins to that's called what does the word call it? Marriage shaming. Thank you. It's called marriage shaming. That's the Gemara. You tell me two things that are the same exact thing. That what? Yeah, that when I'm just trying to see if it's the first one. That when you dipped in the original one, the test is no good. Why? Because you need lishma. It's the same exact thing. Or Rabbi, you're right. My time I'm just explaining. My time why can't you use the fabric that was dipped into the original dye? Which should be in the tzvi lishma because you have to do it lishma. We're just going to go 3 more lines. What? Tired, yeah. Remember the tired, exactly. What says tired? That part is a mistake. The leftover dye is no good. It has to be clean. It has to be concentrated chelas. And not you. He said in Ziner, one of his questions on Rashi is like, why you could do it 25 times and it comes up beautiful blue. How could it be that they can't use it? It's clear. It's concentrated. They would love somebody to come and give them a sack so you can use a double dip because they'll save a tremendous amount of money. He says no, you can use it twice. He learned the word shni as sheni. That you allowed a double dip. Rabbi says, have a wonderful day.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
We're here live in Pilz. Beautiful. What a matzah. Food outside, ice cream, pizza, and a lot of different show and tells. Right next to me, we have, this is the Beggar of the Kohen Gadol, the Pilz. and everything. You're going to see in just a few minutes introduction, how they die Taylors. It's actually in the Hebrew cheer tonight. We're going to discuss how they die Taylors. So I want to thank, first of all, Bill Taylor for hosting us. Rabbi Moshe Stavsky, director of the center. Judy Sturman, thank you. There are a few people that told me they're interested. They're on the fringe. They're on the fence. Talmud Amakulis Rabbi. So, if anybody's interested, they'll tell it after a lot of twisting of the arm. Baruch Hashem. They came to their senses and they're giving us the first item, 50% off. Everything else, 25% off. I think second, third items, all the way through February 24th. So, without further ado, what's your name? Ari, come. Tell me what you want to. You said you want to.
We want to thank you all for joining us. This is not the gift. This is a 500 Yemenite Sefer Torah Parshat Suma.
Hold on.
Next to
all right, yeah, this for you.
This is a 500-year-old Parshat Truma, a Yemenite Parshat Truma, written according to Shitat Rambam, and it's matim that it should be here tonight next to you while you give the shir. We heard that you
have the song, yeah?
No, that is not.
That's what
That's why I said that is not.
Thank you.
That is not.
Yeah, okay.
We have the 300-year-old one that you can have, but not the 500.
Wow, so the tzaddik is not like the Arizal.
No, it's also.
Yeah, cool, the tzaddik.
Very special Megillah.
Ooh, wow. Yes?
Yeah. So this is handmade with real tefillah, and it's made to Rothschild Megillah. Evidently, we have the sizes. I hope they're correct.
Wow, yeah, beautiful. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. All right. So now you guys want to give the demonstration? This is dying first. There's people that are gonna die for to see it. Yeah. You're gonna come to the shoot just for this. So let them see it, and they don't have to watch the whole thing. Here you go. That's
Abaye asked Shmuel Yehuda, how do you make tefillah? Why doesn't Abaye know how to make tefillah? Where does Abaye live? Where's tefillah made? In the Mediterranean. The snails that we believe are the true, authentic tefillah are made in the are found in the Mediterranean Ocean, 1,000 miles from us. So what does Shmuel Yehuda say? First, we take the dam tefillah, and then we take samanim, which are chemicals. We boil them all up. And then, so what I did for you, unfortunately, somebody doesn't give us enough information. How warm, what's the temperature, what's the pH, nothing in the Gemara about any of that. Nonetheless, this Gemara tells us many things. First of all, it tells us that the dye comes from a living creature. There are only two dyes in the ancient world that came from living creatures. One of them is tefillah, the other is halad shani. Comes from an animal. Halad shani. Right. But everything else in the ancient world.
Rabbi, why did the camera shake?
Any other dye came from a plant.
Still shaking. Guys, we can have a shaking camera.
See in just a few seconds that there was a favorite tefillah. We'll talk about that in a moment. I've saved you the trouble. There are at least 7 or 8 different recipes that we have for making tefillah natural ways. Even recently nowadays, it's a little bit more sophisticated. What happens is you take the chilazon, you break it open. There's a little gland inside. You cut that gland out. Afterwards, you dry out the glands, which are yellow, but the tongue is kind of a rock hard purple. And after all of that, you take all of that, put it in a blender, put it on a platter shel Shabbat, and then grind it up into powdered tzelek. Tzelek, by the way, was worth at one point.
Above this, is gone.
At one point, tzelek was worth 20 times its weight in gold. So this is very, very, very expensive. And you can imagine that if you were to put another 2.5 kilo, you can do the math, what that would cost.
$20 million. Wow.
According to the recipes of the Romans, unfortunately, we don't have much more by this recipe. It takes 7 to 10 days. You add a little bit of wood ash, and this is what you're going to get. The Gemara says, then what you do after you get this, you want to know if this is real tzelek, you want to know if it works, if your dye is ready. So you take a little bit and you put it into an eggshell. Why an eggshell? This was the ancient world's version of a paper cup. Take it, because what you're going to do with it, you're going to take a little bit of wool, put it into the eggshell, and do tzima. See if it works. Now, just these things already tell us many things. Number one, you didn't use any kind of a glue on the wool. That's called a mordant. The Gemara doesn't talk about that. You add the wool directly to the vat, the dye vat. The other thing it tells us is that you have to boil it up with some onion, right? Most of the dyes, you don't boil them up with some onion. You don't take any chemicals. You boil up the wool. Like, for example, in Rothschild, you boil up the larva. It turns red. You take the wool, put it into this glue water, and then you put it in. Already we're getting narrowed down. There's almost nothing that can be glue. There's nothing that can be glue except for Tzeles and Kalevan. It doesn't need a mordant. It comes from a living animal, and it needs chemicals, and then it needs the ema. The ema means that you can't see whether this is real or not until you actually do the dyeing with it. Rabbi, I'd like you to do the dipping the wool. From this moment on, all of the preparation that we do doesn't need any kind of havana. From now on, we need tzvio u'shma. You have to say Hashem is vatzitzis.
Shame it's a
Put it in. That's it. I'm going to dip it into the dye. The dye is all ready. When you take it out of the dye vat, after you take it out of the dye vat, then you're going to see what the color is. Because when the color is this is obviously not the famous. So Baruch Hashem, we're able to see that we have real, live, beautiful tzeles.
Wow.
Now, while this is changing color, I'm just going to put it in a second. Rabbi, I'd like you to take, hold this for a second, Ari. I'd like you to take a little more of this. Again, we shave this about scissors.
Is this not? The shame mitzvahs tzitzis.
Oh. Now, I did that for a reason, so you understand this. What you have here, Tzeles Domo Yam, Yam Domo Rakia, Rakia Domo Kitza Akavo. This is Tzeles. If I wouldn't have put it in the sun, which I prepared it, it would come out Dargama. So just very quickly, very simple.
It's all 3 minutes, right?
The chilazon produces 3 different chemicals, right? There's 2 purples and 1 blue. If you dye straight from the chilazon, you get purple. What the sun does, and this was only discovered 40 years ago, the sun will take some of this purple and turn it into blue. This blue is the same color as Halavilan. So your eye, when this is very, very high and these are very, very low, your eye can only tell that it looks like indigo, but the other Chemicals are present. So, you wanted to look at Elak and Tcheles, which is which? Can't tell the difference. One of them is Kala Elak, one of them is Tcheles. Nowadays, under a very special way of analyzing it, we can actually get to see if any of the other molecules are present. I'm taking the second out. Is this kosher Tcheles? Why not?
This is kosher. No, this is not because we used it already.
This is about according to Tosfot, afilu mea pam, as long as you said Mishnah. According to Tosfot and the Rambam, this is perfectly kosher Tcheles. According to Rashi, it's not. It's the machlokes that we'll learn in just a few seconds. But can you tell the difference?
No.
Oh, that's why the Ratzina Rebbe says Rashi doesn't make sense. And the Ratzina Rebbe says Rashi must be talking about when the dye gets much, much more diluted. We here at Kiltafei have a master to Rashi. We don't pass him like the Ratzina Rebbe on this particular halacha. And we only use Mara Rishon, even though with your eyes and even with chemical analysis, you couldn't tell the difference. Rashi, as against Tosos, and I wish we had somebody who had the shoulders to Paskin Halacha to allow us to use Marisheni and make things a lot cheaper. We could run better sales. Thank you.
Shkoya, beautiful. So, what do we see over here? So, if you want to take a look in that aquarium, we have glazon, eggs, glazon, and all types of glazon. And that right over there, that antique scripture, what is that? That's part of the reason why they say Nignaz, because the Goyim didn't allow the Yiddish to use tables. It's reserved for royalties, and you can see the document right over there if you understand that language. Okay, here's the Kulzoinos, in the aquarium. Rabbi Sai, we have another shear coming up, so we have to make some progress over this. Rabbi said, first of all, tremendous shkoyach to have Rabbi Cohen for many hours, coming early. Friday was here Friday setting up, here Motzi Shabbos. Hoodie, where's Hoodie? The Bears Green. For all the AV stuff, he gives us the Chinam, because he's part of the Hebrew Shir, very famous sound guy here in our Stroll Park. He's part of our Hebrew Shir. Yishkoyach to Dave Sharpman, who just set everything up for me. Yishkoyach to Kobe. Yishkoyach to the whole staff. Yishkoyach to Benny for setting this whole thing up and really working hard. I was going to forget you. How could I? Official edition of the White Shas. Gedalian Shosh Waldman, in honor of my father Chaim Waldman, who introduced me to Eli Shkoyach. Daily sponsors anonymous in memory of Zari Esther Bat Mordechai, Jeffrey Haskell, in memory of my mother, my teacher, Sarbelo Bas Koyin on the 38th yard site, Moshe Kubersky, who gave me 2 custom-made suits, MDY suits, Lili Nishmas Chaim Leib and Moshe Yaakov, the Shom should have an Aliyah, Michael Wimpheimer, Lili Nishmas Yaakov and Koinimus, Jack Wimpheimer. The gross children and grandchildren are my father and grandfather, Alan Rumi Gross, on his birthday. Mazel Tov, Alan. It's like almost every week there's something from Alan Gross. Binyamin Carr, the Zev Nishmas, Peter Basarab, Zoe Fair, my mother, Shalom, Shkoyach, Binyamin. Chaim Liftag. Anybody know who Chaim Liftag is? He used to send me these emails. Mendy, what was it in the email? He used to say the stuff that I forgot. What was it? This is only back in Rock. Chaim Liftag. There is something more. Rabbi Brock and Shmuel Akpay in front of the Rock. Rabbi Abraham Liftag. Abraham Liftag in front of the Rock. Yosef, clear couple. Thank you, Hashem, for passing the NTLX and becoming a registered nurse. Mazel Tov. Even Lowell. I'll be married to Moshe's real Ben our mayor on his 45th yard site today. Galad Other. Israel human. Rabbi said it's a day of just tongue twisters. All these names. Rav Shimshon, Rav Ephraim Human, Zufel Bracha, and Rav Yaakov Hayim Ben Rav Moshe Hilzenrat. Shaking your head, feel like I know what I'm doing here. That right? Yeah? Shkoya. Shama should have an aliyah. Thank you. You're real. Very nice. Shkoya. The memory of Rabbi Meir Shmuel Barker Times 3:30 from the Bracha. The set of content rolling down the news from the Father Jagged out. Anonymous. I thought the Ruben Magashli, the Policy Family Foundation, was able to provide a voice of policy, mentioned to Kiwi. Anonymous, Muslim, Moshe Ben Azar, Anonymous, for Muslim, Muslim, and Ariq, for Leah Bats Esther, Shalom Malki. But you guys feel Malki, so professor, we're so proud of you, report back each guy, each Rosh family, and we are staying on a rebellion, shit, my meaning of life. Funny Almighty. Yossi Martin, any of the fall, at least with Turkey and the wife, before we shall slaughter. Official edition of what shots and septic at the Iranian League families. Anonymous, leaders of the murder, I replaces on Rafa. The love is constant. I suck. Muslim love you very close to Miriam. David Fulai, Muslim, Esther Bass, Lona, Mush Aaron and Miriam Landy, but that's what we call you. The Sastai, Anonymous, Mary, Muslim, for all the Bible, all I saw me, for Muslim, all fishing, Fisher, and honest racial swing on Philip, Anonymous, Mary, Muslim, from Messiah, but sentence that found nothing even down to Tibo, or probably the other everywhere, worldwide, you just want to show that. It's out of witness boxes, less other staff therapists. Muslim, their emotion, and growth, and all of always results in the this is anyway, art, fun, those of the kind of pronounce forever. Muslim, you're not going to membership of Rabbi. Muslim, I'm more kind of Esther. Of course, I yell at Daniel Zeb, then I yell at Esther. The voice I, a Dark Global big sponsor, Kakao big sponsor, Phil Kayla, Yishkoya, our sponsors, Yaakov Nachumson. Where is he? Nacho! Otherwise known as Nacho, Yishkoya, Lidishmas, my dear mother. Sharona Bela, Basir Achmil, is second yard size tonight. Show should have an aliyah. She's very proud of you, Nacho. Especially, you should do that satellite location, Lilu Dishmasa. Lidishmas, Ruspas Yaakov, Allah Shalom. Shumak Gil Harris, this is Komish Pakam Diwai Shkosh Gil. And Uri, Uri Marsha. Where's Uri? Shkoya. He's the one that this, that, all the audio is. What's this? This is right below me. There's a pit in the floor. Where they find it, you just put it here. You transplanted that there. From Bud's door. Is it true that they found little things in a pile, or it's not managed like that? Starting to know, yeah, in Lebanon, like Miracle. All right. I do want to say, we're here. It's a pleasure for me to say this, but I have to be fair to both sides. There are people who say that it's not the real thing. There are people that say, Mendy went to his Rav, and his Rav said, there's actually a price. I couldn't find a real issue with wearing it. You have nothing to lose. He says, no, there is something to lose. He gave a few reasons. He himself doesn't know what they are, but you could ask his Rav. I'll tell you. What? Sent to me in an email. I got a few emails. There are opposition, obviously. There are, so it's not the most popular thing in the world. If it was, then everybody would be wearing it right now. It's one of these things. You have to make your own decision or ask your local rabbi. Rabbi said, Omar Rabbi Zera, Daf Mem on the face. It's exciting to be here. It is. It's a Shmaga place. It's cool. There's a lot of excitement in the air. A lot of people on Shabbos, people ask me if they can come. I said, no, it's sold out. You can't come. Omar Rabbi Zera, Omar of Masa, Omar Shmuel. We're holding 5 lines from the bottom, Daf Mem on base. Is that what we're holding? The Cheles. Mamsh, this from Hashem. We're here in Philtez. Mamsh starts off Cheles. Unbelievable. I'll tell you what is a kiss from Hashem. This you're not going to believe. How long ago did we decide to do this over here? 2 months ago. My wife tells me it's bad news. My niece got married on Thursday. They're doing Shabbos in a hotel. And unfortunately, we have to be there for Shabbos. And you're going to have to make it to wherever you're going. It turns out that when you come out of the hotel, I'll tell you where it is. It's called D City. And D City has a gate. To come in, you have to go through security. The gate. Till Caleb is by the gate. It can't be any closer. I'm not making this up. And this happened afterwards. It wasn't. They decided to do it till. So then Binyamin, where's Binyamin? He's here. He did a phenomenal job. What's your last name? I forgot his last name. Oh, that's right. Yom Goldstein. He was the one that did the whole Shabbos. He's a party planner. He's doing with us the whole Shabbos. My brother was very, very happy with us. Everyone wants to do an affair anywhere. But even in D City, it was the first one that he did over there. Beautiful rooms, actually. Very, very nice master. So, Yom, Shkoya. So Yom goes and tells my brother-in-law that I should pay for the whole thing. Why? Because Hashem wanted me to be right next to the little fellow. And he said, no, because I have to pay for it. All right. So here we go. So a lot of the sugi rabbis, I said this again, I'm going to say it again and again. When it says pelis, sometimes it's not like that. When it says pelis, in the Hebrew shirt today, when like he described, how do you dye pelis? Over here, pelis means tzitzis. Pelis ain't no mishum lying, vafilu kaus pure. Lying means shatnez. There is no problem with shatnez when you're dealing with tzitzis. Even in a garment that doesn't need tzitzis at all. What garment doesn't need tzitzis? My thousand euro. What does it mean? But the less you're going to tell me it's one of these garments that's very, very small. You have a talus that a little child, a 3-year-old, that's the sheer of tzitzis we know. It has to be a beged that covers your head and most of your body. If an adult walks out with that garment, chayav and tzitzis. The famous Meister just explained the Gemara. Famous story where a yeshiva couple went to his friends and said, listen, if you walk into the base measures with the arm credits your back and your undershirt, I'll give you $500. Undershirt, yeshiva guy, white shirt, tzitzis, your undershirt, $500, back and forth. He takes off his shirt, tzitzis, he walks to the arm credits, the whole place is staring at him, he walks back. He says, okay, pay up. He said, shaita, I said, in your undershirt. No socks, no shoes, nothing, in your undershirt. Why am I saying it? Because the Vilna Gaon points out from here that if a gadol, you want to get tired of the whole thing, maybe stops. It says over here that gadol goes out in his tzitzis. It means he's going out with the tzitzis. That's it. He's not wearing anything but tzitzis. She says you prove from here that the tzitzis that we wear today, after our belt, is not tzitzis. How would a gadol walk outside with a cut and tzitzis? It must be. Have you ever noticed with Kankanievsky, my father, they wear tzitzis all the way to their knees because that's the real shear. In other words, the longer and wider the tzitzis, the better the mitzvah. I don't know why exactly we wear the short ones because it's not really Rosh. Maybe it is Rosh. I don't know how it works exactly. It has to be. Don't go with the smaller ones. Go with the larger ones if possible. The beged has to be. We're talking about a beged here. What kind of beged? What kind of garment does not require tzitzis? And that if you put tzitzis that are shatnez, you're okay, even though it's covered. Perhaps we're talking about a very small beged, that of a child. Says tomorrow. If the young child doesn't even fit him, even though an adult once in a while would use it just to go outside for a second, you don't need it for tzitzis. And perhaps it's a shot. When it comes to shot, there's no problem shots. What does it mean? He's laying everything in through the client. What if you can tell me that it means there's no issue shots at all? But not now. We learn. Not every client. It would still be awesome. There's no such thing as temporary client. Shot is a shot. We're talking about continuation. We're talking about a garment that a young child wears. So if he wears it, it's chayav b'tzitzis. So it's chayav b'tzitzis. It's very simple, right? If you're chayav in tzitzis, no shot. Hotter in tzitzis, yes shot. Get it? Because tzitzis pushes off shotness. So if you have to wear tzitzis, then there's no shot. If you don't wear tzitzis, you don't have to put tzitzis on them, then there is a problem shot. So we have to understand, what does it mean that there's no shocking when it comes to a beged, a garment that is popping from tzitzis? What kind of garment? Says Gemara, we had this case yesterday. People don't tell us. Oh, yeah. Maybe not. I need that bag. Unless, do you have any strings? Any strings? Any dumb garment? I have a blue bag. Terrible. Okay, fine. Try to use this. Oh, yeah, we're gonna use it. Perfect. We have a hole over here. We're gonna make it work. I have it, so just put it in Benny's garbage. Okay. Fine. No, it's okay. It's good. Good idea. Says the Gemara as follows. What happened? Hittul Nutella. That's what I was talking about. You already have strings. This is like Hittul Nutella, big time. You already have strings on the corner, and you add another set of strings to the same corner. Now, when you put the second set of strings, you don't need strings. There's no point in the second string. So, that's the pshat. Even though you don't need strings, why? Because you already have strings. There's no issue flying. There's no issue shot. That's the pshat you put some shot. Why? So, you have to understand it. Because each one could be used for tzitzis. You can tear up the first one, you use the second one. You could tear up the second one, use the first one. The kitzur, they're considered one tzitzis for this purpose, and one tzitzis doesn't have shot. As the Gemara, Bamar, Zera, Chadazimru, had it yesterday. We already had that halacha. That what? That if you add another pair of tzitzis to the same corner, and you rip the first one off, the second one is kosher. Why is the second one kosher? You already explained yesterday. Because when you rip off the first one, you made the second one. It's not that's the limit. Also, you're creating the second one. Okay? So we already said Allah, I have to say twice. So the Gemara, there's 2 separate halachas. We learn one from the other. Halacha number 1 is that if you do so, you add a second pair of tzitzis to the corner. It's still good. Second of all, you're not over shot. There's no way to shot. Then I learned after I learned the first halacha. Talis tefillah payeves b'tzitzis. I found this as a prop. Maybe Mendy remembers it from those days. It was in my prop folder. I don't have to make a prop. What happens? A guy has. This is Kolanar talis. Does he still have one of those? Massive. They sell these talisim that are massive. Kim Bean can't wear it. But he wants to wear it. He's a cheapskate. He bought one talis, one for Kolanar, one for the whole year. So he folds it over. Like eso. So that's like this. Now he folds it over. Now he has 4 corners. So he puts the tzitzis in the 4 corners. The problem is that when it unfolds, look where the tzitzis are. In the center. Yeah? In the wrong spot. They're over here. Now you have 6 corners. 1, 2, and these center ones used to be corners. 3, 4, and over here 5, 6. What do you do? You have to put the tzitzis when you fold it. Where you fold it, this is the folded area. You put it on that corner, on those 2 corners. Reb Shimon Paiter. Reb Shimon doesn't say it's pater completely. He just says do not put it on these funny corners because, as the word's going to say in a second, it's problematic. What happens when you open it up? Put it on the main corners, like the talis of Kolanar. We sell it. They sell this not here. Mishnah Tel, we sell it. It comes with a giant suitcase. Use it once a year. It's 4 talis. And unfortunately, me and Ari are the ones that are always stuck holding it in our shoulder. If you're over 6 feet tall, you have to develop special muscles. It hurts. You put it on your head. It's a whole thing. Shouldn't know about the stars of being tall. Huh? Oh, football balls. That's a good idea. Man, did it come up with that invention there actually yet? Oh, on the Sefer on the beam. Torah Rabbi. Talis full of chayes b'tzitzis. Reb Shimon Paiter. Reb Shimon says you don't put it on the middle corner, you put it on the edge. B'shavin. Everybody agrees. Everybody agrees that if you made a nice stitch right over here after you folded it, it's not going to open up. So now you created brand new corners. These are perfect. Even if Shimon says you have to put it on the folded area. Says Gemara, you know what? Arya sent me a vodka mice from Eli with Eli Wiesel. Right. Let's say it over. Rabbi Arya Simon sent me a Gavaldic Maisa from Eli Wiesel. Tell you the Maisa real quickly. Because it has to do with this. I said this the other week, and they made a short out of it. So these are continuations. It's Gavaldic. You're going to love the story. The whole... You should know about these things. The whole shot is like, please don't ask me to speak. Please don't ask me to speak. Of course, I want to speak. No, I can't. No, you want to be on. I don't want to speak. So, otherwise, I had to say the story over there, and then there's 3 people from our shir were guests at this place. The 4th one upstairs. Okay, anyway, the story was like this. The kasha I asked already. It's Fasemis, they say from different people. The menorah. The Rothschild says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you make a kafta, perab, you make a gvim, konim. Reva say, showed him how to do it. Moshe had a problem doing it, showed him how to do it. So then why does it say Teyasa? Rashi says Teyasa on the spot. Moshe Rabbeinu didn't do it. He took the whole kikar, threw it into the fire, out comes the menorah. So why did he show him? He showed him and then he did it. Doesn't make any sense. So the word is, here's the word, here's the story. True story. Guy in Miami, Koil guy, is like a Bruce or something, found out that he has to go pay Shiva call. It's all the way at the end of the Shiva. It's all the way at the Shiva. It happens all the time. I usually find out the day after the Shiva's over. He has 1 hour. The top couple minutes, he has to be back at 9 o'clock to give a shir. And he has 1 hour to get to the guy's house. 20 minutes away. He doesn't have a car. He's a Koil guy. So he asked the Rav, should he be retrieved and do it? He might be late. The Rav said you have to do it too. So he goes outside into the street, and he needs to get up. There's no Uber in those days. No, he needs a yellow cab. Sure enough, boom, yellow cab shows up. Wow, nice. Jumps in. 20 minutes later, at the guy's house, pays him the Shiva call, and then it's over. Guy hugs him, thanks him for coming. The whole thing made a big impression. Now he needs a yellow cab on a side street. Now, in America, there's no yellow cabs on the side street. On a major thoroughfare, fine, but a yellow cab on the side street, nope. No cell phones, no Uber. What are you going to do? 20 seconds later, a yellow cab shows up. Out pops a guy. The guy leaves the cab, and he asks the guy, he says, yeah. Goes in. He says, that tells you. This is Mama, she tells him. His work was sent to you over here. How do you just stopped right over here? The taxi driver says, you don't even know. Let me tell you what happened. I picked this guy up in the airport. And the guy says, let's go. So I say, where? He says, I don't know. Wherever $20 takes me. And this is where the $20 got him. Right over here in front of this house. He says, but it's more than that. So the guy gave me a 50. He says, keep the change. No, he had money to go for 50. He only said, I want to go for 20. I could go put in this guy's head. That's the shot. That you have to do your stuff. You go to the shit house. How are you going to come back? I don't know. You leave it in Hashem's hand. You do it. But Rabbeinu took this piece of gold. He tried it. And then Hashem took it from him and threw it into the fire and everything. But you have to try. You have to start. You have to do something. You have to be nice, you know? Really? Go ahead. Talk to him about it. This has everything to do with Chelis. I'll explain later. It says Gemara, Tfara, Pshita, if you sewed it, then it's one piece. What's the chiddush? It's true they're not going to see it. We have today, these the safety pins. How do they call in Hebrew? Sikat bitachon, safety pin. They could have just said safety pin. But they go, Sikat bitachon, fine. So that's not really sewing. That's like a temporary thing. Nevertheless, he put the tzitzis on the new created corners, not on the original corners. Says story time. Rabbi went to Rabbi Nachman. Literally, in this case, he was using the Kolan or massive. He pulled the Rabbi put in the mikvah, and he put the sits exactly like over here on these new corners. Shita of also Futa become out the ratio. Oh, all of a sudden the stitches came out, popped open, and now his head is, let's say, in this hole right over here, and also he has tzitzis right by his shoulder instead of up here because it just came undone. What you have right here is no good because of one of where I saw. Sorry, because of one right. This is not the concept the Torah is referring to. Torah is Tanakh. It has to be on the edges, not in the middle. You look like it's weird what you do. You have to sit smacking all of your talents. Also, Shadim, so he took it off. He constantly, my opinion, took another pair too. And this is going to throw us into a nice sugya of something that we're kind of familiar with. When you have a pair of tzitzis laying in your drawer without, you bought it from the store, it's in your drawer, do you have to put tzitzis on it or not? What do we know? For whatever reason, it's not so partial why, but we go by Chavis Gavra. It's when the human being wears a beggar, his four borders, then he's tied in tzitzis. There's another shita. That when you put it into a drawer, when you buy tzitzis, you have to put tzitzis. I don't understand. You just threw it like that into the drawer. Misavris Chavis Gavra. You think it's only when you wear tzitzis you have to put on tzitzis? Chavis Talis. You have a garment that has four corners. Make sure it has tzitzis. Still rubbing on. Go ahead and put tzitzis right now. Says the Gemara, say I have a right. This case right over here. As they're weaving, they couldn't wait. They were so excited that they had 3 finger breadths of garment, even though it's not Rosh Rubai, they put the tzitzis in right away. What do you see from here? That the chiyuv is not on the person. The person's not wearing tzitzis. It's in the machine still. Oh, but it's my possession. I own this garment. I'm chayav in tzitzis. Shani Chasidim and Shai don't bring any right from a chassid of those days because they are super machmir. This is great. He argues with an angel, a malach. What happened? The malach actually said the Rapkatino, the Mikasis Dino. The malach found, what time is that? No idea what time it is. 5:10, when is the Hebrew Shir starting? Okay, we're going to have to use diaries here. But look at the malach. What happened? The malach gave Musa. The malach actually played the Rapkatino, the Mikasis Dino. Rapkatino had a talent on our leg. Katino. It's like, like when you yell at your son, double usher. Katino. Look at you. Dino, the kaito. When it comes to the summer, also you're wearing cotton. And, let's go back. There we go. As the Rapkatino, the Mikasis Dino. Rapkatino was wearing cotton. And yesterday we said you're not allowed to put tails in the cotton. Oh, right? It's a Teged Laila. You might go to sleep in it. Even though the halach is like Misilah, you still say zero, you might fall asleep in it. No Telas. Telas is shotgun. Why is Telas shotgun? Because Telas is made out of only one thing, wool. Semer. And cotton is cotton. Now you have wool Telas, cotton beged. It's good during the day. Not going to wear it at night. Okay, so you didn't wear Telas. What's his little trick? In the summer, when you want to wear something that's nice and light, you wear cotton. You say, I don't have to wear tailors. The Sarbala is and I wear one of these frocks that has a round corner. I don't have 4 corners. Halter. The guys here in Phil Taylor, they're loving this. Everybody has their excuse why they're not buying tailors. So we're gonna get there. Hold on. Tzitzis should say less. Moti Mamish, the line of Tilkelet. What's going to be with the blue colored strings? Mati how come you're not wearing those? Now I got worried. He's talking to the heavenly Malach. Omerlei, and Titu, I don't understand. You're upset at me because I'm not being Mekayim the mitzvah of tzitzis? I'm not Mekayim to. It's if I wear it, then I have to wear it. I'm not wearing something I'm Mekayim, so I'm going to get an item. Omerlei, listen to this. This man, the Ikor, Risko, and Shino. You're right. You're not over any Aveira. You don't have a talus. You're not Mekayim in the tzitzis. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu punishes when he's upset. Behind the glass over there, what's going on? HaKadosh Baruch Hu punishes when he's upset. Then people that don't really deserve an einish, they get an einish. Why? I didn't say this in the Hebrew. Listen to this. Because perhaps HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want you to do mitzvahs. He wants you to get closer to him through mitzvahs. And you're wiggling your way out. You're finding every heter not to come close to him. You have a son, and he's trying to get away from you the whole time. You're going to beat him up. No, but he doesn't want to have a relationship with you. That's the problem. I gave you a mitzvah papers, and in the summer you have this excuse, in the winter you have this thing. Very good, so you're not over any soon. In the Maisa, I want to have a relationship with you. I mean, the says it differently. He says that Hakadosh Baruch Hu was upset that you don't want his mitzvahs. How come you don't want my mitzvahs? And after that he does. Hello, sorry. I should have really said it a little later. Hello, sorry. If you hold that it's a mitzvah on the person. So he's upset at him. How come you didn't wear something that you should have, that you tried to wear? But if the problem is with the garment, well, at the end of the day, the garment is in the drawer. It's not chayiv. Elamai, and then what are you going to say? That okay, Elamai, it's the reason why the Malach told us that Hashem is himself is the chiv is on you. But the chiv, the chayiv rachmano, it's only when you wear something that you chayiv to wear. Sittis on it, chelas on it. Kivikas does love us to be chayiv rachmano, but there's no heel, then why would the Torah be upset? Well, I'll go on a you're doing all this shtick. I don't know if there's a better word in it. You're doing shtick to get out of a mitzvah. There's a lot of ways to get out of a mitzvah. You do this, you do that. Don't find excuses why not to do a mitzvah. Don't go on a solid call. When it's time to do the dots, you know what I mean? That's a shtick. Tatstika, that's coming up. Oh, it's a great reason why I'm not doing it. And that you insert that shot over here. That goes Baruch Hu, no. That goes again. I'll say it again. Baruch Hu doesn't want you to do mitzvahs. He wants you to have a relationship with him through the mitzvahs. Just trying to see who. Hi. Rio. I got it. Okay. Shema. Talk to me about it. Omer Abtevi Barkisno, Omer Shmuel. Like Kufsa, we have tzitzis inside a drawer. Hayavim betzitzis. He holds the chiv is on the talus, not on the person. So if it's in your drawer, you find it. We don't pass it like that. We pass it in Gabra. You have an old man who's getting ready to pass on to the next world. So he's making tzitzis for stuff preaching. I heard that print is like $130 today. Simple white thing. You know, it's like John is the whole thing. I don't know. Okay, I don't want to get into it. But he's making taprio, just thinking that's probably in those days it was a hard thing to do. It took a long time. He's getting ready. It's father with tzitzis. My time, my wife's father with tzitzis. Should the casa ball. You put tzitzis in something that you cover yourself. The high, loudly kasuyevi though, and this is not for you to cover. This is for that person. It says more by shato, and this is interesting thoughts. I think we're all going to be surprised by this line right here. At the lavaya, vadi raminale, you should put tzitzis on. You should like larosh, perif, or say you. Is the concept of you don't want to mock a poor person. You want to eat a chocolate bar in front of somebody that can't afford it, or to, eat steak on Yom Kippur and Shul. It's like Larosh. Or like there's Levaya of a famous Rosh Hashiva who's a big smoker. Mount heavy smokers. They said they asked the Olam at the Levaya not to smoke because it's like Larosh to the maze. Gets there, You're wearing tzitzis, he's not going to wear tzitzis. Today in the base of Paris, we go in, we tuck our tzitzis in because of like Larosh. We do the opposite. We don't want to show the dead people that we have mitzvahs and they don't have. But over here, but our minute today is by Levaya, they put the tzitzis, but they cut it. They make it puzzle. There's all sorts of stories. This go to that go. He says, you say Sharish Rabbi. He said in his Tavah, I want tzitzis. He said, no. The Rav said, if he says, we're talking about tzitzis, and on the way, as we're putting him in, it ripped or something. Okay, something more. Omer Rabbi Yudo, how is Shanikra put the Sholosh Yitva? If the talents rip above 3 of the, here, let's pretend this is our beged. This is the beged right over here. So 3 is over here, it ripped somewhere over here, down here. So you let us sew it up. But if you sew it up here within 3 fingers, you have 3 fingers of the edge, because you might sew it and leave a little thread, and that thread we discussed is a problem with concept of else. You might use that thread for tzitzis. Everybody agrees. Imagine if they had these made in China, little squares, the size of the squares of our kalesim. It's just like iron on. You put it on any baguette you want. You put an iron. That's not good. Why is it not good? Constantly an officer. This is already made into a little patch like that. That's what it says over here. Everybody agrees. Even if you bring a giant patch, it's 2 feet by 2 feet. No good. We bought Taylor. What does Taylor mean over here on both sides? Tzitzis, the toilet bowl. No good. You should maybe Taylor's mean about Kanaka, the toilet bowl. If you undid your tzitzis, another baguette. I've done this before. Boy, say if you wear real Taylors from Pil Taylor and your garment goes, you don't fold thing you put in the Gniza because you're talking about 200 plus shekel worth of things. So if you're like me, sit there. Oh, which reminds me. Okay, that's another. I'll say it later for the next year. Save that joke for the next year. Next, you have to go. So you're allowed to remove tzitzis from one tzitzis to the other. The problem is, why is it a problem? Make sure that they're not, the strings didn't rip. So Tysus asks, my peers, of course, if the strings rip, and of course it's no good. Well, I can tell you that if the strings rip, you shouldn't use it. It says the Shittim Kubetz is over here. If you have it on the side, I have it over here. So Baruch Hashem, I saw that he says in Teretz. So we learned that if you have strings that are long and they rip, so if you have 2 fingers worth in it, or some people say if you go around your finger, not 2 fingers, go around your fingers, or you can make a knot, a slip knot, then it's okay. Says the Gemara, that's only when you start out with a long string and it snapped. So you're not going to start off like that. And says the Gemara over here, you're starting off like that. Just because it's good on your other baguette, That was good because it snapped off. But when you undo it, now you're starting all over again, and now you cannot use a short string. That's the thing. You know, there's a chiddush, this Rab, says you're not allowed to take from one beggar to another. Why? What's the problem? It's a zilzul. You're putting down the mitzvah of tzitzis, things a minute. It's not a zilzul. I'll tell you why. We're talking about a beggar that is worn out. And a worn out beggar is not a busha to take from here and put over there. You're saving it. Now you're giving it new life. Turning of the dot. Adar Global, happy clients all year, not just this month. Lashadav.com, who's read a shit of today? Harava. Halish with Kula Payless. Oh, right over here, a boy said, I'm sitting next to the Talis with Kula Payless. Can you imagine? Whoa. Like this. Maybe I should wear it. Am I allowed to wear it? Ah. I'll leave it for the next year. Okay. Put it on. But I have the microphone. I don't know if it's possible. Are they gonna? Do you have the right to tell me to wear, I'm allowed to wear it? Talis is cool up Tayless. No, it doesn't get any better like this. Unbelievable. Well, I don't even know where we're holding. 12 minutes of Vayne Piper, but Rabbi side. The halacha is that every tzitzis needs, every tzitzis needs 2 colors. Every garment, you need 2 colors. So you need typically blue and white. Clothes, everything will work on this one. If you put blue strings, it's no good. Now you don't have 2 colors. Mace, Talis, I just continue wearing the Riyadh all share. Let's get a schmack. A little cold in here. I might be the only person that ever knows this. Here, I'll give it to you. I let you walk behind me. Okay. Don't you dare! Shkoya. Mason, Talis, a Talis, let's say you have a red garment, you need red tzitzis on it. If you're in the army and you have a green shirt and you need green screen, this is what it says over here. Talis, but if it's blue, maybe Talis is over after the toilet bowl. You have to take another color. You have to take blue with another color. The color Elam Layabi. And certainly you shouldn't use color Elam. Where's this color Elam thing? Okay, color Elam. Bimhevi kosher. It's okay. Go back. You go back to that word. Bimhevi kosher. It says over here that's okay if you use all 4 strings blue. You use color Elam. You shouldn't. If you did, it's okay. And before he said it's possible. Contradiction. There's a difference between 4 strings and 8 strings. In other words, what's this? I don't know. Oh, Rabbi said 4 strings. You see, 4 strings. 2 are blue and 2 are blue. Now, Yoshi exaggerated. Here, do me a favor. Give me that thing. I want to show it. The color thing. That chart. So, okay. In reality, Yoshi just did it so you can understand what the is saying. So one is lighter than the other, see? But in reality, they look pretty much the same. And the Gemara says human eye cannot differentiate. The art test that you can do that we're going to see on Gemara's daf on the bottom if we get there. But in Yoshi's thing, it's a little lighter, but dafka, just to show you that one is Kali Elon and one is real tails. And that's possible. Because now all 4 strings are the same exact color. Thank you. But if you have 4 strings, 2 are tailless and 2 are white, just like this. Plus, he added 4 Kali Elons. So the price says don't do it. But if you did it, it's kosher. Now, it's kosher. Why is it kosher? Because you did it the right way. You have 2 colors. All you need is 2 colors. You have blue and blue. Blue and white is great. So why is it a problem? The problem is not because of Al-Qaisa. That we said, Rabbi said, let me kazer again. If you're putting all the strings together in one, it's not about Qaisa. For instance, there used to be a minhag of having a bunch of Arabas or Timonim till this very day. They put 50 Adasim. There's no problem about Qaisa. Qaisa is to take a whole nother Lulav and Esrich. That's not Qaisa. But if you're just adding to it, adding more strings, and that one thing is not about Qaisa. If you add another deal, another whole thing, that's about Qaisa. So what is the problem? The problem is you might open it up. You might use the Kala Elon, the fake stuff, the indigo. You might use it on another tzitzis, and that's a problem. Shatnas and everything else. Must mean, oh, wait a minute. You're concerned that someone's going to undo it and use the 4 blues. He says, the guy comes, he's a big couple. He says, wow, there's 8 strings here. I got a freebie. I got 4 free Taylor strings. Why should I pay Bill Taylor? 50% of 240, 1990. Out of this map. Let me just undo this and have 4 free strings. But guess what? He won't know. He got it as a gift. He won't know it's Kali Elon. Now he's going to use Kali Elon somewhere. When you see that you're allowed to undo it, no, deal with the Yoba. It's not Pshat that he did it. Pshat is who's over and he did it. Itma. Rabbi, are you permitted to go from one beggar to another? Are you allowed to undo your tzitzis? As I mentioned before, Rab says it's also, Shmuel says it's more. Rabbi, there's another I love the Rab says you're not allowed to light one Hanukkah light to the other. And Shmuel Omar, you permit. Rabbi Omar, and I love your Shmuel Begriro. Oh, this is an original picture I sent Yoshi on Friday. And this is the upgraded version. Can you imagine? This is 2.5 years ago. We didn't do it. I found some guy gave me permission. And this is the same exact idea. Now, what's the problem? The problem is you're not allowed to make a groove in the ground. It could be Irish, it could be other stuff. Let's call it Irish. Literally, you can see the best. Now, obviously, if you know for 100% certain, you're certain that it's going to happen. Even Rav Shimon says you're not allowed to do it. But if you don't know for sure it's going to happen, yes, whatever, it's pretty solid ground. But that's called Dover Shenim Miskaven. The famous Rav Shimon, Dover Shenim Miskaven. He didn't have intent to make a hole in the ground, especially in this case. Look what his intent was. This kid had an intent not to plow the field. Shlomo. He had a good reason. So the halacha is, I like that more than all my jokes and everything. Shmuel, I love here, B'Shimon B'Gerira. It was a good one when I was in Republic. So the island was, I don't know, I'm not going to call them stiff, but they were very excited. They were shocked. They didn't. So I threw out a joke, and another joke. So then I had a joke on Friday. I don't remember what it was, and I said, even in Rehovot, no. So I think it was in Rehovot when I said, when did you say it? You think it was in Rehovot? I said, what's going on? They're like, I was very, they're not laughing at my jokes. So Betty said it's because they're on the Zoom delay. Because on the regular, that was like the best joke of the night. That they got, they laughed. Oh, they liked it a lot. Yeah, because they are on Zoom, and there's always like a 10-second delay, so it takes them 10 seconds to copy every joke. Okay, anyway. Rabbi, I love you, Shimon B'Gerira. I love you, Shimon B'Gerira. Famous when we get to the Seventh Shabbos, happening sooner than you imagine. The Seventh Shabbos is like in 2 years from now, not even. So, yeah, think about it. The Seventh Shabbos is 16 months from now, a month and a half after that is 2 months after that. 2 months after that is the Israelis start the pilot. Great. Left the pizza, koshama. Rabbi told me to the Marovid to Rab, my master. Who's his master? Rabbi Manachemia. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi. Told me to the Marovid to Rab. Rabbi did everything like Rabbi. The barman in class of Shmuel, besides these three things that he did like Shmuel. Now what? Matir Rebbe, he holds like Shmuel, you're allowed to take scissors from one garment to the other. Matir Rebbe, you're allowed to go from one candle to the other to another menorah. V'alof Reb Shimon Begrira, that if you're permitted to drag a bench across the ground, even though it might create a ditch or whatever it is, it's not on purpose. Don't show this kind of the sign you, whatever, go around to meet the piece of the sauce. We'll go back to this kind of story on condition that you don't have in mind to make that like the groove. Shkart to kill Chelet. Shkart for everybody coming all the way out here. Thank you so much for voice side.
Merry Christmas of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Doesn't know. Good morning, Rabbi. Oh, wow. Some energy in the room. Fine, I've been waiting 7 years for this. Halavai every day. The boy side. See, we have some very special guests here. We have the method over blender. The guy that runs the whole Staten Island crew over there. It's amazing. I was there. I gave a cheer there. He does tremendous stuff. He's stuff with Matthew. Who did you come with? Irish Fish. Who's his son? How you doing? The MTY. Word. Gedalia Miller's in the house. So later, Gedalia. You're coming. You're after it. You're before. It's always before. The whole day. This is not unbelievable. That's the national. Praise side. Who else? Rabbi Straw's back. Straw. You made it back. You're by Mayor Clark, Wisconsin. You represented. Shalom Aleichem to the guest. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem, bro. No way. So you're not related to my good friend. My brothers are not related. I knew it. It's Valde. Who else? Shalom, what's your name? From Boston. How many people live in Boston? This is getting out of hand. Every 2 weeks, there's another guy from Boston. I thought there was like 4 families there. Crazy. Wow. Okay, well, who else? Anybody? Anyone else? Shalom, what's your name? From? Shalom Aleichem. Yeah, nice to meet you. Okay, who? Oh, you're new. You're spell out in there. No, I saw. Yeah, you were sick yesterday. Oh, what's your name? From? Assalamualaikum. Nice to meet you. So, okay. We're Simcha Fireside. Oh, Simcha. So you got the bleacher seat over there in the back. Those classic chairs. Assalamualaikum. Welcome. The MBY official edition of Separate Enough is officially the document officially available right now. The Prakim as well. So far, in the first day, this is what we did. 6 Prakim sold. Ilan and Mary Vidivici, plus the Poucher family, and a lot of anonymouses. Check out how many people bought Dapim. It wasn't for sale, it was only for people that already bought Dapim. So 35 Dapim are gone. There's 142. Gogadali, Swiss Theory, Didi Prairie, Mark Ashkenazi, Jimmy Zulai, Aaron Landy, David Hess, Aaron Aronoff, Steve Portland, Dave Sharfman, Emmis, bought a Dap, Dave. Wow. Daniel Neiman, Sky Levine, Mordechai Zapaznik, Lee Eisenstein. Then let me guess, Sky Levine, what Dap did he pick? Take Hess. No, come on. I don't know for sure. We'll go back and say, you know what, let's go back. Take Hess. Where do we see? Take that Hess sold. This is over here. It doesn't say his name, but that's it. Going back to here. Daniel Yeager, Ronald Mandel, Yosef Willig, Igor Zilberman, Jacob Gindi, Yosef Stern, Lance Solar, Mark Furman, David Herb, Dalia Waldman, Akita Krauss, Shmuel Schuster, Yoni Kagan, Elliot Hagler, Yitzhak Yago, Howard Engel, Shaya Yaroslavin, Yaakov Granite, Shmuel Eidler. Mark, check it out. I caught it today. The 4th from the bottom, the 6th from the bottom are identical. Wow. Is Josh Zelig in the house here? Where's Josh Zelig? Josh, where are you? Josh. So zoom in on Josh for a second in the back by the door. Josh, say hello to the island. When you just got off the plane? How many dots did you do on the plane yesterday? 3 dots. Here. Check it out. Somebody took a picture. Does it? Woman. It says almost the entire flight. It says 3 dots. He's doing the same 3 over and over. Taking a long time. He's doing it. Good. Slow wife back. Oh, this is the cover of Nachman Seltzer at Boyside. No, very impressive. Very, very impressive. What? Onu Tosin the Aim Tosin. Onu Tosin the Aim Tosin at Boyside. Josh Zell is learning 3 dots of Gemara, but he spent a lot of time learning it. By the way, for me, 3 dots of Gemara on a plane would take me like 40 hours minimum. My head works in slow motion. It's very vital. Okay. I've always said, if you're over the age of 50, you do not bring your phone into this library. It's very hard for you to find the buttons, the off and the on. It's not to that, please. There we go. Put on some volume. This is Toronto. Sobeys? Is that what it's called in Toronto? I gotta stick to what I know. Yeah. I recently joined MDY admin office. I've joined and stopped a few times, but this time I want to keep going no matter what. In order to keep the views, I have to listen to the shir while I was driving. Am I yoitza, or do I have to redo the shir? I listen to while driving. I stop around and love all the AI videos on drivers. About the yoitza. This yoitza is learning better. It's look up Fila, but it's better for you. Now, there's a guy here yesterday, I forgot his name, one of our guests. He came up with this thing that he puts the video on his windshield, on the windshield, and he has a Tesla, so the Tesla thinks that he's driving. The Tesla checks your eyes. You're not looking at the road, it shuts you down. And if you do it a few times, it just locks you out. You can never do self-driving again, or whatever, it punishes you for a while. So he He puts the screen right over here, and he's looking out the thing. So Tesla's camera thinks, oh, this guy's a great driver. And meanwhile, he's watching his share. I hope you're well. Thank you. He had some geschmack tricks. I'm not going to say it for Rabbi. He came over to me afterwards. He has the whole thing. And this motor works like this. If you wear sunglasses, they can't be in the cover. Okay, fine. Thank you. The whole thing like ever for you doing the fire show. I really love the videos and content you put out. You always have the funds for everything that anyone. I was wondering if you'd like to do free advertising on your platform for a great cause. He wants me to advertise this thing here. I think it's a great thing, so I'm going to advertise it. It's similar to what you're talking about, not talking about college and being more respectful of Shul. I give out free, beautiful acrylic signs to Shuls that say, please do not use your cell phone during davening. Specifically during davening because I think it's something that anyone can agree on. It sounds like a year ago, he gave out 350 signs that cost $50 each. That's his cost. It's very nice signs. So I add, thank you, I get Kodesh, Moshe Block, Los Angeles, California. Shkadr Moshe. Here are the signs. Here, something like this. They have all sorts of things. Please do not use your cell phone. You get any style you want. I don't know. I didn't have our editor put the link in because it was in the email somewhere. I thought it was an interesting story. We called it Other. There's a story and a story about a story and connected to all of them. The original story goes with Isaac Clark, Rabbi, the Volozhin Yeshiva, in order to choose a distinguished bacher as a esteemed order. He asked a bottom-level question in the yeshiva. All the top students tried to answer it, but were unsuccessful. After about 3 days, Rabbi Isaac Clark began traveling away by wagon. Suddenly, he saw a certain bacher running after him. He stopped the wagon and asked him, do you have an answer? The bacher replied, I don't have an answer, but I want to know what the answer is. Rabbi Isaac said, such love of Torah, that is the one to take as a son-in-law. In that spirit, there's a reverse version about the great Kitzach Yeshiva. That's the yeshiva I went to when I was 10, 11 years old. A wealthy, non-religious man wanted a non-religious son-in-law. No, not a non-religious. That's a modern son-in-law. Not religious. This is AI. A modern son-in-law. AI translated from Hebrew. For his distinguished daughter. Wow, that's a big AI mistake. But he wanted the boy to come from an excellent yeshiva. He wanted a non-religious bacher from an excellent yeshiva. He asked the students, who's Bibi Netanyahu? No one knew. He began driving away in his test, and suddenly they saw a bacher running after him. Yes, you know who Bibi is? The bacher said, I don't know, but please tell me who he is. He replied, you're the one who's worthy for my daughter. All right. Yesterday in the shir, there was a discussion about Yosef and his patrick in his Torah. Okay, if you want to know where it is, it's in Gittin. I don't remember the date. Shenichas saw it to Marvin Simcha, Yaakov Achaim Ruben. Okay, let's. Oh, we have time? No, we don't have time. This is so please, whoever it is, put it in the next one. This is a great, the one with the twins. Yesterday I was at a chasana. My niece got married in Nes Ziona. So middle of the wedding, the staff doesn't stop. I had to be there for the chuppah. And in the middle, there's another individual who does the daf with us, Yalto, and he drove me to Rehovot, which is right nearby, 15 minutes away. It's one of the 34 satellite locations that we have in Eretz Yisrael. And a nice sort of almost like 40 people. They made their own Megillah for this thing, MDY. It's a beautiful thing, actually. And nice matzahs. We didn't tell anybody. I'm going there. I just showed up there. And Baruch Hashem worked out well. How many people are there? It was nice to know. There was an official edition of MUI Shots, David Sauer, in honor of my children, Shuli, Shimon, Yitzi, and Sori. The trail sponsors for today, Israel and Stephen Herlich, in memory of Levi Blef. Shlomo Aryeh ben Rabbi Yisrael on his yahrzeit Gimel Adar. NJH and AHH. Before terrible places, Zamu Shemel for happy 7th birthday. Michal B'Chavit Bat Ayala Tepsi. Avrami Lewis, in memory of my father. Someone just sent me a clip of you saying good morning to Avrami, and I should stop because other people are watching. They're going to watch this. In memory of my father-in-law, Reb Shmuel ben Reb Sholem, Yortek Gimel Adar. Joe Berry, on occasion of the first time I can say Kaddish for my great-great-great grandfather. David Badil, Yiddish was my grandmother, Vita Basi scroll on the fifth verse of the Sophin. Yuda Sigler, maybe it's the Shamatos. The force Hayaldo, listen to this. The force Hayaldo, she's 10 years old. Sarah Rospas ripped the Kana Ruffle during her 5-hour brain surgery today. She should have a refuah shleima. Ellie Weiss, the celebration of my son's Yerachmiel's 7th birthday. Anonymous with easy and fast labor and delivery. Surah's Toivis, Mazel Tov. Except sponsor, David Salomon. Dedicated memory of Rabbi Mario Shmuel Bonker, Chaim Tzvi Dov Kol Bracha. The sector sponsors Joel Vidal's Leaders Trust and Father Jack Vidal's Anonymous. I spoke with the Rubens of the Gashi, the Palchik Family Foundation, the Zechanishmas of Rabbi Goyer, Shlomo Palchik, Metchiter Eloi. Anonymous, Rav Shlomo Moshe Ben Izah. Anonymous, Rav Kadim, Rav Shlomo, and Arita Yom Kalea Bas Esther, Yisrael Malki. Play with us, people, Malki Zah, Pesa. We're so proud of you. Mordechai keeps steiging. Send the family. And the Isle UK in honor of rebellion changed my meaning of life. Plenty Almighty. Yossi Mark and Benny and all the Eastern Turkey MDY and Kofi Shalom Schorim. Official edition MDY shots accepted by the Iranian and Levy families. Tarek Anonymous. Leaders was a reminder there's voices of Lamed Hamid Touch and Pay. The monthly sponsors, Aysar, Mushlema Bimari, Miriam, Jamie Azulai, Mushlema, Esther Bass, Luna, Moshe Aaron Landy, Hoytla Shemkitai, Pistoy, and now married of Mushlema for all the Klai Yisrael need. Refuah Shlema saw Fisher in honor of Moshe was putting on Tillin, in honor to the merit of Refuah Shlema from Malcolm Ashkaya, Centers.com, helping meeting down with Tzibur, Republic and Yonim anywhere worldwide, leading to our Shalom Ben, and Tzalo, weekly sponsors, Lev, Ove staff therapist, Refuah Shlema to Moshe and Bro from an aisle of Lev Ove for selfishly donating his kidney. NDYR, month, Yosef and Kai Sar for Panatas Bereva, Refuah Shlema Yonatan Eitan Beba Shabbat Bracha, Refuah Shlema Mordechai ben Esther. Of course, Ayala, Daniel, Zev, Ben Ayala, Esther, Rabbi said, all this is today. Don't get used to this. I'm saying, we're going on a few weeks already. It's going to be a couple more. Kutcher's Gishmak. Just remember Kutcher's Gishmak. What did I forget now? No. I said, the first, he was watching. Did I not show the first slide of Menachos that is available? Of course I did. No, I showed this. Or maybe it didn't go on the screen. I showed this. Did I show this? I don't know if I showed this. I did show it. Okay, I did show it. Okay. Hey, so now I'm going to the close days. Mark, do you see it? Okay, good. Now, here's the problem. I know I'm going to get into trouble. I said I don't push yeshivas. And, but since the guy mentioned Zerach and this, and a bunch of people went and donated to my son's application of 2 people. So you don't push lawyers, but I have a law firm, and maybe you could just say that I know I'm going to get myself in some trouble. Okay. Right there. By the way, Melchi, every day, 3-4 comments from this area in the beginning of this year, it's going down the beginning. But it's always in the beginning. It comes loaded. Mama, she's ready to explode. You could. No. Weiter. We're holding by Rav Nachman. Eight lines in the bottom. Lamentasim Beis, 8 lines in the bottom. Rav Nachman is totally very small. Rav Nachman made out of Tzemur Pishtim. We were talking about Silvi. Talking from Silvi. Where did he get this from? Rav Nachman is very small. He's totally very small. So you're going to see the Kanoim that learned Yeshiva Rabbi Shmuel. Which one said that? It says the word beged. It says by tzitzis, it says by tzirash. But it doesn't say what a beged is. Clothing. In one of them, it describes what it is. So let's take a look at this question. It says the word ha-beged. What does ha-beged mean in this passage? The first word of this passage, mem zayin, the ha-beged. What does it mean? It's a cloud. What does cloud mean? Any type of beged, polyester, cotton, spandex, whatever it is. Silk, everything, wool, pishtok, linen. And then all of a sudden it says, The Beged Semer or the Beged Tishkin. We're not even gonna, this is it. I'm going to say it once and then we're over with that sugya. So if you have traveled from the stuff, too bad. It's called a cloud and then a prat. It's very general, Beged any type, and then there's a prat. It describes exactly what it is. What are we saying for Karbanos every single day? Cloud with prat, aim ba, cloud, elamashiesh. In other words, the prat describes what the cloud is. There's no way out of it. Now we know what Beged means. Beged means Semer Ukishna. Okay, so now we're done with that. Done with cloud and prat for the rest of the day, for the rest of the second day. Who knows? So there's a cloud and prat. Hoyle the number going by third stop. Now other places doesn't say what Beged is, but here it describes what a Beged is. Semer Ukishna. I've called Semer Ukishna. Now what is this? This is another one of the rules. If I learn something over here, I take that idea from here and I put it over there. What's that called, Rabbi side? Memetzino. What else? Very good. What else? Binyanam. Now Memetzino, let's call Memetzino. It's easy to remember. Memetzino, just like over here, Beged means Semer Ukishna, so too by tzitzis and by everything else. Semer Omer Abayo. Okay, great. And Memelu, so it just came out. Their voice says, it says in the Torah, Beged by tzitzis, so it means if you have wool or linen clothing, then you tie the tzitzis. If you have silk, you're potter from tzitzis. Potter, finished. Or Rabbi, the high time of the Rabbi Shmuel, Mabkim, the other time of the Rabbi Shmuel. There's another time that I learned in the same yeshiva. He came out with a different pshat completely. Another Rabbi Shmuel, Beged. It says by Tzirat, Beged. Now, what is wool? There's only one wool. One. And that is the wool of a sheep. If you take wool of a goat, it's not wool. There is no sharpness if you take linen and mix it with the wool of a goat or the hair of a camel. It can be called wool from today to tomorrow. It's not wool. It's called Semer Gimalin, the wool of a camel. It's not wool. It's the hairs of a camel. The Semer Aranoven. That's what we make our felt hats from. The hair of a rabbit. The Noitzi Shalizim. It sounds like the feathers. It means that they're plucked. Like you don't shear it with some device. You pluck it out of the goat and you make wool from it. Baklak, Basrik, Mashirayin. These are the three things that we learned yesterday. There's different grades of silk. Minayin, how do you know they hide it's this time of life? Oy Beged. So he comes out with the whole different shot, the opposite shot comes out, and according to this kind of Rabbi Shmuel, you're kind of tzitzis on any type of garment and the story, and that's the end of Daf Mamates on the page. Now only Musug and Daf Men Omid out. Divided the sugi here. Torah Bono, Sadim et tzitzis. You have a linen garment. Is linen chayv and tzitzis. Now, don't forget, this blue string called chelas can only be made out of one material only. Out of wool. That's it. So if you have a linen garment and you insert this string into the linen garment, you automatically have shatnez. Says Bishamai, you're not allowed to put the blue string into a linen garment. You want to use chelas, put it into your other garment. Put it into a wool garment, but not into a linen garment. That's sheet is Bishamai. Sadim mitzitzis. Sadim means a linen garment. Mitzitzis, we're talking about the chelas here. Interesting. I just realized this now. The whole sugya, when it mentions, came out the whole time when it says the word chelas, it refers to tzitzis. And now when it says the word tzitzis, it means chelas. Go figure. Okay? It's not confusing, but we'll see. Over here, tzitzis means the chelas part. Because, of course, if you wear a linen garment, of course you have to put on tzitzis. Put linen tzitzis. Just do not put on the wool tzitzis, because that will be Shabbos. What's the argument over here? Bishami agreed to the concept called Esed Leifel Esed. Everybody agrees that a positive commandment that I say overrides the negative commandment, the Lois Esed. The argument over here is smuchim. Since the parasha of tzitzis and Shabbos go together, so we still say there is no concept of Shabbos. Don't worry about Shabbos. It doesn't in this case. There is hinting to you, don't worry about Shabbos. If you wear a linen garment, you can insert the blue strings made out of wool, even though typically in another occasion would be shadows. Not today. There's no shadows made sense. Why? Because they're smuchim. They're very close to each other. The parts. The Shabbos say, we don't believe in smuchim. In general, the rest of the Torah that's the places. But guess what? Nobody asks you to wear a linen garment. You don't have to wear a linen garment. Wear a wool garment. You're cold. Wear a wool garment. Nobody told you to wear this linen garment that you're forced to wear the tailor's tzitzis in it, which are wool, and then you have a problem with Shabbos. If you're up against, you have to do a carbon face-off, and there's no choice, and you're over Isser, you're tummy. So then there's the whatever it is. I just have a bad example. But in this case, you can't tell me, I have no choice. You don't have a choice. Go to the store, buy a wool garment. That shit is Mishana. And today, we're going to try to see why. What's the problem? What's the problem with Mishana? Different ideas. What could be the problem? We're still Mekayim, and we still say that in this case we have smuchim, and therefore the Aveira of Shatnez gets pushed away because of the great mitzvah of tzitzis. What you saw yesterday in Rashi, I think I showed you guys in Rashi, that tzitzis is shachok. The Torah has mitzvahs, because tzitzis equals 400. 600, because Tuf itself is 400 plus 90 and 10 is 100, 90 and 10. Another 100, so you have 100 plus 100 plus 400, 600 plus the 5 knots and the 13 strings. 8 strings plus 8 plus 5 is 13. Boom. You have 613. Great. And still, the time I love you, Rabbi Silo. They still say you're 5 and 6. Interesting. The halach of the Rabbi Silo. Why did it say halach of the Rabbi Silo? We know there's a concept in all of Shas that love is like the soul. You hardly will ever see the Gemara tell you, by the way, that love is like the soul. We know. The reason is because of the upcoming Gemara. It's controversial. If you wear shatnez in Yerushalayim, you wear the blue strings in a linen garment in Yerushalayim, in a yellow, people will stare at you, will look at you. If you wear tailors today in Yerushalayim, you're not mainstream. They're gonna look at you. They might even throw something at you. You never know. A guy in Yerushalayim once walked out of his house with a pot on his head. So a guy goes, what's wrong with you? I wear a pot on my head every single Wednesday. You don't know? He says, yeah, but today's not Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. Wow, that's seriously embarrassing. Wow. Then people are going to stare at you. You're flying. You can manage it. It's not even a joke. You could have said neighbor to the same price. It's like people, they'll look at you in a weird way. My Rabbi, I think that's the biggest issue today. A guy at the Hasana yesterday, he came over to me and said, I want to show you something. And he goes like this. He pulled out this from his, I didn't really know. And I said, but I've just read today that your great-grandfather, Jacob Kamenetsky, said you shouldn't wear tailors. He says, there's no tailors in the Bible. They didn't have this type of tailor. Okay, anyway. So, but there are a lot of people that wear the tziddah. My Rabbi, I heard these people on this table, I see right next to me, that wear the tziddah. My Rabbi, in came. So I asked Rabbi, I don't understand something. The halacha is like Beisila, that you wear tailors in your linen garment. Lo masiros, weird. What's this? And that's what we're going to struggle with today. What's the problem? You still say people don't know about this. It's interesting. Like we take things for we know these. Know that you put shatnez on your. I think that's not a very good excuse. The little way I saw it, the not do the shuko, but the fire some of it also. Take 10 coming to Chachamim, give them tailors, let them walk around the street, and people will know right away. People know that it's not to wear the shatnez means it's work. Much games in this how we live on. People are going to wonder Let me. Come here. Let me show them the puzzles that we have here. And stand up. Stand right over there. So you're Alexander Puzzle. Let me hear you make a bracha. Let's go. You know, sit down right away. This guy, get up. Why? You never know what you're gonna get here. Exactly. If you're a Hasidic, you only get to see what I'm talking about. If your Rebbe did something against the Shulchan Aruch, yeah? What? This is month. You Rebbe does something that you. No. Same. You Rebbe. Let's say damage yeah? He does something against the Shulchan Aruch. So what's the first thing that comes? The first thing that comes to your mind? Right. Because Verstein. Exactly. Because Verstein. Because Verstein. Beautiful. No, I couldn't say it better. I have a lot of Hasidic friends. You don't understand. Yes, since he has this thing, it's the Haraya. Every back then in Babel was. It says over here, you bring the Rebbe's outside, and people say, what is wrong with your litfish? You see your confidence, you do something to you, but I'm done with him. Could have been the God, you want Allah again. I don't have anything to do with him. I just so, but Gemara says, yes, you bring 10 of them on the outside with the Taylors. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with it? Then I can say, oh, because Verstein. He has a good reason. No. Yeah. Saying, okay. So I got to, before I forget. Yeah. Very good. So I got to throw this out in the middle. I've been getting some emails, not a whole lot, just one good one that I wrote, I put in, but I have to find it. I actually wanted to read it maybe yesterday, but yesterday too. The guy wrote for me the wear tailors. And then I wrote so the emails I got, the reaction says that perhaps, there's a senses that are the same color for garment, green funnel. As far as not tailor, and it's blue. He said, oh, there might be such a, I don't go into it. I don't understand it 100%. So today, that you still get out as a maybe why it should be a problem. Don't say we're just telling you they have nothing to lose. Okay, fine. I have to read that email. Shabbos when I'm there. If it's beautiful, as they're all putting things why you shouldn't wear tailors. Doing Baruch Hashem, doing whoever wants to try. Like the first time they're giving 50% off. So usually it's 240 shekel, 120 shekel. It's a discount, it's a 25% discount for everybody. But the first timers get a 50. They don't want to do, we push the push. And the other thing is, Rabbi, that unbelievable darshan, that speaker that spoke by the Hebrew, his knowledge is unreal. So he left me a voice note. He says, I know the voice notes, but little important that he was approached by some people from the greater family that even though this place, they know that those who believe in this family and company they are not tailors. They're God with tailors. I should know that. So, okay, right? No. Hold on a second. That's the Gemara of a little bit bigger. So one of the in a massive setting. You have hundreds of people. The voice side, a lot of weird shadows. You're a lot of weird, not macular shadows. Not that you like weird shadows in general. The Gemara says, "Holy Elon." Oh, no, we're talking about holy. It's in the go. It's this, this is the Sabbath. Up until about 100 and something, there's no blue in nature. You can't create a way to create a blue dye was blue indigo and the philosophy. Those are the things. Other colors were much easier to come by. The red, this, that. Blue, super difficult. So they would make this thing called it's Elon. So it's very day. That process of making it, it's not very popular anymore because you get it real cheap to get a synthetic dye. But this is how they produce blue. If you are hunted, you would instead of going and then sort of coming up with a couple of and making dye, you just do indigo and you paint it and you sell it off as paintings. You sell it, it's a lot of money for a paint. The concern is that passed off that are dyed with faith. You're not a kind of the mitzvah of this, and you just put in wool, linen, wool that's non-tailess, and over chocolate. So what we said, if you have a linen garment, do not put any tails, because it's common. People pass off the kalila. What's the big problem with this? With the Gemara just said? I always see that no one is about to ask this. I don't know. I thought I saw. What is Rabbi talking about? You know what? Oh, the white could also be 7. That's more. Who cares? So it's not blue. This is white. You're allowed to put white wool tzitzis into your linen garment. This shot is when it comes to tzitzis. You're right. So it's fake blue. So let's call it halachically. This is really white. What's the problem? This into your linen tzitzis. That the Gemara is going to answer. Put it in. I'm not going to try this when you do the mitzvah. But if you could do it another way, put white linen. White linen. Why are you using today when you don't have to? Only when it's tailorless, you're allowed to be over. So I just want to show you how this is what Yoshi did. I think this one of the processes that I saw. I saw a real video of how they do it in Japan. So they obviously, like any other dye, they put like a garment in, and then they match it. They have a whole table of colors, and they put it. They want to see if you got the right consistency, the right color. That's called a bika. We're going to see that in tomorrow also. Here we go. Nice checking it. That's the checking. This is straight from the Shilaza. It even has kashrus. But it is indigo. We saw it. It's all indigo. Look at these two guys that are selling it. Because you'll notice them. Here they are. These guys. You have to check all your tzitzis now. You're getting nervous. Why? Because there is a deacon that from based on it tells you how to do it. You pour the solution on it, and it'll remove it. Oh, I love this part coming up. Think about it. How would you do a podcast in the years ago? There's a new course, how to be a millionaire in 30 days. Love it. They're smart. They're guiding these guys. No, there's one thing, you can make something in AI, but you have to think about the idea. It's not possible. Yeah, all right. Very creative, these guys. He's a sluggish, stubborn sluggish. Yeah. That's the Gemara. Great. What's he concerned? That this is fake. This is indigo. This is kalila. This is not the real murex, whatever it is. It's not the real kalaza. It's not the real cuttlefish. Whatever you want to call it. So it's no worse than white. And you're allowed to put in white wool into a linen garment because there's no shatnez when it comes to tzitzis. Says the Gemara, no. Since you can use linen tzitzis with a linen garment, like, then you're not allowed to put wool white. You have to put linen white. The only wool you're allowed to put in is real pelas. Since this is not real pelas, now I use it. It's luxury. It's like say if you have a conflict between the Nessay and the Lois say, you know, if there's a way to get around it, then you do both. Do both. So over here, since you can do both, in other words, use linen strings, so you can do both. There's nobody told you to use wool white strings. The Torah told you to use blue wool strings. That okay, but it's not blue, it's fake. As the Gemara, what's the problem with the poor? To do the test, this is like literally a urine test. You pour Meir Gleim on it, and you know, it's part of the thing. We see the Gemara had it's basically like ammonia or whatever. You know, they'll take bleach it out, it'll come out. That's what one of the writers said. This is real because this doesn't come out in the water. That's the whole thing. The concern is that, as we saw in the video, that they take the garbage and they put it into the vat. And they pull it out to see what if you're in the time of the Gemara, you're not going to use a whole garment. Garments are very expensive. You take a tiny little, put it in. Oh, it's the right glue. You know, I cannot use this as I said l'shem to see if it's the right color. There has to be a kavanah. That's the Gemara. The list of they should write letters to all the manufacturers and say, listen, do not pass off the test strings. Those test strings throw away. But since we need something the Shem Shemayim. By the way, I saw a very interesting medrash yesterday, as like the time of the crop. You want to understand why Shagas is no. What's the connection? No linen, very good. Yeah, he's mom's still talking to that. Kain and Hevel. This Kain gave a carbon of Ziri Pishton. He gave from the linen, and Hevel gave from the sheep. Since the sheep and linen, they probably didn't want to mix them up. Says Gemara, listen, we're gonna rely Yiddishkeit on some letters. Amarava, yes, we do rely on letters. Hashtag Daf Mem Beis. Hashtag Chalak Pesach the Yom Kippur the chorus. Some Kina Nadiske Mamish Nyana the Yom. When you do a double Adar, so you have to let people in Chutz La'aretz know. You send out Shalom Aleichem. You have to stand over there. There's no seats for you. What's your name? Not you, the guy standing all the way in the back. What? Shalom Aleichem. Where do you live? Shalom Aleichem. Sorry they have to stand over there. If you want, we have a seat over here. Come on in. We have a seat over here in the front. Come. Somebody left early, Benny. Don't tell them that somebody sat on the seat. Samkina Diske. Burning of the Daf. Adar Global. Happy clients all the year, not just this month. Lashadav.com. Please read the shit of today. Oh, so we send letters to Bubba. We send letters to America. By the way, there's a double. Don't do Pesach now. Do Pesach then. And it's a huge chorus if you eat hunt on Pesach. The second month. What's your name, Tavi? From? Wow, it's Schutz. I was born there. So we're like related. So don't blame them. I don't blame them. Okay. Yeah. Are you making a club Rabbi now? Oh, sure. Got it. Okay. I'll say, you know what? Not even a guy came over to me at the wedding. I had a hard time at the wedding. I have to figure out how to not go to any more weddings. Bemis, I can't explain it. I came home, my head was gonna explode. I couldn't eat, I couldn't talk, I couldn't breathe. This guy comes over to me, the beard, hair like this, the whole thing. He says, "Listen, I gotta give you some mussar. You knocked the other day. You knocked the pearl down." So I said, I knock everybody. I knock myself. I knock Litvax, Hasidim, everybody. He says, "Yeah, but the pearl, the oil is on pearl." So I said, "You know that I have a pearl. I used to pay them for my own money. I have a pearl. My father is the guy that lives on it." End the conversation. I didn't know that. I'm not going to say anything about it anymore. And first of all, did you see it or you heard it? I heard it. I said, "Okay, it was a Calvin kid." I said, "What did I say exactly?" He doesn't know. Okay. But once I told him that I have a pearl, not a diaper. But he wasn't considered stressful. He was like, says the Gemara, what? We rely on letters for the cars. You can tell us when your kippur is, when Pesach is. So, cannot this good. Hope that say Ba'alma Lekochka. So over here that we're talking about a lois hasei of tzitzis. So of course people will listen to you and they won't pass off the fake ones or the tested ones as tzitzis. Where else, Rabbi said, do we have in Yiddishkeit the idea of letters? Very good, of course. Hello, Omarava. So what's the reason why, according we don't wear the Shabbat doesn't wear playlist in their linen? I said this. That's what the Rashid got from. I used to say, no, it's one of my most favorite lines of all time. The guy gets up and he speaks. I loved it. I once thought, I don't care what you once thought, just say Pshat, okay? Yeah. I wanted a shot, but later on I saw it in the Tzois. Yeah, exactly. That guy. But I used to say it also. Okay, good, fine. Because I want to get shot. I'm not making fun of it. Brother, of course. I'm just saying this is where you got it from. An excuse. Hello, my Rava. I once said this. And you should know that in Eretz Yisrael they said the same exact thing from the name of Rabbi, just like that. What's the problem? I love this sugya because it's the sugya of passive luminosity. What's going to happen? Check this out. Some things that it's like that was like very AI-ish. Basically, your thing got cut, so you're gonna sew it. You're gonna use a thread to sew it, and then I actually had it. My mom was such a thread I found yesterday by mistake. Where was it? Here, perfect. I'll show that. Okay, you see this thread over here? You can see it. Oh. This thread, what is this thread? This thread was part of what they sewed up this garment. Now, I'm a chacham, I take this thread and I make it into tzitzis. I can't do that. Why? Because I didn't insert the tzitzis for tzitzis. This is a thread that's part of the garment. That's called pasa. The Torah says do, create, believe it also, and don't use something that was already created. So in Mela, he says, what's going to happen is that on this garment, this linen garment, you're going to use the strings. His thing will get rich. It's like shalish, meaning towards the corner. Beat for red, I'm going to sew it. But that's what I don't want to use. I don't want you to use strings that are there from soap. And says the Gemara, as a side note, Shara Rabbi Zera Mizdine. Rabbi Zera took out the tchelas outside. He took it out of his garment. No more tchelas in his garment. In other words, that's what Rabbi said. Rabbi says, in Israel, they agreed to me. Where? This is Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera agreed to me because he's see the Rabbi Zera took out his tchelas from his garment. Rav Zera Omar, so it's not quite right in places, it's the same exact person. It says Rabbi Zera, 3 words earlier, and it says Rav Zera. Rav says the same person. Rav Zera Omar, Zera Nami, Yishuk Suslaila. If you wear this shackles during the day, when it comes to nighttime, you'll forget, you'll wear it. Sometimes you fall asleep with your shirt. Now at night, you're not chayav and tzitzis. It's not quite to show what a Suslaila is. Let's say, according to Rashi, it means any garment that you're wearing doesn't matter. Any garment that you're wearing at night, you're potter. Even so, if you wear pajamas during the day, you're chayav. It's not the garment; it's the time of the day or night. The other Rishonim say, no, this is a night garment. This is a guy came to Kanievsky. He says, "I'm a Rosh Koilel, and I have this Koilel Erev. I have a night Koilel." And he shows him, says, "What about this frock? Do I have to put tzitzis on?" He says, "Psis Laila is part from tzitzis." Yes, you only need a frock for the night. You're part from tzitzis. Anyway, we saw the whole thing, the whole studio. Why? No, because of Rabbi. Because maybe we have to be cautious that you leave the xera of the strings. You might leave the strings there. No. He said that in Yerushalayim Masmiyim, everybody is wondering. It's the whole thing. Why? Because this xera of Basil's right. You could technically, with the rest, you can put it in, but we have xera. Oh, this is kind of an interesting thing if you think about it. Why don't we put this on a blanket? Now, if it's a night garment, what? Oh, so it's not a baguette, but it's something you can wrap yourself with, you don't wrap yourself with, because it depends on if you're trying it. If you say that during the day you're chayav, so if you take a nap on Shabbos, then even though it's not considered so slight, it's the same, it should be chayav. But it's not something you wrap yourself. I saw a guy, it's like a shtickle of a minute, like a shawl, a little shawl. You have to run around with shawl. So shawl, you'd have to wear tzitzis. You have to put tzitzis. What? Yeah. You like that, Masni? Zog Gemara. Marova. I said this once. Did my world. Zeri said this in the so just like Bishal Beged, if the entire garment is fabric with Nafel Shalar, somebody like reinforced the corners with leather, Hayevens with Hayev and Tzitzis. Bishalar of Nafel Beged. What if it's the reverse? You had a guy that used to sit right over here. He was in a motorcycle game. He gave us once a whole speech for 45 minutes. Here I have in my house. Here it is.
It's not about the dog, it's about the yogi.
Oh, you gotta hear how he says that. For boys, you have to hear how he says that. You have to see the dive and how he says it. It's very nuanced. Let's say that. Go on. Hold on.
It's not about the dog, it's about the yogi.
She's weird. So he has a leather. No, I was wondering who's leather face. He's leather, but on the bottom, the corners, it's fabric. Chayvenah. This also. Oh, we'll get to this. Oh, something Gemara. My timer. So if the entire thing is leather and the red and the corners are fabric, my timer. It can beg it. You need the main part of the garment is a beggar is like linen or something, but not art. Art is fun. There's a whole new thing. What if you take leather and chop it down and you make screws out of it and you make it clothing? That clothing, the whole thing, the Rabbi also must have come. Rabbi argues, says, no, we don't look at the garment, we don't look at the motorcycle jacket, we look at the corner. The corner out of regular fabric, all my Rabbi, all my Rabbi, check this out. beautiful picture. You have a garment that only has 3 corners. Right now, it's cut from tzitzis. You inserted the tzitzis. Then you made it, you sewed on another triangle, whatever it's called, and you made it square. Now you have 4 corners. What's happened? Possible limit also. Why? Because you inserted the tzitzis before the kahayim. Now that you add it, and you can't tie it in 4 corners, it's too late. The tzitzis are already in, and you have to put the tzitzis after it becomes kahayim. That's limit also. It happens also. You should know. You should ask your local rabbi. I'm pretty sure. If let's say sometimes the entire thing gets ripped, so you have to sew it in order to make it kosher. You have to sew it. But guess what? All your tzitzis are still in the other corners, and it's possible limit also. It could be a what happened to you? Yeah, but it's saying this becomes a practical case. It happens. Somebody's ripped so hard. All right, what are you going to show you? Just that's limit also. Next, Chasidim are showing you the charge about Shalosh. Check this out. You're a chassid, meaning you're a person who does you saw the mitzvah says Rabbi. So you're only over here.
What's up, everybody? Hello, good evening, and welcome to
Get the 3
Tony. Make some noise for the great Brian Red.
That's what everybody does. Get the kind of thing that's going to be the sound.
Ryan J. Belts here tonight. Tonight's episode. Comedians, are you out there? Make some noise, you fucks.
Listen to this
The
stuff.
opportunity
How
of a
many
goddamn
corners are on this thing?
lifetime.
I
Bucket
think
of Destiny is here.
There's
A lot
actually
of fun
only
stuff
60
happening,
corners.
Brian. And
Why?
very soon
Because
we're
the
going
top
to be
corner,
announcing
the top right corner, is about to disappear when it keeps on going on with the beggar. In his mind, he's continuing on. He's working in the battle that corner. Says Rashi, he put on scissors on a 2-cornered beggar. It's a riddle. How do you have a 4-cornered beggar which is really only 2 corners? There it is. Because he's about to continue. He's going to fight you. Check this out. In this case, look how much he did already.
I'm going to be in Lithuania this weekend in Australia from November 22nd to the 30th. Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, Brisbane.
It's time to
All
live
of
in
Thanksgiving I'm spending in Australia.
The point is, you see the legal time to live in Austin. They put it in there, they can invite them. It was not a puzzle. It was not right for Jesus. Yet, they still did it. Because even, they're not American.
Shout out to LA Speedy.
You are
Who
able
loves
to finish the
marijuana?
couple of shoulders for the feeling of things. We must say that what happened was that in this case,
I'm going to bring out tonight's guests, everybody.
this far away from
Every
anything.
single week, I guarantee
That's
you.
why
Some
we went in
funny
and put the stitches
comedians,
right away.
even
Couldn't
of
help
course.
it. I'm so
They're
excited to
different.
do the
Put
mitzvah
your hands
and put it
together.
in. And it's only missing that much, and that's okay. Because this much, 3 fingers worth. So then,
The Sklar brothers
it's already
and
considered
Punky Johnson.
the begging is done, and Ramela, it's okay. By the way, it's 8:10 now, but we're only 51 minutes into the show. We started a little late. Well, me, I'm reading that the Gemara, constantly also. Is there a concept of constantly also? I just remember when I was a kid, I just loved this example, so I always use it. We lived in the sukkah. Person has a garbage, he has a pile of wheat, of hay, and he tunnels his way into the hay, and he creates a sukkah. It's possible. Why? Because he didn't put the stock on. The whole pile is there, and he just created a bag, a hole. That's you have to put the stock on, not that the stock was there before.
Yes. Here,
Same
you
thing
guys
over
go down
here.
there. You guys go in the edge. Sorry, Punky.
So
This
these
is
things
her
like this sir, that's
first
also
time on the
thing.
panel. Been
All
wanting
the
to do
things
this
are
radio. You
just
listen to Comedy Store.
Like
Like a lot of my favorite people, a true Comedy Store comic
what do I
built
have?
up
I
from the
have
darkness
sisters
as an
already sitting
employee.
here. So what do I do? I don't like these sisters. They're not very good. That's why I'm using this.
I accidentally
It's already
said
frayed to
darkness.
see over here. There's not a solid puzzle. But whatever. Let's pretend that it's 100% kosher. I go ahead. I'm taking a new string. A new string. I put 4. These are 4. You see one is not exactly. There's enough there. I do this. It's out of here. I have this guy. I have brand new strings right over here. Brand new. What did I just do? Let's think about it. This is kosher. This whole thing is kosher. So I don't need new strings. Not only do I not need new strings, it's also for me to put these strings wide.
It's the best
Tell me the
goddamn
difference
band in the
in
land. It's the Kill
the
Tony Band.
person is only to do a brand new one of these. But let's say I did 5 strings instead of 4. If I would have asked you, you would have only buck like that. First string is not about first string.
No Jeremiah?
First string is not about first string.
Jeremiah's on the road.
First string.
Oh, okay.
Add another runoff, a whole sticker.
Pretty sure I
That's
saw him in the
something.
hallway. Let's see what
That's
happens.
something else.
See.
Take a look.
Oh,
I have.
it's
I
Jeremiah
inserted
Rockins.
these guys right over here when I should have gone.
Obviously, they are the Beastie Boys. As
So
far
this
as
is
I
not
know,
even
it's
sixes.
not going to take me
And then I go
multiple
like this. Take a look.
guesses.
Look, I'm going to
Every
rip it off.
single week, they commit
Boom,
to different
ripped it off.
characters if you
And
don't
now
know.
I'm left with my second pair.
How many of you have listened to an episode?
It's good. It's not that 11 for one. It's not 11 also.
So
This
it
was
counts on me
on
for
before.
Right here.
Beautiful. Mom, it's about it. Listen to this.
Apparently, the Beastie
This was
Boys
the fella
play,
as you added a whole nother six.
They're,
This is something you get corner already had. This is Shayra. So you see that there's no passive limit on. No problem. Doesn't no, this is Rabbi. I'm a Rabbi. Hashtag about this. Nice to be happy. This is Rabbi. Gewaltige Lomdus. Check this out. When I inserted this brand new one, what did I do? Nothing. Zero. Because I wasn't allowed to. Because I didn't do a Maisa. There was no mitzvah tzitzis that I did. When I ripped this off, I made a Maisa on these tzitzis, says Rashi. It's not that one else. The moment that I ripped it, I made the mitzvah. This is when I made it. Oh, so the problem is that you can say that in every class limit also. When I dug out my sukkah in the hay pile, then I created my slap. That's a place that we're trying to discuss it. But that's what he says here. That's what Rashi says. The Maisa happens when I rip off the tzitzis. Not before, not the day before when I made the tzitzis. But when I rip off the tzitzis, then I created the new tzitzis, and that's why it's not that limit also. On that, Rabbi decided we were going to finish with this. Much more Rabbi reminded Gabriel, who told you what the guy was thinking. How do you know that the guy wanted to add another pair? And when he added another pair, he's actually not doing anything. He did zero. And when he ripped the first pair off, then the second pair became tzitzis. To me, it makes more sense as the Gemara. It does make sense that when I add a second pair, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to cancel the first pair. Why am I adding another pair? It's all in the head. You just got to all in the head. So if I decided to add another pair, then I was over. Again, if I add another pair, then I did zero. But if I was trying to be mevatel the first pair, then I didn't do zero. Then I did something important. And then about paisik like a maisidika. Then you're right. It's not about paisik, but I did a. What did he do here? I feel bad that I'm not looking at all these things. What did he do here? Oh, here he added a second. I didn't see this yet. He had a second.
Rabbi.
And then he removed it.
Okay.
Oh,
And say,
yesterday when I was in
$135.
Michael Harley Davidson guy. So on the spot, literally within 2-3 minutes, Remy was there. He made this Kobe Dolce at the.
That is like it's staying very calm.
With the headphones that he's wearing at the thing.
Well,
Okay, well, let's like my second Rabbi side. Multi-shop here at 9:30. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Just
At
to
the
remind
if you signed up, great. If you didn't sign up, there's a second room. Please sign up. You won't be able to come in without signing up. Have a good Shabbos.
Merry Christmas, spreading Torah throughout the
Kentucky
world.
League of Church, 13 Texas, bluegrass, stays dry, and clear. We have 21 spots on the map, including 8 down in Tennessee. For high-level traffic, just starting to drip like the I-44. Here's one to get back to the big storms out west. We can't ignore the moisture from the River Basin. Nashville is quiet, just some high dust. But that general thunderstorm risk sign covers doesn't have that general thunderstorm risk. So don't be shocked if Tennessee gets rain. Don't be shocked if the watch once that watch has the Tennessee Valley here today. Tennessee Valley here today. Things are going to begin to It's not over to South Central Kentucky, where things are staying perfectly calm. You'll see those clouds picking up as most people
Also,
Tuesday nights to the risk for damaging. Join the quiet night we are going to crash your potential floods. Things are still locked your drive for the rest of your Sunday night. Keep an eye on Tuesday afternoon. The risk of damaging waves. Just start on your hand. Reason the base is going to lock
Oh, Shalom Aleichem. So you have stuff, you know how to...
Weather-wise, if you want to get four eyes. That yellow menu, toggle on Yalma, scroll down, one quick tap shares your location, so I can that's getting in your backyard. Appreciate the 21 already lighting up the map. Bluegrass, we need just one more legend, toggle Yalma. Help us get that 5 spot. Jump in, make your right there.
Really? But what about like up in Chicago, you don't show up over there, what's the time? Not yet, we need better. We need people like you over there. Shalom Aleichem, what's you? From? Rabbi Shalom Aleichem.
We'll take a break. Celebrity. Answer now and now.
All right.
Macaroni.
Got a how to survive during the trip. And we gave a Gemara to radio host Sid Rosenberg on ABC News. They spoke about the doc, about the wild Sorrel.
Rabbi, we are here at the camp show. Yossi, of course, the reason that I did the Lone Star during the doc. And we are watching today's year at the camp show. That's right, we're watching it at the camp show right now on the screen. Come on out, check it out. Everyone, not about the doc, it's about the movie.
Rabbi said Napoli Zanzibar is here with us this Discover, and this is his son who gets a big magic club. He's reciting his first Masechta ever at the age of 4. No, just kidding. What is it? Where's Napoli? Where is he? Napoli, you're fighting over there. Is it Alvin? Gotta start somewhere. He's a big fan. This guy does not with us, right? But I want to remind all of them, I sit over here, and he's here now, so I'm going to say it's a big visit. The fellow told me back then, I showed it to the Oilom, that he realized he's doing paramedic work. He had to do 30 hours a week for paramedic. And he did a test on the Netflix, so 30 hours a week for paramedic. He showed me the other day his calendar, every single day. He puts in a couple of hours, 2-3 hours a day, and at the end of the week, he says, oh, down 18 hours of prayer in, and that's started in Mishnah Yomi and Tehillim Yomi and this Yomi as a whole 5 minutes to 7 minutes, but it's consistent. You made a family to make up that. You have time for Netflix, you have time for YouTube, you have time for Shtusim, you have time for the news. You put another few minutes, doesn't matter how many, just another 5-10 minutes a day. Don't show that, you don't have to be in a public exam. Thank you.
Guy with the saxophone. That's Adam Young.
He's running late.
Yeah, he looked great.
No. First of all, Let me know in heavenly realms. I like this thing because it says there was this interesting way. Let it be known in the heavenly archives and in the heavenly realms of that I was for years knowledge of the Buddhist Talmud movement of Rabbi I used to say, but I was telling you what you short and second to long one. So bear that in mind when those notes that I was there. The Lord listened, a part carrying the member. They told them we shall call the schedule of people that they would say scriptures, the prophet saving and news stop uploaded with more reasons. At pure second necessity, not to be more attention of rebellion and stress, play on your chair. Rabbi, what can I say? At the human level, do the word of God. Shmag could wake up a buffer no. But I call myself with a program year Shemaim portion, maybe the ear and the stick of less, and it's going to be Shmag, the longest, the 600 and ever years. So for 2 weeks, I ran a scientific experiment. Where's the greatest social yeshivas? I was at the bowl, charged graphs, internal turbulence. And then the enemies became clear and completely, utterly, irreversibly addicted. Now it's just. Sorry,
You guys ready to start this crazy ass show? What if it went like fucking, I don't know, maybe like 70 or 80 fucking names in it, people sign up for the opportunity to get pulled out of the bucket for 60 uninterrupted seconds in front of this amazing audience here at the world famous comedy store and of course hundreds of thousands around the globe. You need 60 seconds to know your time's up and you hear the sound of a key. Let's wrap it up then, or should we bring up an aggressive there? Maybe the show is supposed to have, alright, there it is. You guys ready to start this fucking show? It's episode 238 of Friends Loading. For those of you paying attention on your phones, don't even give cards. Let's just jump right into it.
So I remained
The name of the greatest sequence very good together for Tear Up Ground. Oh shit, I'm immediately excited.
This is sold out already.
Coming to the Tear Up Ground, everybody!
We have the vaccine for kids, we're giving significant discounts. We're working on that 50% discount for 5 minutes. I asked people yesterday if they want to wear my collars. Just one time, nobody picked it up. People are scared of it. I got Jeremy's brother Taylor's initiative, United Sports Thousand more after Mr. Perez, one place centers in the city. Paris just shouted to my best friend and introduced me to shit with Dolby Schwartzman. I love this. Shout out to his best friend's full name with Dolby Schwartzman. And he shot. He called him Evan Hashem, signed Yigulum Shem. He is named out. It's Tapusa under the bus. This, there's no time anymore, but this is a 50-year-old who has autism and his sister's in Berkeley, and he has all this NDY things. He's saying happy birthday. He's Israeli. He's saying happy birthday for him yesterday. His father, parents said, what do you want for a birthday present? He said, I want to go to the street. And then his father had emergency cancer surgery the day before. So the mother sent him this email, and they made me the Friday of the kid. Okay. This guy says he's in Georgia, and he's up the halfway up the mountain in Georgia, the country, right? That's here. Hell, you got your friend. Oh, it's your birthday?
Hell yeah. Step up over like that. Too bad. Terry, you are adorable. How long have you been on Santa? Where at?
Go up.
No, the hell of my call. The mic hall. The guy who runs that club is amazing. He's like got the mic hall everywhere.
So this guy says, in Georgia, the streets at the morning of Rothschild from the literal next day over the snow verse just like that, two weekends connected by the place in the middle of the mountain in Georgia. The town is kind of like grades, Eastside Emerson, Coronation Road. Okay, we gotta go much more, but in such a time dedicated memory of the murder of four bars of place with those welcome back to Simon. He said this time to go without his release of the five recognized and not just a couple of the black kids. The house of family that was in the interest around a very close house with the continues. In such a time to not even refer relation to his law. Anonymous was difficult to say my life to live by gesture. It's all about the young man sitting out the other center. We're so proud of you, that Mordecai Shaggy. City goes to families, Sandy Island, staying on the belly, take my meaning from life. What young women, Dusty Martin Benny, and all love. Place consulting as your wife and probably found tomorrow. This will each and every one shot is separate by the non-religious family, Eric Anonymous. Meanings of the murder of the title, there's great to go about comments of the church. Josh Solomon, the Doc of the official Legion staff. Josh Solomon, Green Ishmael, Shalom, then time to go.
So it's a concert movie. Wow.
The money sponsors outside we claim I'll be money across the year. How are you? When all with America, you follow what? Settings.com, local even down to Cuba, Republic of Northern everywhere, worldwide, we need to show them down the tower. The ones that you say no sponsors, and there you are.
Nice Aquarius, how are you? I'm lovely, thankfully. How was your day? Yes, ma'am.
Came over here. She came up here because I was trying to get my trash got up here. And she went in there and said,
David Simon,
he's not here. And then she goes down and said, so Princess, she asked me, Grandpa, she told her, he's in heaven. She said nothing else. She's gonna come back and say, you know.
Yeah, she's young.
Hey, he's not here.
You're doing great, Miss Aquarius.
A baby, you know. Baby don't know what's going on. No, that's the play with her.
Here's the question. I want you to think about this question. If you have a
That was a great spare.
Can you put
That's for me. I got some trash, some more, come up before I go and How about you?
It was okay. I just worked on bots for most of it, and then Riser and I played. I woke up really early, like at 2 in the morning. I couldn't get back to the night strike, and so I just took a nap, and I woke from that, and my bots were still running. So I had to fix
And
them.
then we have something like yesterday, we have Rabbi Boston
And
and Shul.
Rothschild told me he would not be in tonight. So I was aware. And then I'm going to go to bed.
Maybe hopefully you get some more sleep.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am. All right, get these four. No doubt. Get them.
I would argue with him. I want to sit down with him and say that somebody
Right,
that's so excited about
let's
it,
go.
that it's shmag, and for him that's the shmag, and that's the noy. I don't see like you made a whole movement out of it. You know, don't go next to the show because you're going to chop it to the socks. Says the Gemara,
Wow.
Rabbi.
What game?
And you need to let me on this just to remind you, I'm not going to show you the whole thing. But something called the do-rag.
Look at you. It's out of reach, folks. This Aquarius running away with this one.
Running away with this one. Slip all the way to the end by the character. There's some different ways that can happen, and that was the video.
Folks, if you're watching at home, this Aquarius is running away with this bad boy. It's not even close. It's not gonna be close. She's got this bad boy at 70 already. She's not gonna try. Get it. Oh, almost.
You can't make that now.